Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. You are the only terrestrial immortal who has achieved sanctification in the flesh in the world, but you have been forcibly sealed in a coffin by the dog system for a full 100,000 years. When you woke up, you wanted to settle accounts with the dog system, but unexpectedly found that the sword energy you inadvertently wielded could kill powerful saints in an instant. Originally, the system saw that you were not invincible at first, worried that you, as the host, would be killed by a strong person with a palm, so it forced you to sleep for 100,000 years, waiting for the system to upgrade. 10,000 years have passed, thinking it was just a small upgrade, but never expected that one's cultivation would actually leap from a saint directly to a great emperor. However, before you could figure out what the situation was, the system immediately issued a task. Ding! Found 9 potential disciples nearby. Please go and recruit them quickly. Reward is a mountain peak, 2 summoning cards for the Heavenly Sovereign Realm sect guards, and a top-grade Imperial weapon. Upon hearing this, you were delighted to find out that it was actually a top-grade Imperial weapon. You were just thinking about where to find a suitable weapon for your great Emperor cultivation, but unexpectedly the system came to your aid, so you didn't even think about it, and tore through space directly towards the target. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Guling Mountains, an old man is leading a young girl, evading the pursuit of their enemies. I thought the ancient Ling mountain range was right in front of me. There was a glimmer of hope, but unexpectedly, I was eventually discovered. The only thing I saw was an old man in a black robe suddenly blocking their way. Finally found you. Yunshan. Seeing this scene, Yunshan had no choice but to unleash the aura of the 9th level of the Crossing Tribulation Realm on his body, intending to fight to the death. However, in the face of such terrifying pressure, Ji Qing on the opposite side not only did not feel afraid, but instead his mouth curled up slightly, crossing the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. So what? Just saw Ji Qing clapping his hands, and 3 figures soared into the sky from the forest, finally hovering in the air, revealing their figures. All 3 of them were dressed in black robes, with 2 of them having a similar aura to Ji Qing, while the old man in the middle with a scar on his face emitted an aura that greatly changed Yunshan's expression. This is the realm of transforming gods. I didn't expect it. Yunshan, seeing the sudden change in the face of his archenemy, Ji Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter, his face full of triumph. I have already joined the profounding sect. Today you are doomed. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of despair appeared on Yunshan's face. He had naturally heard of the mysterious Yin sect, one of the many sects in the North Sea region. The current sect master, Zhu Jiuyin, is a strong practitioner in the Star Monarch realm, surpassing him by 2 major realms. The opponent in front of him is also 1 major realm above him, leaving him with no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Yunshan immediately clenched his teeth and stared at the few people in the air, while transmitting to his granddaughter, Linger, remember, when we start fighting later, you run into the Guling mountain range. No matter what, never look back. Yunshan knew that he was definitely in a difficult situation, but no matter what, he must find a way out for his granddaughter. The only place around here that could possibly keep Yunlinger alive is the ancient spiritual mountain range. As long as she doesn't go too deep, the talisman left by oneself for her can definitely save her life. The divine beast Bone Dragon, although not fond of outsiders, also does not show any interest in the cloud spirit in the spirit realm. Even if Ji Qing and his companions want to exterminate the cloud spirit after killing themselves, they are likely to be deterred by the Bone Dragon's fierce reputation and stop outside the Guling Mountains. Come on! Yunshan leaped up, and as his long knife fell, a flash of blade light instantly cut through the sky, flying towards the 4 people. Looking for death? Ji Qing and others who saw the scene sneered and immediately launched an attack. The sword aura was instantly shredded. The floating cloud mountain in the air could not dodge in time, and after being hit by the energy aftermath, it instantly spat out blood from its mouth and fell from the sky. Grandpa! Yunlinger, who had already run out some distance, suddenly slowed down when she saw this scene, and was about to return when she was stopped in her tracks by a roar from Yunshan. Don't waste time. Hurry up! However, the next moment, the old man with a scar on his face in the transformation realm took a step forward, and with a light wave of his right hand, a huge spiritual palm instantly condensed, then grabbed the flying cloud and mountain in it and squeezed hard. Yunshan, dead. The cloud spirit, who saw this scene from afar, burst into tears, but her footsteps did not dare to stop, continuing to move deeper. But what is despairing is that no matter how hard Yunlinger runs, she is still caught up by Ji Qing and a few others in the end. Yunshan's granddaughter, Ji Cheng, who was hovering in the air, raised his sword and pointed it at the other party as he sneered. Thinking that you can live just by escaping into the Forbidden Land. It's useless. Your master and grandson are destined to die today. Grandpa. Yunlinger leaned against a stone wall and looked at the several people surrounding her, a touch of despair appearing on her white face. The gap between an imperial spirit and a transition or even a transformation spirit was simply too great, so great that she couldn't see any hope of surviving on her own. Is it so lively? Can you add me to the list? And at that moment, a voice that suddenly rang out caused Ji Qing, who was about to make a move, to lurch in his movements and join the others in looking at the place where the voice came from. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Lin Xiao, who was dressed in a Xin-colored robe, walked out from the forest, and then instantly disappeared in place. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived 5 steps away from Yunlinger, and Sure looked at the other party, his face full of smiles. Little girl, I see that you have good talent. Would you like to join my Wuji Palace and become a disciple of this seat? These words could be said to have confused the entirety of the few people present. Where did this guy jump out from? And is it appropriate to take on a disciple on such an occasion? Wuji Palace? Returning to his senses, the scarred old man at the God Transformation realm snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xiao with a gloomy expression. Where did you come from, arrogant backwoodsmen? Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you. Saying that, the scarred old man's right palm curved into an eagle's claw shape, and he grabbed hard at the 2 people below. And as he did, the surrounding spiritual energy was also converging frantically this way, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 10-meter-long giant palm of spiritual energy in the shape of a claw, tearing down on the 2 of them with a roaring sound. No good. Seeing this scene, Yunlinger's face instantly changed, and she was just about to think of a way to dodge away, when a cold humming sound suddenly sounded. Unbridled. The bland tone instantly exploded in the ears of several people, and the huge claws of aura that swept in trembled violently for a few moments before instantly collapsing, followed by a powerful pressure that rose up to the sky, directly enveloping the old man with a scar in the air. Ha! The scarred old man who hadn't reacted yet instantly fell to the ground, his face and body clinging to the dirt, unable to move. This breath. The scarred old man used his afterglow to look at the figure standing with his hands hanging down, his eyes filled with shock. The person in front of him had a powerful breath, far above his own patriarch Zhu Jiuyin, the small East prosperity domain. There is still a strong person of this level? No good. And after seeing this scene, without the slightest hesitation, the 3 of them, Ji Cheng, directly turned around and activated the divine traveling talismans on their bodies, and swept away in 3 different directions. Those who could cultivate to this realm were not idiots. The other party had subdued the scarred elder of the transformation spirit realm by his aura alone. The 3 of them were even less of a match. Hurrying to run away was the right thing to do, and they couldn't disappoint the scarred elder who was trying so hard to hold back the temple. And Lin Xiao just glanced at a few people before retracting his gaze, not meaning to go after them, but instead turned his head to look at the young girl who stayed in place, stood with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "Well, young lady, have you considered it?" Only after hearing the other party call herself did Yunlinger come back to her senses from her surprise, and after looking at Scar, who had been crushed to the ground and could not move, she dropped her sight on Lin Xiao, her jade hand holding the corner of the latter's coat tightly, and her pretty face showing a little bit of being at a loss for words. All of this happened too fast. From the time Lin Xiao said that he wanted to take himself as his disciple until now was just a few breaths of effort. In the face of Lin Xiao's question, her little brain was blank for a while, too. After a moment of stagnation, Yunlinger's brain worked quickly and made a judgment on the situation before her. Just by relying on the aura, the pressure of the transformation spirit realm powerhouse could not move. This was something that even the average star sovereign powerhouse was afraid of not being able to do. And further in this realm, this young-looking being in front of him was afraid of being a heavenly sovereign realm being. Other than this guy on the ground, that guy Ji Qing was the one Yunlinger hated the most. After all, it was this guy who had lured the others to kill her grandfather. And if he had to rely on himself, it could be as hard as heaven to kill a few people in the transitional succession realm to take revenge. But if he became the disciple of this powerful man, under the other party's teaching he could definitely become stronger quickly to avenge his grandfather. As for whether or not the other party had any bad intentions, Yunlinger didn't bother worrying about it at all. Such a terrifying existence simply didn't even have the need to hide if he had any purpose. And now that he had inquired and even displayed his strength 3 times, it seemed that he truly wanted to accept himself as his disciple. And in front of this, but the real one Tianzuan, look at the entire continent. Perhaps only those first-class forces, the ancient family will have such an existence in the town. When she thought of this, Yunlinger's concerns were immediately dispelled and she knelt down without hesitation. Master is above. Please accept disciple Yunlinger's obeisance. And as the other party's words fell, a ringing sound followed in Lin Zhao's head. Ding! Chapter 4, The Establishment of the Wuji Palace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in a 9-star gifted disciple. The quest rewards 2 Heavenly Sovereign Realm Guard summoning cards, 5 Dao soldiers, and 1 random reward drawing opportunity has been issued. The reward arrived. Hearing the voice in his head, Lin Zhao's eyes instantly lit up. This reward had come at the right time. After the other party finished kowtowing 3 times, Lin Zhao gave a slight wave, and Yunlinger felt herself being lifted up by an invisible force. Rise, apprentice. Lin Zhao was just about to stroke his beard, but after realizing that he didn't have a beard he could only put his hand down sardonically and cough lightly. From today onwards you are a member of my Wuji Palace. I hope that you will cultivate diligently in the future and make a name for the Wuji Palace. By the way, Lin Zhao raised his hand and lightly waved it, and 5 weapons immediately appeared out of thin air and hovered in front of Yunlinger. Master came out in a hurry so he didn't bring anything with him. See if you like any of these weapons. And this weapon is not other. Is the system rewarded by the 5 Taoist soldiers? And each different, respectively, is the sword, gun, knife, axe, halberd. And Yunlinger's eyes instantly widened upon seeing these weapons. She felt the same aura as her grandfather's weapons on these weapons. Road soldier. She was still able to recognize it so quickly because what her grandfather had in his hand was a Dao weapon acquired from the relics. For their own this master just met such a big deal. Even if Yunlinger's psychological testing ability is strong at this time is also indisputable swallowed saliva. However, thinking about the fact that it was this suspected heavenly father or even stronger master in front of her who took it out, Yunlinger was relieved. Master, I choose this sword. And Yunlinger didn't be polite with her own master. After sweeping a glance she picked the long sword that emitted a green light, to which Lin Zhao wasn't surprised. He had noticed the sword on the other party's waist as early as the initial meeting, and since the other weapons weren't really suitable for women, it was only natural that this one would be the most likely to be chosen. It was also fortunate that there were swords in the weapons given by the system. Otherwise Lin Zhao wouldn't have known what to give to the other party all of a sudden. After getting the green shadow sword, the little ninny's expression instantly became solemn as she whispered, "Thank you, Master. Linger will definitely cultivate hard and won't let you down." As well as, Yunlinger suddenly changed her tone, then raised her hand to point at the scarred elder on the ground and respectfully said, "What should we do with this guy? You deal with it." Lin Zhao didn't care about this and casually waved his hand to signal Yunlinger to solve the problem herself. Yes, Yunlinger, who saw Lin Zhao's agreement, was instantly delighted, and when she turned her head to look at the scarred elder on the ground, her pretty face instantly turned ice cold, and the green shadow sword was directly held in her hand. Yunlinger. Looking at Yunlinger who was walking slowly, a flash of fear appeared on the scarred elder's face, but he was in the way of Lin Zhao's pressure, so he could only endeavor to open his mouth wide and let out a weak sound. "Don't kill." Before he finished speaking, with a flash of cold light, the scarred elder's body stiffened for a moment before he stopped moving, the luster in his eyes disappeared, and his vitality was completely gone. To his death. He didn't expect to simply go out on a mission to round up a guy in the transition realm to even run into this kind of situation. Okay, go. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Lin Zhao turned around and floated up with Yunlinger, and of course, Yun Shan's corpse from beginning to end without giving the corpse on the ground more than a glance. The immortal cultivation world was such a world of the weak and the strong, and since you wanted to kill, you naturally had to be prepared to be killed back. Master, Yunlinger called out to Lin Zhao and whispered, "I want to take care of something first." Aha! In response, Lin Zhao had expected this and nodded before following the other party to the outside of the ancient spirit mountain range, watching Yunlinger holding the corpse and shedding tears before bringing it to a mountain to be buried. All of this, Lin Zhao only watched silently from the side. There was no intention of urging or interfering. 2/4 of an hour later, Yunlinger, whose eyes were reddened, walked back to Lin Zhao and whispered, "I'm sorry, Master, okay, alright." Lin Zhao patted its shoulder before taking the other party up in the air. He knew that this disciple of his was having a hard time, but there was no way around it. People, they all grow up through such pain and tribulations. Although the two of them had only just come into contact, in Lin Zhao's opinion, this disciple of his would not waste the 9-star talent of his own. Next, under Lin Zhao's leadership, The two of them soon entered the ancient spirit mountain range, and as they continued to go deeper and deeper, the roars of the beasts coming from the surroundings caused Yunlinger's face to change a bit, and after hesitating for a moment she still opened her mouth. Master, I wonder where we're going. Go back to the clan. Lin Xiao glanced at him before stopping his body and looking ahead with a nod. Well, here it is. Ha! Looking at the large forest and the barely flat terrain in front of her, Yunlinger instantly stared at her with wide eyes, all a bit confused. What's going on? This is where their Wuji palace is? This glance to say not to mention the clan, even a house is not and did not see any elder disciples, only the aura is still quite abundant, a little peace and quiet. Seemingly sensing the other party's doubts, Lin Xiao first appeased the other party, and then he secretly poked and prodded to call up the system. System, select this place as the clan's residence. Ding! Sect site selection completed. Rewarded with a sect construction card, and the Extreme Tao Emperor's Warrior Prime White Jade Pillar has been issued. Hearing the arrival of the Extreme Tao Emperor soldier, Lin Xiao pressed down the upturned corner of his mouth and continued. Use the clan building card. Ding! The host has used it successfully. The clan building is being materialized. Please wait. And as the system's words fell, the ground in front of them immediately shook, and under Yunlinger's shock as well as Lin Xiao's bashful expression, all sorts of buildings, pavilions, caves and halls, and so on rose up from the ground. From a desolate mountain forest to an imposing sect, all of this took only a few breaths of effort. Gollum! Yunlinger swallowed his saliva, and it was only then that he reacted by looking at Lin Xiao and subconsciously said, Master, is our clan built here? That bone dragon. Bone dragons? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked in a certain direction before withdrawing his gaze and casually said, I know it, it seems to have come here while I was asleep. Quite interesting a little fellow. Don't mind it. And that unthinkingly spoken words were what caused Yunlinger to suck in a breath of cool air, and for a moment her thoughts nearly all froze. Little guy? That was the ruler of the ancient spirit mountain range, one of the 5 forbidden lands of the Tianxian continent. Ah, a terrifying existence that had devoured a quasi-emperor, and yet in the mouth of this master teacher of his own family, he was called a little guy? And what's more, the bone dragon came here while he was sleeping. Everyone in Tianxian continent knows that the bone dragon has been ruling the ancient spirit mountain range for a full 30,000 years. The master in front of him was a terrifying powerhouse who had lived for how many years? Yunlinger's previous speculation about Lin Xiao's heavenly dawn realm was instantly shattered after these words came out. Whose heavenly realm can live for 30,000 years, and dares to shout at the quasi-imperial little one, own this eye, go big. And Lin Xiao didn't care after seeing the other party freeze, and smiled out after lightly clapping his palms twice. Well, come with me. As she watched Lin Xiao walk slowly forward, Yunlinger also hurriedly followed when she saw this, and at the same time, her heart became more and more stabilized as she was more in awe of the master in front of her, with such a powerful teacher teaching him. As long as he cultivates hard, I believe that it won't take long before he can definitely avenge his grandfather's death. Chapter 5 The Void Bible. Patriarch's Great Hall. Lin Xiao slowly walked in from the outside while Yunlinger, who had a curious look on her face as she surveyed her surroundings, followed behind. What's wrong, spirit? Noticing Yunlinger's absent-mindedness, Lin Xiao slightly side-eyed her and stood with his hands behind his back, saying, What's the problem, master? Yunlinger swept her eyes over the empty hall before retracting her gaze, puzzled. Why can't we see the other elders and senior brothers along the way? Although this place was full of aura and had all the facilities of the clan, it was too quiet, and she didn't see any people or animals other than herself and her master, and that was what was strange to her. In response, Lin Xiao was prepared for this and began to talk nonsense without changing his face. Our Wuji Palace has been hidden from the world for many years, and only in recent times have we been preparing to re-enter the world. Some of the elders and disciples have chosen to go into seclusion and cultivate, while others have gone to travel in the clouds to prepare for the re-entry of our sect, Lin Xiao said, and didn't forget to secretly contact the system. Use 2 Celestial Guard summoning cards. Ding! The Heavenly Dignity Escort summoning card was used successfully. As soon as the system's words fell, Lin Xiao felt 2 more figures suddenly appear outside the hall, and in the next moment, they walked into the hall in unison. Zhang Liang, Li Ming, meet the palace master. The 2 people who walked in were both dressed in black robes, middle-aged in appearance, half bowing and looking respectfully at Lin Xiao on the first seat. Well, the 2 of you are back. Lin Xiao waved his hand through the air to help the 2 of them up with his spiritual energy. Then he looked at Yunlinger, who was on the side, and smiled faintly. Linger, these 2 are the elders of my Wuji Palace, who have been in seclusion and only came out some time ago. With that, Lin Xiao looked at the 2 of them and nodded and smiled. Both of you, Has there been any progress in your cultivation? Back to the palace master. The two men clasped their fists and spoke respectfully. The two of us have already broken through the 6th heavenly exaltation, x2 inch. Very good. Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Although he was still far from himself, he was already considered to be a first-class powerhouse in this East Prosperity domain. One must know that even the domain master was only in the same realm as the two. Right. Suddenly, Lin Xiao slapped his head, and only then did he remember that he still had one more random draw opportunity that he hadn't used yet. System, use the draw. Ding. The host's use of the random draw opportunity was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal scripture, Void Bible. The Bible. Lin Xiao, who had keenly captured these two key words, instantly brightened up, and then hurriedly opened the page to check it out. Void Bible, to the endless void to prove the way. Cultivate the holy body of the void. Palm space power. After the completion of the great and the void into one, attack and defense. Secretive to the extreme. Good. After reading the introduction, the color of satisfaction in Lin Xiao's eyes was practically overflowing. It was really a doze passing a pillow. It just so happened that his current self had 2 sleeves and nothing to give to the apprentice he had just taken in, and this gong method came at the right time. On the other hand, Yun Linger, who was listening to the conversation between the several people next to her, had her cherry lips slightly open and her eyes wide. Although she had already made some guesses as early as when her own master teacher had uttered the set of words about the bone dragon, with Zhang Liang Liming successively bursting out of his realm at this moment, her perception of her own clan's strength was once again refreshed. The elders were all existences of the heavenly exalted realm, and such a force would be in the top tier even if it was placed in the entire Tianxian continent. Thinking about this, Yunlinger felt that she was really lucky. If she hadn't been spotted by her master, she would have been buried in the mountains. Now that she had not only survived but also had a chance to avenge her grandfather, Yunlinger could be said to cherish it very much. Then master, Yunlinger bowed down and whispered, the apprentice will go down to cultivate first. Wait a minute. Yunlinger's opening brought Lin Xiao back to his senses, and after calling out to the other party, he waved his hand. Come here. Yes. Although she was a bit puzzled, Yunlinger still walked quickly to Lin Xiao's body, and before she could stand still, the other party's 2 slender fingers were pressed against her forehead. Just as Yunlinger was puzzled, a stream of memories was suddenly flooding into her mind. The enormity of the information made her also close her eyes and stay in place, only to digest it all after a while. Master. The young girl slowly opened her eyes, feeling the extra powerful techniques in her mind, and looking at the smiling master teacher in front of her, her lips became a little unsteady. This is Void Bible. Just listening to the name she knows how precious this thing is. According to the intelligence in her mind, after this technique is practiced, she can vanish into the void. The void is real. Innate invincibility. Apprentice. Looking at the frozen Yunlinger in front of him, Lin Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and said in a warm voice, this technique is very suitable for you. Cultivate it well, and after you have accomplished it, no matter what place you can go in this Tianxian continent, even if a great emperor takes action, he definitely can't help you. The ancient calendar has it that time is honored in space as king. The Void Bible cultivated the power of space, and in this world today, even great emperor powerhouses were unable to glimpse the full extent of these 2 strands. The techniques for practicing these 2 kinds of power were simply not available, and the countermeasures would naturally not exist. One could imagine how much of an insoluble existence Yunlinger would be when she grew up. Thank you, master. After reacting, Yunlinger immediately saluted. Her trembling body as well as her reddened eyes could tell that her heart was not calm at this time. Such a precious existence would surely be closely protected no matter where it was placed, and wanting to cultivate it would surely have to go through a lot of tests. She had only been worshipping her teacher and joining the Wuji Palace for half a day, so she had passed down such a precious technique, which could definitely be considered to be quite trusting of herself. How could this not make her moved? Alright, go down and cultivate. Looking at the disciple in front of him, who had just been accepted not long ago, Lin Xiao's tone was also very gentle. That spiritual mountain to the north is uninhabited. You can go and choose a cave on your own, and if you have any problems with your cultivation you can look for the 2 elders or come to the seat. Yes, disciple excuses himself. After Yunlinger finished her salute, she turned around and exited the hall. After finding the spiritual mountain that her master said she didn't have to be polite, she directly sought out a cave with the most intense spiritual chi for her dojo. After settling down she didn't waste any time and immediately began practicing the Void Bible that had been passed down in her mind. With the passage of time, Yunlinger was also beginning to gradually get started, and as the rich spiritual chi around her continued to gather and be introduced into her body, the aura on her body was also beginning to climb. 9 heavens of the imperial spirit realm. 10 heavens of the Imperial Spirit Realm. In just a few short breaths of effort, Yunlinger had broken through 2 heavens in a row. The Royal Spirit Realm was instantly complete, and she was only one step away from breaking through to the Cultivation Meditation Realm. As a 9-star talent possessor, coupled with the guidance of the Supreme Technique Void Bible as well as the abundant spiritual chi around him, breaking through 2 heavens in a row could be considered shocking in the eyes of other people, but when thinking about it carefully, it was actually considered reasonable. It's going well. And Lin Xiao, who felt all of this within the Great Hall, smiled faintly and raised his hand and waved it lightly. The auras in the sky and the earth suddenly gave a sudden and simultaneous surge in one direction immediately afterward. Yunlinger slightly opened her eyes, and after feeling the surrounding aura that had almost turned into liquid, she was surprised for a moment before her heart warmed up, and once again closed her eyes and began to cultivate, and her aura, which had previously stopped rising, began to continue to climb. On the other hand, Lin Xiao, who was sitting on top of the first seat of the Great Hall, withdrew his gaze, and after seeing that his disciple's cultivation was going well, his heart was considered to be relieved. Next, Lin Xiao stood up, and a long silver-colored stick suddenly appeared in his hand, and he rubbed the dense patterns raised on it while looking ahead. The deep eye seemed to travel through countless obstacles, eventually landing on a behemoth, a slight wariness showing in his tone. Time to collect the rent. Chapter 6 Meeting the Bone Dragon. In the Great Hall, Lin Xiao's figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared he had already arrived above the dome of the sky. Zhang Liang, Li Ming, Palace Master, X2 Looking at the 2 people who rose up into the sky, Lin Xiao nodded slightly and spoke out. I'm going out to protect the clan. Yes. After instructing the 2, Lin Xiao, who had put down his heart, then turned around and took a step in the void. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already left the sect and disappeared within the line of sight of the 2. Maintaining this speed, Lin Xiao soon went deeper into the ancient spirit mountain range, and it didn't take long for him to stop and look down below, raising his eyebrows slightly. Finally, following Lin Xiao's line of sight, a behemoth instantly came into view. Hundreds of meters of huge body huddled between the 2 mountains, body at a glance all skeleton, in the sun's light as if alabaster shining delicate. Instead, a thin membrane of flesh covered the surface between the bones, as did the wings on either side, with only a few bone spurs protruding from the very tips. On top of the dragon's head was a pair of huge white horns, to which white gas similar to flames was attached and constantly fluctuating, and its eyes were tightly closed, as if it was asleep. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xiao, who saw this kind of thing for the first time, instantly froze in place, and when he came back to his senses, his eyes instantly glazed over. No other? Really, this big guy is too handsome. If tied back as a clan protection divine beast, that row is not pulled full. Say it and do it. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated, and the aura on his body instantly erupted, surging out like the sky and the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped this heaven and earth. Woo! And as Lin Xiao exploded his breath, the ferocious beasts in the inner circle of the ancient spirit mountain range naturally bore the brunt of it. The weaker ones slumped to the ground on the spot, while the ones with normal strength braced themselves and ran towards the periphery to get away from the pressure. On the outskirts of the ancient spirit mountain range, 3 figures clad in black robes stopped in their tracks, feeling the fluctuation of breath coming from within the ancient spirit mountain range, and for a while, there was a bit of a dilemma. Mississippi. A black-robed man standing at the left rear took a step forward, and his pale voice slowly sounded. There seems to be a change happening in the ancient spirit mountain range. You an elder who you wait here for a moment while my subordinate goes forward to explore. Aha! The figure in front of her nodded slightly, and a charming female voice with a hint of huskiness came out from under the black robe. The elder must be careful. Ancient spirit mountain range. After watching the other party's silhouette disappear between the mountains, the melodious female voice once again sounded. But there was more than a little apprehension in it. Could it be that the bone dragon has awakened? Unlikely. The remaining black-robed figure raised his head, an aged face revealed, and pondered for a moment before speaking. According to the records, that bone dragon spends the vast majority of its time within the core circle of the ancient spirit mountain range. Although she said that, one could hear that she didn't have any confidence in what she was saying. After all of this was also what they had learned from other forces. Bone dragons do spend the vast majority of their time in the core circle, but that doesn't mean that the other side comes to hang around in the periphery, and there are quite a few unlucky people who are holding on to their chances of finding opportunities in the periphery when they are swallowed or killed by bone dragons who are out on territorial patrols. Bone dragons? Ugh! The man at the head of the group lamented and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a look of worry on his face as he muttered, I hope father can hold out. On the other side, Lin Xiao naturally didn't know what was happening in the periphery. At this moment, he was standing on the top of the mountain, looking down at the behemoth that rose up into the sky below with a curious expression on his face. Roar! Shocking roar! The bone dragon rises up in the air, huge body as if a mountain suspended in the air, tightly closed eyes open. No eye black eye white, instead of two groups of constantly burning flames, looks quite spiritual. Whoa go! Seeing the scene in front of him, the light in Lin Xiao's eyes also shone more and more. This big guy he was looking at more and more. No! He must pull it back. Who? And just as Lin Xiao was wandering around, a voice suddenly rang out, and he subconsciously looked up. And then he realized that the strange eyes of the bone dragon were staring at him, and the dragon's mouth slowly opened. Who are thou? And why are you trespassing on my ancient spirit mountain range? Hearing that thick voice ring out again, Lin Xiao, who had returned to his senses, raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but hum softly. Trespassing on your ancient spirit mountain range? This has always been this seat's territory. This was not Lin Xiao's nonsense. When he first came to this world, the ancient spirit mountain range didn't even have a name at that time. 70,000 years passed after his own sleep before the bone dragon arrived and occupied the place, which was then called the ancient spirit mountain range by the world, one of the 5 forbidden places. So if you really want to do the math, not to mention the bone dragons, even these living beings that are now alive in Tianxian continent are basically no different from brats to Lin Xiao. Thy domain? When these words came out, the bone dragon was also stunned, but very quickly reacted to its eyes suddenly revealed a fierce light. Can be classified as a forbidden place in the ancient spirit mountain range? It is naturally not something that is easy to get along with. Although the aura emanating from Lin Xiao was strong, it wouldn't let the other party out of its lair because of a few simple words. Otherwise, if it got out, its own hallowed generation of dragon emperors would still want to lose face. Whoever thou art, come and choose to provoke me, the bone dragon said while raising its huge claws, just ready to launch an attack. But the words were cut off. The raised claws were also fixed in mid-air. The dragon's mouth was slightly open. From a distance it looked quite comical. Want to do it? Following the voice, he then realized that Lin Xiao had raised the prime white jade pillar in his hand at some point, and the matchless aura of being an extreme Dao imperial armament swept out, resonating with Lin Xiao in an instant, and the void began to tremble for it. Ka-ching! The thick clouds above the heads of the two began to roll continuously at some point, and countless thunder snakes revealed themselves from them, emitting rolling thunder sounds. And as Lin Xiao erupted with his aura while holding the prime white jade pillar, he instantly startled an unknown number of forces. Far away in an underwater dragon palace 10 million miles away, a stunningly beautiful-looking woman opened her eyes, and between nods her eyes were cast in the direction of the ancient spirit mountain range, and her expression instantly became serious. Emperor realm? That dead dragon broke through? But why is there still the aura of an extreme emperor weapon? As a fellow master of the 5 forbidden lands, she was naturally clear about the bone dragon's bottom line. Although it was considered good amongst the quasi-emperors, it was still a long way off from wanting to break through to a great emperor. Moreover, she remembered very clearly that this dead dragon had been relying on its natural aptitude and physical body to fight. When did it come up with an additional extreme Dao imperial armament? The woman could be said to have a bunch of doubts at this time, and after pondering for a moment she raised her hand and waved it lightly, and a copper mirror appeared in front of her. The smooth mirror's surface became clear after a few moments of blurring, but the scene that appeared inside turned out to be the ancient spirit mountain range, with a dragon and a man reflected in the woman's eyes. The woman's gaze first went to her old acquaintance, the bone dragon, but soon she fixed her eyes on the figure standing on the top of the mountain holding a stick, and the expression on her face became subtle. Who's this? Chapter 7. Who's this? Not only the women, but the great powers who were observing the scene through various means all had such questions in their minds. Stick-like extreme Dao Emperor armament. Who is this person? The woman's willow eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Lin Xiao's figure within the bronze mirror. Her surface was ancient and unperturbed, but her heart was already flooded with mutterings. There were only so many powerful people on the Tianxian continent, and even if they hadn't met them, they had all heard of each other's names. Like the current Tianxian continent's cold light Holy Land's contemporary 9-palace-old ancestor, the quasi-emperor realm had come to an end, and was only one step away from breaking through to the great emperor. Holding the quasi-emperor's soldier blazing sun bao in his hand, and was known as the first person under the great emperor. But if you don't become a great emperor, you're still an ant, even if they, the quasi-emperors, were as powerful as they were just a slightly stronger ant in front of a great emperor. The great emperors they knew were avoiding the world, basically pursuing the ethereal immortal way, and not showing up for tens of thousands of years was the norm. As for this great emperor that had suddenly appeared in the ancient spirit mountain range, no matter how much the crowd searched their minds, they could not find any information about the other party. And right at this moment, the figure in the mirror seemed to have sensed something, and his head slowly lifted up. And right after that, a pair of sharp eyes met with the woman outside the bronze mirror. Poof! Just as the woman was pondering, a cold snort suddenly sounded in her ears. Not waiting for her to react, the copper mirror in front of her suddenly began to tremble, and then accompanied by the constantly ringing sound of clicking, the smooth mirror surface instantly cracked a channel gap. The lenses scattered all over the place. My Qiankuan mirror. Looking at the crumbs of lenses shattered on the ground, the woman who came back to her senses let out a gasp, and her face revealed a color of flesh pain. Although she was the lord of a forbidden land and had a large family, one side of the ancient soldier was suddenly scrapped just like that, and she couldn't afford it even if she was rich and powerful. Damn! Thinking of that figure standing with a stick, the woman clenched her silver teeth and raised her hand to put away the remains of the ancient soldier with a sulky face. Although the ancient soldiers were precious, she was not so bad as to go to the trouble of a great emperor for this, and besides, it was also her own peeping in the first place, so this dumb loss could only be eaten. Slightly uttering a sound caused an ancient soldier to shatter. This was the might of a great emperor, but it wasn't just her. As Lin Xiao coldly hummed out, cries of shock continued to be heard from all over the Tianxian continent. Those who used magic treasures to snoop were fine. At most they would only lose their weapons between them. But those who used secret spells to snoop were miserable, and were directly revolted. It was fine for those with high cultivation to spit out blood, but those with relatively low cultivation were directly killed on the spot. And Lin Zhao's strike caused many forces to immediately converge. And although they were curious, they didn't dare to snoop again, and could only send a large number of scouts to the ancient spirit mountain range to spy on the information. Only after his sight returned to the ancient spirit mountain range and sensed that all those prying gazes had disappeared did Lin Xiao shift his attention to the bone dragon once again and said in a deep voice, "Submission or death, take your pick." Looking at Lin Xiao, who had a strong aura in front of him, the bone dragon was also silent. If it had wanted to fight with the other party on the strength of its own divine ability before, it instantly didn't want to fight after seeing the other party take out an extreme Dao Emperor soldier. This person in front of him was a solid great emperor, plus he had an extreme Dao Emperor soldier in his hands, not to mention himself. Even if he and that dead from the sea of illusory blue join forces, it would be for nothing, not to mention the fact that it was impossible for them to join forces. Alas! Thinking of this, the bone dragon sighed in its heart. Then it put away its giant claws and lowered its height a little to below Lin Xiao, and its low voice slowly sounded. "Greetings, great emperor. The bone cultivator is willing to submit." Bone cultivator, although explosive temper, but cultivated for tens of thousands of years, it is not stupid. Now this situation is very clear. They do not submit is a dead end. Run cannot run away. Since this was the case, not if it was brokenly submitted. At least it could still live. Besides, it was good to have a big tree at one's back, and one would not be ashamed of submitting to a great emperor. Very good. Seeing the behemoth bending its head in front of him, Lin Zhao's face then revealed a smile. His body's aura converged, and he somewhat regretfully fumbled with the prime white jade pillar in his hand before putting it away. This time to come in addition to subjugate, the bone dragon was also prepared to try this divine weapon. But now people are subjugated, their own is not good to do it again. Or if accidentally killed cannot be good. You'll be my Wuji Palace's protector god beast from now on. Yes, great emperor. Bone cultivator had just responded when the system's voice in his head suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for autonomously subjugating the sect protector divine beast bone dragon. The quest rewards 9 celestial level spirit veins, 2 ancient weapons, and 2 random reward extraction opportunities have been issued. Listening to this series of voices in his head, Lin Xiao froze. He didn't expect that he could trigger and complete a system task even if he came out to look for a mount. Finding a patron god beast, so many rewards. Looking at the bone dragon in front of him and the large list of rewards given in the system, the reacting Lin Xiao's eyes instantly lit up, and his entire being seemed to be wrapped in happiness. System, I love you. I love your whole family. What is the difference between this and the pie in the sky? Just their own Wuji Palace just founded, not much resources. These spirit veins weapons, what can be said to be just in time. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering. So this system has hidden quests. Previously, he had always thought that the system would only enact tasks for himself first, but now it seemed that there were still some tasks that needed to be completed on one's own initiative in order to be triggered. Ding! Attention host! 10-star gifted disciples have been spotted appearing nearby. Please go and recruit them quickly. Mission rewards, 2 advanced summoning cards, 3 enlightenment tea trees, 2 chances to draw random rewards, and the clan's random facilities are perfected. Gulp! Listening to the luxurious rewards given by the system, Lin Xiao subconsciously wiped the non-existent saliva from the corners of his mouth. and then instantly came into the air and greeted the bone dragon. Let's go, bone cultivator, let's go to the periphery before returning to the sect. Yes, great emperor. As the bone cultivator said this, its figure began to shrink rapidly, and under Lin Zhao's peculiar gaze, in a few breaths of effort it became humanoid. Shin-colored robes covered his body, and his features were hard, but he kept his face cold, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. Great emperor. It was only when he came close to Lin Zhao that the bone cultivator's expression became respectful, and he respectfully said, "There's no need to address it like that. From now on, just call it Palace Master." Lin Zhao casually waved his hand before stepping into the void, and the entire person instantly appeared in the distance, and Bone Cultivator rushed to follow when he saw this. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were out of the core circle of the ancient spirit mountain range, and when they reappeared, they had already come to the periphery, and stood on top of a mountain, condescendingly looking down at the three people below who had no knowledge of what was going on, and talking to each other. Two transfiguration gods, and one cultivation of the underworld. Lin Zhao scanned for a moment before landing his eyes on the figure in the cultivation of the underworld realm, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Looks like a find. Chapter 8 Ground Level Spirit Grass. Hu Qianxue, who was in the middle of a conversation with the two elders, suddenly looked startled, her brows furrowed while nodding and looking around. What is it? Mississippi. It's okay. Hu Qianxue shook her head slightly. Just now she suddenly had a kind of inexplicable feeling surging up to her heart, which caused her to be in a trance for a while. Now it seems that she was overly concerned, and seeing Hu Qianxue go off on a tangent, the elder known as Hu Yu frowned, and her tone became a bit anxious. Miss, we don't have much time left now with the matriarch. Although the other party did not say the next words, Hu Qianxue understood what she meant and her expression became heavy. She naturally knew the importance of this operation. If she couldn't get that thing in time to bring it back, her father was afraid that his life would be in danger. Thinking of this, Hu Qianxue, who knew the importance of the matter, immediately prepared to act. It's not too late. Let's hurry up and get in. Roar! Before Hu Qianxue could finish her sentence, a sudden beast roar instantly interrupted her, and she looked up in horror as a huge object instantly came into view, only to see that on a hill not far from the three of them, a white tiger with a snow-white body and the word king engraved on its head was staring at them, and a casual sweep of its tail behind it brought up a large amount of smoke and dust. Miss, be careful. This sudden appearance of a white tiger immediately made the two people beside Hu Qianxue tense up. Elder Hu Yu blocked in front of Hu Qianxue while staring dead at the beast in front of him for a moment before slowly speaking. Transformation fierce beast. As soon as these words came out, the other black-robed figure guarding Hu Qianxue immediately cried out in shock. How is it possible? When did the outskirts of the ancient spirit mountain range have a god transformation stage ferocious beast? It wasn't like they hadn't been to the ancient spirit mountain range before. The strength of the ferocious beasts in the outer rim were basically those of the cultivation meditation realm, and only in the inner rim would there be ones of such a level like the transformation spirit. What's going on today? This beast has had enough of the inner circle and has come to the periphery for a change of taste? Protect the lady. A long sword appeared in Elder Hu Yu's hand as he droned on. The black robe on his body fluttered slightly, and his four furry tails were instantly revealed, waving continuously in the air. And at this moment, Lin Zhao, who was standing on top of the mountain, first froze when he saw this scene, and then said with some surprise, "Four-tailed fox?" Although Lin Zhao was now a great emperor, the vast majority of his understanding of this world was still stuck in the information recorded by the system. Like the fox with multiple tails in front of him, seeing him for the first time was naturally a novelty. Interesting. Lin Zhao rubbed his chin, then turned his head to look at Bone Xiu and greeted him. I'll go down and check it out. Bone saw you run and bring that thing. Looking at Lin Zhao who suddenly floated down to the top of the mountain in front of him, the bone cultivator reacted after freezing for a moment, and not daring to be slow, it immediately turned around and rushed into the mountain range, disappearing. And at this moment down below, Elder Gu Yu, who was about to launch an attack, suddenly had a stutter in his body, looking at a young man who floated down from the air, and after sizing him up for a moment, the expression on his face instantly became grave. Can't see the realm. And what this meant was naturally clear to her, indicating that the youth who had suddenly appeared in front of her were all at least strong above the transformation god realm. Roar! The white tiger does not care who comes, has long been unable to hold back its roar after it bent down ready to come to a tiger leap. And right at that moment, Lin Zhao, who heard the commotion behind him, instantly turned around and glanced this way, and this glance instantly let the white tiger that was ready to pounce out freeze on the ground, and then instantly plopped down on the ground. The large tiger head sticking to the dirt, the previous hideous and horrible expression disappeared, and instead revealed a touch of humanized pity. Ow 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 ow. All of this happened too quickly. From Lin Zhao's intervention in the battlefield to the white tigers plopping on the ground was just a breath of effort. Looking at the previous also teeth and claws of the ferocious beast of the white tiger is now like a docile big cat lying on the ground wagging its tail and begging for mercy. This huge sense of contrast has really let the three people froze. Not bad looking. Seeing the big cat wagging its tail on the ground, Lin Zhao slowly walked up and touched the other party's furry forehead, and his expression became satisfied. The feel of this white tiger. It's so nice. It must be warm if you sleep in your arms at night. Ahem. And right at this moment, Elder Huyu, who had returned to his senses, first put away his weapon and then saluted the two Lin Zhao in front of him. Meet this senior. Although the person in front of him looked younger than himself, that was not what one looked at in the immortal cultivation world. At all times, strength is honored. This young man made the fierce beasts of the god transformation realm bow down and submit with just a look. His strength was definitely an existence far beyond theirs, and it was not too much to call him a senior. Besides, who knows if this one is an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. Fox Nation. Lin Zhao's eyes swept over several people one by one, finally pausing on Hu Qianshua's body before moving it away and slowly speaking. What's the point of coming to the ancient spirit mountain range? Back to Elder. Seeing the other party speak, Huyu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly returned. We just want to search for a spirit herb here. Spirit herb? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao looked at the other party with a smirk and then stopped jerking the tiger, getting up while opening his mouth unhurriedly. Lower grade spirit herb of the earth rank, bewitching starflower? In Tianxian continent, pills and spiritual herbs and the like were further divided into 4 grades of heaven, earth, xian and yellow, each of which was subdivided into upper, middle and lower grades. And the bewildering starflower that the few people in front of them were looking for was a high-level spirit herb that was unique within the ancient spirit mountain range. The target was revealed by the other party, and all three of their faces changed slightly. Elder Huyu's expression returned to normal after a moment of surprise, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Not bad. It's none other than the confusing starflower. Huyu looked behind her as she spoke, very politely. I'm sorry, senior. We still have important matters to attend to, so we won't stay here for long. We'll see you later. Wait. Looking at the several people who were casting inquiring gazes at him, Lin Zhao smiled before slowly saying, the ancient spirit mountain range is not calm right now. All the ferocious beasts have begun to riot, and with your strength you are afraid that you won't even be able to enter the inner circle, let alone obtain the bewitching starflower. When these words came out, the three of them immediately fell silent. They knew that the other party was telling the truth. The ancient spirit mountain range, in addition to the dominant bone dragon, was inhabited by an unknown number of powerful ferocious beasts. Their cultivation at the transformation god realm might be enough to defend themselves in the outer circle, but if they went into the inner circle, they were afraid that they would die 9 deaths. But, after glancing at Hu Qianxue behind her, Elder Huyu then nodded slightly to the two of them and sighed softly. Thanks for the reminder, senior, but we also have a reason why we must go. How about we make a deal? Ha! Looking at the several people who froze, Lin Zhao smiled before casting his gaze to his side. A figure instantly appeared. It was none other than Bone Cultivator, Palace Master. The Bone Cultivator raised his hand and handed out the object in his hand, respectfully saying, here's what you asked for. And as its palm spread out, a star-like flower instantly appeared in front of several people's eyes. This is, looking at the strangely shaped flower, Hu Qianxue, who had been silent, suddenly opened her mouth, her tone full of excitement. Bewitching Starflower. Attachment, Hu Qianxue. Chapter 9, The Fox Clan of Green Hills. Looking at the bewitching starflower in Bone Cultivator's hand, the three people's gazes instantly glued to it, their sights unwilling to move away. Its shape was like a star, and the flower bloomed at 5 angles. It was the earth-grade spiritual grass. Confusing starflower. How could they not expect that the thing that several of them had held out for certain death before they could possibly obtain now suddenly appeared in front of them? Transactions. After returning to her senses, Huyu forced down the excitement in her heart and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I wonder what the deal is that senior is talking about. It's simple. Lin Xiao took the bewildering starflower from Bone Cultivator's hands and looked at Hu Qianxue behind him under Huyu's puzzled gaze and smiled faintly. The bewitching starflower can be given to you. And that little girl from the cultivation of the underworld realm, is she willing to enter my Wuji palace and become a disciple of this seat? Ha! When these words came out, not only the three of them, even Bone Cultivator froze. He didn't think that his own palace master would let himself make a special trip just to accept a disciple. As the person concerned, Hu Qianxue was also a bit overwhelmed for a while. She simply did not expect the other party to talk about the topic but suddenly pulled to himself. And the two Huyu beside him reacted with an expression that turned odd. This person in front of me even wants to accept my own princess as a disciple as a condition for exchanging the confusing starflower. Thinking of this, Hu Yu and the other man exchanged glances, both seeing the other's meaning. Seems like, isn't out of the question, haha, although the Wuji Palace or whatever has never heard of it. But from the operation of this one in front of him who tamed the white tiger of the god transformation stage and the lift of the eye, and this one in front of him who suddenly appeared and couldn't see through the realm of the bone cultivator, it is enough to see that the strength of this clan is not weak. In their opinion, the strength of the person in front of them was at least at the heavenly exaltation realm or even higher, and that would already be enough to serve as the domain master of certain small domains. The strongest person within their clan was only the star sovereign 8th heavenly clan chief Hu Yuxuan, Hu Qianshue's father, who was now also in a coma due to serious injuries and his condition was still deteriorating. The only way to save people was to refine a potion with the bewitching starflower as the main herb, which was what made them come on this trip. And although the two of them were both transformation spirits, it was difficult for them to even defend themselves when placed in the inner circle of this ancient spirit mountain range, and it was a toss-up whether or not they would be able to find the bewitching starflower, much less take it with them to retreat in one piece. Now, the bewitching starflower was right in front of her, and the condition was only for her own young lady to join her sect and worship her master. Calculating like this, they could obtain the confusing starflower without having to risk their lives to break into the ancient spirit mountain range. And their own young lady was also worshipping such a strong person as her teacher. It could simply be said that it was a triple win. I agree. Before Hu Yu and the two of them could open their mouths to persuade her, Hu Qianxue resolutely agreed. This matter was completely beneficial to her. Worshipping and whatnot aside, the main thing was that the arrival of the bewitching starflower also meant that her father was saved, so she naturally had no reason to refuse. Hu Qianxue crossed over Hu Yu and came in front of Lin Xiao. Then she took off her black robe and her true face was revealed. 3,000 green silk falling vertically, pointed white tender earlobes from which exposed, clear white greasy face exudes a trace of charm, crimson pupils in the eyes as if drunkenly rotating, adding a more charming temperament. Anyone who saw this woman would not be able to help but sigh. What a saucy girl. Master is above. Hu Qianxue directly fell to her knees, her face filled with solemnity. Please accept my disciple Hu Qianxue's obeisance. And as his words fell, the system's voice followed in Lin Zhao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in a 10-star gifted disciple. The quest rewards 2 advanced summoning cards, 3 enlightenment tea trees, 2 chances to draw random rewards have been given out, and the sect's facilities, the Hall of Enlightenment, have been perfected. Listening to the sound that kept ringing in his ears, Lin Xiao felt like a spring breeze, and even the white tiger under his hand was touched twice more. Rise, apprentice. Lin Xiao waved his hand to help the other party up out of thin air before raising his hand to hand out the confusing starflower and smiled. Since you have become a disciple of this seat, then in the future you must abide by the rules of the sect and cultivate diligently, striving to attain the Tao as soon as possible. Yes, the apprentice follows his master's orders. After Hu Qianxue stood up and looked at the bewitching starflower in her hand, a light smile instantly appeared on her pretty face. This flower has arrived. Father is saved. No good. And right at this moment, the exclamation from behind her made Hu Qianxue come back to her senses from her joy, and after turning her head, she saw Hu Yu, and the look on her face could be said to be difficult to see. What is it, Elder Hu Yu? And Hu Qianxue, who saw this expression on the other side, immediately thumped in her heart, and a bad premonition surged to her heart. Something's wrong, ma'am. Hu Yu's face was ugly as she gritted her teeth. I received a message from the Grand Elder that the Underworld Python clan has launched an all-out attack on our clan. The Grand Elder asked us to take you to leave the East Prosperity Domain quickly. What? When these words came out, Hu Qianxue immediately stared wide-eyed, and after returning to her senses, without the slightest hesitation, she directly turned around and fell to her knees, saying in a quick tone, the family is in trouble. The disciple requests to return temporarily to save his blood relatives. I hope that master will grant it. After saying the words, Hu Qianxue, who didn't hear the other party's reply, was also trembling in her heart. She knew that what she did in this matter was really immoral. Originally, their worship was predicated on a deal, but now that they had to go back after getting the stuff themselves, what was the difference between that and empty gloves? But the current situation did not allow her to think too much. Her parents and blood relatives were in the family. She was sure to go back, even if she would die. As for requesting one's master's hand, this idea was snuffed out by Hu Qianxue just as soon as it was born, although he had already worshipped the master. But the two of them hadn't known each other for more than half a day from the time they met, so how could he go and open such a mouth? The family is in trouble. Looking at Hu Qianxue, who was kneeling on the ground, Lin Zhao's expression was a bit strange. Not because the former had told himself that he wanted to leave, but rather he was thinking about a question. Since the hidden system quest was completed when he took in the bone cultivator, it meant that there must be many other quests waiting to be triggered or completed on their own, like taking in a few affiliated forces as minions? After thinking about this, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated to try. There is no harm in trying. The reward is not even if there is. If there is, then it is also considered to confirm their own speculation. The next can also be better development of the clan. Read your piece of piety. Lin Xiao waved his hand to forcefully lift up the other party. Then he turned his head to look at Bone Cultivator before instantly disappearing in place, his voice resounding in the void. The master has promised to go early and return early. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Hu Qianxue once again bent down and saluted, and could be described as exceptionally grateful to her master teacher, whom she had just met not long ago. If he could come back alive this time, he would surely live up to the other party's kindness. Wait, just as the three of them, Hu Qianxue, were preparing to leave, the bone cultivator suddenly opened his mouth, slowly speaking under the puzzled gazes of several people. There's a deal to be made, do it or not. Chapter 10, Chasing Qingqiu. Deal? Hu Yu and her companion beside her exchanged glances, both seeing the odd color in the other's eyes. It's weird how these two seniors both like to trade so much. Of course, spit after spit, Hu Yu was still polite. I wonder what deal this senior is talking about. For the sake of the palace master's disciples. After Bone Cultivator glanced at Hu Qianxue, he said with a flat face, I, Wuji Palace, can help your clan through this difficult time. When these words came out, all three of them froze, and Hu Yu spoke after a moment of silence. That condition, because the other party previously said that this is a transaction, so this help is certainly paid, and now we will see. The other party out of the price of their own Qingqiu Fox clan cannot accept it. It's simple. Bonesaw spoke out with his arms wrapped around his chest. As long as your clan is willing to become a subordinate force of my Wuji Palace will automatically come to your aid. Attached, affiliated forces? This condition is also really out of several people's expectations. But several people look at each other. A time is also in a tangle. Hu Qianxue just a clan of young master. The rest of the Hu Yu and another person is only elder. Wanna let the Qingqiu Fox clan to become a subordinate force words, they say cannot count. Unless the patriarch and the great elders agreed together only. Yes. Just as Hu Yu and the two hesitated, a firm voice suddenly rang out, and they looked up in dismay, their eyes falling on their own young lady who suddenly spoke out. Elder. Hu Qianxue raised her head to meet the two men's gazes directly and said in a deep voice, we've run out of time. If the Qingqiu Fox clan could still hold out, the Grand Elder wouldn't have said something like letting them flee the East Prosperity Domain. The current Qingqiu Fox clan, with the clan chief seriously injured and unconscious, and the invasion of foreign enemies, can be said to have reached the juncture of life and death. What do you care at this point? Living is the most important thing. If you die, there's nothing left. Only by surviving this calamity would the Qingqiu Fox clan be able to continue to survive on this continent, becoming an affiliated force and living. When this choice question appeared in the minds of the two Hu Yu, they hesitated for a moment before choosing the latter. Senpai. Hu Yu bowed to Bone Cultivator and his tone became firm. As long as the Wuji Palace steps in to help, my Qingqiu Fox clan is willing to become affiliated. Good. Seeing that the other party agreed, the Bone Cultivator didn't hesitate and twisted his head to look at a certain place, and in the next moment, two figures stepped into the air, and then landed on the ground under the watchful eyes of several people. Elder Bone Cultivator. The two figures that landed on the ground first greeted Bone Cultivator, and it was no one else but Zhang Liang and Li Ming. Lin Xiao had already introduced them to the Bone Cultivator before he came, and although he hadn't seen the other party, the one present who made them unable to see the realm was the one in front of them. The two of them will solve the danger of your clan. Don't forget what the palace master said. Go early and return early. After Bone Cultivator finished speaking, he took the white tiger and rushed up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared under the watchful eyes of several people. It's not too late. Let's go. Zhang Liang Li Ming, who had gotten a sign from his own palace master, didn't dare to delay, and immediately prepared to set off. Hu Qianxue's three people naturally had no problem with it, and automatically led the way in front. As for whether or not they were worried about the lack of support from the two Hu Yu had already placed their hearts in their stomachs when they realized that they still couldn't see each other's realms. At this time, Lin Xiao had already returned to the sect, and being in the air, he didn't drop down at the first opportunity, but instead began to deal with the rewards that he had obtained earlier. Lin Xiao raised his right hand, and 9 young dragon-shaped auras hovered in his palm. Heavenly spiritual veins? Lin Xiao muttered, and as he moved his mind, 9 small dragons instantly flew out and fell from the heights, landing in 9 places to wrap the Wuji Palace in. Boom! The moment the spirit vein drilled into the ground, the mountains and rivers also roared with it, and the spiritual chi of this place's realm began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths of effort, the concentration of aura here soared to an extremely high level. Now the Wuji Palace, the naked eye can be seen rising clouds of mist, and this is all gathered by the rich and inseparable aura. Well, that's more like it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction before he fell from the air, and just as he stepped on the ground, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Master! Lin Xiao slightly turned sideways. Then a pretty figure came into view. It was no one else but his own chief great disciple, Yun Linger. Its spirit. Lin Xiao nodded his head after looking at it for a couple of moments, his tone carrying some appreciation. Cultivating the underworld realm now? Not bad. Lin Xiao was also a little emotional when he said, worthy of being a systems-certified genius. How long has it been? This great disciple of his own, the Void Bible, has already been initiated, and the cultivation aspect is also followed by a breakthrough. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be glad that he had a golden finger. Otherwise he would have to start working from the bottom. How much blood and sweat would he have to put in to catch up and surpass these geniuses? It's all thanks to Master. Yun Linger shook her head slightly. She knew that if she hadn't had the other party's help in gathering spiritual chi earlier, even her own breakthrough would never have been that easy. Right, Master? Yun Linger raised her eyes to look at the misty valley in front of her and curiously said, what's going on with the sect? The aura has suddenly become so dense. Yun Linger thought that she had never seen such a rich aura since she had grown up, let alone cultivating here. And now she could feel the aura entering her body continuously between her breaths. It's nothing. Master buried a few spirit veins to facilitate cultivation, Lin Xiao said as he seemed to remember something. His eyes searched for a moment before quickly locking onto a certain place and nodded. By the way, that's where the Hall of Enlightenment is located. It can help you better comprehend the Void Bible, so you can go there on your own. The Hall of Enlightenment, the real literal meaning of the explanation, in addition to the enlightenment of the Tao, does not have other uses, and it is precisely this that can highlight its powerful place. As long as you enter the Hall of Enlightenment, the Tao rhythm that fills it will make the cultivator's spiritual platform clear and enter the state of epiphany at the fastest speed. And such a state has twice the effect with half the effort, no matter whether it is to participate in any gongfu or cultivation. The Hall of Enlightenment? After listening to Lin Zhao's introduction, Yun Linger's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, her gaze locking onto that large hall for half a day and refusing to move away. Go ahead if you want to. Thank you, Master. Hearing her teacher's promise, Yun Linger immediately rushed towards the Hall of Enlightenment with impatience, while Lin Xiao smiled as he watched it go away. Palace Master. Just then, two figures fell from the sky, and it was none other than Bone Cultivator and the White Tiger that had been forcibly brought here. Back. Lin Xiao casually then jerked up the White Tiger's fur and looked at Bone Cultivator under the latter's aggrieved gaze, nodding and smiling. How about it? Our clan environment is okay. The Palace Master's methods truly put the Bone Cultivator to shame. Bone Cultivator praised at the same time as also really convinced. Here they remember before the concentration of spiritual chi is quite general. Now the ground but more so many spiritual veins. Do not guess all no must be this Palace Master made. And the grades of these spirit veins he could feel. Veritable heavenly ranked spirit veins. Even if placed in the entire Tianqian continent there were only those. Like within the people he knew. Only that dead as sea of illusory blue had two heavenly ranked spirit veins. And every time they met, they had to sneer at themselves twice while showing off. And a place like Linxiao where so many heaven-ranked spirit veins were gathered together and the aura was so dense that it turned into mist was also unique when looking at the entire Tianqian continent. Chapter 11, Quelling the Unrest. Xiang Mountain. Looking down from a high place, one could see at a glance the huge complex of buildings halfway up the mountain. And this was exactly where the Fox clan of Qingqiu lived. But at this time, the originally grand and magnificent complex could be described as dilapidated at this time, with rolling black smoke rising from everywhere. Uncountable figures fought in these buildings, with all sorts of spells rushing up to the sky, and the shouts of killing were deafening. In the air, there were also dozens of figures that continuously intersected and then separated in the air, and the fallout from the collision of attacks continued to fall, causing the complex below to become more and more dilapidated. In this, there is a battlefield but no one dares to approach, from which a random flying out of an attack or letting the two sides of the battle constantly avoid, for fear of being rubbed on a little. There was no other reason. Simply because this was a battle belonging to two high-level star sovereign realm powerhouses. Hu Chuan. In the middle of the battle, an old man wearing a black robe and holding a long sword in his hand laughed out loud after waving out a sword chi to force his opponent back. Your Qingqiu Fox clan will die today. Humph. The old man called Hu Chuan snorted coldly, 5 tails flying behind his back, and even though his white clothes were covered in spots of blood, his aura was not at all inferior. Raising the long sword in his hand, he said in a deep voice, "The battle isn't over yet. Don't talk too soon. Why? You don't really think it's come to this, that a miracle will happen?" The black-clothed old man snorted, the blood-stained longsword in his hand pointing downward from a distance. "Your people, it seems, can't hold out much longer." The two sides fighting on the ground were naturally the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Underworld Python clan. From the battle situation, it seemed that the Underworld Python clan had already gained the upper hand, and no matter how hard the Qingqiu Fox clan resisted, they were unable to restore the decline, and defeat was only a matter of time. Hu Chuan face heavy. He naturally can see the situation on the field. This nearly overwhelming situation, even he is also feel a little powerless. If only the head of the family was okay. Thinking of this, Hu Chuan also couldn't help but lament in his heart. Their Qingqiu Fox clan was originally quite a bit weaker than the Underworld Python clan, but fortunately, the strength of their family head, Hu Yuxuan, always pressed the family head of the Underworld Python clan head on, which made the status between the two clans even. However, as the head of his own family fell into a coma due to a serious injury from an accident, the delicate balance between the two great families was immediately shattered, and within a few days of this, the other party had raised the power of one family to hit the door. The one leading the group was also the black-clothed old man on the opposite side, the Grand Elder of the Underworld Python clan, Eu Feng. In terms of cultivation, Hu Chuan was not weaker than the other party. Both of them were all-star Sovereign Realm 7th heavenly existences, so they were able to make a match, but he alone cannot sway the battlefield. In addition to the battlefield on the ground, even in the air of the two clans' elite war is also their Qingqiu Fox clan is at a disadvantage. However, the most puzzling thing for Hu Chuan was why the family head of the Underworld Python clan had not shown up from the beginning of the battle until now. If the other party had joined, this battle would have ended long ago. Cut the crap and come back, Great Elder. Just as Hu Chuan was about to continue striking, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hu Chuan's figure lurched, subconsciously turning his head. His eyes instantly widened upon seeing the several figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. "Qian Xue, why are you guys back?" said Hu Chuan as he turned his gaze to Hu Yu on the side, and his tone became irritated. "Hu Yu, have you forgotten what I told you? Why did you bring this girl back?" There was no way for him not to be angry. It was only a matter of time before the current Qingqiu Fox clan fell. As a great elder, he can only live and die with the clan at the same time to retain part of the Qingqiu Fox clan bloodline in order to wait for the future to rise again. For this reason, he specifically sent a message to Hu Yu for the two of her to leave the East Prosperity Domain with Hu Qianxue. I had thought that several people had escaped successfully at this time, but I didn't expect them to come back now. How could this make Hu Chuan not angry? The Great Elder. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu opened her mouth and was just about to say something when she was interrupted by a sudden loud laugh. "Ahahaha, so that great lady from your clan is here." Phantom Wind's eyes gathered on Hu Qianxue and he sneered coldly. "The purest bloodline of the Qingqiu Fox clan? It just so happens that the young master of my clan has worshipped in the Luofu sect and has been accepted as a disciple by Luo Jietianzuan. So it's just right to bring you back to him as a room concubine." When these words came out, the rest of the people besides Zhang Liang Liming all changed their faces. Luofu sect, one of the three major forces in the East Prosperity Domain, tens of thousands of people up and down the sect, a veritable behemoth. Its patriarch, Luo Jie, had broken through the heavenly exaltation realm 300 years ago, and was quite famous even in the neighboring domains. So what if it's the Rovian faction? Hu Chuan stepped forward and stood in front of Hu Qianxue to block her, cursing at Yu Feng. "With your young master's meager cultivation, he dares to covet my lady. He simply doesn't know the heights of heaven." What do you know? After being infamously scolded by Hu Chuan, Yu Feng's expression also went cold as he said in a chilling voice, "My family's young master has the qualifications of a heavenly sovereign, and his future achievements are not something that guys like you can judge. Much ado about nothing." Hu Chuan raised the long sword in his hand while secretly transmitting to several people behind him. "Elder Hu Yu, hurry up and take this girl out of here. Don't try to be strong anymore, and it won't be too late to avenge my clan later." The current Hu Chuan only wanted the Qingqiu Fox clan's bloodline to be preserved, and for that reason, he was also ready to fight to the death to cover the retreat of a few people. "No, Grandpa Kawa." But to his surprise, Hu Qianxue was slightly shaking her head to show her refusal. Before Hu Chuan could react, Hu Qianxue turned around and bowed to the two men with unfamiliar faces. "Please ask the two elders to make a move to relieve my Fox clan's danger." Aha! As Hu Qianxue opened her mouth, Zhang Liang Liming looked at each other before striking out at the same time. "Leave the top to me." Zhang Liang raised his right hand as he spoke, then slowly fanned it out in front of him. Buzz! As Zhang Liang struck out, the aura of this heaven and earth gave a sudden start, and then began to frantically coalesce in one place. soon condensing into a giant palm that carried a terrifying aura toward the not-so-distant Yufeng. Ha! Yufeng stood frozen in place until the palm wind brought up by that attack blew across his cheeks, causing him to react, and his face instantly revealed a look of fear. This is the heavenly exaltation realm? Just as Yufeng finished speaking, the giant palm also flew close to him, and he could only resist by striking out several sword chi powerlessly. But one person and one sword can be quite small in front of this aura giant palm, and Yufeng's sword chi can't even do anything to slow down the speed. The moment the two came into contact, not far away, Zhang Liang slightly clenched his palm, and the giant palm of aura followed suit as it contracted, and the miserable screams of the phantom wind instantly followed suit. Ah! The mournful screams were numbing to the ear, but soon the sound came to an abrupt end. Zhang Liang spread out his hand, and in the giant palm of aura, the figure of the phantom wind disappeared, and in its place was a giant python, covered in black scales, motionless, and had lost its vitality. The great elder of the underworld clan. Meteor, Chapter 12, Strong Suppression. Gulp. Looking at the python that was completely devoid of life, Hu Chuan subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and for a while his mind was also a bit messy, not on par with his own cultivation. The grand elder of the underworld python clan, a powerhouse at the seventh heaven of the star sovereign realm, was actually pinched to death in one fell swoop, without even having a chance to escape. He was directly suppressed and killed. If he were in his place, he was afraid that it would be the same. Thinking of this, Hu Chuan also shuddered. Reacting, he subconsciously looked at Hu Yu, his eyes inquiring about the situation. This, outside of glancing at Zhang Liang, who was not far away, Hu Yu also began to transmit her voice to the other party. And during this effort of their voice transmission, whether it was Zhang Liang or Li Ming could be said to be on fire, and in no time at all, the upper hand occupied by the underworld python race was pulled back hard. On the battlefield in the air, Zhang Liang of the heavenly exaltation realm could be said to be a descending blow when facing this group of Psy-Pythons of the transformation god realm, casually swinging his palm. Those Psy-Python elders kept falling just like the dumplings. The situation on the ground was even more needless to say. Li Mingguang didn't even move his hand, directly releasing his heavenly exaltation realm's pressure, and under its deliberate targeting, the underworld python clan's children who were in the middle of the battle were immediately suppressed. Can be said to be struggling. The fighting force is 10. And the people of the Qingqiu Fox clan is not a little cute. Seeing this scene is naturally make efforts to greet up the opposite side, before being suppressed by the depression of the gas can be said to be swept away. This, looking at the situation that was reversed in 2 levels in the blink of an eye, Hu Chuan pulled the corner of his mouth. His mouth was wide open, and for a while he didn't know what to say. After learning what happened from Hu Yu, if he didn't know that the other party wouldn't joke about such things, Hu Chuan would have thought that the other party was making up stories. Before they even entered the ancient spirit mountain range, they encountered a mysterious strongman who exchanged the earth-rank spirit grass bewildering starflower with them in exchange for letting Hu Qianxue worship the master and join the clan. Then there was the fact that the other party actually wanted to take them as a subordinate force after learning about what had happened to their Qingqiu Fox clan, and after Hu Yu and the others agreed to do so, they sent these 2 Tianzuan realm powerhouses in front of them to help them. Rao Hu Chuan had lived for thousands of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. As for the matter of the Qingqiu Fox clan giving someone else as a subordinate force, Hu Chuan didn't blame a few people for this. After all, according to that situation at that time, that was indeed the optimal choice. Even in his place, he would have agreed to it. Besides, it wasn't impossible to give this kind of powerful mysterious sect as an affiliated force. Even the elders sent out to help them get even were in the heavenly exalted realm. Qianxue as the master as the head of a sect, how could his strength be weaker? Maybe he was a god king or even a great saint-level powerhouse. Becoming a subordinate force of such a behemoth, their Qingqiu Fox clan, they were going to take off. Qianxue at After returning to his senses, Hu Chuan was just about to admonish Hu Qianxue for a couple of sentences, and then realized that the other party didn't know where to go. And after looking around for half a day, he finally cast a questioning glance at Hu Yu. She's gone to the back of the mountain to see the matriarch. Hu Yu pointed to the back of the mountain, where their clan leader, Hu Qianxue's father, Hu Yuxuan, was healing. Now that there is Zhang Liang Li Ming here to control the situation, Hu Qianxue naturally will not forget her father who was still in a coma and rushes to the back of the mountain to save her father accompanied by another elder. Phew, that's good. Hu Chuan just put down his heart. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Alert! He subconsciously gripped the long sword, but immediately put down the weapon after seeing the other side of the face. Rushed to salute. I'm sorry, this elder lord, for being abrupt just now. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him was none other than Zhang Liang. After a battle, his hair on his head was not the slightest bit messy, his face was calm, and he shook his head slightly at Hu Chuan. No harm done. As soon as Zhang Liang's words fell, Li Ming from below also flew closer and nodded. Okay. Hu Chuan looked towards the ground and was somewhat silent for a while. At this moment, the ground could be described as being littered with python corpses, in which there were quite a few fox corpses mixed in. Although their Qingqiu Fox clan had quickly rebounded under Li Ming's joining them, their losses before that were definitely quite a lot. Not to talk about heavy losses, but they were still considered to be injured. But no matter what, it's better than extermination. Thinking of this, Hu Chuan's mood was also a lot better. After gathering his mood, he opened his mouth to the two people in front of him. Thank you both for this, Qingqiu Fox clan. Before Hu Chuan could finish his sentence, a roar interrupted him, and all the people in the sky and on the ground looked up to see who was shouting so loudly. In full view of everyone, a middle-aged man dressed in black swept from the air, and in the blink of an eye, he came close, looking at the numerous python corpses on the ground with a gloomy face. Hu Chuan, who saw the visitor, was first stunned, and then his eyebrows wrinkled slightly in surprise. You Wansheng, you made a breakthrough? The person who came was no one else. It was none other than the clan chief of the underworld python clan, Yu Wansheng, who had not shown his face since the beginning of the battle. Originally, Hu Chuan was still wondering why the other party hadn't come, but he understood after feeling the stronger and stronger aura on the other party. Cut the crap, Hu Kan, Yu Wansheng, tyrannically looking at the Qingqiu Fox clan in this heaven and earth, roared. I'm going to slaughter the entirety of your Qingqiu Fox clan today. Today's Yu Wansheng dared to say such words naturally had its backbone. Relying on a strain of ground-level spirit grass obtained by chance, his cultivation broke through 2 consecutive heavens to come to the star sovereign realm 10th heaven. Hopefully the heavenly dignity, coupled with an ancestral divine weapon, the cold wind gun, the current Yu Wansheng could be considered quite inflated. Although he didn't know how his phantom python clan had fallen, but those were unimportant. All he had to do now was to kill all the Qingqiu Fox clan members in front of him. Arrogant. The very next moment after Yu Wansheng finished speaking, a cold humming sound suddenly rang out, and before he could react, the strange man who had previously stood next to Hu Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him, and his raised right hand carried a thin layer of spiritual energy towards himself. Not good. Seeing that palm of the hand, Yu Wansheng instantly sweated. The other party's seemingly uneventful strike instantly made him feel the aura of death. Too late to dodge away. He could only block the cold wind lance in his hand in front of his body. The moment the two collided, the sudden eruption of terrifying spiritual power instantly made the cold wind gun begin to tremble. Yu Wansheng only felt a loosening in his hand, and the divine weapon that was the ancestral weapon of their clan flew out, ending up in the hands of the person in front of him. Not bad for a divine weapon. Li Ming stroked the lance in his hand for a moment before he backhanded it and stabbed it out in a swift motion. Yu Wansheng only felt a pain in his chest, and when he lowered his head, a familiar body of the lance came into his eyes. Feeling the power that began to continuously drain from within his body, Yu Wansheng stared wide-eyed, and a trace of blood flowed down the corner of his open mouth. The heavenly realm. After the words fell, the size of Yu Wansheng also began to change, and a giant python with shiny black scales and armor was picked by Li Ming in the air, its vitality already gone. The leader of the underworld python clan, the star sovereign realm 10th heavenly strength, Yu Wansheng, had fallen. Chapter 13, Submission of the Fox Clan, Xiang Mountain. With the successive fall of Grand Elder Yu Feng as well as Yu Wansheng, the underworld python clan also fell, with most of the incoming elites killed and a small portion captured. The surviving children of the Qingqiu Fox clan cleaned up the battlefield under the command of the many elders. Looking down from the air, one could see that the Qingqiu Fox's residence, which had been destroyed for the most part, was filled with busy Fox clan disciples, and each of them, although their faces were complicated, were all relieved in their hearts. Although the destruction of the house and the killing of their companions was inevitably sad, it was good that they won the final victory and survived. While the crowd outside was busy, inside a still intact hall, Zhang Liang and Li Ming were sitting here, both holding a cup of hot tea in their hands. Please ask the two elders to rest here for a little while. Hu Chuan stood in front of the two men and said politely, the head of my family has awakened and will be here soon. As soon as Hu Chuan's words fell, a group of people outside walked in with quick steps. The leader of the middle-aged appearance was Hu Qianshua's support. Majestic appearance is not angry, pale, only a trace of blood, as if the first recovery from a serious illness. Matriarch. The Hu Chuan who saw the visitor also spoke out respectfully. This person was not someone else. It was the head of a clan, with a cultivation of the 8th heaven of the star sovereign realm, Hu Yuxian. Aha! The head of the clan first nodded slightly to Hu Chuan and then patted his daughter, who was assisting him, to signal him to let go of himself, and then stepped forward a few steps, his face showing a touch of solemnity, and said in a deep voice, In my Qingqiu Fox clan chief Hu Yuxuan, meet the two elders. This time fortunately rely on the two of you to come to the aid of my Fox clan. My clan up and down grateful. Although it is the head of a clan, but Hu Mingxuan's posture is put very low. He is very clear in front of these two but the actual Tianzuan realm powerhouses. Their own a star sovereign realm which dares to put on airs. Patriarch who doesn't need to be polite. Zhang Liang Liming got up at the same time and didn't put up a fight, saying in a warm voice, "We all do what the Lord Palace Master says." When he said this, Zhang Liang looked at Hu Yu and said with a meaningful meaning, "Since the Fox clan's danger has been solved, the deal you made with my Wuji Palace before, it's natural." Hu Yuxuan nodded decisively and said in a solemn voice, "My clan will naturally keep its promise, and from now on, my Qingqiu Fox clan will be a subsidiary force of the Wuji Palace." And in response, the many Fox clan elders following behind him all revealed a look of approval. If these two powerful people had not come to their aid, their Qingqiu Fox clan would have been destroyed long ago, and they were not stubborn people. If it was said that they would give a clan of similar strength as a subordinate force, then they might still be unconvinced and resentful. However, when it was known that the two heavenly dignitaries in front of them who could overthrow their clans with their hands were only elders of the Wuji Palace, everyone's hearts instantly aligned. Such a clan even in the entire Tianxian continent is definitely the name of the existence of their Qingqiu Fox clan can become its subsidiary forces. Behind them is also considered to have a backer. The reasoning of leaning on a big tree is a good thing to ride on. These old and sophisticated elders will not fail to understand. And one by one, they raised their hands and feet in favor of it. And while Hu Yuxuan's side was responding, Lin Xiao, who was far away in the great hall of the patriarch with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and his body subconsciously sat up straight, listening to the voice that suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in the first subordinate force, rewarding the clan protection array, the 9 heavenly prison thunder array. Protector formation? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. The system really didn't let him down, and this kind of confirmed his suspicions. Lin Xiao tapped on the system page with some anticipation as he thought about it and checked out this grand formation. 9 heavenly prison thunder formation. Once this formation is formed, it will form a thunder cloud in the void, summoning rolling heavenly thunder under the control of the controller to use it to defend the enemy. One person as the eye of the formation to control. The rest of the number of people into the formation is not limited. The power of all the people into the formation finally by the eye of the formation at the end of the manipulation of that one manipulator to carry out the operation. In other words, the more people there were, the more powerful this formation would be. Good stuff, Lin Xiao said and turned his attention to the other items in the system space. Before the collection of bone cultivation and the collection of the second disciples reward themselves have not been looking at, just now have time to look at, can be used in a hurry to use, put it and cannot be pups. 9 heavenly grade spiritual veins, 2 ancient soldiers, for chances to draw random rewards, 2 advanced summoning cards, 3 enlightenment tea trees, and the perfection of the sex hall of enlightenment. These were all of Lin Xiao's previous gains, while the 9 spirit veins had already been driven into the ground and used up. The 2 ancient weapons, if they were a heavenly guardian shield and a heavenly drilling spear, Lin Xiao decided to keep them first. Advanced summoning cards, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, and with curiosity, he clicked on its introduction. Advanced summoning card, which can randomly summon a powerful person from the heavenly dawn realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Guaranteed heavenly realm? After reading the introduction, Lin Xiao pondered for a few moments before directly flinging his hand in a bold and horizontal manner. Use, no matter what is summoned is basically the same to himself anyway. They are all his loyal subordinates. It's just a matter of strength and weakness. System, use 2 advanced summoning cards. Ding! Advanced summoning card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Sage Realm Powerhouse Zhou Meng and the Divine King Realm Powerhouse Bai Jie. Phew! After hearing the realm that the system burst out, Lin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is not a non-celebrity. Although he did not draw a strong person of the quasi-emperor realm, but at least there is no guaranteed heavenly dignity realm, which is a good thing to be happy about. Nope. Suddenly, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, recalling the name the system had just spoken, and a thought subconsciously popped into his mind. Zhou Meng, Bai Jie. This seems to be a female name. Lin Xiao had just thought of this when a scene that appeared in front of him instantly caught his attention, only to see that not far from the center of the great hall, 2 beautiful figures instantly appeared, kneeling down to Lin Xiao at the first opportunity after landing, their pleasant voices sounding at the same time. Zhou Meng, Bai Jie, greets the palace master. Lin Xiao's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the 2 people kneeling on the ground in front of him, only to realize that he was the one who had thought wrongly from the start. Since the summoning of strong people to see the natural not male and female gender. Female so what? As usual, can fight and resist. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao also stopped dwelling on it and made a sound to signal the two to get up. Get up first. Yes. X2 inch. As the two rose and looked up, two delicate faces were instantly revealed. Zhou Meng was dressed in a red dress with a slender figure, and the red pattern between her eyebrows added a touch of femininity. Bai Jia, on the other hand, was dressed in a white robe. Her figure was even better than Zhou Meng's, and paired with that bland temperament, even Lin Xiao's eyes unconsciously lingered on her for a while longer. Ahem. Lin Xiao, who had regained his senses, coughed twice lightly, then raised his hand and gently waved it, and the heavenly guardian shield and the heavenly drilling spear immediately appeared in front of the two of them. You can use these two weapons for now. Thank you, Palace Master. After seeing the two of them accept it, Lin Xiao also nodded in satisfaction. A sharp weapon like an ancient soldier could only be maximized in the hands of a strong person. As for Zhang Liang and Li Ming, let them use the Dao soldier first to make do. Chapter 14, Heavenly Grade Spirit Fruit. You guys go ahead and go down. Looking at the two below, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Go and choose a location to open a cave on your own. Yes, Palace Master. Only after seeing the two out of the hall did Lin Xiao retract his gaze, his attention shifting to the system once again. 3 tea trees of enlightenment. The enlightenment tea tree, a top-grade spiritual root of the heavenly order. Its utility is as its name suggests. Drinking the tea leaves, one will immediately have a clear spiritual platform and the Dao charm added to one's body, which is greatly beneficial to cultivation, and can be considered as a top-level cultivation resource. Not bad, not bad, good stuff. After reading the introduction, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly flew out of the hall to a high altitude, looking at the clan below and pondering for a moment before making his decision. Right here, Lin Xiao muttered as he raised his hand and waved it lightly, and 3 golden lights immediately flew out of his sleeve and fell, finally falling to the ground and directly into it. Boom! As the golden light entered the ground shook violently with it. Amidst the roaring sound, the ground quickly cracked open, and 3 large trees broke through the ground and grew against the wind, reaching a height of 3 feet in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao lowered his height and hovered in the air, surveying the tree in front of him with a curious gaze. One could only see that this tree was pitch black, with a lush crown, and each leaf had a divine Dao pattern on it, and a refreshing and peculiar fragrance came out with it as it swayed with the wind. Even though Lin Xiao was already a great emperor, he felt his spirit lifted after smelling this fragrance, and with a slight wave of his hand, dozens of tea leaves emitting a strange fragrance fell into his palm. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the hall of the meeting, held the stone cup that he had created with his hands and took a sip after blowing away the hot air on it, and the refreshing flavor instantly spread in his mouth. Well, good tea. Although Lin Xiao wasn't a master of the tea ceremony, it didn't affect the fact that he found it delicious. Of course, he didn't forget to open the system page and Yodo out while drinking tea. System, have a quadruple draw. As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, the system's emotionless electronic voice followed. Ding! For random reward extraction opportunities were used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Soldier Phoenix Bao, Yuan Spirit Fruit X99, 3 Realm Enhancement Cards, and 2 drops of Ancient Fierce Beast Essence Blood. Listening to the long series of voices ringing in his head, Lin Xiao froze for a moment before he sat up straight violently and his eyes lit up. That's a lot of random rewards this time around. Quasi-Emperor Soldier Phoenix Bao. Lin Xiao muttered and stretched out his palm, followed by a sinking of his palm, and when he looked down, a longbow had come into view. It was only 2 meters long, with a pattern carved on it that resembled a phoenix spreading its wings, and its body was reddish in color, and its power was like wind and thunder. What a cool bow! Lin Xiao rubbed the pattern on it somewhat lovingly and took it back after a while. Although Lin Xiao was eager to try out the power of this quasi-emperor soldier, there was currently no suitable target for him to practice on. As for the stars in the sky is a good target, but the commotion is too big, so it is better to keep it first, and then come across the door to find fault. Yuan Ling Fruit. What's this? Somewhat curious. Lin Xiao checked up the intelligence in his mind and quickly obtained the appropriate information. Yuan Ling Fruit, the lower grade spirit fruit of the heavenly order, can be taken to strengthen the body, enough to allow the taker to save hundreds of years of hard cultivation, can be considered to be one of the top several cultivation resources for immortal cultivation beings. Yuan Ling Fruit. After understanding this, Lin Xiao waved his hand and took out a Yuan Ling Fruit from the system space and threw it into his mouth and ate it. Not to mention, worthy of being a heavenly grade spirit fruit, the flavor is really not bad. Lin Xiao bit down on a mouthful full of sweet flesh, and the rich spiritual qi is also emanating from it. Although this increase in aura was nothing to Lin Xiao, who was a great emperor, it would be different if he were to be replaced by someone else from the Wuji Palace. The Wuji Palace was just established not long ago. It can be said that everything is lacking. Even if he is a great emperor of this realm, there is no way to change out of thin air a strongest sect out. In Lin Zhao's opinion, this batch of Yuanling fruits came at the right time, so he can keep it as a reward for his disciples and many subordinates, together with the weapons given by the system before, the Gongfa, the Hall of Enlightenment and so on. The current Wuji Palace is considered to be in its infancy. Although both the elders and disciples were pitifully few, it was good that the most basic framework was set up, and all that was needed next was a gradual progression. Next were the 3 realm enhancement cards, and Lin Xiao, who did not have the slightest impression of this, silently opened the introduction, and his face revealed a flash of enlightenment. The word of this thing is, as its name suggests, it is used to raise the realm, ignoring the level of cultivation, without any hidden dangers to help people raise their strength, but can only raise a small realm. In response, the first thing that came to Lin Zhao's mind after seeing the introduction was the bone cultivator. The other party was not only the protector god beast of the Wuji Palace, but was also the strongest existence in the entire clan besides Lin Xiao. The cultivation of the 6th sky of the quasi-emperor coupled with the powerful natural aptitude as well as the strong physical body. These various means added up, which laid down the name of the lord of the forbidden land of its party. As for Lin Xiao himself, he has already ascended no further, and it would be a waste for the great sage realms Zhou Meng to use this, so if he wants to maximize his benefits, raising the cultivation level of the bone cultivator is the best option. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated and directly initiated a voice transmission. Bone cultivator, come to the great hall. And at this moment, the bone cultivator who was meditating in the open cave rushed to the main hall as fast as he could, even though he was a bit puzzled after receiving the transmission. Palace Master, no need to be polite. After lifting up the other party with his aura, Lin Xiao drank the hot tea in his cup and smiled lightly. Bone cultivator, you're at the 6th heavenly realm now, aren't you? The bone repairer could be more and more puzzled by these words, but still answered the question honestly. Back to the palace master. Exactly. Lin Xiao put the stone cup aside and asked after him. Can you want to go further? Bone cultivator froze for a moment before coming back to his senses. A bitter smile on his face. This is naturally want to, but nah, bone repair talent stupid. Stuck in this realm has been 2,500 years long. As for further, speaking of this, the bone cultivator couldn't help but let out a light sigh. He entered the immortal path so far has 34,000 years, all the way to the bloody storm to break through I do not know how many bitter cultivation, which has a strong cultivation today. Cultivation, the higher up the road is naturally more bumpy and winding. He had clearly felt that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as before after he had broken through the quasi-emperor realm, and each breakthrough took hundreds or even thousands of years, even though he was already one of the top powerhouses in this world. To Bone Cultivator, his goal was the immortal great emperor. Although the quasi-emperor had a long lifespan, there was still a limit in the end, and although Bone Cultivator considered himself to be a heavenly pride of his generation, he also felt a burst of powerlessness after feeling the solid shackles of the 7th heavy heaven as well as the several realms behind him. In Bone Cultivator's opinion, he should have no problem breaking through the 7th heaven in his lifetime, and the 8th heaven can also be glimpsed. As for the later 9, 10 heaven and even break through the great emperor, in his opinion it is even more remote. Chapter 15, Soaring Realm. The shackles are strong, but they are not without a way to break them. Looking at the Bone Cultivators below who were in a somewhat depressed mood, Lin Xiao did not have the intention of wasting time and directly raised his hand and lightly waved, smiling. I've come to help you. System, use 3 realm enhancement cards on the Bone Cultivator. Ding! Realm enhancement card used successfully. Protector Divine Beast Bone Dragon promoted successfully. Current realm, 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm. And as the system's words fell, the aura on the Bone Cultivator's body began to climb rapidly. Bone Cultivator lowered his head and looked at the constantly fluctuating aura on his body. Dismayed, the shackles in his own body that had stood firm for 2,500 years now suddenly disappeared, and the aura in his body that hadn't moved for an unknown amount of time fluctuated along with it, beginning that familiar yet unfamiliar growth. The Bone Cultivator who felt all of this was confused. Looking at Lin Xiao who was smiling at him in the first place, he was just about to say something when the changes within his body instantly made him tone down, and after carefully checking the situation inside his body, Bone Cultivator's eyes suddenly widened slightly, and his lips parted slightly as he looked at himself with an astonished expression. This is, sensing the aura that continued to surge and grow within his body as well as the brand new shackles that had suddenly disappeared, Bone Cultivator instantly felt that his tens of thousands of years of insight were somewhat insufficient. In the Quasi-Emperor realm every upper layer could be considered as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Now that one could still say that breaking through one layer was in the past, what the hell was breaking through 3 layers in a row? The entire Tianxian continent, how many thousands of years in the history of bone repair, seems to have not heard or seen this situation. And this kind of bizarre thing is now tangible, happened on their own. The bone cultivator who thought of this seemed to remember something and jerked his head up to look at Lin Xiao, Palace Master. Although it was unbelievable, right now the one who could possibly do such a thing was afraid that it was the mysterious Palace Master in front of him, and coupled with what the other party had asked earlier, it reinforced his speculation. Consider this as your meet and greet gift for joining the clan, Lin Xiao said, and didn't forget to make himself another cup of hot tea. He had to say that the flavor of the tea was quite to his liking. Thank you, Palace Master. And the bone cultivator who reacted to the situation also forced down the excitement in his heart and directly half-kneeled on the ground. Bone cultivator will certainly not forget today's favor, and in the future, he will certainly do his best to serve my Wuji Palace. Originally, Bone cultivator was still a bit unconvinced when he was forced to join in the beginning, but after his cultivation level broke through one after another, he was instantly convinced. This kind of tactic that casually allowed even his own self, who was a quasi-empire, to break 3 heavens in a row. If it were to be spread out, it wouldn't be too much to say that it would be shocking to the world. And now that the quasi-emperor 9 heavens was with him, there were not many people in the entire Tianxian continent who were his own 1-2 punch as far as the eye could see. When he thought of the rest of those nemesis still struggling to impact the realm, the corners of Bone Cultivator's mouth couldn't help but lift up. Alright, go down and cultivate. In the future, there's still a long time to go. Yes. Looking at the figure that quickly exited the hall, Lin Xiao seemed to remember something and hurriedly spoke out. By the way, this seed has planted a few tea trees in his spare time. The flavor is not bad. You take some back. This, Bone Cultivator couldn't help but speak after hesitating for a moment. Palace Master, may I ask if those tea trees you are talking about are the Enlightenment tea tree? As early as before entering the hall he noticed the 3 tea trees, and Bone Cultivator, who had once been fortunate enough to drink the Enlightenment tea once, instantly felt extraordinarily familiar. Since Lin Xiao called out, so he didn't pay much attention to it at that time, and now that the other party mentioned it he reacted to it and guessed in his heart, which is why he asked. Nice vision. Lin Xiao was not surprised that Bone Cultivator recognized this item. After all, this guy was a party of quasi-emperors no matter what, and after getting an affirmative answer, the Bone Cultivator also fell into silence. No other way, it was really a bit numb. In today's Tianxian continent, the Enlightenment tea tree has long been extinct, and the last Enlightenment tea tree 20,000 years ago was also turned into the dust of history with a great battle of the ages. Bone Cultivator never expected that his own palace master would even have this kind of thing in his hands. These 3 plants outside, I'm afraid they are the lone species in the entire Tianxian continent. But soon Bone Cultivator was relieved. After all, the other party was a party of great emperors. Lifting their hands made them break through the 3 heavens, and there were a few Enlightenment tea trees. Although they were unexpected, they were within the acceptable range. The bone repairer excuses himself. After the Bone Cultivator picked some Enlightenment tea leaves according to what Lin Xiao said and returned to his cave. After feeling the majestic aura in his body as well as the tea leaves that were strewn with divine patterns in front of his eyes, his heart's sense of belonging to the Wuji Palace reached an even higher point. The other party casually bestowed a bit of favor to save himself 10,000 years of hard cultivation, and to the Bone Cultivator, his own insignificant and hopeless immortal path was once again lit up. Following such an existence around, great emperors, it seemed, were not out of reach. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't know what Bone Cultivator was thinking. At this moment, he was rubbing his chin and staring dead ahead, seemingly hesitating about something, and following his line of sight, he saw 2 drops of golden blood suspended in the air directly in front of him, looking rather strange, and this was exactly the last reward that Lin Xiao had randomly drawn earlier. 2 drops of ancient fierce beast essence blood. Ancient beast essence blood, Lin Xiao muttered, then his eyes suddenly lit up, and after his senses were spread out, he quickly found his target in the sect. Underneath the Enlightenment tea tree, a huge white tiger was lying on its back, drooling uncontrollably from its mouth as it looked at the leaves on the tree. This was none other than the transformation spirit white tiger that had been brought back to the Wuji Palace by Lin Xiao earlier, and the latter, who hadn't been wandering around the sect for long, was attracted by the rich spiritual qi and Tao rhythm that the Enlightenment tea tree was emitting, and just by getting close enough to come under the tree, its cultivation instantly broke through to the 7th level of the transformation spirit realm, and it was still rising. Although he didn't understand what the Enlightenment tea tree was, it didn't stop the white tiger from knowing that the tree in front of him and the leaves were something good. But the white tiger wasn't stupid. If he stole this leaf without permission, he was afraid that he would be settled by those 2 big brothers. Therefore, even though it is very greedy, the white tiger only dares to obediently lie on the ground to absorb those Taoist rhythms. looking at the crown of the tree above his head to look at the leaves and sigh. And Lin Xiao, who saw this scene, was instantly happy, and with a thought he appeared under the tree and laughed. What? You want some of this tea? Roar! Wha! Hearing the sudden sound beside his ears, the white tiger subconsciously growled out, but immediately came to an abrupt halt after seeing the face of the visitor. The large tiger's head was stuck to the ground, and the body that had just been propped up instantly slumped back down, and the choking sound coupled with that massive size looked rather incongruous, so to speak. It's not normal for a tiger to eat leaves. Lin Xiao raised his hand and threw out 2 drops of essence blood suspended in the air, looking at the white tiger that suddenly just raised its big head, raising his eyebrows and smiling. What? You want this? Roar! Upon hearing this, the white tiger's eyes instantly lit up, its head constantly rubbing against Lin Xiao's hand, and its gaze also remained on those 2 drops of blood, a touch of humanized longing appearing on the tiger's face. To the white tiger, these 2 drops of blood in front of him were more attractive to him than the leaves above his head. The moment Lin Xiao took out the blood, the white tiger felt like its bloodline began to tremble along with it, as if there was a magical force that was constantly calling out to it to get this thing. If it wasn't concerned about Lin Xiao next to it, it would have long ago made a tiger leap and pounced on it. Chapter 16, White Tiger's Breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Looking at the tiger under his hand that was constantly acting cute, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and didn't dangle his appetite any further. Waving his hand, he fanned one of the drops of blood forward. It's yours if you want it. Based on the scent left on the essence blood, Lin Xiao could roughly tell that the strength of this ferocious beast's main body should be around the Great Sage realm, and currently the only one in the entire Wuji Palace who could use this essence blood was this tiger in front of him. As for Bone Cultivator, he was too strong for these 2 drops of essence blood to be of any help to him. Without the slightest hesitation, the white tiger that received Lin Xiao's consent immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed the flying blood in one gulp. Boom! Roar! After the blood imported, it instantly turned into a hot stream from the throat into the belly. The tiger immediately felt that his body had become hot, and could not help but begin to roar up to the sky. The sound was like thunder, shaking the 4 fields. Lin Xiao, who felt a bit noisy, patted the other party's forehead and said softly, "Keep the commotion down." The tiger that was originally prepared to roar 2 more times was immediately silenced after sensing the large hand above his head, forcibly suppressing the desire to roar, and began to focus on digesting the power in his body, and the aura on his body also began to climb. 8th heaven of the spirit transformation realm, 9 heavens of the realm of the transfigured god, 10 heavens of the spirit transformation realm. Under the effect of the essence blood, in just a few breaths of effort, Tiger's realm broke through 3 layers one after another, arriving at the peak of the transformation spirit. Roar! Not long after staying in this realm, with a low roar from Tiger, the shackles within his body shattered, and the aura on his body instantly skyrocketed by a hair. Star Lord Realm 1, Star Sovereign Realm 2nd level. It was only at this point that the speed of Tiger's breakthrough began to slow down, and finally, after breaking through the 3rd heaven of the Star Sovereign Realm at a bare minimum, his breath completely stabilized. Well, that's a bit more like the King of the Beasts. Lin Xiao rubbed the tiger's head with satisfaction. Since it was all his spirit pet, it naturally couldn't be too weak. Roar! The tiger that opened its eyes obediently used its head to continuously twist in Lin Xiao's hands while its sight was cast towards the other drop of essence blood suspended in the air. Obviously, having tasted the sweetness, it wants to go further. Take it easy, it's yours too. This essence blood Lin Xiao stay also useless. Just now only use a drop is worried about the tiger indigestion. Now see that nothing is wrong after the natural also assured. And as the 2nd drop of essence blood was absorbed, Tiger immediately began his 2nd round of breakthroughs, and his body's aura, which had just stabilized for a short while, began to climb once again. Lin Xiao, who was sitting quietly by the side and smiling, suddenly raised his head to look at the empty dome in the distance, his eyebrows slightly raised. Back, outside the Wuji Palace, several figures fell from the heights, and the person at the head was none other than Zhang Liang, Li Ming, and following behind them were father and daughter Hu Qianshui. Arrived. Zhang Liang looked back at the 2 and laughed lightly. Patriarch Hu, this is where my Wuji Palace is. Yes, Hu Yuxuan responded politely while also looking around. As the Qingxiu Fox clan was a subsidiary force of the Wuji Palace, he naturally had to come to pay his respects as the head of a clan, which was why he followed a few people. And after seeing the environment in which the Wuji Palace was located, Hu Yuxuan, who was a powerful person on the side of the East Prosperity Domain, couldn't help but marvel out. Even Hu Qianshui was the same, covering her cherry lips and looking around in some disbelief. Not to mention the others, just this geographical location. It was surprisingly located in the Bone Spirit Mountain Range, one of the 5 forbidden places in Tianxian continent. And this wasn't even the outer, inner perimeter. but the real core area, which could be said to be next to that legendary bone dragon. Choosing such a place as the clan's residence was either looking for death or confidence. Thinking of this, looking at the two people in front of him who were walking calmly forward, Hu Yuxuan silently withdrew his gaze. It was obvious that Wuji Palace was the latter, and Hu Qianxue thought even simpler, looking around while softly crying out, "What a rich aura!" If the aura concentration of their Qingqiu Fox clan's residence was 1, then the aura concentration of the Wuji Palace was hundreds or even more. This kind of aura, even if it was as thick as mist, it was not enough to describe it. Hu Qianxue simply couldn't dare to imagine how refreshing it would be if she had been cultivating in such an environment. And as several people stepped into the sect, the true face of the Wuji Palace was revealed, for cloudy peaks rose up and stood in all directions, while a large hall stood in the center and on the most majestic peak, and between these peaks, the mountains and lakes were scattered. The ethereal aura in the air was as thick as mist, and the silk of Taoist rhythms flowed through it. All kinds of flying birds whistled by in the high air, and the clouds were covered with mist, so the scene was like coming to the fairyland on earth. Wuji Palace. Somewhat disoriented, Hu Qianxue's beautiful eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her pretty face, full of longing for her future life. Hu Yuxuan, on the other hand, who saw this scene, was somewhat relieved. For his precious daughter to be able to cultivate in such a cavernous paradise, he himself could sort of let some of his heart go. According to his daughter's talent coupled with joining such a sect, surpassing himself in the future would almost be a nail in the coffin, and their Qingqiu Fox clan might be about to soar in the hands of their father and daughter, Patriarch Hu. While Hu Yuxuan was imagining a bright future, Zhang Liang's voice was suddenly ringing out. He subconsciously raised his head, and then he saw Zhang Liang nodding slightly at him. "Please follow me. The palace master has been waiting for a long time. Let's hurry up then." Hearing this, Hu Yuxuan hurriedly accelerated his steps to follow. He didn't dare to put up a fight and let such a mysterious powerhouse go and wait for him. Within a short amount of time, the group arrived under the Enlightenment tea tree not far from the central hall, and under the tree, a set of stone table and chairs were placed, and a young figure was sitting on it and fiddling with the fur of a white tiger with his head down. And as they continued to approach, the figure seemed to be aware of something and looked up this way, and a young face with a smile on its face instantly came into the eyes of several people. Palace Master, Zhang Liang Liming, who had come close, stopped in his tracks, then half kneeled on the ground and respectfully said, "We're back. This trip has been hard on you." Lin Xiao nodded slightly in response, then raised his hand and waved it lightly. For Yuan spirit fruits immediately appeared in front of the two of them and smiled. "Go back to practicing." "Yes." The two who received a response immediately got up and disappeared in place with the Yuan spirit fruit, leaving the father and daughter Hu Yuxian and Hu Qianxue standing in place. "Master." Hu Qianxue took 2 steps forward and bowed, respectfully saying, "The apprentice is back." Although she had only met him twice, this cheap master teacher of hers had indeed helped her, plus the various sightings along the way could be said to have pulled her awe of this master teacher. The matter for master has already heard from Zhang Liang and the others. "It's good that it's resolved," Lin Xiao said, turning his head to look at an unoccupied location next to him and spoke out. "Spirit." Seeing Lin Xiao shouting towards an unoccupied location, both Hu Qianxue and Hu Yuxuan froze for a moment, and after looking around, they didn't know who the other party was talking to. "I am, Master." Hearing the pleasant voice that suddenly rang out beside her, Hu Qianxue froze for a moment before reacting. She fiercely twisted her head to look, and immediately saw a young girl who was a little smaller than herself slowly emerge from the void, and her seemingly insubstantial body gradually became solid, and finally landed on the ground. And Hu Yuxuan, who saw this scene, suddenly had his pupils shrunk and his expression became grave. What a tactic! As a star sovereign realm powerhouse, there was no need to mention his perception ability. Even a powerhouse of the same realm would not be able to silently approach to such a close distance to him, unless the other party had a treasure to conceal his breath or was above him in strength. And the strength of this young girl in front of him, after he perceived it a little, his expression immediately became astonished. Cultivating the underworld realm 2 times, to have such a cultivation at such an age, this qualification can definitely stand up to the name of a genius. Thinking of this, Hu Yuxuan subconsciously looked at his own daughter and his expression became proud. "Luckily, my own baby girl isn't too bad." Chapter 17, The Six-Tailed Fox. Cynthia. Looking at the 2 disciples who were standing in front of him, Lin Xiao rubbed his tiger's head and said gently, "You've just joined the sect. First let Linger take you to familiarize yourself with it. She's my eldest disciple and your senior sister." "Yes, Master." At those words, Hu Qianxue hurriedly turned around and saluted Yun Linger. Qianxue has met eldest senior sister. Although the young girl in front of her looked a bit younger than herself, and her own cultivation of the 3rd heaven of the cultivation meditation realm was a bit higher than the other parties, Hu Qianxue still obediently bowed to pay her respects, leaving aside the fact that the immortal cultivation world never judged people by their age. Just the way the other party appeared just now let her know that her eldest sister was definitely not simple. Looking at the girl in front of her suddenly saluting herself, young Linger was also slightly stunned. And right at that moment, Lin Zhao's voice rang out. Linger, this is your senior sister. Take her to the sect to look around and then open the dojo. Yes, master. Hearing her master's father speak, young Linger agreed as she helped Hu Qianxue up and softly said, Senior sister, you don't have to be polite. I'll show you around the sect first and then go open the dojo. Then I'll trouble eldest sister. After seeing the two girls go far away, Lin Zhao's gaze fell on the last remaining Hu Yuxuan, and before he could say anything, the other party suddenly half-kneeled on the ground. Hu Yuxuan, clan leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Meet Lord Palace Master. Let's get up first. Hu Yuxuan had just finished speaking when he felt an irresistible force under his knees lifting him up, and when he lifted his head, he was confronted with Lin Zhao's smiling face. Just call the Palace Master, Lin Zhao said as he raised his hand and pointed to the opposite side of the room. Sit down and talk. Thanks the Palace Master. Hu Yuxuan walked over and sat down after hesitating for a moment, and as he took his seat, the white tiger lying not far away at Lin Zhao's feet caught his attention. Roar! Noticing the other party's gaze, the white tiger lowered its throat and let out a low growl, revealing a bit of aura on its body that caused Hu Yuxuan to instantly change color. Star Sovereign Realm 7th Heaven. The height of cultivation of this white tiger in front of him was surprisingly only a little worse than himself, the same as his own grand elder Hu Chuan. As for why the white tiger hadn't taken form yet even though it was already at the Star Sovereign Realm, that involved the difference between a demon and a ferocious beast. Like Hu Yuxuan, these are all demon people. Are from the beast has opened the spirit of wisdom, after a long time of cultivation, to reach a certain level before morphing. As for beasts like white tigers, they are generally unintelligent, basically rely on killing each other and devouring other races in such a simple and brutal way to become stronger, and only after the higher levels will their spiritual intelligence gradually open. Although they opened their minds late, the advantage of the ferocious beasts lay in their incomparably strong physical bodies. Don't look at the white tiger as lower than Hu Yuxuan by a small realm. If he really fights, Hu Yuxuan estimated that his victory rate is only 60% up or down. And this has also led Hu Yuxian more and more awe. So powerful beasts are now well-behaved lying beside this palace master. In front of this, in the end, how is the existence of awe? No need to be too polite, Matriarch Hu. And Lin Xiao didn't know what Hu Yuxuan was thinking. Seeing the other party sitting down, he waved his hand and pushed the previously brewed hot tea to the table and smiled lightly. Even though my Wuji Palace has many rules and regulations for its doors, it doesn't have that much red tape. Yes. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuxuan nodded slightly, and although he still looked a bit restrained, he was significantly more relaxed than before, and after taking a sip of the tea on the table, he was ready to open his mouth. This trip, just uttering 2 words, Hu Yuxuan's voice came to an abrupt end, and looking longitudinally, he saw that the other party was now looking at the teacup in his hand with a surprised face, and the aura on his body began to fluctuate, and then began to climb up rapidly. 9th level of the Star Sovereign Realm. Star Sovereign Realm 10th level. The successive breakthroughs in cultivation caused Hu Yuxuan to instantly freeze in place, and behind him, 5 tails instantly emerged from behind him, flying in the sky. Before Hu Yuxuan, who had seen his tail suddenly go out of control, could react, another tail was born, and his body's soaring breath stabilized. Heavenly Dignity Realm 1st Heaven. 6-tailed fox? Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's hand jerked the tiger's movement to a standstill, and a giant fox with 9 tails subconsciously appeared in his mind. 9-tailed fox. This world is naturally there, a veritable ancient demon. And the first time he saw the Hu Qianxue trio, Lin Xiao had already seen their fox clan identities. Now seeing Hu Yuxuan grow 6 tails only after he broke through the heavenly exaltation realm felt quite novel to Lin Xiao, who had witnessed it with his own eyes. This clan cultivation. Is every breakthrough in a great realm will grow an additional tail, and finally become a 9-tailed demon. Strange, interesting. Tianzuan realm. At this time, Hu Yuxuan did not know what Lin Xiao was thinking. At this time, he was looking at himself in a bit of a trance, feeling the majestic aura in his body. For a moment, he actually felt that it was a bit unreal. He just took a sip of tea and broke through the 3-fold bondage in a row to become a heavenly monarch realm powerhouse? Ren Hu Yuxuan had already cultivated Xian for thousands of years, and he, who considered himself to be richly experienced, also fell into silence in the face of this situation. Nothing else, it's just that this is so shocking. Thinking of this, Hu Yuxuan subconsciously looked at the table that remains half a cup of tea. Mouth slightly open but do not know what to say. Thoughts flying in the mind. For someone at his realm to make such a big breakthrough, this must be some kind of precious spirit root, right? But to specifically say how precious it was, Hu Yuxuan gave his conclusion after making a bold guess. Even the top Earth Order spiritual grass certainly didn't have this kind of efficacy, and if it was further up, it would be the topmost Heaven Order spiritual grass. Thinking about it, Hu Yuxian also sucked in a mouthful of cool air. No matter anything, as long as the bit belongs to the Heavenly Order, that is placed in the entire Tianxian continent, is the first-class existence. And such a rare thing in front of this palace owner is to use for hospitality. Look at the entire Tianxian continent, there are not a few forces so rich and generous. Patriarch Hu. Looking at the other party who stayed in place, Lin Xiao put down the stone cup and smiled faintly. This tea of this seat, how is it? Thank you, Palace Master, for the tea. At the sound of Lin Xiao's voice, Hu Yuxuan immediately came back to his senses, putting away his tail and breath while bowing solemnly to Lin Xiao. All right, sit down, Patriarch Hu. Lin Xiao scratched the tiger's chin and looked at Hu Yuxuan, who was sitting down again, and spoke out. Tell us about the East Prosperity Domain. This seat and the top and bottom of the Wuji Palace have been secluded for many years, so we know very little about what's going on out there nowadays. Since he wanted to develop the sect, taking the East Prosperity Domain that he was currently in was naturally the first step, and Lin Xiao had slept through all these years, so he could be said to know nothing about the distribution of forces and whatnot. The Hu Yuxian in front of him was the patriarch of one of the few major forces in the East Prosperity Domain, so naturally, the information in this regard could be described as a treasure. Palace Master, let's hear it in detail. Chapter 18, Sword pointing to the eastern region. In the next few moments, Hu Yuxuan introduced Lin Xiao in detail to the large and small forces and patterns within the entire East Prosperity Domain. In the East Prosperity Domain, there were 3 forces located at the apex, namely the Domain Lord's Mansion, the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, and the Luofu sect. Among them, the Domain Master's Mansion was the most powerful, and the person at the head was the Domain Master Su Feng, with a Heavenly Dignity Realm 6th Heavenly Cultivation, and the current number 1 powerhouse of the East Prosperity Domain in the public eye. Of course, this was without counting the crowd of the Wuji Palace. As for the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures, as soon as I heard the name, I knew that it was a store to make money, one of the biggest forces in the entire Tianxian continent, while this one in the East Prosperity Domain was a side chapter. But even so, there was no force that dared to underestimate the other side. The Luofu sect, on the other hand, is the end of the 3 major forces, but it also has a heavenly exalted powerhouse in town. And the underworld Python clan that made a move on the Qingqiu Fox clan earlier had its young master worshipping in this very sect. Palace Master. Speaking here, Hu Yuxuan hesitated before opening his mouth anyway. The underworld Python clan's Yu Hong has already been accepted as a disciple by the Luofu sect's patriarch, Luo Jie, and I think that the Luofu sect will not take it well. In the entire East Prosperity Domain, other than the aforementioned 3 major forces, it was the Qingqiu Fox clan and the underworld Python clan that were the most powerful. And it was usually unknown how many pairs of eyes were paying attention. This time when the 2 sides initiated a great battle to exterminate their clans, the gazes of half of the East Prosperity Domain were all attracted to it, and it wouldn't take long for the news of the extermination of the underworld Python clan to be known by the Saihong. Learning that the clan had been exterminated, the Yuhong would certainly not rest easy, and it was only a matter of time before they retaliated. Although he knew that to the Wuji Palace this so-called retaliation from the Luofu sect was nothing at all. It was also a not-so-small trouble for their Qingqiu Fox clan. No harm done. In the face of Hu Yuxuan's concern, Lin Xiao drank a mouthful of tea without haste before speaking slowly. After this incident, I'm afraid your Fox clan's residence will have to be changed. What the palace master said is good. When he heard the other party mention the resident, Hu Yuxuan let out a light sigh. If it's simply for housing, then it's not a big problem. Just bulldoze the ruins and rebuild. But the most crucial thing was that in the battle with the underworld Python clan, the spirit veins within the Purple Sun Mountain were affected and suffered a considerable loss. Originally also rich spiritual chi can now be said to be quite thin. On their cultivation obviously have no small impact, so they can only find another place to look for other spiritual land stationed. And before they came, what Hu Yuxuan and the many elders decided was to migrate to the spectral Python clan's compound to occupy it, where the spirit veins were intact and just right for them to live in. Ding! The main quest has been released. Please pay attention to the host. And just as the 2 of them were talking, the system tone suddenly sounded in their heads. A long string of words came down, causing Lin Xiao to also freeze for a moment before reacting, and then responding at the first opportunity. System, check the main quest. Ding! Main quest, East Region Overlord. If the host wants to lead the Wuji Palace to become the strongest clan, naturally he can't just take on disciples. Please make the Wuji Palace the dominant force in the East Prosperity Domain within a year. Mission success, 5,000 clan points rewarded. 108 inheritance sequences. Mission failure, punished the host for gender switching for 10,000 years. Lin Xiao, who originally still had a relaxed and cozy look on his face, instantly changed, subconsciously gripping the stone cup in his hand, his face filled with dismay. What the hell? Was he hallucinating? What did the system guy just say? Some skeptical Lin Xiao directly clicked on the system page. After seeing a few words of gender conversion, suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, on the surface to restore calm, secretly, but began to frantically call the system. System, what the hell? When did you have this function? And this punishment? It's too much. Ding. In answer to the host, the main quest was released to prevent you from slacking off. The mission has been issued and cannot be changed, so please act immediately. Host, and as the system's words fell, a line of small blue letters followed. Countdown to mission completion, 364 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 47 seconds. Looking at the decreasing numbers, Lin Xiao hated his teeth, but he couldn't do anything about it. If he said that other punishments he still recognized, only this Lin Xiao is really cannot even imagine to do. Then to switch gender, it is better to let him die. 1 year. Luckily, there was still quite a lot of time, but what made Lin Xiao wonder was how exactly he could complete the mission. He couldn't just call one power after another to get people to recognize him. Well, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then looked up at Hu Yuxuan and nodded. Patriarch Hu, lately in the East Prosperity Domain, are there any major events? The event? After hearing this, Hu Yuxuan froze for a moment and then thought carefully, and after a few seconds of silence his eyes suddenly lit up and he spoke out. Palace Master, 2.5 months from now is the East Prosperity Domain's quinquennial martial arts competition. This should be considered an event, right? Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao instantly became energized and asked after him. Talk. Yes. Hu Yuxuan didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly started the introduction. This martial arts competition is jointly organized by many forces in the East Prosperity Domain, when the strongest from all sides will bring their own talented children to participate in the competition, as a way to give young people the opportunity to emerge, as well as, the more Lin Xiao listened, the brighter his eyes became, and in the end, the corners of his mouth even grinned. Well, really sleepy on someone hand pillow, just do not know how to get these guys together it. This what the martial arts conference can be said to be held at the right time. After staying for a while longer, Hu Yuxuan, who had met Lin Xiao, got up to say goodbye and left the Wuji Palace. Outside the Wuji Palace, Hu Yuxuan kept rubbing the storage ring in his hand, then felt the powerful strength coming from his body, and the corners of both sides of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Before he left, he who drank 2 cups of tea from Lin Xiao once again broke through 3 heavens in a row, directly coming to the realm of the 4th heavenly realm of the heavenly dignity realm. All of this made Hu Yuxuan feel quite unreal. How could he not expect that he could still reach such a realm in his life? And when he was leaving, the few taels of tea that Lin Xiao casually gifted to him made him even more delighted. With this, not only him, but the entire Qingqiu Fox clan's strength would be taken to the next level as a result, and all of this was brought about by the clan in front of them. Following such a power to mix, their Qingqiu Fox clan was destined to take off with them, and in the future, they might be able to revitalize the glory of their ancestors' great demons. Heaven is going to prosper my Qingqiu Fox clan. Thinking of this, Hu Yuxuan's mouth corners are even more grinning to the extreme. Turning his head to look at the direction of the Wuji Palace's face is showing a touch of hope. My daughter has worshipped under such a great power, and as long as she cultivates diligently, she may not necessarily not have the opportunity to step out of the East Prosperity Domain and become famous in the world in the future. Thinking of this, Hu Yuxuan looked back, his eyes sinking slightly as his feet quickened their pace. Don't slack off. Xingqiu, the life of my people is pressed upon me. Chapter 19, The Plot of Luofu. And just as Hu Yuxuan left the Wuji Palace, somewhere far away at the other end of the East Prosperity Domain, their Qingqiu Fox clan was also the topic of conversation. Luofu Sect, Council Hall. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, several white-haired figures slowly walked in from outside. These several old men were wearing clear purple robes, all with white hair and white beards, and they stopped after entering the great hall and saluted a figure in front of them with his back turned to them. Sovereign. The figure that heard the voice turned his head, revealing a majestic face, his robust physique holding up his robes with it, looking rather sturdy. This person was no other than Luo Jie, the Luofu sect's explicitly strongest combatant, a heavenly dignity realm triple sky powerhouse. A few elders are here. Roger looked around the room before his eyes finally settled on one person and opened his mouth. Are there any results for the underworld python and the 2 men who struck out in the great battle of the Qingqiu Fox clan? As mentioned before, this war between the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Underworld Python clan could be said to be a war that basically had all the large and small forces of the entire East Prosperity domain paying attention to it. Because Hu Yuxuan was seriously injured and unconscious, everyone at that time was more optimistic about the Underworld Python clan winning. Of course things developed accordingly, but no one expected that just when the Underworld Python clan were about to lay claim to victory, the two mysterious people who suddenly came out from nowhere reversed the situation with lightning speed, reversing the general situation. And as this news was learned by various forces, it was unknown how many people were shocked. Patriarch, things have been probed a bit. An old man standing at the front stroked his long beard and said in a deep voice, the two people who helped the Qingqiu Fox clan exterminate the Underworld Python clan are, unsurprisingly, both Heavenly Dawn realm powerhouses just like you. When these words came out, Roger's eyes all of a sudden contracted slightly. Celestial realm. In the East Prosperity domain, this realm was the ceiling of battle power. Of course this was under the premise of not counting the entry into the Bone Spirit mountain range. There were only a few strong heavenly dignitaries in the East Prosperity domain, and Roger recognized all of them. Now, however, two had appeared in one breath, and they had also helped the Qingqiu Fox clan to exterminate the Underworld Python clan, a development that could be said to be out of everyone's expectation. Several Luofu sect elders looked inexplicably unaware of what they were thinking, and the atmosphere within the entire hall suddenly became somewhat subtle. Go about your business. Stay on top of this, and report any news immediately. Yes. With the departure of several elders, the great hall instantly became empty again, but strangely enough, the old man who had opened his mouth earlier did not leave. Phew, the old man let out a light breath, then shook his head slightly and spoke slowly, a bit of regret showing in his tone. The Underworld Python clan. Unfortunately, Roger grimaced and hated it. If it wasn't for those two obstructive fellows, the Qingqiu Fox clan would have already been destroyed. The Underworld Python clan has also become affiliated with our clan. When he said this, Roger subconsciously took out a broken soul plate from his bosom, and when he saw the three words Yuan Sheng on it, he couldn't help but curse. This loser. As early as before this war between the two clans, Yuan Sheng intended to bring the Underworld Python clan to defect to the Luofu sect, and this time, launching a war of extermination against the Qingqiu Fox clan was also the intention of the Luofu sect, in order to allow the Underworld Python clan to use this as a token of surrender. At that time, the strength of the Luofu sect, which had taken in the Underworld Python clan as well as annexed the Qingqiu Fox clan, would definitely rise even higher, catching up with and surpassing the Domain Lord's mansion. The idea is beautiful, the reality is bone-chilling. They didn't know how much effort they had put in behind the scenes, and they saw that their plan was about to succeed, but they were stirred up by two people who jumped out of nowhere. How could Roger not be angry when a good chance to catch up with the Domain Master's mansion disappeared just like that? It's useless to say anything now, no matter what. The old man stroked his long beard. His tone had regained its calmness, and he said in a condensed voice, I've already asked people to find out just who those two heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses are. Aha! Roger nodded slightly in agreement, but just then, a voice came out of nowhere from the door. Patriarch, Grand Elder, a young man wearing gray robes quickly into the hall, came before and after two people hurriedly bowed and saluted. Breathing a little sharply said, Yutong had a conflict with the inspection disciples at the mountain gate, and has now been taken down by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and the elder asked me to come to you to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Roger and the Grand Elder glanced at each other with a look of realization on their faces. Yutong, whose clan could be known just by looking at his surname, was none other than the young master of the Underworld Python clan, who had been taken in as a disciple by Luo Jie some time ago, put him in the cold valley and faced the wall for 2 months. Luo Jie said this with an expressionless face. He naturally knew what Yutong was going to do. It was nothing more than going to seek revenge on the Qingqiu Fox clan. But this kid is only at the cultivation of the underworld realm now, and the Qingqiu Fox clan can easily kill him by casually bringing out an elder. Although the disciple was initially taken in to enlist the Underworld Python clan, but no matter how it was said, it was also his own disciple, and Roger would at least not watch the other party go to their deaths. Yes, eyeing the disciple's departing figure, the Grand Elder withdrew his gaze and nodded at Roger. In that case, then I'll go down first, Patriarch. Well, I'm sorry for your trouble. As the Grand Elder left, Roger was suddenly the only one left in the Great Hall. He turned to the first seat and sat down, looking at the soul plate of Yuanqing in his hand, and with a slight force, the soul plate was completely shattered. After the powder, Roger's eyes flickered and his mouth murmured out, Qingqiu Fox Clan, Heavenly Father. Originally, he thought that the Qingqiu Fox Clan, which had lost Hu Yuxuan, would be destroyed logically, but he didn't expect that it would now suddenly be involved with the Heavenly Exaltation Realm. This was definitely not good news for Luo Jie, who was bent on leading the Luofu faction to dominate the East Prosperity Domain. Wuji Palace. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in the cave he had carved out for himself, his eyes closed tightly and a little starlight constantly lit up on his body. If someone was standing next to him right now, they would be surprised to find that Lin Xiao's entire body now looked somewhat illusory, as if he was trying to blend into the air. Phew! I don't know how long it took, but accompanied by a soft cry, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and his originally illusory body was restored to its original state. The Void Bible. Worthy of the name of the Bible. Lin Xiao sighed. What the system had drawn out, then of course he could cultivate it himself. Although the system says that he is already invincible in this realm, Lin Xiao is still uneasy, fearing that one day the dome of the sky will crack open and drop down an immortal to kill himself. However, fortunately, the system seemed to have pulled up all the attribute points for himself while he was asleep, and now that he was practicing the Void Bible, it was as if it had been created for him. In just one day's time, his Void Bible had become a small success, and his figure could already be hidden into the void, and it would not be too much to describe this kind of progress in terms of 1,000 miles a day. Well, good. Lin Xiao withdrew his perception ability after scanning around the sec with it, and some smiles appeared on his face. Currently, everyone within the Wuji Palace, including him as the palace master, were all working hard to cultivate. There was no need to mention Bone Cultivator. Tens of thousands of years he had basically spent in cultivation. Plus the fact that Lin Xiao had helped him raise his realm to the ninth sky of the Quasi-Emperor had ignited his passion for cultivation, wanting to prove himself as a great emperor at an early date. Although Zhang Liang, Li Ming, Bai Jia, and Zhou Meng were summoned by the system, they wouldn't slack off on their cultivation. As long as Lin Xiao didn't command them, then they basically stayed in the cave to cultivate. Next up were Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue, who were disciples, and their enthusiasm for cultivation could be described as unprecedented. Yunlinger was to become stronger early to avenge her blood, and this obsession always reminded her that she could not slack off. As for Hu Qianxue, although she didn't have as strong of an obsession as her own elder sister, her belief in becoming stronger didn't lose out to anyone. Having gone through the battle of extermination, she also can't wait to get stronger so she can go and guard everything she wants to guard. Inside the entire Wuji Palace, there was silence, and everyone was silently cultivating and becoming stronger. Chapter 20 East Region Event. 2.5 months later, the Great Hall of the Wuji Palace. Lin Xiao sat on top of the first place with his eyes slightly closed, the surrounding amount of spiritual qi along with his breathing continuously into the body. His body with a few points of transparency, looking quite strange. And right at this moment, a figure walked in from outside the hall, basalt-colored robes on his body. His features were hard. It was Bone Cultivator. And after seeing Lin Xiao, Bone Cultivator did not make a sound to disturb him. He just stood not far away and waited quietly. Not long after, the aura around Lin Xiao dispersed, his illusory body regained solidity, and his eyes opened. Palace Master. The Bone Cultivator, who saw Lin Xiao awakening, raised his hand in salute and spoke out. It's all set and ready to go. Good. Hard work. Lin Xiao smiled and responded. Then he got up and came to the outside of the hall with the other party. A group of figures suddenly came into view. All the people of his Wuji Palace were all here. Even the white tiger was lying on the side at this time. And after noticing Lin Xiao come out, the people outside the hall opened their mouths in greeting. Palace Master. Master. Roar. While the others were greeting Lin Xiao, the white tiger had already bounced up from the ground, and after 2 steps to the front and back of the near future, it began to rub up continuously, living like a big cat. Looks like you're all in good shape. Lin Xiao jerked the tiger's head and looked around before nodding in satisfaction. After 2 or so months of cultivation, everyone's cultivation level had more or less broken through except for the Bone Cultivator, who was a quasi-empire. First, it was Zhang Liang and Li Ming. Both of them could be said to have cultivated at a fairly consistent rate, and with the accumulation of various resources such as enlightenment tea leaves, yuan ling fruits, and so on, both of them had now broken through to the Divine King realm. Then there was Zhou Meng and Bai Jia, both of whom naturally couldn't match the breakthrough speed of the 2 above them due to the fact that they started at a high point. Within 2 months, Zhou Meng had broken through from the 6th sky of the Great Sage realm to the 8th sky of the Great Sage realm. Bai Jia had broken through from the 6th sky of the Divine King realm to the 9th sky of the Divine King realm. Next were Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue, who were disciples. At this moment, the 2 of them stood together. Their auras were somehow stronger than 2 months ago. With the addition of top-notch treatment in terms of talent, techniques, and resources, in just 2 months' time, the 2 were as if they were hanging on, and upgrading was as simple as drinking water. First was Yunlinger. The Void Bible had just been introduced to her and she was only at the 2nd level of the cultivation meditation realm. But now, 2.5 months later, she had entered the transition and was only a few steps away from the great perfection. the seventh heaven of the transition realm. As for Hu Qianxue, as a genius who had been given a 10-star evaluation by the system, with the cultivation conditions pulled full circle, her growth speed could be compared to Yunlinger. In just 2.5 months' time, it had crossed the threshold of transition in one fell swoop from the third heaven of the cultivation meditation realm when it had just entered the Wuji Palace, and had surged all the way to the consummation, and was only a foot short of breaking through the god of transformation. This horrifying growth speed could be said to make Bone Cultivator look at him. He thought to himself that even when he was in the same realm as the two men, he didn't have this kind of breakthrough speed, and Lin Xiao was sweating even more. Fortunately, he had become a great emperor directly after sleeping for 100,000 years. Otherwise, if he had to start from the bottom, he could be abused to death by these geniuses in minutes. Oh yeah, even Tiger, who was now obediently having his head jerked around by Lin Xiao, even though he hadn't cultivated properly, he had also broken through to the heavenly dignity realm under the uninterrupted feeding of the crowd. Now that it's all ready, let's get going, Lin Xiao said as he raised his palm and casually crossed it in front of him. The space instantly cracked a black gap, 1 person high and wide, leading to nowhere. Lin Xiao took the lead and strolled in, followed by the 2 disciples as well as Zhang Liang and Bai Jia. As for the remaining Li Ming, Zhou Meng and the others, they were guarding the sect with the bone cultivators. Tendu City, one of the largest and prosperous few large cities within the East Prosperity Domain, the branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was stationed here, and this martial arts competition was also held here. At this time at the gates of Tendu City, it could be said that it was overcrowded. At a glance, densely packed heads surged toward the city. Different voices mingled together, so lively. As an event that took place once every 5 years in the East Prosperity Domain, the attraction of this martial arts performance conference was naturally self-evident. All forces gathered here, a real mix of fish and dragons, all wanting to use this opportunity to achieve their own purposes. And several miles away from the city gate, Lin Xiao and his group walked out of the spatial rift one after another. A martial arts tournament. What a hoot! Feeling the dense figures that suddenly appeared in his mind, Lin Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows and secretly sighed in relief. With this many people, it should meet the criteria for fame. Lin Xiao led the team just not 2 steps before stopping, looking at the almost congested city gates and the guards who were charging entry fees by individual. After a few moments of silence, he raised his hand and pulled out another spatial rift, and took a step to walk into it. What a joke! How could he, a great emperor of a party, go and queue up honestly to pay? It is already an honor for this city to bring the Wuji Palace over by itself, and it is already very conscientious not to turn around and charge them backwards. Upon entering the city, the surrounding environment of the ancient city with a sudden style shift instantly attracted Lin Xiao's attention. The spacious stone road is full of people, and the vintage buildings on both sides of the pedestrians stop from time to time in front of the shouting and asking for prices. The lively sound is endless. The deer spirit flower taken from the outskirts of the ancient spirit mountain range is absolutely genuine, and is now being offered due to an urgent matter for only 400 spirit crystals. Come, forging master Wu Hao's work of the heart, the extremely high-grade spirit weapon chasing the wind crossbow. The cultivation of the underworld realm strongholders can easily kill the royal spirit realm. You can pull it down fattily. A different dog from the cultivation of the underworld realm can slap the royal spirit realm to death. That wind-chasing crossbow of yours is of no use. Everything he saw in front of him seemed new to Lin Xiao, but he still had a cloudy appearance on the surface as he slowly walked forward accompanied by his 2 disciples. Although it had been 100,000 years since he came to this realm, he had basically spent all of that time in sleep, and hadn't been to any places other than the Tianxian mountain range. This time, although it was said that it was for the purpose of completing the system quest, there was no lack of Lin Xiao wanting to come and see the environment of this side of the world. And their combination of 3 women and 2 men quickly attracted a lot of attention. No other way, it was because a few people were too conspicuous. Pavilion Jade standing Yunlinger, charming and moving Hu Qianxue, slender figure by Jia. The 3 of them were absolutely beautiful plus their different styles. Lin Xiao was also bright-eyed, white-toothed and imposing, and getting together with the 3 women could not be said to be unattractive. As for Zhang Liang, he was subconsciously positioned by the people around him as the elder of the few. The role of the protector of the Tao. Eyeing the several people who walked away, the crowd also withdrew their gazes, and conversations ensued. TSK, what a stunning beauty on earth. I wonder which clan it belongs to. Who knows, maybe we'll see them at this martial arts tournament. Humph, what's the use of just looking at your face? A bald young man from the crowd raised his sandbag-sized fist and knocked his robust chest twice, grunting coldly. We immortal cultivators, don't we still rely on our strength to speak? When these words came out, there were quite a few people who immediately showed their faces in agreement. In the immortal cultivation world, No matter what time of the day, it was strength that was honored. This was something that had remained unchanged for ages. Based on the several people's temperament as well as their dress, Lin Zhao's several people were instantly recognized as the so-called family descendants. As for these, Lin Zhao and the others who had already walked away naturally didn't know about them, and even if they did, they wouldn't care. At this moment, they had already walked to a restaurant and were ready to go in to satisfy their appetites. But the moment Lin Zhao entered the store, a familiar voice instantly sounded in his head. Ding! Chapter 21, Qin Wu Dao. Ding! Attention host, 10-star potential disciples have been found nearby. Please go and recruit them quickly. Mission rewards, Yuan Spirit Fruit X99, Dao Soldier X5. Other rewards randomly selected. Hearing the system tone that suddenly sounded in his head, Lin Zhao's feet lurched and his eyes suddenly lit up. It is true that we still need to travel more. In the ancient spirit mountain range that the wilderness were so many geniuses. It is true that the probability of encountering geniuses is higher in this kind of big city. Seeing Lin Zhao, who was standing frozen in the doorway, Yunlinger's few people were all looking at each other with some confusion. Master? Just as Hu Qianxue voiced her question, Lin Zhao suddenly turned around and walked towards the distance, and his voice rang in their ears. Follow me. Yes. Although they were puzzled, the few people did not ask more questions, turned around and walked away, and soon disappeared into the crowd under the dismayed gaze of the junior behind them. Under Lin Zhao's leadership, the group soon arrived at another street that was even more lively and filled with vendors on both sides, shouting and selling. Lin Zhao looked around as he walked, then seemed to have discovered something, and finally stopped at a slightly cold corner. And in this corner, there was a stall that was not very large in scale, with several plants of spiritual grasses as well as a few blades sparsely placed on the cloth, which looked rather shabby compared to those stalls beside it that were full of them. And behind the stall, a figure clad in black robes with a mask on his face sat on the ground, a long black stick behind his back and a book in his hand, looking rather leisurely. And after noticing the arrival of someone in front of the stall, the black-robed stall owner also put down the books in his hands, and an old voice slowly came out from under the mask. What can I get for you, gentlemen? As for the stall owner's opening, apart from Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue, Lin Zhao and Bai Jie as well as Zhang Liang all had their gazes flickered, and their expressions became a bit odd as they looked at each other. Interesting. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, his eyes falling on top of the other party's mask as he laughed lightly. A superb Dao weapon that hides your breath. The moment these words came out, the stall owner's body immediately stiffened. The black eyes under his robe immediately lifted up, not uttering a word, but only beginning to re-examine the handsome young man in front of him with a smile on his face. Nice talent, kid. Lin Zhao didn't care about the other party's measuring gaze and spoke out with his hands behind his back. Would you be interested in talking to this seat? When these words came out, the black-robed stall owner's figure suddenly trembled slightly, and he was silent for a moment before speaking again. Can I refuse? The youthful voice with some helplessness in its tone came out from under the mask, instantly making the two girls, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue, stare wide-eyed, and when they looked at each other, they both saw the puzzled color in each other's eyes. But soon, after recalling what their master teacher had just said, the doubts on the two women's faces receded and turned to reveal a flash of realization. Hide your breath? When they first saw the stall owner, due to the fact that they couldn't see through the other party's realm, coupled with that old voice, this made them subconsciously think that this was a strong person. Ha. Lin Zhao didn't say anything, only the smile on his face grew stronger, and the surrounding Bai Jie several people immediately stepped forward in tacit agreement, surrounding the already small stall. A couple of people, please wait. The corner of the stall owner's mouth under the mask that saw this scene twitched slightly, and after putting the books in his hands away, he stood up, his originally flat mood instantly becoming worse. Seeing the other parties move, Lin Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and leisurely walked forward, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue following closely behind. As for the stall owner, he first put his stall away and then followed stiffly under the watchful eyes of Bai Jie and Zhang Liang beside him. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Zhao and his group once again returned to the previous restaurant, and were welcomed into the private room under the enthusiastic greeting of the junior. Lin Zhao naturally sat in the first place, and several people followed suit. After witnessing Shower close the door and leave, Lin Zhao picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Then he dropped his eyes on top of the other party's mask and raised an eyebrow. It's not going to be easy to eat with a mask on for a while. Upon hearing this, the stall owner chose to pull down his robe and hat after a moment of hesitation, and then took off his mask, exposing a slightly ordinary young face to the crowd. My name is Qin Wudao. Meet all the seniors. Seeing the other party take off his mask, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue were both stunned. Of course it wasn't a surprise at Qin Wudao's face value, but rather the aura that was hidden on his body was suddenly revealed, cultivating the seventh heaven of the underworld realm. This realm was naturally nothing compared to the several people here. After all, even Yunlinger, who had the lowest cultivation, was now in the seventh heaven of the transition realm. But family members know their own business. Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue are very clear that a large part of their current strength is dipped in the light of their master. The clan, if they were placed before they joined the sect, their cultivation would only be just barely breaking through the cultivation underworld realm, and the other party's age looked no different from theirs, but their cultivation was quite a bit higher. Such a talent to be above them, dare I ask the seniors? Qin Wudao, who had revealed his true face, bowed and cupped his fists and said in a somewhat apprehensive tone, I wonder what it is that I was looking for today. Qin Wudao's mood at this moment could be said to be quite bad. He had only wanted to be a quiet beautiful man who set up a stall to earn some cultivation resources. Who knew that he would run into this kind of thing before his business was even opened? His masked Dao weapon was obtained within a relic by chance, functioning to conceal his breath, and its function was so strong that even a strong person of the heavenly exaltation realm was unable to discern his cultivation, while the other party told his age as well as the Dao weapon on his body in a single word. From this Qin Wudao knew that this person in front of him must be a strong person above the God King realm. After reacting to the fact that he was being targeted, he was dumbfounded. What was the situation? How did he, a small sprawler in the cultivation of the underworld realm, get into trouble with this kind of big brother? And after Lin Xiao issued the invitation, the idea of escaping was snuffed out by Qin Wudao just as soon as it rose. What a joke! This kind of strong person could raise his own ashes by casually blowing his breath. So that's why he would honestly follow over here as a way to win that silver lining. Lin Xiao put down his teacup and nodded. Kid, do you have a mentor? Hey! Qin Wudao's lowered head snapped up and looked at Lin Xiao with some consternation, as if he didn't expect the other party to suddenly pop out with such a sentence. But after reacting, he rushed out a response. Back to senior. I don't have a teacher. I'm just an ordinary casual cultivator. Very good. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth instantly lifted up, clearly satisfied with Qin Wudao's answer. And just as Qin Wudao was speculating about the other party's intentions, Lin Xiao's next sentence directly froze him in place. Kid, are you willing to enter my Wuji Palace and become a disciple of this seat? Attachment, Qin Wudao. Chapter 22 Heavenly Grade Divine Power. Inside the elegant room, Lin Xiao's sentence instantly made Qin Wudao freeze in place, and his brain that was originally running at high speed was nearly frozen for a moment. Why? Seeing that the other party was silent, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, a faint look of regret appearing on his face. No, please don't misunderstand. Senior, Qin Wudao, who had not reacted until this moment, hurriedly spoke out, bowing and saluting while a voice with a hint of excitement immediately rang out. I am willing. Qin Wudao, who had drifted alone in the immortal cultivation world for several years, was well aware that today's events were his own creation. Being looked upon by a God King realm powerhouse and taken in as a disciple could definitely be said to be a step to heaven as well. Since he had already decided, then naturally there was no hesitation. Qin Wudao directly knelt down and decisively kowtowed to his master. Master is above. Please accept my disciple Qin Wudao's obeisance. And just as his words fell, an emotionless system voice sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in a 10-star gifted disciple. Quest rewards Yuan Spirit Fruit X99, Dao Soldier X5, and one chance to randomly select rewards have been issued. Hearing the system sound that resounded in his head, Lin Xiao's mouth grinned slightly, and a wave of spiritual energy floated out between his robes, bringing up Qin Wudao, who was kneeling on the ground with him. Good. From today onwards thou art the disciple of this seat, and in the future must abide by the rules of the door, cultivate diligently, and prove the great way early. Yes, Qin Wudao had just straightened up, when a sudden blossom appeared in front of his eyes, and several fruits glistening with shimmering light floated in front of his body, and a rich fruity aroma emanated out, which immediately made him unable to resist gulping down his saliva. This is the Yuanling fruit. Yunlinger, who was sitting on the side, opened her mouth at the right time and said in a soft voice, Take it, young master. Yes. Qin Wudao first subconsciously put the things away, and only then did he seem to react to something. His eyes shifted to the two women, and he surveyed them for a moment before tentatively opening his mouth. Master, sister? Hey, how are you, young master? As soon as Qin Wudao's words fell, Hu Qianxue immediately answered, a bright smile appearing on her pretty face as she waved her hand in greeting. My name is Hu Qianxue, I'm your second senior sister. Hello, young master. Yunlinger casually flicked her green silk behind her ear, and her soft tone was like a spring breeze. My name is Yunlinger, and I am your eldest senior sister. Wudao has met the two senior sisters, and here, looking at the disciple who had just straightened up, Lin Xiao looked to the side and laughed. Apprentice, these are the two elders of my Wuji Palace. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao didn't dare to be slow and bowed solemnly to the two. Wu Dao has met the two elders. Although both of them looked quite gentle, Qin Wudao would not underestimate the other party because of this. Although he hadn't seen the two strike yet, since he could hold the position of elder, Qin Wudao blindly guessed that these two should be strong at the heavens respect realm level at the very least. Alright, sit down first. Qin Wudao had just sat down when a table of fine wines and delicacies followed. The others didn't know about this. But anyway, Lin Xiao himself was eating with gusto. Even though he was already a great emperor of this realm and had long since stopped needing to eat, the habits of his previous life were still retained to this day. As for the others as well, although as immortal cultivators they had all been able to abstain from food as well, they would occasionally eat some to satisfy their appetites. Phew! After eating until he was almost done, Lin Xiao put down his chopsticks, got up and came to stand in front of the window, his face showing satisfaction while speaking casually to the system in his mind. System, use the random reward extraction opportunity. Ding! One random reward extraction opportunity was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, a heavenly rank upper grade divine aptitude. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened slightly, and under curiosity, he clicked on the system to check it out. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, the main cultivation of the physical body. Through the cultivation of people can obtain the power of the Divine Elephant. After the completion of tearing the sky and the earth, roar down the stars are not a matter of course. Good stuff. After reading the introduction, this thought popped into Lin Xiao's mind. Nowadays, although their own Wuji Palace has been established, but it is also considered poor can be. The other first not to mention, cultivation resources in this regard, weapons and what not to say first, the divine ability and so on can be described as a lack of great. The Gongfu also has the Void Bible on top of it, and the divine ability aspect can be said to be a blank. And now the arrival of this Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, although it is a bit monotonous, it can be regarded as temporarily making up for the vacancies in this area. And just as Lin Xiao was pondering, the few disciples sitting together had already chatted. Junior brother, quite a lot of tricks. Hu Qianxue somewhat curiously surveyed the mask that Qin Wudao had placed on the table and covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. If it weren't for the master and the two elders, they wouldn't have been able to spot you. Ahem. Qin Wudao touched the tip of his nose and snapped. Senior sister is joking. Compared to you guys, senior brothers, this bit of humble Dao skill is not worth mentioning. This Dao soldier is only obtained by chance, and by chance, it has escaped the probing of the two senior sisters. Senior brother doesn't have to humble himself. Yunglinger put down her chopsticks and smiled. You're gifted. As long as you practice diligently, it might not be long before your cultivation surpasses ours. Eldest sister is right. Hu Qianxue followed suit and responded, looking at Qin Wudao with a derisive expression. When the time comes, it will be up to you to protect senior sister. Junior brother. Well, that. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Wudao still couldn't help but ask out loud. I wonder what realm the two senior sisters are in today. Yunglinger and Hu Qianxue looked at each other and smiled. Then two powerful breaths instantly emanated out, and Qin Wudao, who was enveloped within, immediately had his pupils dilated. This is the transition realm. Soon, the two women collected their breaths, and Yunglinger looked at Qin Wudao, who was frozen in place, and said in a warm voice, Senior brother, I'm at the 7th level of the transition realm, and as for your second senior sister, I'm already at the consummation of the transition realm, and will be stepping into the transformation god realm in the near future. Transformation god? Qin Wudao opened his mouth wide, and for a moment, he felt that he couldn't even speak very well. I thought that my own cultivation was already considered top-notch among my peers, but I didn't realize that the two senior sisters in front of me were even more raw. One was one large realm above him, the 7th heaven of the transition realm. One surpassed him by 13 minor realms. The transition realm was complete, and transformation of God was imminent. Sure enough, the East Prosperity domain was still too small, and compared to a true genius, one was still too far behind. Thinking of this, Qin Wudao quickly regained his composure, and with that, a touch of battle intent flowed out of his eyes. As the best among his peers, he didn't feel that he had to be inferior to others, and sooner or later he was going to surpass these two senior sisters. And Lin Xiao was smiling at the scene in front of him. People have a goal to have motivation to push themselves forward. It's not a bad thing for these young people to be competitive. A true genius is never satisfied with the status quo. Chapter 23, Palm Extinguishing Heavenly Tribulation. After having enough to eat and drink, Lin Xiao and his group found an inn nearby and stayed there first. That martial arts performance had started yesterday, but Lin Xiao wasn't interested in watching a group of Imperial Spirit Realm children fight. They had never come here for one purpose. Inside the ancient room, Qin Wudao took off his black robe and sat on the bed. A fist-sized fruit appeared with a flash of light on his hand, and the rich spiritual qi instantly spread out, forming a path of clouds inside the room, which looked quite strange. The fruit of the Yuan Ling. Gazing at the fruit in front of him that was surrounded by spiritual qi, Qin Wudao subconsciously swallowed his saliva, although he did not know what rank the fruit in front of him was, but from the rich aura of this scattered can be seen that this thing is not extraordinary. In his opinion, at least is the earth rank. This master teacher of his own is so generous. Kaching kaching kaching. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wudao sent a Yuan spirit fruit into his belly, and before he could savor it, a powerful aura fluctuation instantly emanated from his body. Qin Wudao's expression changed and a look of shock appeared on his face as he looked down at his body. Although he couldn't see through his eyes, he could clearly feel uncountable small strands of aura pouring out of his body in all directions, occupying his entire body in just the blink of an eye, and it was still increasing. Qin Wudao let out a muffled grunt as his clear face began to redden at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the clothes on his body began to bulge rapidly. What terrifying spiritual power! Reacting to this, Qin Wudao didn't have time to froth. Bracing himself to sit up, the cultivation method given by his master earlier surfaced in his mind and began to run it through gritted teeth. The Void Bible. At the same time, Lin Xiao, who was located in the next room, slightly glanced sideways, and with a thought, Qin Wudao's figure instantly appeared in his mind. Ooh, it's starting. Lin Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows, and when he raised his hand and lightly waved it, strong spiritual energy instantly surged out into a shield to wrap Qin Wudao's room, so that even if there was a heavenly commotion inside, no one would be aware of it. Qin Wudao was even more oblivious to his own master's secret observation. At this moment, after mobilizing the void scripture, he did not hesitate to control the massive amount of spiritual energy in his body to rush towards the shackles. Without encountering the slightest bit of resistance, the shackles of the eighth sky of the cultivation meditation realm were broken in an instant under the impact of the raging aura. Qin Wudao's body shook as his aura began to climb, but his face was still as red as before. No, it's not enough. Feeling the aura that was still gushing out from his body, Qin Wudao didn't hesitate in the slightest and instantly drove it to rush towards the next shackle. Boom! Boom! Under Qin Wudao's continuous operation, the Void Bible crazily absorbed the aura brought by the Yuanling fruit within his body, and his realm followed suit with continuous breakthroughs, cultivating the 9 heavens of the underworld realm. Cultivating the underworld realm 10 heavens. In a few breaths of time Qin Wudao had broken 3 levels in a row, cultivating the underworld realm to perfection, and was only one step away from crossing the threshold, and as his successive breakthroughs caused the aura in his body to be continuously consumed, Qin Wudao then felt a lot more relaxed, and his reddened face was also significantly better. This, feeling that his body was still full of spiritual qi, Qin Wudao, who had slowed down, wanted to continue his breakthrough with a bang, but suddenly hesitated. Transition. It wasn't that he was worried about not having enough aura to fail the impact, but he would have to go through a heavenly tribulation if he wanted to go further. Qin Wudao wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to carry the lightning tribulation, but rather that he was now in the Tendu city, where all the forces were gathered, so it could be described as a mixed bag of fish and dragons. If he were to cross the threshold here, the commotion would certainly not be small, and he would certainly cause trouble, thus spilling over to his master and the others, although according to Lin Zhao's strength they probably didn't care and would even step in to protect them. This was not what he wanted to see. Just as Qin Wudao was hesitating, a voice was suddenly ringing in his ears. Concentrate on breaking through with a bang. Qin Wudao was first stunned. After reacting to the fact that it was his master's voice, he opened his mouth and was just about to say something, but the surging aura in his body caused his tone to lurch, and after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and continued to run the Void Bible. Since the master has said so, what's the point of hesitating himself? Boom! A loud bang exploded in the sky above Tendu City. Countless cultivators subconsciously looked up, and what met their eyes was a dense black cloud, and the roar continued to resonate. This is... A sharp-eyed cultivator immediately exclaimed in shock after pondering for a moment. Thunderbolt! What's going on? Who's crossing the threshold? It's been a long time since I've been in Tendu City, for more than 20 years, and it's the first time I've seen someone dare to cross the threshold in here. Surprised, puzzled, and of course, naturally, that gloating. Being one of the several largest main cities in the East Prosperity Domain, no normal person would choose to cause trouble here, but now that they saw that someone dared to cross the threshold here, the crowd of onlookers immediately became lively. Lin Xiao, who was still inside the house, did not pay any attention to the clamor outside. Looking at Qin Wudao's room, his gaze slowly shifted into the air. Looking calmly through the roof at the black clouds, his palm slowly lifted up and a word was slowly spat out. Scatter. As Lin Zhao's words fell, The black clouds tumbling in the air were madly agitated after a pause, as if they were tornadoes constantly fluctuating in the air, with electric snakes shuttling in and out of them, as if the end was coming. What the hell? The melon-eating cultivators below who saw this scene also looked at each other for a while. What is the situation? Is the movement of the ferrying thunder tribulation so big? Wait, look at that! As a shout came from the crowd, many eyes all followed to look, and then their eyes all widened with a shocked expression. One could only see a huge aura palm hanging high above the sky, and after pausing for a moment under the thunderclouds, it suddenly cut into them. Boom! Under the countless stupefied gazes, the thunderclouds that had been churning for half a day were as if they were destroyed under the swing of the giant palm, and they were instantly slapped apart, clearing the sky. At this moment, within Tiandu City, there were hundreds of thousands of people staring wide-eyed at the giant palm of aura that was slowly dissipating, and the originally lively streets were dead silent at this moment. Obviously, the scene in front of them was clearly beyond their knowledge. Gollum! A youth looked at the old man beside him and gulped. Master, can the thunderbolt still be artificially shattered? There was a default fact in the immortal cultivation world that the lightning tribulation induced by a breakthrough in cultivation could only be endured by the person alone. If someone tried to get along, the thunderbolt would follow and become more and more terrifying. Thousands of years ago, there was a star sovereign realm perfection powerhouse in the East Prosperity domain who helped his disciple cross the tribulation, causing the power of the thunderbolt to multiply. And in the end, the master and disciple both died tragically. There were two large realms between the two of them and they were still like this, although it was not known whether they could block it if a Heaven's Peer realm powerhouse made a move. But those who could generally cultivate to this point were also human beings, so how could they possibly go and gamble their lives because of the small trials and tribulations of their juniors? Of course, the main thing is that although the ferrying is dangerous, the passing rate is quite high if you are well prepared. The youths in other places didn't know, but so far, there was no precedent of helping other people succeed in resisting the lightning tribulation hard in the East Prosperity domain. Chapter 24, Hotspots all over town. Breaking up the thunderbolt. In the face of the disciples' inquiry, the old man let out a bitter smile, a touch of awe spreading across his face as he sighed. It is also unheard of for the master. Such a strong person is no longer something we can imagine. But, speaking of this, the old man's eyes also flashed with a trace of doubt. When did such a strong person come to their East Prosperity domain? And on a platform hundreds of meters away, a burly figure stood here, his majestic face gazing at the location on the dome where the giant palm of aura had previously dissipated. This person was no one else but the Luofu sect patriarch, the Heaven's sovereign realm powerhouse, Luo Jie, shattering the transitional thunder. Who is this person? Roger muttered and whispered, feeling the slight aura fluctuation still remaining in the air, and his furrowed brows could not hide the color of shock in his pupils. Although he was in the heavenly exaltation realm, Luo Jie was very clear about his own strength. This kind of thunderbolt himself involved in it would have to fall along with the ferryman, but now it was dispersed by someone with his bare hands. How could such a scenario not make him surprised? As one of the top powerhouses in the East Prosperity domain, he knew very well that no one in the East Prosperity domain could do this. The sudden appearance of such a mysterious powerhouse above the God King realm, before knowing if the other party had any hostile intentions, was not a good thing in Roger's opinion. Pity. After a final glance at the vault, Roger turned to enter the house, having been prepared to look down on the other side through the location of the crossing. I didn't expect the heavenly thunder to be dispersed while it was still brewing, even if it had the intention to go and explore a bit. Of course the entire Tiandu city holds such a mindset more than just him. Many cultivators just ready to run to the destination to eat the first line of melons. Who knows, not yet wait to get out of the foot of the street, things are over. In this regard, although the crowd regretted, but can only be left unsettled, Qin Wudao, who was the person in question, was unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. At this time was sitting on the bed, his body translucent, dots of starlight flickering during the growth of the aura is also gradually stabilized. Phew! As a soft cry rang out, Qin Wudao's body slowly returned to its original state. His bright eyes slowly opened, and his previously reddened face was already normal. Almost exploded. Qin Wudao wiped the non-existent false sweat from the top of his head, and his face was filled with the expression of a life after a robbery. He had thought that the spirit fruit given by his master was an earth-rank spirit fruit, and that it would be almost enough to help him break through 2 levels of cultivation at most, but he hadn't expected that this miscalculation would almost prop him up. Thinking of this, Qin Wudao subconsciously looked at the storage ring and sensed the few remaining fruits inside, and the corners of his mouth followed suit. This Yuan spirit fruit was definitely not comparable to any earth-rank spirit fruit, but, looking at his unharmed self, Qin Wudao was puzzled. He was the one who had broken through the transition realm, Where had the expected thunderbolt gone? Seems to be going pretty well. Just as Qin Wudao's heart was palpitating, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, and he followed the voice. And then he saw Lin Xiao appearing in his line of sight, standing in front of the window, looking at himself cheerfully. Master. Seeing the other party, Qin Wudao immediately leapt up from the bed, straightening his somewhat messy Taoist robes before hastily bowing and saluting. All right, get up. Lin Xiao sat down and sized up Qin Wudao for a couple of moments before withdrawing his gaze and nodding. Transition Realm Second Sky. Not bad. That's right. Under the Void Bible, the majestic spiritual power of the Yuan Ling fruit was completely absorbed by Qin Wudao and transformed into his own power. After breaking through the transition realm, the residual spiritual energy in his body also helped him go one step further and break through to the second heavenly realm. It's all because of the master's cultivation, Qin Wudao said, glancing twice out the window. Seeing the sky twinkling with stars, a silence could not help but speak. That, Master, how come there's no thunderbolt in my tribulation? Is it because I have a special physique? No. At those words, Lin Xiao waved his hand and casually said, there's nothing special about your physique. As for the thunderbolt, it was just dispersed by me. Meow? Qin Wudao's puzzled expression instantly froze on his face, and the other party's reply instantly made his brain go down. What? The thunderbolt was broken up by Master? This thing? It's still breakable? Alright, you've just made a breakthrough. Grab some time to consolidate your cultivation. Lin Xiao stood up after he finished speaking, and by the time Qin Wudao reacted, the former had already disappeared. After returning to his room, Lin Xiao returned to his bed and closed his eyes in preparation for rest. Although it was fine for him as a great emperor even if he didn't sleep all the time, the habits he once had were hard to change. Besides, he who was already invincible in this realm didn't have much room for upward mobility. So naturally he didn't need to fight for his life like other cultivators, and just needed to enjoy his life while developing his clan in the meantime. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, it was already dawn outside. Cozy. Stretching his waist, Lin Xiao just walked out of the door, and by Jia's several figures appeared along with him, speaking out one after another when they saw him come out. Palace Master. Master. Aha. Lin Xiao nodded his head in response and then left the inn with his group. The martial arts competition would end today and it was time for them to make their move. And at this time the bustling streets are filled with noisy people's voices, in which the most discussed, naturally, is what happened last night. Hey, have you all heard that the one who struck last night to break up the heavenly tribulation is probably a strong person of the heavenly sovereign realm? It's very possible. I just don't know which powerhouse it is. Come on. My master has told me that even a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to break up the thunder tribulation that easily. So the one who made the move must be a divine king realm powerhouse helping the disciple with the tribulation. Listening to the murmurs coming from all directions, Lin Zhao's face remained unchanged while Qin Wudao twitched the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect that my own crossing a hijacking would move so much, and all of a sudden it became a topic of focus. Transition realm, break up the heavenly thunder. Feeling the aura of the transition realm on Qin Wudao's body, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue glanced at each other, and their expressions both became a bit odd. That's what? Junior. Hu Qianxue came close to Qin Wudao. Her red lips slightly opened and whispered, you were the one who made that big breakthrough last night, weren't you? Although it was a question, from Hu Qianxue's affirmative tone it was clear that she had basically agreed with her guess. It's me, second sister. Qin Wudao touched his nose and snapped. After eating a Yuan Ling fruit yesterday, I made a breakthrough. Meow meow meow. Upon hearing this, Hu Qianxue immediately widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in a low voice, Junior brother, are you an idiot? Yuan Ling fruit is a heavenly grade spirit fruit. Aren't you afraid of bracing yourself by eating a whole one directly? At those words, Qin Wudao's mouth suddenly opened wide, and only muttered out after a moment of being frozen. Heavenly ranked spirit fruit. I don't know how. Chapter 25 Domain Lord Su Feng. In the center of the heavenly capital city, in front of a huge building, densely packed crowds of people walked in from several exits, and the cacophony of voices was endless. The great martial arts arena, the largest ring in the entire Tianta city and even the entire East Prosperity domain, covering an area of unknown geometric proportions, but large enough to hold 100,000 people. The East Prosperity domain organizes the martial arts competition every 10 years, which is held in this place, and today is the last day of the martial arts competition, that is, the semifinals as well as the finals. The enthusiasm of the audience in order to see this event have to buy tickets to catch a glimpse of this battle of geniuses, and right at this moment, several figures broke through the air and came. The powerful aura emanating from their bodies immediately caused the crowd on the ground to stir, and cries of alarm rang out one after another. Look, the clan leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Heavenly Emperor Hu Yuxuan, is here. I've heard that this venerable lord has obtained the inheritance of a god-king realm powerhouse somewhere, and in just a few months' time, he broke through several layers of shackles one after the other to achieve heavenly exaltation. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. I have reliable information here. This venerable one clearly obtained the legendary heavenly grade spirit fruit within the ancient relics, and that's why he made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Pull back you. The entire East Prosperity domain upwards hasn't had an ancient relic come out for thousands of years. Next time can you think before you blow? Oh who? When will this good thing be my turn? At this time, Hu Yuxian, who was suspended in the air, had a smile on his face when he heard these words, and behind him, the Grand Elder Hu Chuan and the others were even holding their heads high, unable to hide the smile on their faces. Ever since they knew that their clan leader had achieved heavenly exaltation after returning from a trip to the Wuji Palace, their clan had spread the story all over the East Prosperity domain in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the first reaction of most people to this sort of thing is naturally to question and ridicule it. However, after when a door-to-door star sovereign realm perfection powerhouse looking for trouble was killed by Hu Yuxuan in seconds, it instantly shocked a domain of eyeballs. Those bad remarks disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and no one expected the incident to be true. That Hu Yuxuan, who had been stuck in the seventh heaven of the star sovereign realm for many years, and who had been seriously injured and whacked to death due to an accident, had suddenly become a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse that was a top-tier combatant when looking at the entire East Prosperity domain. After the matter was finalized, the Qingqiu Fox clan also followed the leap to become the fourth largest force within the East Prosperity domain in addition to the three major forces, and for a time, there was no second place in the limelight. At this moment, there are several figures breaking through the air and coming to the Fox tribe not far away before stopping. Brother Yuxuan, the middle-aged man at the head of the group, raised his hand in salute, and his gentle and elegant feeling made people feel good. Brother Su, Hu Yuxuan also politely returned the salute. Even though he had become a heavenly father, he did not dare to underestimate the person in front of him. Su Feng, East Prosperity Domain Lord, Heavenly Dignity Realm, 6th Heavenly Realm. The Domain Lord's mansion under his command was the number one power in the East Prosperity domain. A few days ago, when the two met in Tendu City, Su Feng took the initiative to call Hu Yuxuan his brother. Obviously, in his opinion, Hu Yuxuan, who had a cultivation of the fourth heavenly realm, could already afford to address himself as Brother Yuxuan. Of course, the two mysterious heavenly dignitaries who had struck out for the Qingqiu Fox clan to exterminate the underworld Python clan some time ago was the reason why Su Feng valued it the most and was willing to befriend Hu Yuxuan in such a manner. As for Hu Yuxuan, these were all temporary, and it was only a matter of time before the Qingqiu Fox clan, which had already become a subsidiary force of the Wuji Palace, surpassed the Domain Lord's house. Brother Yuxian, let's go in first. Su Feng smiled and issued an invitation, but Hu Yuxuan raised his head slightly and politely refused. No need. Please ask Brother Su to go in first. We still have to wait for someone here. Hearing Hu Yuxuan's reply, Su Feng was stunned. The other party's refusal could be said to be completely out of his expectation. Waiting for someone? For whom? And right at this moment, Luofu sect Patriarch Luojie brought a group of elder disciples flying from the distance, and in a few breaths of effort they stood in front of the close vicinity. Lord Domain Master, Brother Yuxian, Patriarch Luo is here. The smiles on the faces of the two men who saw Roger's arrival were all tightened for a few moments. The guy in front of them was not on good terms with either of them. Luo Jia did not care much about this, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with the two men, he led a group of Luofu sect's elder disciples into the large martial arts arena on his own. Brother Yuxuan, Su Feng, who had watched Roger's figure disappear into the field, withdrew his gaze and was just about to say something to Hu Yuxuan when the latter suddenly brightened up, his suspended figure instantly descending downwards, as did Hu Chuan and the others behind him. Su Feng's line of sight followed Hu Yuxuan, and then he saw a scene that made him extremely surprised, only to see that the other party landed on the ground, then bowed and saluted to a young man who didn't know where he came out from, and that respectful expression made his pupils also shrunk, obviously very dismayed. And it wasn't just him who noticed this scene. The group behind him, the incoming and outgoing cultivators on the ground, were all dumbstruck, their faces filled with stupefaction. Some people even wiped their eyes vigorously, and the sound of swallowing saliva was endless. What was the situation? What did they see? Hu Yuxuan, who was a powerful heavenly exalt of their East Prosperity domain, was actually giving someone a salute so respectfully? Thinking of this, thousands of gazes all gathered on the young man with a smile on his face in front of Hu Yuxuan, and only one thought remained in his mind. Who's this? And naturally, Hu Yuxuan didn't know what the onlookers were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Patriarch Hu. Looking at Hu Yuxuan, who was saluting in front of him, Lin Xiao waved his hand and used his aura to lift him and the several people behind him up, and lightly laughed. Hello again. Although almost 3 months had passed since the last time the two had met, it was just like not seeing each other for 2 days in a world where tens or hundreds of years of closed-door seclusion were the norm. Hello again, Palace Master. After being helped up, Hu Yuxuan subconsciously looked in another direction, and when the smiling Hu Qianxue appeared in his field of vision, the smile on his face suddenly became more and more intense. It seems that his own baby girl has not been lazy for this period of time, and his strength has been refined so much, and he has crossed the threshold of the realm of the consummation. Is not right. Not only him, even Hu Chuan and the others behind him froze in place one by one after noticing the strong aura emanating from Hu Qianshue's body, and the expressions on their faces could be said to be as wonderful as they could be. And Hu Yuxuan, who reacted to what happened, the smile on his face froze, and after looking carefully at his daughter again in disbelief, he suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. I've got a nine-tailed old man. What is this? After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, her own daughter had broken through 17 minor realms and was on the verge of transforming into the God realm. Although he knew that under Lin Zhao's teaching, his own daughter's strength would definitely soar, but it was really out of his expectation that she would rise so fast. And then he looked at himself, but he hadn't even broken through a small realm in the same amount of time. Thinking of this, Hu Yuxuan, who was an old father, immediately felt that he had been struck by his daughter. Chapter 26, The Beginning of the Underpinnings. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Hu Yuxuan opened the way on the side, leading a group of people towards the field, and wherever a few people passed by, the crowded crowd automatically gave way to a wide channel, and the densely packed line of sight focused on the line of people, watching them enter inside the great martial arts arena, until the silhouette of a group of people completely disappeared. The crowd outside the scene only reacted. The original quiet scene suddenly became noisy again, and the topic is invariably a group of people who just went in. My God, who is that man? Venerable Hu Yuxuan even took the initiative to salute. Who knows, but for someone who can make heavenly exalt Hu Yuxian so respectful, maybe that person is a divine king realm powerhouse. And just as there were various speculations outside, Lin Xiao and his group had already run into each other within the passageway with Domain Lord Su Feng and the others who had come in early. Brother Yuxuan. Su Feng, who had withdrawn his gaze from Lin Xiao, looked at Hu Yuxuan and asked tentatively, "These are, Brother Su, let me introduce you." Hu Yuxuan sidestepped to make way for Lin Xiao and smiled. "This is Palace Master Lin of the Wuji Palace, while the other few are elders and disciples of the Wuji Palace." Palace Master. This is East Prosperity Domain Lord Su Feng. Within this quiet passageway, Hu Yuxuan's voice could be said to be exceptionally clear, and it instantly traveled clearly into the ears of the Domain Lord House's group. And after hearing Hu Yuxuan's words, the faces of the several people present in the Domain Lord's mansion all showed a look of bewilderment. Obviously, they hadn't heard of the Wuji Palace's name, including Su Feng. "Hello, Palace Master Lin." Su Feng temporarily put his doubts behind him and took the initiative to greet him while bowing slightly in salute. "My name is Su Feng." Looking at the modest and courteous man in front of him, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded in response after sizing him up for a couple of moments. "Hello, Domain Lord Su Feng. This seat Lin Xiao." As soon as Lin Xiao said this, the expressions of the few people behind Su Feng instantly became ugly, clearly not dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's attitude towards their Domain Lord. "Ha ha ha, then Mr. Su is truly honored." Su Feng, on the other hand, continued to smile and did not linger after saluting, turning around and leading the people of the Domain Lord's mansion to leave first. Lord of the East Prosperity Domain, Lin Xiao, who had watched the Domain Lord Mansion's group disappear into the distance, withdrew his gaze and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Kind of. On the other hand, Su Feng, who had already walked away, collected his smile and slowly walked forward while his eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. "Father, that guy is just too arrogant." A teenager took 2 steps forward to Su Feng's side, his face full of wrath. "To call yourself the seat in front of you is simply too arrogant." "That's right. I don't think he even puts our Domain Master's mansion in his eyes." The teenager's words were like opening a vent, and the rest of the people opened their mouths, their tones filled with dissatisfaction towards Lin Xiao. They are the people of the Domain Master's house. In this East Prosperity Domain many large and small forces are all headed by it, to where it is still not subject to the admiration of 10,000 people. But now I don't know where to come out of what Wuji Palace Master even in front of them to act as a senior. Instantly let the high-minded and proud a few people can't stand it. The ones who made these remarks were all young disciples. As for the several white-haired old men, they were silent as they looked at these juniors in front of them and slowly shook their heads. Okay. Su Feng's 2 flat words exited, and the few people who had opened their mouths instantly lowered their heads, no longer uttering a word. "Have you forgotten what I usually say?" After Su Feng calmly looked around the circle, his eyes finally landed on the teenager who was the first to make a sound before and admonished. Never underestimate anyone, or you will pay dearly for it at any time. Yes. Seeing their own domain master being so serious, the several young disciples were also inwardly aghast, and their expressions became equally solemn. Wuji Palace. Seeing this scene, Su Feng's face slowed down a little, turning his head to look at an old man and pondering for a moment before speaking. Elder Gao, go find out where this Wuji Palace came from. Yes, his own domain lord personally ordered. The old man didn't dare to be slow, and after making a bow, he turned around and hurriedly left. Looking at Su Feng's gloomy look, the teenager on the side could not hold back a bit and opened his mouth to inquire. Father, is this really necessary? Upon hearing this, Su Feng put his hand on the other party's shoulder after glancing at the teenager and said in a solemn voice, Yang you have to know that the entire Tianxian continent is not just my East Prosperity domain, and there are even more people who are stronger than my father. So this kind of arrogant mentality is not something to be desired. Saying that, Su Feng looked towards the several old men who hadn't said anything and raised his eyebrows. Feng, have the several elders ever seen the other party's cultivation? This, after a few people looked at each other for a moment, an old man with the strongest breath arched his hand and smiled bitterly. Domain Lord, forgive me for my poor eyesight. I could only discern the cultivation of the three young men following behind. As for the leader and the two behind him, I did not see through them. What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the several young people immediately became wonderful, each one looking at the old man with wide eyes, wondering if they had heard something wrong. This old man is the guest secretary of their domain master's mansion. The strength of the body has long since broken through the heavenly dignity, although only the realm of the first heaven, but that is also a genuine heavenly dignity powerhouse. And in the immortal cultivation world, if you can't see someone's cultivation, there are only two possibilities. One is that the other person's realm is higher than your own, and the other is that the other person has a treasure on their body that specializes in hiding their breath. However, according to the various performances of the Qingqiu Fox clan's party before, the possibility of it being one was obviously greater, and that would mean that all three of them were Tianzuan realm powerhouses. What kind of concept was this, to know that even the domain lord's mansion, which was recognized as the strongest force within the East Prosperity domain, only had two heavenly dignity realm powerhouses. This Wuji Palace that suddenly popped up out of nowhere had no name, yet it might have a strength that was stronger than their domain lord's mansion. How could this kind of thing not shock the young people? Domain Master. The old man looked at the silent Su Feng and said with some hesitation, You should have seen the strength of those three, right? Phew. Upon hearing this, Su Feng let out a light breath and looked in the direction of Lin Xiao and the others before withdrawing his gaze and shaking his head. No, like you, I didn't see through them. When these words came out, the old man's pupils suddenly dilated, and the rest of the people's mouths were even wider open, clearly stunned by this news. Even their Su Feng domain lord, who was in the sixth heaven of the heavenly dignity realm, couldn't see through the three. Could it be that these people, all of them, were high-level heavenly dignities, or even divine kings? Could it be a divine weapon? The other old man paused as he spoke, and then let out a bitter laugh. Even if that was the case, the person who might have the divine soldier wasn't much different from the earlier one. Chapter 27, the so-called genius. On the other hand, Lin Xiao and the others on the other side didn't know what happened after Su Feng and the others left. At this moment, they had already followed Hu Yuxuan into the arena, and as their eyes lit up, their field of vision instantly became wide. The huge square was paved with the same color of green stone, and in the middle there were several rings for martial arts. Around the square, there were circular steps and stone seats, and at this time, within the martial arts arena, such a position had already been filled by the cultivators who had come to take up most of the space, and the remaining small portion was also decreasing. So many cultivators gathered together. The commotion is naturally not small. Everywhere there are people talking to the people beside them in whispers. The cacophony of voices can be said to be deafening. Lin Xiao, who was seeing such a scene for the first time, also slightly side-eyed and lightly laughed. What a hoot! At this time, their location is at the top of a high platform. Standing here at a glance can be the entire martial arts field into the eyes. Dozens of stone seats were spread around, and some people gathered in twos and threes to chat. And those who can come here to take a seat are a kind of affirmation of strength and status. And after seeing Hu Yuxuan's arrival, the atmosphere in the room immediately became subtle, with the vast majority of people's eyes falling on Lin Xiao and his group, as if they wanted to discover something. Long before Lin Xiao and the others arrived, these people had reported what was happening outside through the people below. For these people to be able to make even Hu Yuxuan treat them respectfully was also a surprise to them, hence the sizing up at this moment. And after noticing the three girls of Yunlinger behind Lin Xiao, there were a few people whose gazes instantly became misplaced and their sights became frivolous. noticing the somewhat undisguised measuring gazes in all directions. Bai Jia, who was following behind Lin Xiao, let out a cold snort. An invisible mental fluctuation stirred out, instantly covering the entire field. Ah! As Bai Jia's words fell, several people instantly wailed out, each covering their eyes and staggering back a few meters before their legs went limp and they directly fell to the ground. And all of this happened in an instant. When the others saw several people lying on the ground wailing, suddenly inwardly flabbergasted, eyes retracted, did not dare to wantonly survey again. One should know that there was a star sovereign nine heavens powerhouse inside the person who was injured just now, and as a result, the other person didn't even lift his hand and let him fall to the ground injured. Such tactics can be as terrifying as they are. What terrifying strength! And in a seat not far from here, Roger, who was also secretly surveying the situation, his expression also became grave. To press a group of experts to be injured and defeated by just pure spiritual power, Roger thought to himself that even if it was himself, or if Domain Master Su Feng came, he would definitely not be able to do it. This kind of means, afraid of a God King realm powerhouse. Thinking of this, Roger subconsciously raised his head to look at it, and after sweeping it twice, he retracted it again, seeming to think of something between the flashes of his eyes. In addition to that woman, the other two people that he could not see through were definitely not weak. If he is not wrong, these three people's strength is afraid to be above himself. Hu Yuxuan. Roger stared at Hu Yuxuan, who was not far away, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Is this your chosen backer of the Qingqiu Fox clan?" It wasn't just him. The people of the major powers present were all looking in the direction of the front row, with thoughtful expressions on their faces. Those who could sit here were not stupid people. As early as the last time the Qingqiu Fox clan was saved by a mysterious strong man had already attracted their attention. There was also Hu Yuxuan's sudden achievement of heavenly dignity, which made them suspect that there was a mysterious force behind them that was supporting the Qingqiu Fox clan. Now it looks like they guessed about 8 or 9 times, and Lin Xiao didn't care what the rest of the people were thinking. At this moment, he was looking at the densely packed cultivators within the large martial arts arena. The corners of his mouth lifted up while a smirk appeared on his face. Looks like we've come to the right place this time. The reward for the mission. It's there. It did not take long for the group from the Domain Lord's mansion to walk up to the high platform under Su Feng's leadership, coming to the forefront to take their seats amidst the greetings along the way. And the host, who saw the Domain Lord take his seat, immediately stood out and loudly announced the start of today's match. Amidst tens of thousands of cheers, 4 young men of the transitional sack realm came to the ring and started drawing lots, and between their glances, they all saw the thick intent of battle in each other's eyes, itching to fight on the spot. Today was the semifinals as well as the finals. These geniuses had been fighting for many days and were finally going to separate the winners and losers today. The excitement of their moods could be imagined. Soon, the 2 youths who drew lots were the first to appear on stage, and with the referee's order, they held their swords and fought together, with the sound of gold and iron clanking constantly resounding. On the high platform, Lin Xiao and the others were also watching with interest, although it was still very weak for them. At least the spectacle of a battle at the transition realm was still a bit of a spectacle. You give me a day of thunder, I give you a land of fire. From time to time and then close to carry a sword to cut each other too. A variety of cards constantly set off. The audience underneath the seat is constantly ringing shouts of amazement. The mood can be said to be quite high. Soon, the first match ended, and the youth named Su Huayan was victorious. And when the referee announced the winner, the line of people from the Domain Lord's mansion immediately cheered out, and the smile on Su Feng's face became even more intense. Obviously, it was no surprise that this Su Huayan should be someone from the Domain Master's mansion. When the second match started, Lin Xiao realized that one of the youths in the first heaven of the transition realm was actually a demon, and his body was actually a 3-tailed fox. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao subconsciously turned his head to look at Hu Yuxuan beside him. The latter seemed to see the other party's doubts and hurriedly spoke out to explain. Palace Master, that is also my Fox clan children, surnamed Hu Kong. In addition to the younger daughter Qian Xue among the descendants belongs to its talent is the best. There are also some things Hu Yuxian did not say. That is, this year's martial arts competition Qingqiu Fox clan was originally prepared to let Hu Qianxue and Hu Kong come, but did not expect that the latter suddenly worshipped in the Wuji Palace. Not wanting this to affect his daughter's cultivation, Hu Yuxuan let Hu Kong compete alone. Although according to its strength want to win the championship 80% not much hope, but looking at the daughter who has been successful in the transition, Hu Yuxuan feel that these are nothing. What was an East Prosperity Domain's martial arts competition? In the future, his own daughter was going to stand on the Tianxian continent and compete with other demonic geniuses on the same stage. The 2 youths on the stage soon fought to a piece, but after watching for a while, Lin Xiao felt a bit bored, and unintentionally turned his head but found an interesting thing. A few of his own disciples were looking intently at the battle below, and Qin Wudao was constantly rubbing the long stick in his hand, his eyes unblinking as he watched the two in the field. No way. I am. Master. Seeing Qin Wudao, who was looking this way somewhat blankly, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What? Want to fight?" Seeing that his mind was revealed in a single word, Qin Wudao scratched his head in some embarrassment and smiled sarcastically. "No, Master." Although Qin Wudao was pushing back with his mouth, his eager expression was the same as writing "I want to fight" all over his face. Chapter 28 Qin Wudao joins the war. Ha. Seeing his own disciple's eagerness to try, Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Hu Yuxuan beside him, who immediately understood and turned to look at Su Feng, who was not far away, and spoke out. "Brother Su." Su Feng, who was watching the battle below, looked sideways, and although he had long heard the conversation between the several people, he still asked, "Can I help you, Brother Ushio?" Hu Yuxuan smiled and pointed at Qin Wudao. "This young friend from the Wuji Palace also wants to spar with his peers, so later on, should we add another friendly match?" Hu Yuxuan didn't bother to deliberately lower his voice, so the entire people on the elevated platform immediately turned their gazes towards Qin Wudao after they all heard this. Earlier, due to Bai Jie's injuries, so they didn't really bother to observe Qin Wudao's several people's auras. However, they were immediately taken aback when they checked the aura on Qin Wudao's body. Transition Realm Second Sky. At such a young age with such a cultivation level, this kind of talent is also among the upper class, even among geniuses. If he competes, he might even win the championship. Listening to people's master and disciple talk in front of them, I thought it was going to let the kid cut in, but I didn't realize it was going to be an extra game. This, with all eyes on him, Su Feng did not know what to do for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he looked at the rest of the people. "I wonder what you all think." The people sitting on the stone chairs all cursed. "Su Feng, this guy is worthy of being a shrewd calculator, but he is a good hand at dumping." I agree. If you all agree, then so do I." Under the watchful eyes of Hu Yuxuan and Bai Jie, the heads of these various forces all expressed their agreement. Anyway, their disciples had long been eliminated, and it had nothing to do with them if they lost or won in a while, so there was no need to offend these bigwigs because of such a small matter. When it was finally Roger's turn, its choice was made without much hesitation. "I agree. Very good." Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. He had thought that this patriarch would use this to cause trouble, but he hadn't expected to be quite sensible. "Since you all agree." Seeing that everyone agreed, Su Feng was not in a position to say anything else and nodded his head in response. Then it wouldn't hurt to add another friendly game. As soon as Su Feng's words left his mouth, the ring below had also been divided into winners and losers, with the fox youth named Hu Kong defeating his opponent to take the victory. "Well done." Hu Yuxuan, who saw the scene, immediately had a smile on his face, and the Grand Elder Hu Chuan behind him was even more excited than the former. After all, this was his own grandson. On the other hand, the faces of the Luofu faction's crowd didn't look too good. The one who was defeated was no other than their player, who was the only one to break into the semifinals. It's a pity. If senior brother Yutong was here, several Luofu sect disciples are full of reluctance, broke into the semifinals of the one although strong, but is only the young generation of Luofu sect in the second, the most talented, one also have to belong to Luo Jie's disciple Yutong. Thinking of his disciple who was full of killing intent, Luo Jie looked in the direction of Lin Xiao and the others, and his face sank a little. The number one seed of their Luofu sect for this martial arts tournament was originally Yutong, but because of the Qingqiu Fox clan, he didn't choose to bring him in the end. Until now, the quarterfinals had already ended, and the next one was the final between Su Huayan and Hu Tian, thus deciding who was the leader of the younger generation in the East Prosperity domain, while the friendly match was placed after the final. After knowing that he could go down, Qin Wudao didn't even look at the finals and went straight to his pre-battle preparations, clearly taking this battle very seriously. Hu Qianxue came over from the side and laughed playfully. "Cheer up, oh little master," although she also wanted to participate in the battle, but unfortunately there was no one in this younger generation who was his opponent. A casual strike from the transition realm perfection would be able to take these geniuses in seconds. "Don't worry, senior sister." Qin Wudao tightly gripped his long stick, his clear face filled with a look of determination as he said in a deep voice, "I won't let you guys down." Although it had only been a day since he broke through to the transition realm, Qin Wudao was confident that he wasn't weak to anyone. Not long after, with a sword sound, the long sword in Hu Kong's hand landed on the ground, and another green peak longsword was pressed against his throat. Ugh! Hu Chuan, who saw the scene's face darkened, and then let out a light sigh. Even Hu Yuxuan's face showed regret. Pity. Although Hu Kong was gifted, Su Huayan was not bad either. Not only was his sword attainment better, but even his cultivation also pressed him. Second sky of the transition realm? Qin Wudao's eyes burned as he looked down at Su Huayan, who had retracted his sword blade. A genius of the same realm as himself was just right to be used as an opponent. Let's go! Hu Yuxuan and Su Feng got up at the same time and headed downwards, and Qin Wudao hurriedly followed when he saw this. Noticing Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan falling from overhead, the old man who was the referee was instantly ready to say something. Domain Master. Before the referee could finish speaking, Su Feng raised his hand and lightly waved it to signal him to shut up, and then he looked at Su Huayan and nodded. Wyvern, there's another battle later, so grab some time to recover your status. Yes. Although Su Huayan was a bit puzzled, he didn't ask too many questions when his own domain master opened his mouth and walked straight out of the ring to get high to heal his injuries. The downfall of the two heavenly dignitaries was also causing the audience to become lively. Even Qin Wudao, who was following the two, attracted a lot of attention. Well, what's going on? Why are the two honored ones coming up here? Now that they're going to be publicly awarded? Who knows? But who is that young man following Hu Yuxuan? Surprisingly able to navigate the air. He must be in the transitional realm as well. Which clan's genius is this? And why isn't he competing? Just as the crowd was talking, Su Huayan, who had adjusted his condition, also stepped into the ring again, and the spectators who saw the scene looked at each other in disbelief. What's the deal? Is this a public award? Guys, just as the audience was confused, Su Feng mobilized his spiritual energy to let his voice spread to the entire grand martial arts arena. There is one more match as a conclusion before the end of the martial arts tournament. After saying that, Su Feng then looked at Hu Yuxuan beside him and smiled. Brother Yu Xian, let you and I be the judges this time. An honor. After seeing Hu Yuxuan and Su Feng standing outside the arena, the audience reacted and looked at each other for a moment before unifying their gaze on the ring. Whatever, there's a game to watch first anyway. Greetings, Dao brother. My name is Su Huayan. The handsome youth first greeted his opponent as a sign of respect, then raised his hand and unsheathed his sword, the 3-foot green blade exposed to the air, its cold light constantly flickering. Please instruct. Wuji Palace, Qin Wudao. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Qin Wudao raised his hand and drew out the long stick behind him, dancing a beautiful stick flower before posing a hand gesture together and said in a solemn voice, Please instruct. Chapter 29, A Fierce Battle in Progress. Inside the packed martial arts arena, countless gazes were focused on one spot. In the ring, Qin Wudao and Su Huayan stood opposite each other, their sightlines revealing a thick battle intent as they collided in the air. Watch out! Su Huayan shouted out in a low voice. The whole person rose up in the air at the same time the long sword in his hand swung. A dozen of spiritual energy sword chi instantly condensed into shape. After a moment's pause in the air, it broke through the air with the sound of whistling wind. Sword chi? Facing the attack that had already swept halfway across the field, Qin Wudao's face stared, and the long stick in his hand instantly danced, bringing up a trail of residual shadows and forming an airtight protective shield around himself. Sword chi came roaring in from all directions, but it was all dispersed the moment it touched the long stick. My turn. Qin Wudao also flew up. The speed was as fast as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the half-court, and came to Su Huayan near the front and rear of the long stick in his hand instantly swung down with countless stick shadows, a stick of 1,000 pounds. The speed of Qin Wudao also caught Su Huayan off guard, and when he reacted, he could only raise his sword in front of him to block. Clang! The moment the swords and sticks collided, the sound of gold and iron clashing instantly rang out. The long stick under the spiritual power emitted a faint white light, and Su Huayan's long sword only lasted for an instant before it was defeated. Feeling the tremendous force coming from the sword, Su Huayan's eyes widened at once, and before he could react, his entire body instantly began to fall downwards, crashing to the ground in full view of everyone. Boom! With a muffled sound, Su Huayan's entire body slumped to the ground, and the verdant stone underneath him was already strewn with cracks. Wow! And the audience that saw Su Huayan being shot down was suddenly thrown into an uproar. What is the situation? Su Huayan, who had just become the leader of the younger generation in their East Prosperity domain, was actually suppressed by someone? Where did this youth come from? The sight of the referee as Su Feng as well as Hu Yuxian is also very stunned. Originally thought that this is an evenly matched battle. Did not expect just the opening. Su Huayan fell into the wind. Tisk. Hu Yuxuan glanced in the direction of the high platform, and after seeing Lin Zhao's calm face he couldn't help but smack his lips. At this time, Su Huayan in the field was not in the mood to pay attention to what the other people were thinking. After he somewhat laboriously climbed up from the ground, he looked down at the treasure armor that had already dimmed down, then remembered Qin Wudao's strike just now, and immediately felt his heart palpitating. Luckily, he has a precious armor. Otherwise, if he eats such a blow without any defense, he is afraid that he will directly lose his ability to fight. Thinking of this, Su Huayan subconsciously looked at Qin Wudao in the air. His eyes fell on the long stick in his hand. His pupils suddenly dilated after examining it for a few moments, and he exhaled heavily for a few moments before gritting his teeth. What a great piece of Dao weaponry. After realizing this matter, Su Huayan instantly felt that it was simply too normal for the stick strike just now to have that kind of power. Dao weapons were generally used by the Star Sovereign Realm as well as the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, while the ones like the Transformation Spirit and below basically used spirit weapons. Although Su Huayan was only at the beginning of his transition, the long sword he held in his hand was already an extreme spiritual weapon. However, no matter how extremely high quality a spirit weapon was, it could not compare to a Dao soldier. It was a difference in quality. After the collision just now, cracks had appeared on Su Huayan's sword, and he was afraid that it would be broken in 2 more rounds. Again! But Su Huayan didn't hesitate much before he once again raised his sword to the sky, lifting the cracked sword, and the spirit power visible to the naked eye swept up once again. Come on! 2 people in the blink of an eye will be in the air war as a group. Weapon collision at the same time 2 people's body shape is also constantly changing, and from time to time there is a sword from the chi flying out of the landing in the ring to blow up the ground. But soon, as time passed, Su Huayan began to fall into a disadvantage at a speed visible to the naked eye. Win is going to lose. Su Feng, who was standing next to him, shook his head slightly, and he, who was experienced in battles, could naturally see the gap between the two. Weapons were one aspect, and those who used spirit weapons against Dao soldiers in the same realm were definitely at a disadvantage. Then there is the gap in terms of Gongfu. The reason why people pursue high-level Gongfu is because the use of high-level new Gongfu is not only fast cultivation speed, and will increase the upper limit of the cultivator. The cultivated spiritual power is more powerful than other people in the same realm. Su Feng as well as Su Huayan cultivated one of the highest ranked techniques within the Domain Master's Mansion, the Haoren Jingqi technique, the lower grade of the Earth rank. But even so, Su Huayan's spiritual energy was constantly collapsing in the constant exchange of their spiritual energy. Although both of them were at the same realm, the comprehensive suppression in terms of their techniques and weapons made the battle situation almost lopsided. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a crunching sound, the 2 figures suddenly separated, and the crowd's gazes then locked onto Su Huayan, only to see that the long sword held in his hand was already only half cut, and the remaining half fell to the ground, lying there quietly. Phew! After looking at the broken sword in his hand, Su Huayan was silent for a moment before turning his head to look at Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan at the side of the field, his slightly disappointed voice resounding within the martial arts arena. I lost. As Su Huayan's words fell, the originally quiet martial arts arena instantly seemed to have turned on the play button and instantly became noisy. The vast majority of the cultivators' faces revealed a look of shock. It was obvious that they didn't expect that Su Huayan, the leader of the young generation that they had just elected from the East Prosperity Domain, would be defeated in such a way that he was nearly crushed. Yeah! Hu Qianxue on the high platform fiercely hugged Yun Linger on the side, the fox ears on top of her head moving around as she cheered. Sister Linger, Jun, your brother won. I saw it. Sinsuk. Yun Linger was somewhat helplessly held, but after seeing the figure in the ring that stood with a stick, her white face was also revealed an absolutely beautiful smile. Well done, Junior. And at this moment in the ring, the falling Qin Wudao put away his long stick and looked straight at Su Huayan, who looked over with a serious tone. Brother Dao, you're strong. Ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Su Huayan put away his broken sword and smiled bitterly. I am strong, but only you are stronger. Losing is losing. Su Nianan will not go to make any excuses for himself. Next time to win back is. Looking at the broken sword in Su Nianan's hand, Qin Wudao sidled his head in some embarrassment. Your sword. Sorry. It's okay. Su Nianan waved his hand somewhat casually and grinned. You don't know yet, do you? But the first place reward for this conference is a lower grade Dao weapon. Just in time for me to change my sword. That's good. After talking, the two also followed Su Feng as well as Hu Yuxuan back to the high platform. Master. Qin Wudao, who had returned to the Wuji Palace's camp, saluted Lin Xiao and said with a solemn expression, Fortunately, good job. Lin Xiao lightly patted the other party's shoulder twice before dropping his sight to the surroundings, looking at the various forces that had gotten up and were ready to leave, lightly stretching his waist while smiling lightly. Next, then, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 30 Wuji becomes famous. Phew. After seeing the end of the match below, Domain Lord Su Feng stood up and looked to his side, smiling faintly. Go. The other large and small forces did the same, getting up and preparing to leave, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Gentlemen, stay back. All of the major powers on the high platform cast their gazes to one place, and after seeing that it was Lin Xiao sitting next to Hu Yuxuan, a look of doubt appeared on all of their faces. This one can be respected by Hu Yuxuan is certainly not simple. But the whole game down also did not say a few words, and now called them to do what? But doubtful as they were, the crowd still didn't leave at the first opportunity, but gazed at each other, waiting for the following. In full view of everyone, Lin Xiao stood up, his gentle smile making people feel good. I, Wuji Palace, have been hidden for many years and have re-emerged today, so I'm here to take this opportunity to inform you all. At those words, everyone froze. What the other party said was completely out of their expectation. Dare I ask? Su Feng, who was the first to react, arched his hand and asked tentatively, "Where is your sex residence?" Resident. After looking at the other party, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and slowly said, "Ancient Spirit Mountain Range." Ancient Spirit Mountain Range? Upon hearing this, a teenager standing next to Su Feng furrowed his brows and started muttering as he scratched his hair. I think I've heard that somewhere. Before the teenager finished speaking, his voice that seemed to have reacted to something immediately came to an abrupt end, and his expression became even more wonderful in an instant. And after hearing the name of this place, the high platform instantly fell into silence, and all of these East Prosperity Domain's great power holders had their pupils dilated, and their expressions all became trance-like. What did he say? The Ancient Spirit Mountains? Isn't that place off limits? With the great bone dragon there, who else would dare to build a clan there? This is afraid of living a long time. All of you can come and sit in the Wuji Palace when you have time. After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around and raised his hand, gently waving it forward under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Buzz! The space fluctuated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a black gap instantly appeared. Su Feng, who was standing next to him and clearly saw the scene, suddenly had his pupils shrink. Rip through space? If he remembered correctly, this should be the power that only Great Saint Realm powerhouses can use. Immediately afterward, under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, the group from the Wuji Palace followed Lin Xiao into the space, and then the gap disappeared after fluctuating for a few moments. You may all leave. Looking at the crowd that hadn't reacted yet, Hu Yuxuan, who had stayed behind, withdrew his gaze and smiled lightly. But when we go back, there are some things you all should think about more. After saying that, Hu Yuxuan left the place with the Qingqiu Fox clan, leaving a group of people standing in place in silence for a moment before leaving one after another. Although the other party didn't explicitly say anything, these palmists knew it very well. The sky is about to change in the East Prosperity Domain, and at this moment outside, with the end of this battle between the top geniuses of the East Prosperity Domain, the martial arts performance conference also came to an end. The cultivators who walked out of the great martial arts arena were also enthusiastic, fiercely discussing the several battles of the day. The most talked about among them was the last battle between Qin Wudo as well as Su Huayan. Sighs and exclamations were endless, truly worthy of being our East Prosperity Domain's geniuses. Watching them fight is just too much. Yes, but it's a bit of a pity that I didn't see the Qingqiu Fox clan's eldest Miss Hu Qianxue. I was originally running towards this one. Come on, just know about beautiful women. If you put this mind on cultivation, you would have become a heavenly father long ago. Speaking of which, who exactly was the one who finally defeated Su Huayan called Qin Wudao? And while discussing it, many people also became curious about Qin Wudao, who suddenly appeared from nowhere and began to ask around. Wait, I remembered. Before the competition started here at the martial arts arena, didn't Heavenly Father Hu Yuxuan respectfully bring a few people in, and that Qin Wudao seemed to be in there at the time? The sentence that suddenly rang out was instantly like a stone thrown into the water, causing ripples in the crowd, and countless people who recalled it raced to open their mouths. Yes, I remember. That Qin Wudao was following the three beauties at that time. I remember it clearly. So, who are those people again? As they chatted, the topic shifted back to Lin Xiao and his group. Right, Brother Li. The man tapped his friend beside him and inquired somewhat impatiently. I saw that those people were following Hu Yuxin Tianzuan to enter together. That Qin Wudao I remember also came down with the two Tianzans. Aren't you from the Domain Master's mansion? What's the news to say? Ahem, count on you asking the right person. The man being questioned coughed lightly twice, a smug look on his face. I happen to know a little. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators immediately turned their gazes this way, their ears all pricked up, waiting for the other party to open their mouths. Those guys are not easy. At the gazes cast around him, the man expressed his amusement and said with a mysterious face, have you heard of the Wuji Palace? The group looked at each other for half a day before shaking their heads. They had heard of the emotionless palace, but what was the infinite palace? No, but soon, a voice came out of the crowd. I remember that earlier. That Qin Wudao seemed to have given this name when he fought against Su Huayan. This brother is right. There was always someone with a quick mind. And after giving the other man an affirmative look, the man continued his story. As for why Heavenly Father Hu Yuxian is so respectful to these people, the two mysterious experts who helped the Qingqiu Fox clan exterminate the underworld Python clan 2 months ago. You all should know about them, right? As far as I can tell. Blah blah blah. Things like this were happening all over the heavenly capital city, and countless people who had received little tidbits of information were spreading it out. Because of the incident of Qin Wudao defeating Sun Yan'an and the previous incident of Hu Yuxuan personally receiving this, the popularity of the Wuji Palace was also starting to rise rapidly. But along the way, some speculation has been circulating. Hey, let me tell you, that Wuji Palace is an ancient sect that has been closed for 10,000 years, and the palace master is even a God King realm powerhouse? A clan that is tens of thousands of years old. A God King realm powerhouse. Is that really true, brother? You don't believe it? This is what my friend from the Domain Master's mansion told me himself. Is this still false? While the word of mouth spreads among the people, it naturally breeds a lot of other information, either exaggerated or self-compensated. Anyway, whatever. From the beginning of the 1736th martial arts exhibition, the power of the Wuji Palace was considered to have completely entered everyone's field of vision in the East Prosperity domain. Chapter 31 Successive Breakthroughs. With the push of the invisible hand behind it and the acquiescence of all the major forces, Wuji Palace had been known by the entire Tiandu city in just half a day, and it was still spreading to other places at an extremely terrifying speed, and it would only be a matter of time before it spread throughout the East Prosperity domain. The originator of all this, Lin Xiao, was sitting under the Enlightenment tea tree, leisurely sipping his tea, with the ferocious beast tiger nestled to the side. Phew! Stroking the tiger's big head, Lin Xiao, who had put down his teacup, stretched his back and closed his eyes with a face full of coziness. That's life. It's been a month since he came back from Tiandu City. For Lin Xiao, the current life is simply too much to his liking. This kind of unrestrained, everything under control feeling is simply too much for people to stop. Tisk. When he thought of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say something to the system in his head. System, this seed really loves you. Thank you, host, for your favorites, but please seek out the opposite sex on your own. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao instantly rolled his eyes, and then he smoothly picked up the yuan ling fruit on the stone table next to him and took a big bite. Ouch! The white tiger that saw this scene immediately started rubbing up against Lin Xiao as hard as it could, its tongue sticking out of its mouth and licking around before withdrawing it again. Seeing tiger like this, Lin Xiao moved with a start, then raised the yuan ling fruit in his hand, which was already mostly eaten, and said with a smile, "Tiger, want some?" Seeing Lin Xiao say this, the white tiger immediately became energized, its huge body instantly flicking its tongue from the ground, saliva dripping from its open mouth. "There you go then." Lin Xiao grinned, then pulled his arm behind him, and after storing up his strength for a moment he threw it violently at the top. "Go on, tiger, roar!" The white tiger instantly leapt out after a low roar, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of the Wuji Palace and headed between the mountains. From this, it could be seen just how much force Lin Xiao used to throw something. "Well, good tiger." Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction, while the corners of the mouth of the bone cultivator standing not far away couldn't help but twitch after seeing the scene. This palace master of his own family seems to be using a very strange method to age the tiger. "Here it comes, Bonesaw." Lin Xiao raised his finger and pointed to the empty seat opposite him. "Sit down and talk." "Yes, Palace Master." After seeing the other parties sit down, Lin Xiao pushed another cup of steeped hot tea over and said with concern, "Can you find a breakthrough opportunity in the past 2 days?" "No." The bone cultivator with his teacup shook his head slightly. To his realm, wanting to go further was not that easy. Bone cultivator knew very well that if it wasn't for Lin Xiao's help, then 80% of himself would still be stuck in the sixth sky of the quasi-emperor until the end of his life right now. The current bone cultivator was actually very satisfied. He had never dreamed that he would ever reach the 9 heavens of a quasi-emperor, and then one step further would be the realm of the quasi-emperor's perfection, and then the realm of the great emperor of the ancient world. He had been disheartened in the past, but Lin Xiao's appearance had rekindled his hope that perhaps he too could achieve that side of the great emperor. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, there was a sudden fluctuation in the aura on a mountain peak not far from them. The two men stopped the conversation and looked sideways. In an instant, the two men's sight crossed countless distances and saw young Linger, who was sitting within it surrounded by aura, through the stone wall. "Oh, did Linger break through again?" Lin Xiao retracted his gaze, his tone filled with relief. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. Lin Xiao can only play a supporting role in their cultivation path. The future achievement level mainly depends on themselves. However, fortunately, these few disciples of his were not only supremely talented, but they cultivated even harder than one another, and they didn't need Lin Xiao to urge them at all. Boom! Right at this moment, movement was also coming from the Hall of Enlightenment not far away. To which Lin Xiao and the two of them glanced at it before withdrawing their gaze. The boy. Lin Xiao mumbled dumbly. Thick and thin? That's pretty fast. You can hear it in his tone. And it's obvious that this has been taken for granted. And as soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, the door to the Hall of Enlightenment slowly opened, and Qin Wudao, whose stick was never far from his body, walked out from it, his aura stronger than when he was in the celestial capital city by an unknown amount. Master, Elder Bone. Looking at the disciple in front of him, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction after surveying him for a moment. Not bad, breaking through from the second level of the transition realm to transformation spirit in a month, even faster than your two elder sisters. Thank you for the praise, Master. It was just a fluke for my disciple, all thanks to the cultivation of the sect. This month could be said to be the happiest period of time in Qin Wudao's long life. The spiritual energy in his own clan was so thick that it could turn into liquid. Cultivating in such an environment, coupled with having a divine level technique like the Void Bible, and then going to sit in the Hall of Enlightenment, drinking a cup of enlightenment tea from time to time, as well as Qin Wudao's own full-grade cultivation talent. All kinds of cultivation buffs could be said to be stacked. It was because of these many reasons mixed together that this led to Qin Wudao's rapid progress, breaking 9 levels in a row to step into the transformation spirit in just 1 month. Although he said so, it was evident from the joyful look on Qin Wudao's face that he was also satisfied with the speed of his breakthrough. Senior, where are they? Seeing Qin Wudao's eagerness to try, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with an odd expression, What? You're going to cut a deal with them? Ha ha ha. Qin Wudao rubbed his nose and smiled sarcastically twice. Lin Xiao was right. He did want to find the two senior sisters to spar. After all, the difference between the two men's realms and their own shouldn't be much, so at least they still had a chance of winning. If it was anyone else from the Wuji Palace, then it wouldn't be a sparring match. It would be a one-sided hanging. Right at this moment, a beautiful shadow descended from the sky, and Qin Wudao rushed out when he saw it. Eldest sister, congratulations on your breakthrough to Transformation God. Wudou. After landing, Yunlinger gently glanced at Qin Wudao before turning her gaze to the two men seated on the stone chairs, bowing and saluting. Master, Elder Bone, Spirit is here. Lin Xiao lifted his finger to point at Qin Wudao on the side and laughed lightly. Just in time. This kid wants to spar with you. Upon hearing this, Yunlinger subconsciously looked towards Qin Wudao, and after realizing that the latter was looking at herself with a warlike look on his face, she was first stunned, and then that familiar gentle smile appeared on her face once again. I know. A quarter of an hour later, clang, accompanied by a sword roar, the 3-foot green peak against his throat, Qin Wudao swallowed his saliva and laughed bitterly after looking at the long stick that had already been picked off. You win, sister. Admit it. No way. Yunlinger guffawed and put away her sword blade, then inserted it back into the scabbard. Her body's aura was clearly stronger than Qin Wudao's by more than 1 step. If she was still at her cultivation level from the time of the martial arts performance conference, she would definitely not be Qin Wudao's opponent. However, after January's bitter cultivation, she was also able to smoothly break through to the 3rd sky of the Transformation God realm, and although the rate of enhancement was not as fast as Qin Wudao's, she did not stay put either. But what was worth being happy about for Qin Wudao was that the gap between him and his senior sisters had been narrowing. He was sure it wouldn't be long before he caught up and surpassed them. Chapter 32, The Cave of 10,000 Beasts. Hey, both eldest sister and junior brother are here? As the crowd chatted, a voice suddenly sounded. And after following the sound, Hu Qianxue stepped into the air and came, with 4 furry tails flying in the air behind her. Master, Elder Bone. Looking at Hu Qianxue, who bowed and saluted in front of him, Lin Zhao's gaze fell on the furry tails behind him and he helplessly smiled and said, Another breakthrough. Qianxue, the breakthrough of the Qingqiu Fox clan has a characteristic. That is, the fox tail behind the breakthrough will be unable to control the emergence of the fox tail. Very interesting. Hey. Hu Qianxue was a little embarrassed to put the fox tail away, then pounced to the side and half leaned on Qin Wudao, laughing playfully. Wudou, I just saw you sparring with eldest sister. How about it? Do you want to compete with me as well? At those words, Qin Wudao took half a step back and looked at the stunningly beautiful face that was close at hand, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Forget it, sister. If he might have been tempted to cut the other party before he saw them, but after being tortured by Yunlinger, he was instantly honest. There is also the fact that Qin Wudao knows how uncomplicated this second senior sister of his is. The talent of the extraordinary endowment is afraid that it is still above himself. Just now the other party came to take the initiative to flow out of the breath. I do not know how much stronger than him. Qin Wudao blindly guessed that his second senior sister, even if she didn't touch the threshold of the Star Sovereign realm, but she should be almost there. She just broke through the transformation spirit if she dares to go up recklessly. A meal from the care of her senior sister is unavoidable. Ding! Just as Lin Xiao was watching a few disciples fight, an emotionless system voice suddenly sounded in his head. Mainline quest Eastern Domain Overlord completed. Rewarded with 5,000 sec points. 108 inheritance sequences have been issued. Lin Xiao froze for a moment before reacting, and his eyes lit up. This mission is finally complete. And it looks like you were right. Because the mission was not stated, Lin Xiao could only watch and act on his own, displaying his strength through the martial arts competition while allowing the Wuji Palace to enter the sights of the large and small forces of the East Prosperity Domain, as well as Hu Yuxuan bringing the Qingqiu Fox clan outside to constantly assist him. As the matter of the Qingqiu Fox clan becoming a subsidiary force of the Wuji Palace spread out, the Wuji Palace's name was considered to have completely resounded in the East Prosperity Domain. And with the rumor that the Wuji Palace was the #1 force in the East Prosperity Domain, and after none of the large or small forces came forward to refute it, it even made the rumor even more true. Fame, double recognition in terms of strength. This is the right way to open the main quest. 5,000 clan points. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiao, who had received the reward, directly tapped on the recently unlocked system store in his mind. In the past, there was no money, not to mention, now there is money that must not be a good wave of consumption, and as the system store opened, numerous commodities instantly came into view, while the prices were also thoughtfully standardized next to them. Imperial Spirit Pill, Celestial Rank Upper Grade, Price, 688 clan points. Sky Swallowing Rat Bloodline Selling Price, 888 clan points. Great Sacred Realm Spirit Demon Puppet Priced, 388 clan points. Leaning Sword, Ancient Soldier Middle Grade, Price, 498 clan points. There was a wide variety of goods, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but smack his lips after rummaging through them for a while. True to its name, the system store can really be said to have everything. All kinds of pills, talismans, weapons, techniques and so on can be said to have everything, all made its detailed classification. For example, on the page of weapons, Lin Xiao even saw the prime white jade pillar in Phoenix Bow that the system had rewarded him with in the first place, with the former priced at 688 clan points and the latter priced at 999 clan points, and after pondering for a while, Lin Xiao strolled through the weapons page. The vast majority of the system's rewards for themselves at the beginning were Dao soldiers, and even the divine soldiers only had so many two still in the hands of Bai Jia and Zhou Meng. Bai Jia was fine, but Zhou Meng was still using divine weapons despite being in the Great Saint Realm. Zhang Liang and Li Ming, who were first summoned out by himself, had both reached the God King realm and were still using the Dao soldiers he had given them. When his subordinates were treated so poorly, Lin Xiao couldn't hang on to his face. It's great to have the funds, so you have to spend them hard. Ding! Host, please note that since you're using the system store for the first time, the first order is discounted by 2.5%, so I wish you a happy shopping experience. At those words, Lin Xiao was instantly happy after freezing for a moment. Well, Brother Unicorn is atmospheric. It's not easy to have a chance to grip the system's wool. Lin Xiao naturally will not be polite. A breath of time to buy 10 divine warriors, 5 ancient warriors, a should-be high-grade armor and defense. Such items are more readily available. There is a kind of arrogance in dispersing the family's wealth. System, check out. Ding. This time, you spent 4,868 clan points, and since you are using the system store for the first time, you are discounted by 2.5%, totaling 217 clan points after the discount. After buying the weapon, Lin Xiao didn't exit at the first opportunity, but instead turned to the sect facilities page, and after searching for a moment his sight was suddenly locked onto an item, and his eyes lit up slightly. There, only a picture of a cave was suspended in the air, and next to it were 2 small lines of text as an introduction. Beast Cave, countless beasts are sealed inside. According to the different strength levels are divided into different floors, down to the practicing chi up to the Great Emperor can be said to have everything, a total of 666 floors. Note, the beasts in this area are all formed by the cohesion of ferocious chi, and will be reborn again after a certain period of time after being killed. Good stuff. After reading the introduction, Lin Xiao couldn't take his eyes off of it at once. This thing was useless to him, but it could be used to hone the practical combat abilities of his 3 disciples. It's not good to keep burying your head in bitter cultivation. Fighting against different enemies to sharpen yourself is also improving your strength from the other side. And after seeing that price of 488 clan points, Lin Xiao did not hesitate at all and directly chose to place an order for it. In just a few minutes of work, Lin Xiao's 5,000 clan points had already been spent for the most part. Looking at the balance at only 2,000 left, Lin Xiao directly exited the system store. Anyway, the system store had already unlocked itself. so he could buy it whenever he wanted to, and he couldn't afford to smash all the clan points into it right now. It's not too late to buy when you realize what you're missing. After returning to reality, Lin Xiao moved with a thought, and before long, as several spatial cracks appeared, by Jia Zhou Meng, Zhang Liang Li Ming and the four of them came out from it one after another. Noticing the sudden appearance of several people around them, the three Qin Wudao siblings could be considered startled, and then they subconsciously looked at Lin Xiao. Before they could react, they then saw their own master raise his hand and throw out a point of light, which ended up on the ground next to the Hall of Enlightenment 100 meters away, and in the instant after the point of light had disappeared into it, a strange change occurred. Chapter 33, Heavily Armed. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. Under the gaze of the people of the Wuji Palace, the ground slowly cracked open, and a hole that seemed like a crack in space was exposed to the sunlight. The pitch blackness on the surface fluctuated like a current, as if it was a passage to hell. Lin Xiao put down his teacup and stood up, smiling lightly. It's not a solution for you guys to always practice against each other. This is the cave of 10,000 beasts. Let's call it a secret realm for the time being, said Lin Xiao as he scanned the circle and nodded and smiled. Let's all go in and try and see where we can break in. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yunlinger's few people immediately prepared to move, but there was a sudden blur before their eyes, and several pieces of weaponry and treasure armor emitting a shimmering light appeared with them, hovering in front of them. Looking around again, the rest of the people except for the bone cultivator did the same. This is, looking at the long sword surrounded by clear light in front of her, Hu Qianxue subconsciously raised her hand to grip the hilt of the sword, and after feeling the power that was even stronger than her previous Dao weapon, two words instantly surfaced in her mind. Divine Warrior. It wasn't just him. Yunlinger and Qin Wudao were the same. A divine weapon floating in front of one person. Oh no! Counting the other trinket next to it should be considered two for one person. In addition to upgrading the weapons of the three disciples, Lin Xiao also added another divine soldier rank equipment according to each person's fighting style. Yunlinger's is a pair of rainbow light shoes, divine weapon middle grade, where the user's speed increased dramatically, and above the carving of special talismans, there are exclusive skills can be catalyzed. To the speed of Yunlinger can be said to be the icing on the cake. Hu Qianxue's words were a piece of amber jade pendant, a divine weapon of lower grade. Although it had no offensive properties, its supporting ability was a masterpiece. As long as it is bound to the user, it can independently absorb and refine the outside world's aura, and then feed it back to the user. This also means that Hu Qianxue's range is pulled straight to full when she fights, and her big moves aren't said to be released all the time, but they're pretty much the same. As for the exclusive skills, there are also, as long as the user inputs spiritual energy to catalyze, it will automatically generate a defensive boundary. As long as the spiritual energy keeps up, non-Godking realm can't be broken. As for Qin Wudao, a divine warrior mid-grade Xuanwu armor, no other role, the main one defense. The 10 divine weapons that Lin Xiao had bought in the system store, this was divided out into 6 pieces. As for the remaining 4 divine weapons, they were also distributed to the 4 Zhangliangs who were elders. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't forget to replenish the 2 Zhangliang Li Ming with an ancient soldier each, so it was considered to have been distributed. As for bone repair, a bone repair, Lin Xiao looked at the empty-handed bone cultivator on the side, and was also a bit embarrassed and helpless. You'll just have to wait a little longer. According to bone cultivator's current rank, an ancient weapon would definitely not do. At the very least, he would need to be matched with a quasi-imperial weapon. But Lin Xiao silently dismissed this idea even after seeing the 4-digit price in the system store. The current self is still very poor. The clan point can't spend all of it. Otherwise it's too defeatist. It's better to keep some just in case. I'm fine, Palace Master. And bone repair does not care about this. He was originally a bone dragon cultivation. Strong flesh is the best weapon. Tens of thousands of years are basically so killed over. And for the realm of a quasi-emperor, even if one had a handy weapon, the role it played was very limited. And it was unrealistic to want to rely on it to strike a great emperor horizontally. In the bone cultivator's conception, as long as one's realm was higher than the opponent's, that was all that mattered. Even if one's old rival, that from the sea of illusory blue, broke through to the 7th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm and held a quasi-emperor soldier in her hand. So what? The bone cultivator of the 9th sky of the quasi-emperor was confident that he could slap his opponent into an underwater volcano and not even be able to snap out of it. Alright, get in there, all of you. Yes. After seeing Yunlinger and her group enter the 10,000 Beasts cave, Lin Xiao's gaze turned to Bone Cultivator and said quietly, Bone Setter, don't you want to go in and try? At those words, Bone Cultivator, who had just picked up his teacup, froze, and he pointed at himself after glancing at the dark hole, a look of bewilderment appearing on his cold face. Palace Master, can I go in too? Bone Cultivator had thought that this 10,000 beast cave was taken out by his own palace master to exercise his disciples, and he was shocked for a moment when Zhou Meng walked in, not realizing that there were even great sage realm ferocious beasts inside for people to experience. But that was the limit in his opinion. But now, looking at his own palace master's meaning, it seemed like there were still opponents inside who could fight him. Go check it out. You won't be disappointed. Lin Zhao's reply completely confirmed Bone Cultivator's thoughts that this 10,000 beasts cave did indeed have ferocious beasts at the Quasi-Emperor realm. After thinking about this, Bone Cultivator also raised his interest and stepped into the 10,000 beasts cave without much hesitation. His eyes first went black, and when Bone Cultivator opened his eyes again, he realized that he had arrived at a huge stone square. After Bone Cultivator scanned the circle, his eyes quickly settled on one spot. 100 meters away, a behemoth stood there, exposed silver hair as if steel needles like roots towering, large head buried in the chest cannot see the real face, but its body emanates the momentum is to make the bone repair look also become heavy. 9 heavens of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Before Bone Cultivator could avert his gaze, the behemoth's figure suddenly trembled, and its huge head slowly lifted up, with threads of saliva slowly dripping down from its sharp teeth, revealing a hideous face. Roar! Scarlet eyes stared at Bone Cultivator in death, his body slowly expanding away, his robust physique suddenly exposed, and the moment he saw the other party's figure, a few words instantly appeared in Bone Cultivator's mind. Ancient beasts, silverback apes. Bone Cultivator was a bit confused. He really didn't expect that his own palace master had grabbed this guy from somewhere. It is important to realize that all the ancient ferocious beasts were eliminated 10,000 years ago because of uncontrollable reasons, so all the major powers at that time joined together to eliminate them all. The Bone Cultivator at that time had also killed a silverback giant ape in a battle with it, and it was only after devouring the other party's flesh and blood essence that he had broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Roar! Without waiting for Bone Cultivator to think too much, the silverback giant ape straightened up and pounded his chest twice before lunging at him. His mountainous heavy fist instantly raised and slammed down. Seeing this, Bone Cultivator's face instantly changed, instantly flashed into the air to avoid the attack, and then his body instantly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he smoothed out the difference in size between him and the silverback giant ape, the bone dragon's true form. Oh, bone repair is serious. Lin Xiao, who was sitting on a chair, put down his teacup and looked at the two behemoths entangled in his mind with interest. Ow! Right at this moment, the white tiger stepped into the air from a distance and came running, rubbing itself furiously against Lin Xiao, its aura clearly enhanced by another degree. Heavenly Dignity Realm Triple Sky. Okay, you go play too and leave me alone for a while. The impatient Lin Xiao picked up the back of the neck of the white tiger next to him, then with a casual wave of his hand, the tiger with a dumbfounded look on its face was thrown inside the cave of 10,000 beasts. Meow. Chapter 34, The Legacy Sequence. Sitting under the tree, Lin Xiao leisurely watched the crowd of people fighting fiercely in the cave of 10,000 beasts, sipping tea from time to time. Even one person's life should be exquisite. A quarter of an hour later, the white tiger was thrown out from inside, his body drenched in blood, looking like he had been beaten up. Ow! The white tiger aggressively climbed to Lin Xiao's side and nested down, no longer having the same mighty and domineering spirit as before. Oh, to be beaten so badly. Lin Xiao smoothly exchanged a healing spirit herb in the system store to feed him, and he smacked his lips a little when he looked at the tiger who had been beaten up until he was bruised and swollen. Just now, he had seen that the white tiger had been automatically assigned to the 456th floor after going in, and had been matched with an ivory pig of the 3rd heavenly exaltation realm, so it had to be said that his luck was also bad enough. In the end, he won, but landed himself in a world of hurt, and then the guy opted out. As for the rest of the Wuji Palace, all of them unanimously chose to continue the challenge after defeating their enemies. Lin Xiao could be said to be watching with great interest, and it wasn't long before Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue came out one after another, all of them saluting Lin Xiao with their injuries. Master, out! Looking at the two people who were still gasping for air, Lin Xiao raised his hand and threw out 2 spirit pills and said in a warm voice, heal first. Good performance. Yunlinger was assigned to the 326th floor once she entered, relying on the 2 magic treasures on her body to pass this level rather easily, then broke through several levels in a row, and finally ran into a flaming lion of the 6th heaven of the spirit transformation realm at the 333rd level. The 2 scorched for half a day before Yunlinger decapitated it at the cost of injuries, and then sensing that he could not do it also did not choose to show off and retreated. Hu Qianxue was pretty much the same. The 7th heaven of the transformation spirit went in and was teleported to level 335, killing her all the way to level 342 and finally stopping there. Although there was a jade pendant boundary, She couldn't catalyze it several times with her current spirit power cultivation at the realm of the transfigured god. Within the next few moments, Zhang Liang Li Ming, Bai Jie Zhou Meng and the four of them successively walked out from it, and in the end, only Qin Wudo as well as Bone Cultivator were still holding on inside. Junior brother is so powerful. Seeing that Qin Wudao hadn't come out yet, Hu Qianxue spoke to Yunlinger with some surprise. Bone Cultivator does not come out, they think it is very normal. After all, the other party is the entire Wuji Palace in addition to Lin Xiao outside the strongest. Qin Wudao's cultivation is the lowest in the presence but lasted until now. How can not let a few people surprised? Only after another moment had passed did Qin Wudao stagger out of it. His body didn't have too many injuries, but it looked wretched. Master, good performance. Lin Xiao threw out an elixir, but his expression was a bit odd. He who had watched the entire battle naturally why this kid was able to hold out for so long. Just after going in, Qin Wudao was assigned to the 305th floor. Then he carried a stick and started to pass the beasts. And due to his weapon and cultivated technique, this kid basically crushed the ferocious beasts head-on at every level. Divine Soldier Pan Long Stick plus Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. The combination of the two is equivalent to the effect of 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Randomly a stick are attached to the force of 1,000 pounds. Even if the ferocious beast flesh is strong and powerful is also knocked down by the kid a few sticks. Not to mention that the Void Bible has become a small success. Qin Wudao has been able to virtualize part of the body, and Lin Xiao has just given the Divine Soldier treasure armor. Even if there is not pay attention to the flash can not be hard to carry. This aspect of the defense can be said to be pulling the full load. In this way, the kid the first dozen or so levels with the same as playing through, until the 327 level only encountered trouble. Inadvertently hit a fox illusion, which only stopped, and while the group was recovering, Lin Xiao was not idle either. Putting down his teacup he looked around for a moment before locking his eyes on a rock wall of the main peak. This is it, Lin Xiao murmured as a point of light once again popped out of his hand, cutting through the air and then disappearing into the rock wall. And a roaring sound once again resounded. The few people who were meditating to recover subconsciously opened their eyes, and then the first thing they noticed was the change on the rock wall not far away. A passageway flickering with soft white light appeared in front of their eyes, forming a clear contrast to the pitch blackness of the cave of 10,000 beasts not far away. This is the 108 inheritance sequences. As several people froze, Lin Xiao's lazy voice slowly sounded from behind. When you go in, each point of light you see is an inheritance. 3 for each person, and it's up to you which one you choose. Although Lin Xiao could make all the inheritances open to his own disciples, he still understood the truth that he could not chew on greed. Yes, recovered Hu Qianxue and Qin Wudao followed behind Zhang Liang and the others and walked into it, leaving only Yunlinger standing in place with a difficult expression on her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Master, after hesitating for a while, Yunlinger finally mustered up the courage to open her mouth, and just as she was about to say something, she was then interrupted by Lin Xiao. Spirit, come out and say what you have to say. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yunlinger was a little disappointed, but she still quickly walked into the inheritance, leaving Lin Xiao sitting on a stone chair silently sipping tea, not knowing what he was thinking about. It wasn't long before the selected line of people also came out one after another, and from the joyful colors on their respective faces, it could be seen that the harvest was not small. Elder sister, what did you choose? Hu Qianxue looked at Yunlinger next to her and curiously said, Upon hearing this, Yunlinger froze for a moment before she was about to reply, but Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Spirit, I am, Master. At those words, Yunlinger hurriedly came to stand in front of Lin Xiao, and before she could open her mouth to inquire, the other party took the lead. Go on, get there early. Looking at Yunlinger who was frozen in place, Lin Xiao saw the other party still standing there after drinking the hot tea in one go and then raised an eyebrow. What? Don't want to go? No. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, Yunlinger then reacted, and her pretty face instantly revealed a touch of joy, her tone carrying a slight tremor. Second senior sister. This, and aside Qin Wudao at this time people are still confused. He does not know how his own master just said 2 words big senior sister is so excited, even on the verge of crying. Just as he wanted to ask Hu Qianxue, he realized that the latter had already walked over to Yunlinger to hold the other party gently in a soft voice. Senior sister, let's go together. Aha! Yunlinger did not refuse, only subconsciously holding the other party tightly while her expression became firm. So what? Hearing that hesitant voice, the two of them subconsciously looked up, and then they saw Qin Wudao standing there looking at them somewhat bemused, his right hand raised weakly. Elder sister, can I go? Although he didn't know where the two were going and what else they were going to do, Qin Wudao didn't want to be left behind. Otherwise he felt like he was going to go crazy if he had to face his master and a bunch of serious elders all day. Little master. Upon hearing this, Yunlinger looked at Lin Xiao with some hesitation, and only after seeing the latter nodding did she smile and respond. Okay, come along. Chapter 35 The Northern Seas. At night, with the blazing sun hiding its traces, the bright moon hangs in the sky. Bright moonlight spills down, giving the silent Wuji Palace a layer of silver veil. Phew! A heavy panting sound broke the quiet of the night, and following the sound, a figure slowly walked out from the pitch-black rift that symbolized the cave of 10,000 beasts. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it is vaguely visible that it is full of wounds. Walking up is limping. The whole person's breath also followed to become messy. And this is not someone else. It is just after the big battle of the bone repair. Finished fighting? Hearing this familiar voice, Bone Cultivator subconsciously looked up, and after seeing the figure sitting under the moonlight instantly lifted his spirits, forcing a smile on his face. Palace Master. Fortunately, that's right, he won, and it took a day and a night for him and the silverback giant ape to share the victory, since both of them fought using their strong bodies as weapons. Even though the Bone Cultivator won as well, he was also injured, with not a single piece of his body in good condition. It is really a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and losing 800 times. I'm done reading. Lin Xiao pushed the hot tea he had just brewed across the table and smiled lightly. Great fight. Thank you, Palace Master. After sitting down, Bone Repair couldn't care less about burning his mouth, and picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one go. Phew! As a cup of hot tea went down, Bone Cultivator's pained expression also soothed quite a bit. Although the main function of the Enlightenment tea was to assist in cultivation, other aspects of the function were more or less dabbled in a little bit. Although it was said that he couldn't make the Bone Cultivator's injuries fully recovered, it was still not a problem to get better by 30 or 40%. Right. Looking at the pitch-black hole of the 10,000 Beasts cave, Bone Cultivator seemed to have remembered something and turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, hesitantly saying, Palace Master, I wonder how many floors there are in this 10,000 Beasts cave. Level 666. This? Upon hearing this, even with the Bone Cultivator's overly tough mental quality, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was important to realize that he had only seen the tier he was in after defeating the silverback giant ape. 656 floors. Originally thought that this is the limit, but if according to the other side said, there is still a whole 10 floors behind. Bone Cultivator was already imagining what kind of monsters were behind him. Quasi-Emperor Realm Perfection? Great Emperor Realm? Thinking of this, the Bone Cultivator couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. Being a great emperor, yet he liked to walk the earth. Obviously just by revealing his identity he would attract countless followers. Yet he created a clan from scratch and slowly cultivated it. Recalling that some time ago, the other party did not know what means he used to help himself rise 3 realms in a row, as well as the current 10,000 demon cave. It seemed to him that even the unusual great emperor was afraid that he did not have such means. The more he thought about it, the more Bone Cultivator felt that this palace master of his own family was really impenetrable. Keep up the good work, Bone saw. Noticing the gaze cast by the other party, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said cheerfully, I'm looking forward to the day you become a great emperor. Yes, Bone Cultivator nodded with some excitement. If anyone else had said this he might have thought nothing of it, but he was convinced when the other party opened his mouth. All the signs that happened during the time he joined the Wuji Palace were reminding Bone Cultivator to make sure he grasped this opportunity. The chance to become an emperor was surely in this other person. Ooh, it's so late. After glancing at the bright moon, Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and murmured, at this point, it should be here, right? North Sea. This domain was located at the northern end of the Tianxian continent, and bordered each other with the East Prosperity domain, but its hard power was quite a bit stronger than the East Prosperity domain. Its domain master, but also a God King realm powerhouse, although only 2, but in the entire northern sea area is also no one out of its right. Beneath the night sky, a spatial rift slowly opened, and 3 figures, oh no, 4 figures stepped out from it, the shadows of the mountain peaks behind them instantly enveloping them all. Ooh, this is the northern seas, isn't it? The figure that finally stepped out looked around, looking curious about the place. It looks average too. Alright, Junior. A female voice interrupted it somewhat helplessly, and then looked to the side of her companion and inquired, Senior sister, where do we go next? As a few people stepped out of the shadows, a few familiar faces were revealed, and it was Lin Xiao's 3 major disciples, plus a dog. Oh, tiger. As for why they ran all the way from the East Prosperity domain to here, there was naturally a reason for that. Follow me. Yunlinger flew close to the ground with the 2 men and a tiger, and soon found a small city. Friar. Yunlinger's eyes searched the city for a few moments before locking onto an alley, only to see that within it, There were two figures in a fierce battle, two Foundation establishment realms. After sensing this, Yunlinger brought the two of them to instantly fall straight down. Since the three of them had no intention of hiding, the two people fighting furiously in the alley also noticed them very quickly. Seeing this, the two people in the fierce battle also immediately retreated backward and distanced themselves from each other, their gazes staring at the several people in the air while not forgetting to be vigilant against each other. After witnessing the three of them land, the cultivator located in the alley then opened his mouth. "You are," but before he could finish, he felt his neck being grabbed, and then the sky was spinning, and by the time he reacted, his entire body was already on the ground. Done. Qin Wudao straightened up with a relaxed face. His right foot stepped on his back, making the other party unable to move, while on the other side, Hu Qianxue had also taken care of it. A minute later, the two Imperial Spirit cultivators who had been thrown in the corner grabbed each other and looked at the three people in front of them with a face of fear. Oh no! To be precise, it was the white tiger that was slowly approaching behind them and had been leaving a halo. "You, who are you and what do you want? I ask you to answer. Say it to spare your life. Say it not. Ha ha!" Looking at Qin Wudao, whose expression became sinister, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue glanced at each other and both saw the odd color in the other's eyes. "Elder, please speak. We will definitely know everything." "That's good." Qin Wudao nodded his head in satisfaction, then he too went straight to the point. "Say, which location is the Xianin sect in?" "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the two men's eyes lit up after they froze for a moment, and they began to scramble. I know. Senior, I also know that 1,000 miles north of this city is where the Xianin sect is located." Right. The Xianin sect is further divided into 18 peaks, with one elder in charge of each peak. The main peak is the Patriarch Zhujiujin in charge. The west peak is in charge of law enforcement Elder Chen Dian, and the east peak is in charge of Elder Li Dong. In order to stay alive, the two could be said to have told all the information they knew, and just a few minutes of effort allowed Qin Wudao and the three of them to have a detailed knowledge of the Xianin sect. Seeing that the three were still not nodding their heads, the flustered two immediately started pulling up gossip about who was with who in the Xianin sect. "Okay, stop." Seeing that the two had a tendency to get more and more outrageous, Qin Wudao hurriedly called a halt and then looked at the two senior sisters on the side with inquiring eyes. "You guys." Yunlinger took a step forward and looked straight at the two of them, saying in a faint voice, "Jiqing, do you recognize each other?" When this name was mentioned, a murderous intent had surged on Yunlinger's pretty face. This trip to the Northern Sea region was for no other reason than to kill Ji Qing to avenge his grandfather Yunshan. Chapter 36, Haters Meet. Ha! In the face of Yunlinger's question, the two of them froze for a moment before reacting, and then after a moment of silence, one of them took the lead in speaking. "I know that there is someone by that name in the Xianin sect, but I don't know if it's the person you're looking for. Senior, there is an outer sect elder at the 16th peak just named Ji Qing. He joined the Xianin sect almost half a year ago, and his strength, if any, seems to be in the transitional succession realm, so I don't know if he's the person you're looking for." "Yes, that's him." After hearing this, Yunlinger's face immediately revealed a flash of excitement, and her palms subconsciously gripped the longsword in her hands. All of these characteristics were exactly the same as the Ji Qing that Yunlinger remembered, and she was now basically certain that this person was the target of her trip. 16 Peaks Outer Sect Elders. Qin Wudao, who was on the side, rubbed his chin and looked at the two people who were hugging each other in suspicion. "Hey, how do you guys know so much?" These two people's familiarity with the Xianin sect was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary passerby. From the patriarch down to the disciples, they were able to name one or two, which had to make Qin Wudao suspicious. At those words, after the two of them exchanged glances, the one on the left blushed and whispered, "Actually, we are all outer disciples of the Xianin sect, only that we were kicked out last month because we failed the test." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's mouth immediately twitched, and even Hu Qianxue next to him was surprised. "I really did not expect them to be so lucky." The huge northern sea was ready to casually inquire about some information. Who knew that they would run into such two guys? Several seniors, we've said all that needs to be said. Looking at the three people with different expressions, this pair of hard-to-reach people were on the verge of crying, and their bodies that were hugging each other began to shake non-stop, their eyes constantly roaming over the weapons of several people, fearing that anyone would suddenly rise up and exterminate the two of them. 1,000 miles north. Yunlinger murmured out, and after memorizing this information in her mind she looked at the two people beside her. "Go." "Yes." After seeing the three people and one beast rushing up to the sky and leaving, the two people who were shrinking in the corner came back to their senses, and after looking at each other, they hugged each other again with a wow sound and cried bitterly, "We've all been through the gates of hell together, so what's a little grudge?" And at this time, Yunlinger's few people began to rush again, and finally arrived at their destination at dawn. At this moment, the 3 men and a tiger were hidden in a hill. Looking at the distant mountain gate with the Xianin sect's big words, their gazes swept back and forth among the people entering and exiting, and soon locked on to the target. 100 meters away from a few people, a group of people wearing the robes of the Xianin sect came this way, a total of 4 people, all of them at the cultivation meditation realm cultivation level. The 2 men and 2 women, both talking and laughing, did not notice the arrival of the Doom in the slightest. By the time the other party came close, a sudden change occurred. Do it! As the 3 men and the tiger struck out, the 4 cultivators of the cultivating underworld realm were all disposed of without even lasting a single round. Next, the 3 people also did not polite. Directly these few unlucky people's disciple nameplate taken down and divided, and then changed into a few people's Xianin sect clothing, and finally used some magic to slightly change the appearance. In a few minutes of work, the image of the 3 of them had undergone a radical change, and they could be said to be generally the same as the few people on the ground, almost as if they were real. Go! Qin Wudao, who had finished changing his clothes, led the way towards the Xianin sect. As for Tiger, he was left outside for another use. The 3 of them followed the direction of the crowd into the Xianin sect, and were released after having their nameplates inspected by 2 cultivating underworld realm disciples, which wasn't generally lenient. However, this was normal. After all, the Xianin sect was originally a second-rate sect within the Northern Sea region, and it was also because of the sect leader's special relationship that it had some fame. The quality of the disciples was even generally as low as it could be, ranging from the foundation establishment realm to the cultivation of the underworld realm, and after entering the transition realm, they would become outer sect elders or deacons. As for the harmonized spirit realm further up, it belonged to the higher echelons of the sect, like the Xianin sect's 18 peaks of the town elders were basically all in this realm. On the other hand, Yunlinger's few people's target, Ji Cheng, was at the 16th peak. The 3 of them easily found the 16 peaks after strolling around, and then after casually pulling a disciple to inquire about it, they instantly got a good news. Ji Cheng lived here, and the other party's cave was halfway up the mountain. The 3 who got the news didn't waste any time. Coming halfway up the mountain, they quickly stopped in front of a compound by inquiring. Phew! Looking at the closed door in front of her, Yunlinger's fists clenched tightly. As soon as she thought that her enemy was inside, the murderous intent in her mind simply could not be controlled as it surged out madly. Calm down first, sister. Hu Qianxue, who sensed Yunlinger's abnormality, let out a whisper, and then after giving a wink to Qin Wudao she walked forward and lightly knocked on the door of the room twice. It didn't take long for an old, hoarse voice to come out from it. Come in, and as the other party's words fell, the thick door slowly opened, giving way to the 3 of them, and after hearing this voice, Yunlinger's eyes instantly turned crimson, her right hand subconsciously gripping the divine warrior tightly, revealing veins on her exposed palm. Seeing this, Hu Qianxue patted the other party's hand before pulling him into the courtyard, while Qin Wudao followed behind, not forgetting to turn around and wave his spiritual power to firmly close the door after entering. 3 people walked slowly into the eyes is a wide courtyard, and in the center of the courtyard is placed a futon, a rickety back figure sitting on, just seemed to be in cultivation. After noticing the arrivals he slowly raised his head to look at the visitor, then revealed an old face and with thinning hair and a gloomy look, giving people a feeling of respect. It's none other than Jiqing, outer disciple. After glancing at the robes on several people, Jiqing said in a cold voice while showing contempt on his face. Say it, which peak's disciples are you? What are you doing here in my place? Not for anything. Yunlinger slowly stepped forward, and in the next instant, a green light accompanied by the sound of a sword chirping instantly flew out. Take your life. What? Ah! Jiqing raised his head with some consternation, and then he felt a flash before his eyes. And then the sudden sharp pain that came from his right arm instantly made him unable to hold back his screams. Immediately afterward, just as Jiqing tried to cover the wound with his left hand, the same pain appeared on his left arm, and a mournful scream was gagged just as he tried to emit it. Be quiet, Hu Qianxue grunted softly while lifting her hand to sprinkle a handful of powder, and Jiqing, who inhaled it unawares, didn't have time to react before his eyes went black and he lost consciousness, and beside it were 2 bloodied arms. Although Jiqing was an elder, he was only a transition realm cultivator, and in the case of a sneak attack by the 3 major transformation god realms, he was resolved without even having the time to touch his weapon. Phew! Looking at the unconscious and collapsed Jiqing, Yunlinger's trembling body had to have stopped, but her face was unabated with hatred, and the 3-foot green blade in her hand was slowly raised. Seasonal celebration. Chapter 37, Vengeance is Avenged. Not long after her birth, Yunlinger's parents both died in the mouth of a ferocious beast during a secret exploration. As for Yunlinger, She grew up under the loving care of her grandfather, Yun Shan, so her childhood could be said to be quite a happy life. Except for her parents, who were a pity. I thought this could go on forever, but on that day, everything changed. In order to protect himself, Grandfather Yun Shan cast a secret technique to die in battle, and in the end, if it were not for the appearance of the master, he was afraid that his own life could not be saved. After being accepted as a disciple by her master and worshipped in the Wuji Palace, the drive for revenge always urged her to keep moving forward, not daring to slack off. Now, Yun Linger looked at Ji Qing at her feet, and the divine soldier in her hand fell with monstrous hatred, instantly zapping her. The pain in his chest caused Ji Qing to suddenly wake up. Seeing the sword sticking out of his chest, he immediately stared with wide eyes. His mouth opened as if he was about to say something. A line of blood instantly flowed down along the corners of his mouth, blossoming into flowers of blood on the ground. In response, Yun Linger's mood did not fluctuate in the slightest. The divine weapon in her hand was instantly pulled out, and Ji Qing's life force also seemed to be drained away. The entire person's vitality quickly dissipated. Just a few breaths of kung fu in the eyes of losing vitality, and after witnessing Ji Qing's death with her own eyes, Yun Linger's aura instantly changed, and the shackles in her body that had been stuck for some time were instantly broken. Fourth sky of transformation realm. Let's go, sister, Qin Wudao voiced out while alerting his surroundings. This is not a place to stay. Aha. Upon hearing this, Yun Linger nodded slightly, and after calming down a little she followed the two of them outside. Although according to the cultivation of the three of them there were very few people in the Xianin sect who could stop them, but now that the mission was all done, they didn't want to cause any more trouble. They just wanted to go back earlier. However, before leaving, Hu Qianxue did not forget to throw a ball of fire on Ji Qing, and only left with satisfaction after seeing the fire spread. And just after the trio stepped out of the door, they then saw a strange scene. A group of disciples gathered together in twos and threes to go down the mountain in a hurry, and overhead there were constantly elders flying by in a hurry. What's the situation? Sensing that something was wrong, Qin Wudao pulled the two disciples running by his side and inquired, "Two senior brothers, I wonder what is happening here." The two looked at a few people when they were stopped and spoke out. "Don't you guys know? A white tiger ferocious beast has been found not far outside the sect, and the sect master has called for the disciples to go and capture it." After saying that, the two of them also left in a hurry. Qin Wudao turned around and his expression instantly became odd as he locked eyes with the two senior sisters. The white tiger ferocious beast. Can't be a tiger. Hu Qianxue rubbed her brow, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Unsurprisingly, that should be it. Let's go. Whatever it takes to get out first. To be honest, the three of them really weren't too worried about the tiger. After all, well, at least it was a heaven's respect realm ferocious beast, placed in the entire northern sea area, not to say walk horizontally, but also has few enemies. Just by relying on the Xianin sect, these elders of the spirit transformation realm and the patriarchs of the star sovereign realm, and arresting, to go there would be to give the white tiger a lunch to go. However, in order to avoid anything else from happening, the three of them still flowed out of the Xianin sect as fast as they could along with the people, just when they wanted to go looking for the white tiger and then retreat. In the distance, several cultivators rode their flying swords and broke through the air, and the old man at the head roared at the bottom. Xianin sect disciples listened to the order. The four Nine Peaks disciples Wang Zhangchu, Li Mei, Han Rong, and Zhong Liang have been killed, and their disciple clothing and nameplates have been taken from them. Now that these few thieves have most likely blended into the sect, temporarily blockade the mountain gate and search for the thieves. The urgent voice was carried into the ears of everyone on the ground under the effect of spiritual power, and it immediately caused a commotion. What? Surprisingly, there are thieves sneaking into my Xianin sect. Could it be that they want to steal our sect's Xian rank secret method? Xianin Gong. Are these thieves crazy? Even stealing from our second-rate sect? Listening to the murmurs coming from around them, Qin Wudao's trio didn't stop between glancing at each other and exited the crowd before heading off into the distance. People said that the thieves are the three of them undoubtedly. Now do not run. Wait to be surrounded cannot be good to run. But unfortunately, before the few people could go out far, the sound of shouting came from behind them. Report elder, these thieves you mentioned just left the clan. They must be right here. Oh, upon hearing this, the old man standing on the flying sword immediately narrowed his eyes as his gaze began to search through the crowd below, finally locking onto a few figures standing outside the crowd as he said in a deep voice, "Those outer disciples, stop." Following each other's gazes, the crowd's eyes eventually landed on a man and two women, and the atmosphere became subtle for a while. TCH, what a pain in the ass. In full view of everyone, Qin Wudao turned around and gripped the long stick behind him as his aura began to climb inside. To infiltrate a sect is such a big deal. It's worthy of being a second-rate sect. Wasn't going to do it. Yunlinger shook her head slightly as the long sword in her hand began to glow with a greenish light, and the runes on the boots under her feet also lit up. In that case it can't be helped. Hu Qianxue raised her sword to point at the old man in the air and let out a light laugh. Then let's fight again. Go, live or die. The old man in the air let out a low gulp, and the aura of the transformation spirit realm erupted out as he harnessed his longsword and slashed out at the three of them through the air. Several sword chi instantly coalesced into shape, cutting through the air and whistling towards the three. Sword cultivator. Seeing this, Hu Qianxue lightly hummed. The long sword in her hand instantly diffused red light, and a scorching hot aura instantly filled the air. Flame dance sword. A wide sword chi instantly slashed out. The light flame attached to it emitted a scorching temperature, and wherever it passed, the grass instantly turned into flying ash and the earth cracked. What? The sword cultivator old man's eyes widened as he watched as the two sword chi collided, followed by his own attack being destroyed and crushed. The other party's sword chi, however, was unabated in power, carrying a scorching flame of light as it broke through the air towards himself. Defense talisman. The old man didn't dare to be slow, and backhandedly took out two talismans filled with runes to activate them, and two transparent spiritual power shields immediately appeared with them, protecting them within. Phew! The appearance of the shield caused the old man to visibly breathe a sigh of relief, but right after the sword chi crashed up, his expression instantly froze on his face. The moment the two touched, the two thin spiritual power shields began to tremble violently, and then shattered with a bang. Under the old man's horrified gaze, the scorching sword light instantly pierced into his body, and the light and heat instantly engulfed his entire being. Ah! The mournful screams ended abruptly just as they rang out, and after a split second's effort, a long sword fell from the air, the very same one that the other party had ridden earlier. Quiet. The scene at this point could be described as dead silent. Hundreds of Xianin sect's disciples and elders stayed in place, and for a while, only the sound of swallowing saliva continuously resounded. What did they see? The elder with the realm of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, who was the first hand of the law enforcement hall of their Xianin sect, had died just like that, and it was still killed in seconds. The only one in the entire Xianin sect who could achieve this level was the patriarch, right? Thinking of this, the Xianin sect disciples who were originally prepared to rush up immediately began to look at each other, and even more so, they all began to slowly retreat. Things are stolen, so be it. For that little merit they sell what life ah. Truly not guilty. Che, no fun. Seeing this scene, Hu Qianxue glanced at her mouth with disdain, and after pulling a beautiful sword flower, she was ready to turn around and leave when a sudden change occurred. The little thief has good guts. Dare to kill my Xianin sect elders. Hu Qianxue. Three people looked at the sound, only to see a figure flying out of the Xianin sect's mountain gate, and after coming to their heads revealed his true face. A middle-aged man with a majestic face. Don't go anywhere. Stay. The person who came snorted coldly, raised his hand and pinched out a seal, and the terrifying aura immediately made the three of them. Hu Qianxue, change color. Star-Lord Realm Powerhouse. And after seeing each other, the crowd below instantly boiled over, with numerous disciples clamoring for attention. It's the sovereign. That's right. The person who came was none other than the Xianin sect leader, Zhu Jiayunian. At the 4th heavenly realm of the Star Sovereign Realm, suffer death. Zhu Jiuyin, who had built up his spiritual energy, aimed the attack at the three people below and lifted his hand to strike out. Mountain turning seal. A small seal completely condensed by spiritual energy flew out from its hand, then rose against the wind, and in the blink of an eye came to the size of several zhang, and pressed down on the following three people. Humph. Arrogant. Hu Qianxue coldly lowered her face, and after she came to stand beside Yunlinger and Qin Wudao, she instantly urged all the spiritual qi in her body to surge towards the jade pendant at her chest. Buzz. As Hu Qianxue's spiritual power continued to be injected, the jade pendant instantly reacted, accompanied by a slight vibration, a thin, cicada-like, as if a poke would break the spiritual power shield cohesively molded, enveloping the three people. Poof. Seeing this scene, Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but sneer out. This mountain-turning seal of his own was an Earth-stage divine ability, and even though it was only a lower grade, it had long since become a great success under his years of hard practice. With just this move, Zhu Jiayunian was confident that even if a powerhouse in the 6th heaven of the Star Sovereign Realm came, he would have to avoid the front for the time being. But soon, what happened next instantly made his smile freeze on his face, his eyes wide as if he had seen something unbelievable, only to see that his own Fanzon seal stopped instantly after touching that shield, and the imagined breaking in one blow did not happen. After a few moments of stalemate, Zhu Jiuyin watched as his pride and joy, the flip mountain seal, gradually collapsed into aura and disappeared, and a mountain-turning seal. Qin Wudao held his stick behind his head and skimmed his lips after looking at Zhu Jiujin in the air. I say this patriarch, Your cultivation is high on drugs, isn't it? It's too watery. Little thief. You. Zhu Jiayunyan's face instantly reddened. These words could be said to have inflicted a 10,000 point blitz on him. To know that so many of their own elder disciples were watching below. Their own star sovereign realm struck out but didn't even break the defenses of a few harmonized spirit realms. If this matter were to spread out, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the entire northern sea region. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiayunyan immediately clenched his teeth and raised his hand to take out a large knife from his storage ring. Looking at the three people below, his face was already filled with killing intent. Roar! Just when it wanted to continue to make a move to finish off a few people for its own shame, a suddenly resounding roar instantly made the heart and soul tremble, and the movement was also followed by a beat. What the hell? Everyone subconsciously looked at the sound, and then they saw a white tiger charging left and right among the mountain ranges, and after landing in full view of everyone, it once again tilted its head and let out a long whistle. Roar! The deafening sound of the tiger's whistle instantly spread throughout the entire field. The sound comes with the might as well as the sense of oppression instantly led a group of Xianin sect's disciples and elders blanched, and their bodies even shook like sifting chaff. This ferocious beast. Looking at the white tiger on the ground, Zhu Jiayunyan immediately felt a chill blowing straight to the ceiling, and his entire being was not well, because he realized that he could not see through the cultivation of this white tiger. Chapter 38, Killing a Star Sovereign in Seconds. The white tiger looked around the circle, and the people who met its eyes all averted their gazes, not daring to look at each other for fear that the other party would stare at them. Yo, tiger! Qin Wudao raised his hand in some excitement and called out, "Look at this!" Roar! Upon seeing Qin Wudao's trio, the white tiger let out a low roar in response and then made a few pouncing leaps to the side of the trio. As for Hu Qianxue and Yun Linger, their expressions obviously relaxed quite a bit after seeing this scene. If Tiger didn't show up, then the three of them would be ready to fight and run to join the former. Although each of them had top-notch talent and had the strength to fight across levels, it was still too much of a stretch to cross a large realm and strike across the Star Sovereign realm. But it was good that Tiger had found it himself, so they could just retreat and save themselves another trip. Good. Then let's retreat. Qin Wudao smiled and waved his hand at Zhu Jiayunyan in the air. Yo, let's go. Imposter Stargazer. You. Being taunted so much by a junior of the transformation spirit realm, Zhu Jiayunyan's fire suddenly sprang up, and he was just about to strike to let him see his own means, but after seeing the white tiger beside the other party, he suddenly hesitated again. This ferocious beast himself could not see through the realm, and his strength was afraid to be above his own. If he fought, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. Sovereign! Just as Zhu Jiayunyan hesitated, the shouts from the distance immediately made him subconsciously look up. And then in his line of sight appeared dozens of figures stepping on long swords and coming. The leader was an old man with white hair, hands behind his back, looking immortal, great elder, and after seeing the old man, Zhu Jiayunyan was also brightened up. The other party was another Star Sovereign realm powerhouse outside the entire Xianin sect. Previously, after someone had sent word to the Xianin sect that there was a white tiger fierce beast infestation, it was this grand elder who led the team to search and capture it. Just when he led a group of people to find the white tiger with great difficulty, the latter turned and ran after seeing them from afar. They chased them all the way, and then they came here. Patriarch, that actually ran here. The Grand Elder looked around before his gaze landed on the white tiger, but before he could take a closer look, he noticed the three people on the side and his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. These three people beat and killed the outer disciples to mix into the gate intending to be unfavorable to my Xianin sect. What? Zhu Jiayunyan had just explained. And before he could finish, the fiery-tempered Grand Elder couldn't help himself at once, lifting his hand to pinch out his sword technique and said in a deep voice, "A few little thieves of the God Transformation realm also dare to offend my Xianin sect. In that case, let's all stay." No, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's sudden strike instantly caught Zhu Jiayunyan off guard. He hurriedly raised his voice to try and stop the other party, but unfortunately it was already too late. The three swords of Xianin, with a change in the seal pattern in the hands of the Grand Elder. Several sword chi instantly acted after coalescing into shape and shot towards the three people and one tiger from all directions. The three people who were all ready to leave stopped in their tracks when they saw this scene. There's no end to it, is there? Hu Qianshua's willow eyebrows slightly frowned. Then she looked to the side of the tiger and chirped, "Tiger." As her words fell, Tiger instantly transformed into a residual shadow and rushed out from her side to block in front of the three. Ding! Several sword chi landed on Tiger's body one after another, but they kept making a crisp sound, as if they had hit fine steel. What? The Grand Elder who saw the scene instantly stared with wide eyes, his expression becoming dismayed. He didn't expect a ferocious beast, the white tiger, to be able to block his attack. It was only then that he carefully observed it. And soon, Realizing what was going on, he suddenly changed his face. What is the situation? This head, I can't even see the cultivation. Zhu Jiayunian covered his forehead and instantly felt his teeth ache, striking out before even understanding the opponent's bottom line. There was no one else who could match the fiery temper of this grand elder of his own family. Originally, he was all set to let a few people leave, but the grand elder's strike could be said to have completely spoiled it. Deception. After seeing Tiger block the attack for them, Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his previous smiling expression was no longer there. In that case, don't blame us for not being polite. Hu Qianxue let out a cold snort, then looked at Yunlinger, who was at the side, and inquired, "Sister, aha." Yunlinger nodded slightly to show her agreement. Although she didn't have a good impression of the entire Xianin sect because of Ji Qing, they didn't have the intention of taking it out on the entire sect. The thought of retreating was even, but Zhu Jiuyin, the great elder, and the others made one strike after another against them to try to finish them off. Even the always good-tempered her became irritated, since the other party was so insensitive. Then don't blame them for loosening the bones of the Xianin sect. Tiger, finish them off. With Yunlinger's command, the white tiger leapt high into the air with a low roar, and the vindictive one raised its large mouth to pounce and bite at the grand elder. Although that little attack couldn't even break its defense, it was nothing less than a provocation to it as the king of all beasts. Seeing the white tiger pouncing at himself, the grand elder immediately changed color, wanted to flash away, but it was long too late. The speed between the two is not a great at all. Lin armor shield. At the moment of life and death, the grand elder roared angrily, and a shield instantly flew out from his body, and after gurgling and rotating a few times in the air, it began to rapidly grow in size, blocking the grand elder's entire body behind it. And after the white tiger that pounced to the near front saw the shield that suddenly appeared in front of him, the tiger's eyes revealed a touch of humanized disdain, and the huge tiger's paw stretched out forward to be a slap. Bang! Ka-ching! The moment the two touched each other, the shield with various runes inscribed on its surface, which looked indestructible, instantly made a shattering sound, and was then sent flying under the huge force, and in the blink of an eye, it split into dozens of broken pieces of varying sizes in the air, and finally descended downwards. What? And as the shield was knocked away, the grand elder's expression was instantly as if he had seen a ghost. His own Lin armor shield was a Dao weapon, which he had obtained by chance in a relic back then, and although it was only of inferior quality, he had sacrificed it with his own essence blood for many years, and it had amazing defensive power. Now, it was shattered by a claw. What is this coming from? But the white tiger didn't give him that much time to think. After the shield shattered, there was no more obstacle between one person and one tiger. The former pounced with a flying swipe, and the other tiger paw instantly shot out. Put! Without being hindered in the slightest, the large tiger's palm smoothly penetrated through the body of the grand elder, and a few spikes even penetrated out from his back. Darer. Zhu Jiuyin, who saw the grand elder being penetrated from the sidelines, instantly stared with wide eyes, roaring in anger while raising his hand to feel behind him, and when he took it out again, there was an additional jade slip in his hand. Chapter 39 Heavenly Father's Descent. Ling Tian strike. Rushing into the crowd, Qin Wudao's long stick was raised high above his head, and while the muscles of his arms were tensed, his spiritual energy surged, and he then slashed down fiercely. The moment it touched the ground, unrivaled power instantly traveled through the stick into the ground. Ka-ching! As uninterrupted crunching sounds came out, the ground within a radius of tens of meters with Qin Wudao as the center instantly crumbled, and debris rushed in all directions accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Wherever the shockwave passed through, everyone regardless of disciples and elders were all overturned, and wailing sounds resounded continuously. Hiss! Looking at this shocking scene, a group of Xianin sect disciples who were lucky enough not to be affected by it retreated backward, looking at Qin Wudao, who stood up with a face of fear. Such a horrifying power. Hitting the ground has such power. If it hits a person's body, it will not directly turn into mush. And not far away, two beautiful shadows rushed into the crowd with green blades in their hands, and wherever they passed, whatever disciples and elders of the Xianin sect all fell down. As Lin Zhao's favored disciples, the three of them who enjoyed what was considered to be the topmost cultivation treatment even in the entire Tianxian continent, were naturally not comparable to these elders who cultivated yellow or Xian-ranked divine abilities. Even if they were in the same realm, there would be a situation where they would be killed in seconds. Not to mention that the cultivation of the Xianin sect's people present was basically quite a bit lower than the three of them. The only two highest combatants that could suppress the three, Patriarch Zhu Jiujin and the Grand Elder, were now also blocked by the White Tiger, and the Xianin sect's crowd immediately felt despair. Oh no! The Great Elder has just been taken care of as well. Little thief! You forced me to do this. looking at the three people on the ground as if they were tigers entering a flock of sheep. Zhu Jiuying gripped the jade slip in his hand and without the slightest hesitation instantly crushed it with his red eyes, and as the jade slip shattered, a talisman engraved with a Dao pattern instantly appeared in the air. Zhu Jiuying raised his hand and pressed it against the talisman, and a large amount of spiritual energy was instantly fed into it. And with the influx of spiritual energy, the talisman also appeared to change. The complicated lines on it instantly lit up. A spatial fluctuation centered on it emanated out to the surroundings, and a spatial rift slowly appeared. The few people who noticed the movement in the air looked up and looked at the sudden spatial rift, and all of them frowned. A space rift? Who is it? Under the gaze of a few people, a middle-aged man walked out slowly from it, dressed in a black robe, and his face actually looked a bit similar to Zhu Jiujin. Brother! And after seeing the other party, Zhu Jiuying immediately shouted out in excitement, while the three people below who had also heard it looked at each other. Their pupils all shrank. Obviously, they recognized this person. When they had interrogated those two outer disciples of the Xianin sect earlier, the two had mentioned the person in front of them. Zhu Long, Zhu Jiuying's elder brother, was the inner sect Grand Elder of the Wind and Thunder Valley, a first-class power in the Northern Sea region. And most importantly, this person was still at the 7th Heavenly Realm cultivation level. Even if he looked at the entire Northern Sea region, he was an absolute top combatant. When they thought of this, Qin Wudao's trio's expressions immediately turned ugly. Now that's trouble. What happened? Ninova? Zhu Long looked at Zhu Jiuying beside him for the first time and said in a deep voice, and after seeing that the backer had arrived, Zhu Jiuying immediately straightened up with a look of indignation on his face. Reporting to elder brother. I don't know where three shameless thieves came from, barging here with a ferocious beast, killing countless disciples and elders under my door. I hope elder brother will make a decision. Oh, upon hearing this, Zhu Long's gaze sank slightly, and after looking around he quickly locked onto the conspicuous trio on the ground, and then lingered for a moment on the not-too-distant white tiger, and said in a faint voice, 3 little thieves of the transformation god realm and 1 head? Really don't know how to die. As Zhu Long spoke, the aura of the heavenly exaltation realm erupted from his body, and the 3 people on the ground instantly felt their bodies sink. Get on your knees. Seeing that the 3 did not kneel down, Zhu Long suddenly snorted coldly. The aura that erupted from his body became more and more surging, as if it was lapping down like a shocking wave. The 3 felt the pressure increase. You're nothing. Qin Wudao braced himself and straightened up, locking eyes with the mid-air Zhu Long as he sneered, and dare to make us kneel. Tiger. The white tiger looked sideways at Yunlinger, who was shouting at him from the ground, and then he heard the other party continue. Come back. Roar. Despite wanting to give the guy in front of him a bite, he obediently dropped out of the air and blocked in front of the 3 of them, baring his teeth at the airborne duo. Humph. A heavenly exaltation realm ferocious beast. Not bad. Zhu Long looked at the white tiger with some heat and spoke out. It just so happens that this seat has been lacking a mount. So you're it. Arrogant. Hu Qianchua snorted and looked at Zhu Long with a disdainful expression, as if she didn't place him in her eyes at all. Even Yunlinger and Qin Wudao. Humph. Still talking tough here at the end of your life. Right at this moment, the Xianin sect disciples who had already exited the battlefield in the distance immediately began to sneer at the several people. Lord Heavenly Father has taken action. Thieves. You're dead. That's right. Kneeling and begging for forgiveness now might make you suffer less. Anyone with eyes could see that the situation on the field at this time had been completely controlled by Zhu Long. But what was strange was that the 3 who were at a disadvantage were calm. Noisy. Qin Wudao looked around the room before landing his gaze on Zhu Jiuying and snickered. Hey, watery Star-Lord, you like to call out people when you can't beat them, right? Just wait. You. Without waiting for the other party to snap, Qin Wudao turned his head to look at Yunlinger on the side, and with that, Zhu Jiuying saw that the other party took out a jade slip from her body that was a smattering of the same as the one she had used earlier. That's. The pupils of the Zhu Long brothers shrunk, and after looking at each other without the slightest hesitation, they simultaneously sent out attacks at the first opportunity. Mountain Turning Seal. Silent Palm. The 2 attacks instantly covered half of the sky and quickly pressed down. The great might brought up gusts of wind, giving people an illusion of destroying the sky and the earth. And just as the 2 launched their attacks, Yunlinger had already thrown the talisman, and then the 3 of them didn't pay attention to the attacks falling from the air. They just bowed and saluted at the space gap that appeared in front of them. Disciples welcome Elder. X 3-inch. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the spatial rift due to the shouts of a few people. Under the eyes of all, a figure from the space rift slowly walked out, and then seemed to have noticed, looked up and noticed the pressure of the attack after the expression did not have the slightest change. Just the right hand lifted up a casual wave. In the next moment, a spiritual wind swept up flat on the ground, and the two attacks that were enveloped in it were consumed by the countless wind blades in it in the blink of an eye. Such a shocking scene instantly made the entire Xianin sect, including the Zhu Long brothers, stare in disbelief at what they saw before them. What a curmudgeon! The figure that stepped out of the spatial rift raised his head, and his indifferent voice reached the ears of everyone present. Dare to strike at my Wuji Palace disciples. Chapter 40 A shocking slash. Under the attention of all the people, the figure completely stepped out from the spatial rift, dressed in a white robe. It was none other than Zhang Liang. Elder, you're finally here. Seeing the other party, Qin Wudao instantly gained strength. Raising his hand and pointing at the two people in the air, he said with a hateful voice, this Xianin sect is bullying people too much, striking out at us again and again, especially that fellow, who also wants Little White to be his mount. He simply doesn't have our Wuji Palace in his sights. That's it. Next to her, Hu Qianxue stared at her beautiful eyes and followed in agreement. As for Yun Linger, she silently lowered her head, a touch of helplessness showing on her face. Yes? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's expression instantly turned cold, and after looking around he locked his gaze on the two brothers in midair, and the moment they locked gazes, the two of them were suddenly inwardly flabbergasted, and then they subconsciously averted their gazes. Greetings to this Taoist brother. Zhu Long bowed slightly and said politely, I am the Grand Elder of Wind and Thunder Valley. After realizing that he was unable to see his opponent's realm, Zhu Long knew that he had kicked the bucket this time, and at the current moment, he could only move his clan's name out to use it first. What Wind and Thunder Valley? Never heard of it. And in the face of Zhu Long's gesture of goodwill, Zhang Liang simply had no intention of paying any attention to it, and only continued to say expressionlessly after responding faintly, Are you the one who injured my Wuji Palace disciple? Seeing that the other party was so nonchalant, Zhu Long's expression froze on his face. He didn't expect that even if he moved out of Wind Thunder Valley the other party wouldn't give a face. As for Zhu Jiujin next to him, he was frowning, seemingly thinking about something. He had never heard of Wind Thunder Valley, so it was definitely not a native force of the northern seas, and this Wuji Palace, he always felt a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Wait, Zhu Jiunian suddenly changed his expression and asked Zhang Liang out loud, Dare I ask this Taoist brother, your Wuji Palace, is it situated in the East Prosperity Domain? At those words, Zhang Liang glanced at Zhu Jiujin and said in a faint voice, So what if it is? Hearing this as if it was a default reply, Zhu Jiunian instantly looked at his elder brother at the side, and the latter also reacted after a moment of being stunned. In recent times, the Wuji Palace could be described as a popular place. Not only was it full of fame in the East Prosperity Domain, but even the several neighboring domains had also heard about it. Zhu Long and Zhu Jiunian were naturally aware of this matter, but since it was a matter of the East Prosperity Domain next door, they gradually forgot about it after paying a little bit of attention to it, not expecting that they would actually run into it here now. Wuji Palace. And after remembering the rumors back then, Zhu Long's expression immediately became grave. When I first learned about this Wuji Palace, there was also news that there was a strong person inside the Wuji Palace who could open the spatial rift with his bare hands, and the ability to tear through spatial rifts was also standard for God King realm powerhouses. Thinking of this, Zhu Long's tone instantly became more and more polite, arching his hand. This Taoist brother. Actually, this is all just a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. Zhang Liang directly interrupted him with a voice, and then his eyes were slightly raised, his right hand slowly raised, and a long knife instantly fell into his hand as his indifferent voice slowly sounded. Since you and the others have struck out against my sect's disciples, it is the same as declaring war on my Wuji Palace. Be prepared for certain death. As Zhang Liang spoke, the long knife in his palm was already trembling, and the invisible killing intent locked the two people in the air from afar. Wait! The two Zhu Longs who saw Zhang Liang's actions instantly changed wildly. They did not expect the other party to choose to make a move at the drop of a hat. You should think carefully. Are you Wuji Palace going to declare war with me? Wind Thunder Valley? So what? In the face of Zhu Long's roar, Zhang Liang was indifferent, responding faintly and then instantly slashing out his right-hand long knife into the void in front of him. Boom! As Zhang Liang launched his blade, a roaring sound instantly exploded out of thin air, and a brilliant blade light condensed by spiritual energy cut through the air, breaking through the air towards Zhu Long and the two of them. No good. The two Zhu Longs who saw the scene immediately changed their expression. They felt the aura of death in this round of attack from their opponent. Xuanjiao cover. Zhu Long roared angrily and urged up all the spiritual energy in his body, coalescing a bucket-thick auger dragon around his body to encircle the two of them. Poof! Zhang Liang, who saw this, lightly hummed as a cold smile appeared on his face. Mantis. The radiant blade light that flew close instantly crashed into the spiritual power auger. But soon after, something horrifying happened. only to see that the knife chi touched the spiritual power auger as if it had hit on tofu. Just in a flash it was not in it, and when it passed through again it had already pierced through it and came in front of Zhu Long's two bodies. What? Seeing his own defense was easily broken. Facing that close to the knife gas, Zhu Long could not dodge in time, and could only watch as it crashed into himself, and then exploded. The strong spiritual impact instantly drowned the two. A powerful shockwave exploded in the air, and seeing this scene, Zhang Liang slowly withdrew his longsword and looked to the three people on the side, nodding his head. Is everything okay? It's okay, we're fine. Elder. Qin Wudao smiled and put away his stick, while Hu Qianxue looked at the center of the explosion in the air and immediately felt a raised eyebrow. Arrogant guy. Let him be in arrogance. Thinking who won't call out as if. Right at this moment, Zhang Liang suddenly raised his head into the air and looked at the location where the smoke was gradually dispersing, his gaze sinking slightly. Ran away? At the same time, in a wilderness that was unknown how far away from the Xianin sect, the calm space suddenly began to fluctuate, and immediately afterward, a spatial gap slowly appeared, and two bruised and battered figures fell out of it, and it was none other than the two Zhu Longs. Phew! Zhu Long knelt on the ground panting heavily. Remembering the scene just now, a flash of fear appeared in his eyes. Just now, if he hadn't activated his bottom card to escape at the last moment, otherwise the two of his own brothers would definitely have died 10 deaths. Brothers? Zhu Long looked to the side, and at this moment, Zhu Jiayunian had long since fallen into a coma. His eyes were tightly closed while even his breathing became weak. His cultivation level was not comparable to Zhu Long's, and it could already be said to be a miracle that he at the Star Sovereign realm was able to not die under the strike of Zhang Liang at the Divine King realm. But even then, if it's not treated in time, it's only a matter of time before you die. Wuji Palace. Zhu Long braced himself for his injuries and rolled up his younger brother before charging up into the sky to swipe away into the distance, the expression on his face having turned indignant. Just wait, if I don't take this revenge, I, Zhu Long, will not be a human being. And at this time far away and 10,000 miles away within the Wuji Palace, leisurely drinking tea Lin Xiao still do not know. Their own clan has been missed. But even if you know, it's not going to care. After all, how could a strong man care about what a mole cricket thinks? Chapter 41, The Courage to Come. In the sky above the Bone Spirit Mountain range, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, followed by several figures stepping out from it, and it was none other than Zhang Liang as well as Qin Wudao's trio. And, of course, there's Tiger. Ah, we're finally back. Qin Wudao took a deep breath and immediately felt refreshed, and after seeing the familiar mountain range beneath them, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue were also visibly relaxed, although they were only out on a mission. For them, they were already used to staying in the sect and practicing, and no matter how it was outside, it couldn't compare to the feeling of going home. Let's go. Back to the clan. A few people had just left a short while ago, when two figures broke through the air from afar, stopping in the void before and after they came near. Located on the left was Qingqiu Fox clan chief Hu Yuxuan, while the one beside him was the East Prosperity Domain Lord, Su Feng. Su Feng instantly sensed something after looking around for a moment, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is the Bone Spirit Mountain Range? How come the aura strength is enhanced so much? Ha. Brother Su doesn't know. Hu Yuxuan touched his chin that had a slight beard and smiled. Lord Palace Master has struck several spirit veins in this place, and now the strength of the Bone Spirit Mountain Range's aura is definitely the strongest in our entire East Prosperity Domain. Tisk. At those words, even Su Feng couldn't help but smack his lips, and he opened his mouth quietly after surveying the situation for a moment. It seems that I still underestimated this Lin Palace Master. This spirit vein, the grade is not low, I'm afraid. As a domain lord, Su Feng had also wandered around and seen some of the world before. The previous him had once had the honor of visiting the most prosperous place in the entire Tianxian continent, which was also the strongest territory, the first central domain. There, no matter where the strength of the aura is extremely high. I heard that the strength of the aura of those great holy places where the world's family can even reach the level of the aura into fog. Su Feng was now looking at this Bone Spirit Mountain range, and was afraid that it was no less important, and if he were to cultivate here, it would definitely be twice the effort with half the effort. But, seemingly thinking of something, Su Feng shook his head slightly after glancing in the direction of the depths of the Bone Spirit Mountain range. Although the aura was good, it was necessary to have a life to enjoy it, and this mountain range, however, had an owner. Alright, let's go. The front is the boundary of the Wuji Palace. Good. With that, the two of them continued their journey, and in the blink of an eye they were deep into the mountain range and disappeared. Inside the great hall of the Wuji Palace, Lin Xiao was sitting on top of the first seat with his eyes closed, but the next moment it was as if he had sensed something. His eyes slowly opened, and after focusing his gaze, he looked outside the hall, a faint smile appearing on his face. Back. As soon as his words fell, several figures stepped into the hall, led by Zhang Liang, followed by the three Yunlinger, Palace Master. Master. All right, get up. Lin Xiao raised his hand and dragged a few people away with his spiritual energy. Then his eyes signaled Zhang Liang, who immediately understood and left the hall. You guys are making quite a ruckus. Lin Xiao propped his chin on his left hand and looked at the several people with a smile. Solving a target in the transitional realm but pulling out the Heaven's Father realm. Not bad. Upon hearing this, all three of them were embarrassed. And Qin Wudao touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. Master, it was just a small accident. It won't happen next time. Upon hearing this, Hu Qianxue on the side immediately rolled her eyes and whispered. Little senior brother, you idiot. Still want to have a next time, even if there is. You cannot say it. Yunlinger helplessly glanced at the two living treasures, then looked at Lin Xiao as if she wanted to say something. All right, go ahead. But before she could open her mouth, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yunlinger subconsciously raised her head, and then realized that the other party was looking at herself with a smile on her face. I know, Master. After reacting, Yunlinger instantly felt a warmth within her heart, and after saluting again, she turned around and left the place. Where did eldest sister go? Qin Wudao looked at Yunlinger's departing back in some confusion. Okay, kids don't ask so many questions. Hu Qianxue, who guessed what was going on, let out a light hum, and then tugged on Qin Wudao's coat before greeting Lin Xiao. Then, Senior, I'll go down and spar with junior brother first. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's eyes immediately widened as he violently struggled while trying to break free from the other party's bonds. Senior sister, I don't want to go to the cut. I'm about to break through. Fighting is what will help you make a better breakthrough. Trust that senior sister is right. Go. It's good to be young. After seeing off the backs of the two of them as they joked around and left, Lin Xiao sighed before he stood up and slowly walked outside, finally coming to stand under the enlightenment tea tree. And at this time, under the tea tree, the white tiger had long been lying there, and after seeing Lin Xiao, he excitedly wailed before pouncing over. Yo, tiger! Lin Xiao skillfully rubbed the other party's fur, then frowned and cupped the big head with both hands, examining it for a while before muttering out. Why do I feel as if you've come back from a night out and gained weight? Ow. Just as Lin Xiao was teasing the tiger, several figures swept in from the distance and slowly landed before and after coming close. Palace Master. The leader of the White Jia before coming close to the front then let out the two people behind the body. Respectfully said, Patriarch who has arrived. Palace Master. After seeing Lin Xiao's gaze look over, Hu Yuxuan hurriedly bowed and saluted, and next to him, Su Feng hurriedly followed suit. Coming. Lin Xiao nodded with a faint smile before coming to the table and sitting down, then lifted his finger and pointed to the empty seat across from him. Just in time. I was just about ready to make tea. After the three of them were seated, Bai Jia on the side immediately set up 3 teas and rushed them away, and the light aroma of tea instantly filled the air. Domain Lord Su Feng. Lin Xiao looked over at Su Feng and smiled as he opened his mouth to greet him. It's been a long time. At those words, Su Feng didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly responded. Long time no see, Lin Palace Master. Su Feng spoke while looking at everything in front of him. He could not help but secretly smack his lips. The things he saw along the way following Hu Yuxuan could be considered completely out of his expectation. Before stepping into the Wuji Palace, he simply couldn't imagine that the Tianqian continent would have a place with such a rich aura. This was no longer a transforming mist, but an aura that had almost condensed into a liquid. Su Feng already didn't dare to imagine that if he were to cultivate in this kind of place, his cultivation would be able to completely achieve 1,000 miles in a day. And now, he was almost certain that the spirit vein that this Lin Palace Master in front of him had gotten under the Bone Spirit Mountain range was 80% of that legendary heavenly grade spirit vein. Even the Earth rank didn't have this qualification, and to ask why, because he had once seen and experienced an Earth rank spirit vein in his secret realm, and compared to this place, it was not many grades worse. Chapter 42, The Relic comes out. Ow! Hearing a beastly roar coming from his ears, Su Feng snapped back from his contemplation and followed the sound to see a white tiger lying at Lin Zhao's feet constantly rubbing its head against the other. Su Feng's gaze froze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This white tiger, seemingly sensing something, the tiger raised its head, and after noticing that Su Feng was looking at him, the tiger's face instantly tightened, and its mouth slightly opened, revealing its sharp claws and teeth to the other party. Roar! Confronting each other in a split-second moment, Su Feng instantly felt his cold hairs stand up, that feeling of being locked in, as if the other party would pounce on him at any moment. No rudeness, tiger. After being lightly patted twice by Lin Xiao, the tiger then gathered its claws and teeth, no longer paying attention to Su Feng, but instead lying on the ground and dozing off. Excuse me. Lin Xiao looked toward Su Feng, a slight apology dripping from his tone. Neglected discipline. Palace Master Lin is polite. Upon hearing this, Su Feng hurriedly stated that he was fine, and then he smoothly wiped the non-existent false sweat from the top of his head, outwardly bland as usual, but internally, he had already set off shockwaves. That white tiger just now should be, unsurprisingly, a pet that this palace master had taken in, which was fine, but the most crucial thing was that he realized that he couldn't even see through the cultivation of this white tiger. The ferocious beasts on the body, surely no one will be idle egg pain to put hidden breath apparatus. In that case it can only mean that the cultivation of this white tiger in front of him is also above him. Higher-ranking heavenly beings. Su Feng instantly felt a little frustrated. How can he say that he was also the lord of a domain? He didn't expect that he was not as high as the cultivation of other people's pets at the moment. It was really a laughingstock. Su Feng thought as he picked up the hot tea in front of him and took a sip before looking at Lin Xiao, opening his mouth and preparing to say something. This trip to visit the Wuji Palace. Just halfway through his speech, Su Feng's face suddenly changed, and his words came to an abrupt end as he fiercely looked down at himself. Boom! Accompanied by a low rumbling sound. Fluctuations appeared in Su Feng's aura, and then it began to climb up in sections. The 7th heavenly realm of the heavenly dignity realm. 8th heavenly dignity realm. In the blink of an eye Su Feng made breakthroughs one after another, feeling the power in his body that was so much stronger than before. His eyes landed on the tea that was only half a cup left at the table and was still steaming hot. His face was filled with shock. This, Su Feng really did not expect to have a surprise when he drank a cup of tea. He was stuck in this realm for several years, but because of this mouthful of tea he broke through and went further, reaching the 8th heavenly realm of the heavenly dignity realm. If he were to cultivate normally, he was afraid that it would take more than 10 years for these two realms to break through. And now, a mouthful of tea had saved him 10 years of hard cultivation. Thinking of this, Su Feng instantly felt how ridiculous his earlier speculations were. All the things he experienced today alone were telling him one thing, and that was just how unfathomable this side of the Wuji Palace's power was. Moving a heavenly level spirit vein, a heavenly ferocious beast as a pet, and a mouthful of tea helping him break through several realms in a row. None of these were something that could be done at the Divine King realm. As for the Great Sage realm further up, any one of them placed in the entire Tianxian continent would be a renowned party powerhouse. Although Su Feng hadn't seen it before, he had already decided that the Lin Xiao in front of him was at least a strong person of this level, reappearing with his clan after many years of seclusion. Otherwise trying to establish a clan right under the Bone Dragon's nose with a Divine King realm cultivation would be a daydream. Boom! And just then, the movement coming from beside him instantly brought Su Feng back to his senses. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and then he saw Hu Yuxuan just as he had earlier, his aura climbing upwards, his realm breaking in response. 5th heavenly dignity realm, the 6th sky of heavenly dignity realm. After simply stabilizing his realm, Hu Yuxuan spoke out to Lin Xiao with a joyful expression on his face. Thank you, Palace Master, for the tea. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy surging within his body, Hu Yuxuan's mood could be described as unprecedentedly relaxed. The best decision he had made in his life was to bring the Qingqiu Fox clan to become a subsidiary force of the Wuji Palace. From the time they joined until now, not even half a year ago, the strength of the Qingqiu Fox clan had already doubled several times. From a once second-rate family, it had leapt to become one of the several largest forces in the East Prosperity domain. He had gone from a small person at the 7th heaven of the Star Sovereign realm to a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse that all forces were now competing to flatter. As the head of a clan, he naturally saw the situation clearly. Wuji Palace, just slightly out of the East Prosperity domain, has been full of fame. The future in the entire Tianxian continent is bound to set off the wind and waves. At that time, their Qingqiu Fox clan will also follow the rising tide. So now he just need to bring the Qingqiu Fox clan to hold tight to this thigh, that is. Hu Yuxuan had a premonition that the heavenly exaltation realm was definitely not his limit, and that the Divine King was not too far off to get a glimpse of what was going on. Domain Master Su. Lin Xiao lifted his teacup and nodded as he looked at Su Feng, who had just broken through and whose breath was still a bit unstable. I wonder what this trip is about. Greetings have been said, tea has been drunk, and it's time to get down to business. It's like this, Palace Master Lin. At those words, Su Feng hurriedly adjusted his state and said with a straight face, the reason I'm bothering you on this trip is that I want to invite the Wuji Palace to explore a relic together. Oh, at those words, Lin Zhao's eyes widened slightly, his body subconsciously sitting up straight as he looked at the other party with interest. Relics? Right. Su Feng nodded slightly and then narrated. It turns out that in a place bordering the East Prosperity domain and the North Sea domain, a relic suddenly came out, and the great commotion could be said to have alarmed the four forces. Countless people were competing to arrive from all directions, and there was no lack of people who wanted to enter the relics first to look for treasures, but they were all blocked out by the boundary that shrouded them. Among them, there was even a heavenly sovereign realm elder who was seriously injured by the counterattack of the boundary because he attacked the boundary in a big way. This incident also led to the reputation of this relic is more and more resounding. All the forces are looking at the wind and move. Want to have some harvest in the relics? East Prosperity Domain crowd naturally is no exception. Yesterday, Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan had received information that the Luofu faction had set off under the leadership of Luo Jie. On the other hand, Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan had unanimously decided to come over and visit Lin Xiao after discussing the matter, inviting the Wuji Palace to explore the ruins together. After all, if they were to rely on their strength alone, eating meat was no problem, but it was definitely some marginal meat foam. After all, the strength of the surrounding domains were basically above them. However, if the Wuji Palace followed along and explored, then the harvest from this relic, they wouldn't say that they would swallow it in one bite, but there was still a high hope of eating the fattest piece. In particular, what he had seen and gained from this short session had filled Su Feng with confidence in the Wuji Palace. With this operation, perhaps they, the East Prosperity Domain, would be the only one to take the lead. Chapter 43, all laced up and ready to go. Relics? After listening to Su Feng, Lin Xiao stroked his chin, a look of contemplation on his face. This thing was of little interest to him, the system didn't give any quests, and with another trip, he just wanted to stay at home in the Wuji Palace right now. Those few disciples of his own happened to be idle, and throwing them out for a bit of experience wasn't a bad thing. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao also no longer hesitated and nodded his head in response. Good. Lin Palace Master is wise. Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately looked delighted. With the other party present, this trip to the ruins would be stable. In that case, I won't intrude. After explaining things, Su Feng was ready to get up and leave. The opening of the relics was 5 days later. This trip he was just here to ask and see what the Wuji Palace meant. When he went back, he still had to make some preparations before he could set off. Hu Yuxuan also got up to take his leave. He also had to go back to make some preparations. As for not seeing his own daughter, he lost his mind for a moment and then recovered. Anyway, we'll meet at the relics in a couple of days. It's not that bad. There's still no need to disturb his daughter's cultivation at this time. Well, relics After watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and then slowly raised his head, his mouth slightly open. Linger, Qianxue, Wudo. In the Bone Spirit Mountain Range, Yun Linger, who was standing in front of a small grave, Hu Qianxue, who was practicing in the Hall of Enlightenment, and Qin Wudao, who was killing in the Cave of 10,000 Beasts, all raised their heads at this moment and listened to the voice in their heads. There are relics coming out of the domain and they will open in 5 days. So prepare yourselves in the next 2 days and set off in 4 days. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Yunlinger rushed in the direction of the Wuji Palace and slightly owed her body to show that she understood after she reacted. The ruins, they should be pretty fun, Hu Qianxue muttered before closing her eyes again. The four tails behind her danced, and the starlight unique to the Void Bible continued to light up on different parts of her body. Qin Wudao, on the other hand, wasn't so subdued, spitting into the air as he dodged the attacks of the ferocious beasts in front of him. Master, will your old man go or not? What if we let people bully us if you don't go? Lin Xiao, who heard Qin Wudao's spitting voice, had a darkened face and returned without a good mood. I'm not going. Someone will take you there when the time comes. Okay. With that, Qin Wudao shifted his attention to the ferocious beast in front of him, and while leaping up in the air, the divine soldier in his hand was just raised. Little lion, eat my master's stick. The boy. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiao withdrew his senses, and then after drinking the tea in the cup in front of him, he stood up, and the whole person instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived on top of a hammock that was tied up on the enlightenment tea tree. Soothing. Lin Xiao couldn't help but moan after she struck a comfortable pose. Sure enough, the day is to be used to enjoy. They are invincible but also so tired to do. Every day casually take out some time to develop the clan and complete the system tasks on the line. After 3 days of living comfortably like this, also under the enlightenment tea tree, Lin Xiao was sitting at the table. In front of him were the 3 Yunlingers standing in a row, and beside him stood Zhang Liang and Li Ming. It's about time. Let's get going before we miss our chance, Lin Xiao said, glancing at the 3 people, and said quietly, by the way, when you go out, don't even disgrace my Wuji Palace. You can rest assured. Master. Qin Wudao put his stick behind his head and laughed playfully. Guaranteed to give the clan a long face. It better be. Lin Xiao glanced at the other party before landing his gaze on Yunlinger and gently admonished her. Linger, Keep an eye on them, don't let the chaos happen. Yes, master. Yunlinger nodded her head solemnly. As a senior sister, even if Lin Xiao didn't say anything, she would go and take care of the two. Master, you said that this kid, Wu Do, is uninteresting to me, but it's not like I'm going to mess around. Hu Qianxue looked at Lin Xiao with a resentful face, but the latter directly ignored the other party and raised his hand to aim a casual stroke not far away, and a spatial rift instantly appeared. Alright, hurry up. I'm going to practice. Looking at Lin Xiao, who jumped up with a long leap then smoothly lay into the hammock, the corners of the mouths of the several people below all twitched. The longer they get along with each other, they realize that their own master is high and cold outside, but in fact, lazy, every day either jerking a tiger or making tea, and every now and then instructing them 2 more times. The days can be said to be quite leisurely. Master. Before leaving, Qin Wudao didn't forget to spit out a sentence. Is it really good for you to be so laid back every day? Go go go. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't even lift his head and just waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Master, I'm invincible in the world, what more do I need? Go break into your relics. Lin Xiao said and waved his hand once again. And the group of people were instantly swept up by the spiritual power and rushed into the spatial rift in the midst of several exclamations of shock and disappeared. Bastard! Still in charge of me. Finished. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand, rested his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, muttering, I'm invincible. What's wrong with enjoying life? Outside the Bone Spirit Mountain range, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, followed by several figures flying out of it, landing on the ground before slowly stopping. Except for one person, who was swept along by the spiritual energy and slammed directly into the mountain wall. Screams instantly rang out. Master is too much. Qin Wudao rubbed his head and climbed up from the ground, practically in tears. Alright, Wu Do, just cut the crap. Yunlinger somewhat helplessly looked at the other party before dropping her gaze to Zhang Liang and Li Ming, who had drifted to the ground on the side, and spoke out. Elder, let's get going. This time, the Wuji Palace's representative team consisted of the 3 of them, Yunlinger, as well as Zhang Liang, Li Ming and the 5 of them. Originally, Lin Xiao was only prepared to let a random person lead the team at first, but he thought that the others were idle, so he might as well go together and forget about it, which would also add a layer of security to the safety of a few people. And just as they were rushing along, the benefits of having a strong person leading the group became apparent. The other forces were not strong enough, so they could only catch up by flying. Zhang Liang Li Ming, since he was at the God King realm, so he directly chose to tear through space to catch up, and the efficiency was not a fraction of a star higher. In this way, the 2 of them took turns tearing through space to catch up, and in less than half a day they were out of the East Prosperity Domain, and in the end, finally in time for dusk, the group arrived at their destination. The entrance to the relics, outside the boundary, could be described as overcrowded. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere, forming small camps stationed here and there, with various flags representing their own forces flying in the air. And right at this moment, the appearance of a spatial rift in mid-air instantly attracted the attention of everyone, and murmurs immediately rang out. Tearing through space, a God King realm powerhouse has arrived. Chapter 44, Gathering of Forces. In full view of the public, several figures were the first to step out from it. 3 men and 2 women, a total of 5 people. The 2 people at the head were middle-aged looking, and the powerful aura emanating from their bodies caused the faces of the onlookers to change. 2 God King realm powerhouses. On a peak closest to the ruins boundary, a black-robed old man gently stroked his beard, a touch of gravity on his face. What kind of power is this? Such a big deal? It wasn't just him, the rest of the people also held the same doubts as it. All the forces currently present were basically led by heavenly dignitaries, and only a few of the strongest clans were led by divine kings. This was almost the limit, but this pedestrian in front of him had 2 divine kings, which was really considered unique in the room. Ooh, so lively, facing the gaze of so many people. Qin Wudao didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright. Instead, he looked around with a curious face. Yunlinger, on the other hand, frowned slightly after looking around. There doesn't seem to be any room. There were quite a few peaks standing close to the boundary of the ruins, and since this place would be convenient to be the first to enter the ruins and seize the first opportunity, it was basically occupied by a few powerful forces with greater strength. From the inside out, the further out you go the weaker you get, and although they were hurrying fast, they came a little late after all, and the positions they could take were almost all taken. Xian Shui, and right at this moment, a shouting sound instantly attracted the attention of several people from the Wuji Palace. Following the sound, they then realized that Hu Yuxuan had stepped into the air. Father, seeing the other party, Hu Qianshue's face immediately showed a flash of surprise. How could she not expect to come here to see the other party here? Why are you here? Upon hearing this, Hu Yuxuan, who had flown close, froze, and then said in a somewhat bewildered manner, "Didn't Lord Palace tell you we were coming too?" Upon hearing this, the three of them, Hu Qianxue, immediately understood what was going on after looking at each other, and Qin Wudao rolled his eyes and spat. What else is there to think about? It must have been forgotten by the master. Upon hearing this, the corner of Hu Yuxuan's mouth twitched, and after silently skipping over that topic he looked at the two people at the head of the group and raised his hand to salute. "Hello again, two elders, Patriarch Hu." After some courtesies, Hu Yuxuan led the crowd back to the campsite and landed in a campsite under the curious gaze of the people in the surroundings. That's the Qingxiu Fox clan of the East Prosperity Domain and the Domain Master's house. Eyeing the falling figures of several people, the black-robed old man was silent for a moment before twisting his head to look behind him, his indifferent voice slowly resounding. "Go, find out which of the 4 great domains these guys are from." Yes, many of the forces that saw this scene had their minds revitalized in order to send people to spy on the information. A mysterious force led by 2 divine king realms was definitely the biggest destabilizing factor. The benefits that had been vaguely distributed in this relic were once again in suspense due to the arrival of a few people. Nice location. Yun Linger surveyed the surroundings. Although this place was not the ones closest to the entrance of the relics, it definitely belonged to the ones that were second only to it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuxuan smiled slightly and explained. "Indeed it is not bad. When we came here there was still no owner and there was enough space. So now people from my clan and the Domain Master's house are living here." When these words came out, Yun Linger's few people were instantly enlightened. Although no matter whether it is the Qingxiu Fox clan or the Domain Master's house alone to carry out the strength can only be said to be good. But to want to occupy this place strength is still a little worse. But now that the Qingxiu Fox clan has even merged with the Domain Master's mansion in one place, that hard power can indeed be ranked at the forefront of the forces that entered the ruins this time. So it's no wonder that they can occupy this place. Soon after, Su Feng, who had gotten the news, greeted him with a quick step, and after some pleasantries, he also arranged a place for a few people to stay. The relic boundary wouldn't open until tomorrow, so they would have to wait outside for another day. As night fell, while countless people were resting, there were also unknown geometric figures who couldn't sleep at night, and the entire area around the ruins was quiet and even a bit eerie. But everyone knew clearly that this was just the calm before the storm. And when the relics opened and everyone poured in, another bloody storm was about to roll up. The night passed in a hurry, and early the next morning, countless figures rushed to the sky from different mountain peaks, their gazes scorching hot as they looked at the boundary that began to gradually thin out not far away. Hu Yuxuan and his group were also floating in the air, quietly waiting for the relics to open. Quite a few masters. After looking around, Qin Wudao also smacked his lips. There were countless forces exploring the relics this time, but if we were to divide them up they were actually all just from the 4 surrounding domains. East Prosperity Domain, North Sea Domain, South Heavenly Domain, West Ning Domain. In order to explore this relic that had suddenly appeared, all of the top forces within the 4 major domains had mobilized, and the 3 forces closest to the entrance of the relic were the top forces of the remaining major domains, all of which were headed by divine kings. Compared to the rest of the domains, the East Prosperity Domain was among the weakest, and had basically been looked down upon by the people of the rest of the domains for so many years, and had always been pushed down by others. However, with the rise of the Wuji Palace, the line of the East Prosperity Domain also branched out, and they, the East Prosperity Domain, finally had the ability to fight against the rest of the several domains as well. After all, there were a total of 5 Divine King realms present, and they, the East Prosperity Domain, accounted for 2 of them, and even though they weren't from their own clan, they were still honored with it. And while the relics were still open, the idol Su Feng also gave a few people a generalization. That's the Green Cloud sect, the top power in the Northern Sea region, and the one at the head is Green Cloud sect's Grand Elder Chen Zhe, a God King realm triple sky powerhouse. A few people followed the direction that the other person pointed to, and then they saw a line of people wearing green robes standing on top of the mountain, the leader of the middle-aged man standing with his hands hanging down. And it was no surprise that it was the Chen Zhe that Su Feng had spoken of. And seemingly sensing something, the man looked sideways, and after noticing the gaze of the Wuji Palace's group they nodded slightly to this side, and Zhang Liang's few people nodded in response. Su Feng said and then slowly raised his head into the air, looking at the several figures hovering not far away and said in a deep voice, "That's the Dharma Zen Academy, the top power in the southern heavenly domain." The crowd followed the sound to see. Immediately was a bunch of bald flash to the eyes. Well, a glance at all monks, a tiger back and waist, looks fierce. The figure standing at the front was even taller, about 2 meters tall standing there. The muscles on his body were disjointed, as if they would explode at any time. but his expression was calm and peaceful, looking quite contrasting. That's the head monk Shishin, a divine king realm triple sky powerhouse. The next presiding officer of the Dharma Zen Academy should unsurprisingly be him, Su Feng said, and then dropped his gaze to the last place, looking at that line of people, his tone becoming serious. As for them, Chapter 45, Opening of the Relic. That's the Star Moon sect, the top power in the Western Ning domain, Su Feng said as he landed his gaze on an ordinary-looking old lady at the very front, his tone becoming grave. The one in the lead is Master Star Moon, the previous master of the Star Moon sect, powerful, God King Realm Triple Sky Powerhouse, said Su Feng. Also subconsciously glanced at Zhang Liang Li Ming, but found that the two were not the slightest fluctuation of emotions. A bland face. The master teacher also seemed to have noticed something, looked over and swept indifferently, lingering on Zhang Liang and Li Ming for a while longer before withdrawing her gaze, exuding an aura of keep away from others all over her body. Even God Kings have strengths and weaknesses. Zhang Liang withdrew his gaze and wrapped his hands around his chest, his tone calm without the slightest fluctuation. At those words, Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan were first stunned, but after glancing at each other, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What were they nervous about? If they counted according to their single strength, they could be considered the strongest team present. It should be that people were afraid of them. As time passed, the relic boundary also began to fluctuate, and the crowd who sensed this scene was instantly energized. Wow! The knot fluctuated more and more often, and the space trembled along with it. The thickness of the knot had thinned to the point where it could be broken with a poke. Wow! With a peculiar crunching sound, the entire relic boundary immediately burst into countless spatial fragments like fragile glass before fading into nothingness. Go on! The relics are open! And in the instant they saw the boundary shatter, the many cultivators surrounding them in all directions instantly turned red, their throats roaring as they rushed forward. Go! The several major forces that were in front of the boundary naturally had the advantage, and one by one, they rushed up to the sky and turned into rainbow light to rush straight towards the ruins, and in the blink of an eye, Hu Yuxuan and the others naturally rushed into it, and as the crowd drew closer, a huge cave entrance emitting a shimmering light appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, the crowd didn't hesitate for a moment, and a group of God King realm powerhouses took the lead and rushed into it. Upon entering, the crowd first blacked out, but when they opened their eyes again, a whole new world appeared in front of them. The sky was bright and flawless but not as hot as the sun outside, and underneath the feet of the crowd were mountain peaks with layers and layers of mountains, and the roar of beasts could be heard faintly. Monk Shishin of the Dharma Zen Center stroked his smooth head, a kind smile on his face. Ah, finally in. So it's a secret realm. There are generally two types of relics. One is ordinary relics, which can be freely explored in this world, and the other is secret relics. And as all such secret realms were equivalent to a small world, there were quite a few great powers who would choose such places to be their burial place, and with the passage of time, the solid boundary they had laid down in the first place would also cause the spiritual power in it to wear out with the passage of time, eventually leading to its exposure to the world. Although they didn't know what kind of strong person had left this relic, it didn't matter. They would know after they swept through it. The group didn't waste any time, and after surveying the area for a few moments they began to search in all directions. The East Prosperity Domains group of people also chose a direction and then spread out to search, basically grouping up in twos and threes and calling out to their companions when they found something. Without a moment's effort, cries of alarm resounded continuously in the secret realm. All of you, come over here. There's a Xian rank upper grade moonlight flower here. Master, save me. There's a wind wolf of transformation spirit perfection here. And as various treasures are found, a conflict erupts. What do you want? A youth held a flower in his left hand, while his right hand was holding a sword and pointing at the few people in front of him. Angrily, I found this out first, and on its opposite side, several people surrounded it, and the youth at the head had an arrogant face as he snorted. Yo, who says you found it first? You call him, will he say yes? You, anxious youth direct action, but as a casual cultivator of his power alone, not a moment's effort was seriously injured on the ground. The hands of the spiritual flower is also taken away, and such things are being staged everywhere in the secret realm. There are only so many chances. No one wants to return empty-handed. The scattered cultivators were robbed by the small sects. The small sects were robbed by the big powers, and the big powers were robbed by the top powers. Like right now. Boom! Rolling sand and dust accompanied by a loud ringing sound rose up into the sky, and in the huge crater on the ground, Qin Wudao retrieved his long stick, and after looking around at the people who had fallen to the ground he stepped forward to take off everyone's storage rings or storage bags into his arms. Sure enough, it's still this fast. Qin Wudao patted the shoulder of the youth on the ground with one hand and said with a smile, several people, in the future cannot do this kind of thing again. First come first served. Robbing other people's what is the matter, understand? At those words, the group of people who were lying on the ground unable to move silently moved their heads to the other side not to look at the other party's hateful face. Their group of people obviously just robbed a loose cultivator has not yet put things into the storage equipment at this guy do not know where to jump out. A stick will be all of them dry down. It would be justice if you just gave back what we robbed. But why the hell are you taking our stuff? Robbing something and finding a moralistic reason to do it. This guy, so hypocritical. And Shin Wudao didn't bother to care about how they preached about themselves in their heads. At this moment, he was counting his loot beautifully. It was true that even the mantis catching cicadas was better than the yellow sparrow in the back, and it was a waste of time to look for it by oneself, which was not as fast as robbing others. No way. Hu Qianxue flew in from a distance, and after seeing the group of people lying around Shin Wudao, she instantly understood what was going on and said helplessly, "There you go. Starting again. Ahem." After putting the things away, Shin Wudao lightly coughed twice and smiled sarcastically. "What is it? Sister. Follow me," Hu Qianxue explained as she advanced. Eldest senior sister has discovered a middle-grade Earth-ranked violet sunflower, but there is a star sovereign realm ghost spider guarding there. Let's go over together and exterminate that guy. A ghost spider of the Star Lord realm. Upon hearing this, Shin Wudao's battle spirit was immediately high. Just now those guys from the transitional plateau realm couldn't even hold up 3 points of his strength. The fight was too boring. A star sovereign realm ghost spider. This opponent was only interesting to fight on. And by the time the two arrived, Yunlinger had already fought with the ghost spider. The light and beautiful shadow fluttered around, and the divine longsword in his hand occasionally slashed through the target's hard skin, revealing traces of blood. And not far from the rock wall, a purple-colored flower swayed in the wind. "Senior sister, we're here." Seeing this scene, Shin Wudao immediately rushed up with his stick, while Hu Qianxue bypassed the battlefield and her gaze fell on the purple sunflower swing in the wind above the rock wall. Chapter 46, Fierce Beasts on the Loose. Purple Sunflower. Seeing the target, Hu Qianxue didn't hesitate for a second and instantly pocketed the item after flying up. Kiki. Noticing that the purple sunflower was removed, the ghost spider instantly became violent. A streak of venom instantly spewed out at Hu Qianxue. Next to him, Shin Wudao saw this and hurriedly reminded, "Senior sister, be careful." Receiving the reminder, Hu Qianxue reacted quickly and urged up the jade pendant in front of her chest, and with the injection of spiritual power, a layer of spiritual power shield instantly coalesced and shaped, enveloping her. Put. When the two collided, the venom immediately made a creaking sound and tried to corrode the spiritual power shield, but it had little effect and quickly evaporated in the air. What a strong poison. Looking at the small pits corroded out on the ground around her, Hu Qianxue's expression also became grave, and after withdrawing her spiritual power shield, she was then ready to raise her sword to join the battle. Roar! Just at this moment, a roar instantly exploded in the ears of the crowd. A terrifying breath and pressure swept through the area. The two people and one beast in the fierce battle were all stiff, and then quickly separated their figures and withdrew from the battle. But soon, the pressure came and went quickly, leaving only the three men and one beast in the clearing looking at each other. What's going on? Shin Wudao was wary of the ghost spider on the opposite side of the room while constantly surveying the surroundings as if he was searching for an answer. Retreat first, sister. Hu Qianxue changed her usual expression and looked at the two men with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Something doesn't feel right to me." Aha! Yunlinger nodded slightly and did not reject the other party's offer. Just now, although that pressure flickered, several people had indirectly sensed from it that the Lord of the Breath was powerful, to be above the heavenly exalted Zhu Long that they had faced that day, and was definitely on the same level as Zhang Liang Liming and the others, a ferocious beast of the Divine King realm. Thinking of this, the three of them immediately stopped hesitating and turned around, ready to leave this place. If they had encountered a ferocious beast of that level in their current situation of being alone, they would have been killed instantly without even having the chance to call for help. Although the three of them were heavenly prides, with all of their equipment and feats being top-notch, the gulf in strength between the two was too great. Together, they could strike a star sovereign horizontally, but it would be a daydream to face a divine king head-on. Kiki. Seeing the trio preparing to leave, the ghost spider was instantly enraged. You want to run away after robbing something? You don't take yourself seriously, do you? The ghost spiders that had nearly gone berserk immediately chased after the three who had left, to which Yunlinger's three paid no attention. It was imperative that they rendezvoused with the others first. It wasn't just them, there were also people flying out of the surrounding mountain ranges, showing how many people had been startled by that roar just now. Fortunately, the people of the East Prosperity Domain were basically all in this direction, and a few people just searched for less than a moment before they ran into a spot with Hu Yuxuan, Su Feng, and the others. You guys are okay. Hu Yuxian looked around to see that no one was injured, including his own daughter, before he breathed a sigh of relief. And then he dropped his gaze on the ghost spider that swept not far away, and his brows wrinkled slightly. Where's? Hu Yuxian said. A palm casually shot out. A huge spiritual power giant palm carrying the power of the Heavenly Father fiercely pressed down. The initiative to meet up with the ghost spiders at this time, even dodge or too late. Directly be shot into the ground. A palm print instantly molded. And right in the center of the palm print was the unlucky ghost spider that had already lost its life. Father. After looking around the circle, Hu Qianxue then looked at Hu Yuxian and inquired, I wonder if you can see the two elders of my Wuji palace. I'm here. The sudden sound that came from the crowd caused them to subconsciously raise their heads, and then they saw Zhang Liang floating down from above with his hands behind his back. Elder. Without waiting for a few people to speak, Zhang Liang took the lead as if he knew what they were going to say. Just now it was the people from the Dharma Zen Academy who found something good while exploring, but I didn't realize that there were high-level ferocious beasts guarding it. Elder Li has already gone over. You guys come with me. A group of people followed Zhang Liang as he flew towards the south, while the others around them who heard him gritted their teeth and chose to follow after a moment of hesitation. The world of immortal cultivation is like that, like swimming against the current, not advancing or retreating, and being rich and powerful. Soon, the crowd from the East Prosperity Domain arrived at the battlefield, and as the roar that had previously spread throughout the secret realm resounded once again, a huge object instantly came into view. Roar! With a roar, the huge-sized magical beast rushed up to the sky. The surface of its dozens of meters of body was densely scaled, and its head was topped with a large and hideous dragon head, but there were no horns on it, only two bulges, as if it would break open at any time. This is... Yunlinger looked at the giant beast with some hesitation, then said with some hesitation, a dragon? No. Scaly? Nice. Su Feng, who was at the side, nodded slightly and explained, this is the walking Jiao, evolved from the Python clan in the world. Looking at this walking Jiao, I'm afraid it's not far from transforming into a dragon. Su Feng stood aside to explain. While in the field, a group of monks from the Dharma Zen Academy were now surrounding the perimeter, constantly launching attacks on the ferocious beasts in the center. The leader, Monk Shishin, was holding a Zen staff that was the thickness of a bucket on top of the forefront, with his naked upper body flashing with golden light, and the veins on his muscles rippling up at all times. He looked quite domineering, but even so, the group of people from the Dharma Zen Academy didn't have much of an upper hand, and even had a tendency to vaguely fall into the lower echelons as monks continued to be injured. And this would be the time when other forces arrived one after another, including the other two top-tier sects, the Green Cloud sect and the Star Moon sect. Just then, Li Ming also dropped down from the air and began to watch the battle. After exchanging a few pleasantries with a few people, the crowd arrived and stood outside the arena with their respective forces watching the action, and had no intention of stepping in to help. Damn, this is kind of tough. Monk Shishin cursed. At first thought that relying on the strength of their Dharma Zen Academy would be able to take this and monopolize the benefits. He didn't expect to realize that after exchanging blows, this walking Jiao was actually more than a step stronger than him, with a cultivation of the fourth heaven of the God King realm. Monk Shishin knew very well that if it wasn't for this walking augur that was guarding the valley beneath him, his party would have been defeated a long time ago. Hey, I say you guys, more theater. Monk Shishin hesitated for a moment before he still turned his head to look out at the field and roared at the crowd. Take this head down, and we'll split what's in that valley equally. Has Master Zhishin figured it out? Upon hearing this, Chen Zai, who was standing at the very front of the Qingyan sect, raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. Since Grandmaster has said so, then naturally, my Green Cloud sect won't stand idly by. Wouldn't that have been nice? Master Star Moon snorted coldly, then rushed into the sky and flew towards the battlefield, the powerful aura of the third heaven of the Divine King realm erupting out. Shifu's temperament is still so eager. Chen Zai lightly laughed before casting his gaze aside in the direction of the East Prosperity Domain, finally landing on Zhang Liang Li Ming. Two fellow Taoists, aren't you going to make a move together? Chapter 47, Fighting the Walking Jiao. Strike? In the face of the invitation issued by Chen Zai, Zhang Liang Li Ming glanced at each other, and after a moment of silence Zhang Liang stepped out and flew out in a faint voice. Good. Ouch. Seeing the trio enter the field, Monk Shishin immediately turned his head to look at the surrounding monks and roared. All right, all quit. Yes. Upon hearing this, the martial monks didn't dare to slow down and began to retreat while fighting, and soon, 4 people and 1 beast were left on the battlefield. Master Wisdom. Looking at Monk Shishin who retreated to his side, Chen Zai unsheathed his sword and laughed lightly. It's rare to see you in such a sorry state. Come on. Shut up. Monk Shishin interrupted him with a black face, then circled around, and after lingering on Zhang Liang for a moment longer, He withdrew his gaze and was just about to say something, when the Xingyue Sherdai on the side suddenly opened her mouth. Well, don't waste time. Hurry up. Saying that, Master Star Moon carried her sword and rushed up. Several huge sword chi broke through the air and chopped on the walking Zhao body, instantly causing the latter to roar angrily. TCH, this old man is still so impatient. Chen Zhe let out a tuneful laugh, accompanied by a sword roar rushing up into the sky, joining the battle in the blink of an eye. Sprinkles is coming. Seeing this scene, Monk Shishin was naturally not willing to lag behind. Carrying his Zen staff, he roared into the battlefield, his powerful attacks causing the walking Zhao to let out a roar every time he struck. With the three people and one beast once again wore to a place, violent energy fluctuations into the aftermath of the wave rushed to the surrounding area. The movement of the great standing on the ground can feel the tremor of the feet. The crowd watching the battle tacitly withdrew backward a distance, their eyes burning as they watched this great battle between God King realm powerhouses. Although the treasures inside had nothing to do with them, it wasn't a loss to watch a great battle like this. And the situation didn't get much better with the two joining in. The gap in realm and physique made the attacks of a few people threatening to walking Zhao, but that was it. The three of them also felt a burst of pressure as they fought. Their attacks braced themselves to inflict a few light wounds on the walking Zhao. And yet, if any of the walking Zhao's attacks air them a bit, it would be no different from losing combat power. Hey, dog! Chen Zhe, who had flashed through the walking augur's tearing bite in a sorry state, turned his head to look out into the field and exclaimed, "Make a move. This is too difficult." The other two didn't speak, but their gazes were cast frequently. Today, their two parties can almost be said to be evenly matched. Only one more person needs to come out to help. Then this head should definitely be splattered with blood today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang also drew his longsword without any panic, and then his figure instantly disappeared in place. And when he came out again, he had already arrived at the head of the walking Zhao. Roar! Looking at the human that suddenly appeared, the furious walking Zhao froze for a moment before violently opening its huge mouth in an attempt to swallow the other party. Wind Dragon Chop! While facing the bloody mouth that was approaching, Zhang Liang's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest. As his right hand holding the sword violently crossed in front of him, a majestic spiritual energy gushed out with the sword as the media, and then instantly coalesced into a lifelike but transparent body of a green dragon. Roar! The cohesive green dragon first opened its mouth wide and roared silently at the walking Zhao, and then it violently rushed out, its equally slender dragon body wrapping around the walking Zhao in the blink of an eye. Roar! The walking Zhao that felt bound instantly began to struggle, but it couldn't move at all, and could only roar loudly and powerlessly at Zhang Liang, who was close at hand. The crowd that saw this scene, including Chen Zhe's trio, immediately froze, and after reacting, the crowd burst into an uproar. Who is this senior, trapping the Divine King realm walking Zhao with a single strike? I don't know. It seems to be someone from the East Prosperity domain. And the three of them, Chen Zhe, looked at each other in disbelief, all of them seeing the horror in each other's eyes. Just now when the other party struck out, a few people sensed the other party's realm, the fourth heaven of the God King realm. Yesterday they sent people out to inquire all night, also did not get any news. Such a master in the end, from where to scurry out. Hello. Looking at the several people frozen not far away, Zhang Liang frowned. Come on, don't waste time. The three who heard the other party open their mouths then reacted, shook and threw those messed up ones out of their minds before rushing up with their weapons. Anything can be said later. First solve this is the most important thing at present. And in the face of the immobilized walking Zhao, the three of them coincidentally chose to attack one place. I'll let you be arrogant again. Chen Zhe and Old Lady Starmoon stood on either side of them, their two long swords instantly stabbing out, and in the blink of an eye they filled all of walking Zhao's field of vision. Roar! This time, the roar of the walking Zhao was more than a notch higher than before. The intense pain of having its pupils blinded caused its body to burst out with terrifying strength, and the wind dragons wrapped around its body were gradually propped open. Suffer! And just then, Monk Shishin descended from the sky, the divine Zen staff in his hand bursting with bright golden light as his roar roared out. Demon Surrender Strike! The Zen staff the size of a man's head at the top instantly smashed into walking Zhao's head with a gusty whine, and the latter's head collapsed and his body froze. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Monk Shishin pressed down on walking Zhao and fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! A loud sound rang out, while smoke and dust instantly rose from the sky, and several mountain peaks closer to the fallout point began to tremble with the naked eye, and countless rolling stones fell down from above. And as the smoke cleared, the scene on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes, only to see the walking Zhao lying motionless in a pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The originally flat ground around it had now become pitted and broken, with cracks everywhere. Monk Shishin, on the other hand, slowly straightened up by stepping on the walking jiao, his muscles glistening in the sunlight. A strike from a god king was so terrifying. Chen Zai, who saw this scene, could not help but smack his lips. This monk, what strength! Hoof! At those words, to the side, Master Star Moon lightly hummed, worthy of being the successor of old monk Sumeru. A bit of strength, right? Saying that Chen Zai seemed to have thought of something, fiercely turning his head to look at Zhang Liang, raising his hand and cupping his fist at the same time saying with a straight face, "Dare I ask this Taoist brother, what sect or faction is he from?" As soon as these words came out, the Star Moon Master Tai on the side also cast her gaze over. She was also very interested in this question. Dao brother is polite. Zhang Liang raised his hand to return the salute and spoke out. East Prosperity Domain. Wuji Palace. Wuji Palace? As soon as these words came out, the two people around them froze, and when they looked at each other, they immediately felt that this name was extremely familiar, and so on. Seemingly remembering something, both of them stared at the same time, both seeing the look of realization in the other's eyes. The Wuji Palace. That was the force that had risen to prominence in the East Prosperity Domain in recent days, and it was rumored that there was a God King realm powerhouse present in it. Originally, they had scoffed at such unfounded rumors, but now, with Zhang Liang's strike, the so-called rumors and gossips were not broken. Chapter 48 Ground Level Spiritual Roots. TCH, this monk is so fierce. At this moment, outside the field, Qin Wudao, who was holding his stick, couldn't help but smack his lips when he looked at Monk Shishan, who was slowly getting up inside the field. Alright, let's go. Li Ming, who noticed Zhang Liang looking this way, led the team to the valley, and the rest of the disciples from the Qinyan sect, Dharma Zen Academy, and Star Moon sect also rushed to get closer. As for the other forces, they could only watch with bated breath. After all, this was someone else's booty, and there was no reason for them to share it, and to say that they would rob it. Even if these small sects of theirs were united, they wouldn't be enough for those few god kings to fight. After the several major forces had gathered, Chen Zai, who had fallen from the air, looked at the corpse of the walking jiao on the ground and raised an eyebrow. I say, guys, how are we going to split this thing? Can cultivate to the god king realm of the walking jiao natural body is a treasure. The carcass to bring back to melt some. Our alchemy. Refining weapons of good things. This pair of claws. Zhang Liang raised his hand to point at the only pair of claws in front of the walking jiao and looked at the three of them, saying in a faint voice, I'll take it. Is that okay with a few of you? Seeing that Zhang Liang asked for the best things away as soon as he opened his mouth, the three of them looked at each other, and after a moment of silence Chen Zai opened his mouth smilingly. Naturally, there's no problem, please go ahead, Dao brother. In response, Monk Shishan as well as Master Star Moon did not say anything, but they were considered to have acquiesced. The other party did make the most effort in the battle just now, so there was no harm in letting it go. Good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang did not dilly-dally, and with a sword roar, a pair of giant claws snapped with a sound. The pupils of the three people who saw this scene instantly shrunk, their eyes falling on Zhang Liang's sheathed sword in unison. This is Ancient Soldier? The three of them were the top powerhouses of their respective realms, and the weapons in their hands naturally weren't bad either. All of them were mid-grade divine weapons, and such a weapon could only manage to break the defense when facing the walking jiao, while the opponent's longsword chopped off both claws without much effort at all. When they thought of this, the three of them looked at Zhang Liang with an expression that instantly became odd. Big brother, what kind of operation are you? There are ancient soldiers in the hand and still fight, what control? Rushed up to knife not to cut that thing dead, but muttering aside, when it came to picking out the loot a few people didn't hesitate. In that case poor monk will take this auger skin. I want the inner elixir. In just a short while the four of them had finished assigning the walking scales, and then they all cast their gazes within the valley. They both knew very well that the walking auger was just an appetizer and that there was the real main course. Under the watchful eyes of the people outside, the four major forces walked into the valley under the leadership of their respective god kings, and then also left behind some of their people to blockade the place with an extremely tacit agreement. The surrounding crowd that saw the scene was suddenly bored and could only leave in a sarcastic manner. It looks like they won't be able to get a share of the spoils, so there's no need for them to continue wasting time here, and it's only right to hurry up and search for other places. And after entering the valley, a huge spiritual plant suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ooh, what a rich aura. Yeah, it's even denser than that Xian rank spirit root in the inner sect. The crowd murmured, all of them looking at the huge object in front of them with marvelous faces. Only to see this tree is like a huge umbrella opened, densely packed thick branches spread out in all directions, a fruit falling high in the front section. The rich fruit aroma rolled with the spiritual chi scattered, let a person intoxicated. This is, the oldest Xingyue senior mistress was the first to recognize it. her eyes burning at the object in front of her, and she said in a deep voice, "Earth rank upper grade spiritual root, golden yuan fruit tree." As soon as these words came out, the entire room immediately resounded with the sound of people sucking in cool air. Earth rank upper grade spirit root. I can actually see such a supreme treasure in my lifetime. I have no regrets even if I die now. Yes, that Xian rank extreme spirit root in this sect is so treasured by the sovereign lord that he has directly set up his cave next to it. If we bring this back, the supreme elders are afraid that they will all be alarmed. Hey, you Qingyan sects, don't even think about it. This is my star moon sects. No, such a supreme treasure is only best placed in my Dharma Zen center. Without a moment's effort, the three forces argued over a single sentence, each with red faces, as if they would draw their swords at any time. The atmosphere became tense. Enough! Right at this moment, an icy voice rang out, and the God King realm pressure carried within it instantly silenced the crowd, and the valley instantly became quiet. Only then did Chen Zhe, who saw this scene, collect his mighty pressure, and at this time, he was no longer as gentle as he was before, and with a gloomy face, he looked at the remaining three and said in a faint voice, "A few of you, come on, this golden element fruit tree, how should it be divided? It's simple." As soon as Chen Zhe's words fell, Master Star Moon was the first to speak. "The golden elemental fruit on it will be divided equally among all of you, but this spirit root belongs to my Star Moon sect." Humph. As soon as these words came out, Monk Shishin couldn't bear it anymore and didn't care about anything anymore. He directly spoke out to mock. "Senior Miss Good Intention, the moment you open your mouth you want spiritual roots, then why don't you swap with Sprinkler? The golden yuan fruit goes to your Sprinkler, then privately give you 2 divine weapons. Kid, you don't have to." For Monk Shishin's mockery, Star Moon Master was not moved at all. She, who had been traveling across the immortal cultivation world for thousands of years, would not be disturbed by the other party's 2 sentences of such mockery, and only responded with an expressionless face. "You are all well aware of the value of this spirit root, so there is no way my Star Moon sect will let it go. So is my Green Cloud sect. So is the Dharma Zen Center." In the end, under the gaze of a few people, Zhang Liang simply opened his mouth flatly, but his tone was not to be questioned. "I will not let." As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly fell into a new round of silence, and the disciples under the command of a few people were also staring at each other, hostility quickly growing on their faces, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Several people were well aware of just how important an earth rank upper grade spiritual root was to a sect. With this thing, the strength of the entire clan could be said to induce explosive growth. Doubling several times was not a problem. One must know that the Qingyan sect at the time was only an ordinary second-rate sect in the Northern Sea region. That generation of the Qingyun patriarch accidentally obtained a strain of Xian rank excellent spiritual roots will be brought back to the Qingyun clan. Through the development of thousands of years, the Qingyun clan jumped to become a first-class sect in the Northern Sea area, and that generation's Green Cloud patriarch was also known as the Green Cloud sect's Zhongxing Lord. It can be said that nowadays, Qingyun sect can be ranked among the top forces in the Northern Sea area, and that spiritual root is definitely not to be blamed. And now what appeared in front of the eyes of several people was a top-grade spirit root of the earth rank. How valuable this thing was naturally speaks for itself. You can say this. A few people who will bring this back, directly promoted to become a hand of the clan, are no problem. What a slap the great mouth of the supreme elder each other have to endure. In turn, ask you hand pain not. Chapter 49, Tit for Tat. Inside the canyon, the 4 major forces stood in one place, and the previous amicable atmosphere had already disappeared, and when they looked at each other, they all showed full of hostility. Everyone was clear about the value of this spirit root, especially the first few people. They knew that if they retreated, they would definitely have to face the wrath of the entire upper echelons of the clan when they returned. It wasn't as bad as being expelled from the clan, but it wasn't much better than that. No need to waste time. Just as the crowd was confronting each other, a flat voice suddenly rang out, and when they looked around, they saw Li Ming walking out from in front of the East Prosperity Domain team. Oh, seeing that someone had opened his mouth, Chen Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a nonchalant manner, "I wonder what this Taoist brother means by that." It's simple. Li Ming came to stand beside Zhang Liang and looked around with his hands wrapped around his chest before his gaze landed on Master Xingyue and laughed lightly. "Just as this one said, the golden elemental fruit will be divided equally among the 3 of you, and the spirit roots will go to my Wuji palace." What? When these words came out, several people immediately sank in color, and the most violent-tempered Monk Shishin even directly burst his veins and glared. On what grounds? Arrogant. A trace of anger also appeared on the wrinkled face of Senior Master Star Moon as she stared morosely at the two Taoist brothers. Even Chen Zhe, who seemed to have the best temper among the 3, raised his hand on the hilt of his sword at this moment, and his tone became icy cold. It's too much to put my 3 clans in our eyes, isn't it? Behind a few people stood the top forces within the major domains, and although they were afraid of Zhang Liang's strength, it was still far from enough to make them fear and then withdraw from the competition for the spirit root. Meh. In the face of several people's questioning, the 2 people's faces remained unchanged. They only unsheathed their swords in unison. Along with the sound of the swords, 2 powerful and magnificent auras erupted, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Without waiting for the people present to react, the mighty pressure that swept over them instantly made them feel their bodies sink. On what grounds, you say? Zhang Liang's gaze slowly moved over the 3 astonished faces and finally looked at Monk Shishan, smiling faintly. By virtue of us being stronger. And to this, the 3 of them didn't have much of a response, only that their gazes all fell on Li Ming, and their minds were suddenly left with one thought. God King Realm 4th Heaven. It was only at this point that the 3 realized where the other party's backbone came from. Both turned out to be God King Realm 4th Sky powerhouses. Even if such a combination faced their 3 major powers joining forces, it wouldn't be crushing, but it would still be close. The 3 of them were silent for a moment, and when they looked at each other, they instantly understood each other's meaning, and their spiritual energy burst out successively. Since this is the case, then I will learn the 2 of you's high skills today. Chenzai raised his longsword and pointed it at the 2 men as he said in a deep voice, Wuji Palace, let's see if you are as powerful as the rumors say today. As she spoke, spiritual energy fluctuated around her body, and the pressure of the Divine King Realm instantly surged out to fight against the 2 men. Cut the crap. Sprinkles is on first, and Monk Shishan even directly roared and rushed out, the Zen staff raised above his head even more glowing with piercing golden light, aiming at the 2 people to slash down. They had no choice in this battle, either to bring back the golden element fruit tree or to die in battle themselves and be carried back. As for the matter of joining forces, the 3 of them have a tacit understanding. No matter what, the strongest Wuji Palace will be eliminated first, and then the rest will decide on the belonging of the spiritual roots. Choose to do it. Zhang Liang sneered, without the slightest hint of surprise on his face, lifting his sword and casually waving it. A huge sword chi instantly flew out against the ground. Where it passed through, the soil tumbled, revealing a gully. Demon Surrender Strike. The move that had previously killed the walking Zhao was once again used by Monk Shishan to smash into the sword chi. Bang! In full view of everyone, the 2 just collided together, and a matchless shockwave instantly erupted. And after supporting himself for a moment, Monk Shishan's entire body flew out backwards, smashing into the rock wall, and the entire valley rumbled. And the shockwave generated by the 2 collision is also affected by the surrounding children of several major forces. Heavenly Father Realm, Star Lord Realm is okay. And then down many of the God of Transformation and even the transition of the disciples one by one, lying on the ground. Asterisk. The elders of the several major powers instantly stopped hesitating when they saw this scene and turned around, leading their disciples to retreat outside the valley. The battle between the Divine King Realm was no longer something they could participate in, plus being located in the valley, the terrain was narrow, and the fallout from a random wave of clashes couldn't be carried by these disciples. Come on, let's go out too. Noticing the hostile gazes cast not far away, Hu Yuxuan raised his hand and patted his daughter's shoulder, smiling. Qian Xue, let me see the results of your cultivation during this period of time. It won't disappoint you. After Hu Qianxue responded, she looked at Yunlinger and Qin Wudao beside her and said with a smile on her face, Senior sister, senior brother, is it okay if we wait to compete? Yes, sister. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's eyes instantly lit up. As early as earlier when he retreated halfway through the fight with the ghost spider, he felt his hands itching to fight. Now that there was an opportunity to fight, he was naturally happy to do so. Good. Yunlinger also smiled and nodded her head. The long sword on her waist had already been sheathed and gripped into her hand at some point. It wasn't just them. The disciples of the remaining 3 major powers were also rubbing their fists one by one. After exiting the valley, without the slightest hesitation, the several forces instantly battled together, with all sorts of moves flying across the sky and earth. Hu Yuxuan and Su Feng collided with the Heavenly Father powerhouses of the 3 major forces, while the 3 of them, Yunlinger, killed the opposing camp back to back and began an almost crushing massacre. When facing the same realm, the advantages in their equipment and natural feats were completely revealed. The powerful divine weapon displayed an absolute crushing advantage against a bunch of spirit weapons as well as several Dao weapons, and even a star ruler could only avoid it. Such a big commotion naturally attracted many gazes, and quite a few people who rushed over were instantly confused after seeing this scene. What's going on? Why are these families fighting? Is it because of the split? Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew that they were in for another treat. At the same time, on the outside of the fierce battle, the valley is also in full swing. Zhang Liang a solo fight Shenze 3 people, even so as not losing the wind, and even vaguely began to occupy the upper hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Monk Shishin avoided a sword chi and couldn't help but burst out even as he looked at Zhang Liang. This guy's gong method is too bizarre. Whenever they took advantage of the cover of the two people next to them to kill before and after, the other party's figures suddenly became illusory, and all the attacks suddenly fell into empty space. If it was just this, it was fine, but the other party still had an ancient weapon in their hands, and that killing power was simply absolute. Any of them who got hit and grazed a little bit would be either dead or injured. Chapter 50, Pressing the Three Sects. And while the four were fighting furiously, Li Ming had already arrived in front of the golden element fruit tree. His right hand aimed slowly upwards in front of him, and an unquestionable voice came out of his mouth. Up! As Li Ming's words fell, the golden element fruit tree instantly trembled, and the ground cracked several fissures as it shook. The tree's golden dollar fruit and its branches and leaves kept shaking, but the root feet still kept peeking out of the dirt. Shenze and the others who had sensed the movement behind them all exclaimed in shock upon seeing this scene. Not good. He's taking away the golden element fruit tree. Thou darest. Xingyue Sure Dai withdrew from the battlefield, and immediately afterward, she aimed at Li Ming's back and was just about to launch an attack, but a figure suddenly blocked in front of her body, and it was Zhang Liang. Never mind. Zhang Liang voiced out at the same time a huge palm of spiritual energy slapped out. The sword chi that Master Star Moon had just swung out was instantly shattered, and the whole person could not dodge in time, so he could only rush to activate the defensive talismans on his body. Buzz! The moment the spirit power shield lit up, the spirit power giant palm had also forced its way closer, and in the blink of an eye, Master Star Moon was pressed all the way into the rock wall. Bang! The shield instantly shattered when it hit the rock wall, and the strong spiritual power wrapped around the giant palm instantly made Master Star Moon's face turn white, and a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. No good! Seeing this scene of Shenze as well as Jishin Monk did not hesitate to almost at the same time. A sword and a Zen staff under the full force of that giant palm can be dispersed. Monk Shishin dropped down from the air and looked to the side at Master Xingyue, who had struggled out of the rock wall, and frowned. Hey, not dead? Poof. And at this moment, Master Star Moon didn't want to take care of him at all. Raising her hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of her mouth, her face was pale while her body was also hunched over quite a bit. Zhang Liang's realm was already quite a bit higher than hers, and with the addition of the attack power of the ancient soldier, this move had literally ed her into a serious injury. Not completely out of commission, but not far off, and this meant that even if they defeated Zhang Liang Li Ming in a while, there was no way for them to compete for the right to own the golden element fruit tree in their current state. And just as they were fighting, Li Ming's side had already pocketed the golden element fruit tree, leaving only an extremely large pit in its place. And with the disappearance of the golden element fruit tree, the rich spiritual aura and the fragrance of the fruit within the valley immediately began to dissipate. And Li Ming, who had finished his work, returned to stand beside Zhang Liang and looked at the trio not far away, raising an eyebrow. More fighting? The only thing that responded to him was a deathly silence. The three people's faces at this time could be described as one more gloomy than the other, and an unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged to their hearts. If they had teamed up earlier to defeat Zhang Liang, then there might have been some chance of victory. But now with Master Star Moon seriously injured and Li Ming entering the battle, just the two of them taking their heads to fight with others. Poof! With a cold snort, Master Star Moon covered her wounds before rising up in the air and speaking harshly at the two. Star Moon sect, take note of this matter. Seeing Master Star Moon go far away, Shenze as well as Monk Shishin also withdrew their gazes, their gripped weapons slowly loosening. Sprinkles recognizes today. I've learned. What a Wuji palace. The two of them dropped a sentence with gloomy faces and then flew out of the valley. Meh. Zhang Liang Li Ming looked at each other and smiled, then similarly got up and flew into the sky, and the previously lively valley suddenly became silent again. Nothing seemed to have changed. Only the large crater and the crumbling rock wall could testify to what had happened earlier. After the two of them exited the valley, the melee outside was also long over. The three of them, Shenze, had already left with their respective forces, leaving only the East Prosperity Domains group resting on the ground, with quite a few people watching around them. The last two people who flew out from the valley could be said to have attracted everyone's attention, and when the two people came close to the front and back, Hu Yuxuan rushed out to inquire. Is everything alright? Two elders. It's okay, Patriarch Hu. The two of them shook their heads slightly, and then after looking up and down for a moment, they realized that the East Prosperity Domains group was more or less carrying injuries, and even Hu Yuxuan and Su Feng were in an unusual state of disarray. Ahem. Hu Yuxuan, who noticed the gazes of the two, coughed lightly twice, a look of embarrassment on his face. It couldn't be helped. Even though the East Prosperity domain had the Wuji Palace, it was still quite inferior to several other domains in terms of overall strength. There were a total of 4 heavenly dignitaries on the East Prosperity domain side of this trip. One was a guest elder of the domain master's mansion, and another was a junior heavenly dignitary of the Qingqiu Fox clan who had only been successfully promoted some time ago. And each of the 3 major forces on the opposite side had come with 3 heavenly dignitaries. Evenly divided, each person had to face almost 2.5 opponents, which was why they were beaten up like this. Although both of them had already become high-ranking heavenly dignitaries some time ago, the people brought by the 3 major powers on this trip were no slouches, and they directly gained the upper hand after the fight. Not a moment's effort, the 2 were beaten up and swollen. If not behind with the retreat of Xingyue Shurdai and others, the 2 of them were afraid that they would really have to stay where they were. The injury cannot be delayed. Zhang Liang backhandedly took out 2 pills and flew out. The 2 subconsciously raised their hands to catch them, and when they saw what it was, they just wanted to refuse, but they were blocked by the other party's sentence. Thank you, 2 elders. Seeing that they couldn't refuse, the 2 of them didn't make any more excuses, and after one of the pills entered their bodies, along with a warm current rising in their bodies, the injuries on their bodies instantly began to recover at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In no time, the 2 had returned to their full strength. This, for such a terrifying medicinal power, Hu Yuxuan as well as Su Feng marveled for a moment before regaining their composure. There was no other reason. The Wuji Palace had brought them too many shocks, and now that there was a healing elixir of this grade, it was not strange to think about it. As for the guest elder of the Domain Lord's house and the elder of the Qingqiu Fox clan who were also in an injured state beside them, the 2 of them could only look enviously at their own handful of people, then silently took out their own black and unattractive pills and threw them into their mouths. After exchanging pleasantries with Hu Yuxuan and the others, the 2 of them shifted their attention to Yun Linger's several disciples from their own sect, only to see that at this moment, Yun Linger was resting against a boulder, Hu Qianxue was leaning against its shoulder, and Qin Wudao was holding a stick and leaning against a tree. All 3 of them were gasping for air, looking exhausted, but not only after seeing the 2 of them walking towards them, they still hurriedly got up and opened their mouths. Elder. Aha. Zhang Liang nodded his head slightly after surveying for a moment, then smiled faintly. It's okay. As the precious disciple of his own palace master, Zhang Liang Liming's task was to protect the safety of several people. Of course, this kind of protection is also limited to the 3 people life and death when they will come to the rescue. Other times that is the experience of them. Don't look at the fact that they were fighting in the valley just now, but their attention had been locked on the 3 of them, always ensuring the safety of a few people. The lives of the 3 were priceless the moment they became Lin Zhao's disciples. Chapter 51, Returning to the Eastern Region. And with the departure of the 3 clans, this battle for the spiritual roots came to an end. The crowd of East Prosperity Domain also rested on the spot for a while before continuing their exploration. After all, the secret realm was that big. If they delayed for a while longer, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Half a day later, the entrance to the relics lit up, and all the forces came out from it one after another, each one of them laughing and talking with the people around them, looking like they were all full of rewards. And the major forces headed to their respective realms without much stopover after coming out, bringing this trip to the ruins to a close. Well, soothing. Qin Wudao set up his stick and walked briskly in front of his own team, looking back at the entrance to the ruins as he walked, looking as if he was still a little bit in love with the idea. No way. Hu Qianxue came close, handed out a storage bag at the same time, said with a smile. Nah, would it be good to help senior sister refine a batch of talismans later? When he was choosing the inheritance sequence, Qin Wudao was chosen by the talismanic path and showed great talent in this area. And with the added benefit of his own transformation spirit cultivation, he had now reached the level of a 4th grade talismanist. In Tianxian continent, talisman masters, alchemists, array masters and so on were all categorized into 1 to 9 grades, corresponding to the first 9 grades of cultivation. Okay, leave it to me. Qin Wudao didn't refuse and answered with a single bite. Thanks, little master. But before she could finish her sentence, a storage ring appeared in front of her eyes while Qin Wudao withdrew his hand with a smile. Then I'll trouble senior sister to help me refine some spirit recovery pills. I've gotten quite a few materials this time. As Qin Wudao said, Hu Qianxue on the other hand was selected by the way of alchemy at that time, and after a hard training, she was now also at the level of a 4th grade alchemist. Got it. Upon hearing this, Hu Qianxue rolled her pretty eyes and raised her hand to take it. Really? By the way, sister. Hu Qianxue looked at Yun Linger beside her and curiously said, how's your spirit puppet doing? Soon. Yun Linger lifted her hand to flick a few scattered strands of green silk around her ear to the back of her head and softly said, another half a month and I'll be almost done. That's awesome. X2 inch. Upon hearing this, Both Hu Qianxue and Qin Wudao couldn't help but sigh out in admiration. Although it was said that their own senior sister was quite a bit slower than them in terms of cultivation, she was exceptionally gifted in this regard. Among the 108 inheritance sequences, the one that Yunlinger had obtained was the puppeteer inheritance, which was considered a relatively cold profession. However, Yunlinger had shown an extremely high level of talent in this area, and was now a 5th grade puppeteer, and when the spirit puppet was introduced, it would mean that the other party had officially stepped into the realm of the 6th grade, and not far away. Su Feng, who heard the three gossiping, couldn't help but smack his lips. Truly worthy of being that palace master's disciple, it was true that no matter what aspect he was in, he was in existence ahead of his peers. As Su Feng, who had been to the central region and was the lord of a region, he was naturally considered to be knowledgeable, and it wasn't as if he hadn't seen 7 or 8 great profession masters before. But which of those people didn't achieve something through hundreds or thousands of years of hard cultivation? After all, career breakthroughs alone wouldn't do, and strength had to keep up as well. And these 3 little masters completely broke the mold. A 4th grade talisman master, a 4th grade alchemist, and a 5th grade puppet master who was even about to advance to the 6th grade, according to what they had achieved at their current age. In the future, as long as they grew up smoothly, they would definitely all become famous in this continent. Maybe it won't be long before I have to look up to a few people myself. When he thought of this, a bold idea immediately appeared in Su Feng's mind. What's wrong, brother Su? Su Feng, who was somewhat lost in thought, reacted instantly and looked up, then realized that Hu Yuxuan was looking at himself with some confusion. Ahem, what's that, brother Yuxuan? Su Feng hesitated for a moment before whispering somewhat hesitantly. Dare I ask, do you know that Palace Master Lin still has the idea of collecting affiliated forces? When these words came out, even Hu Yuxuan was stunned, but he soon reacted. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. This is to unify the camp with himself. I'm not sure about that one. Seeing Su Feng's expression darken, Hu Yuxuan hurriedly added another sentence. But brother Su, everything is possible. To Hu Yuxuan, he had a good impression of Su Feng, so it wouldn't hurt to remind him of a half sentence. And as for the other party's subsequent success or failure, he couldn't do anything about it. Thank you, brother Yuxuan, for mentioning it. Su Feng slightly arched his hand to show his gratitude and then fell into deep thought. Hu Yuxuan did not disturb, but asked Zhang Liang Li Ming next to him for advice. The cultivation experience and insights of a God King realm powerhouse were of no small help to a high-ranking heavenly father like him, and Zhang Liang Li Ming is also very patient. In their view, Hu Yuxuan is not a Wuji Palace people, but it is also considered to be their own people. It is not like mentioning anything. Just like that, a day later, the large force that had returned to the East Prosperity Domain also reached the time to separate. The Qingxiu Fox clan was led by that heavenly exaltation realm elder to return to their residence, and the domain lord's mansion was also handed over by Su Feng to that guest elder to bring back, while he himself decided to go back with the Wuji Palace party along with Hu Yuxuan to visit Lin Xiao once more. And after getting rid of the large troop, the traveling speed of the group was obviously going to be quite a bit faster, and by continuously tearing through space, it wasn't long before the Bone Spirit mountain range appeared at their feet. Phew! Feeling the surrounding aura that had obviously become thicker, Su Feng let out a long breath, from which he could tell that his mood at this moment was not as calm as it appeared to be. Upon entering the Wuji Palace, the group also began to separate once again. Ooh, finally back. Qin Wudao landed on the ground and then carried his stick straight towards the 10,000 Beast Cave, his voice coming from far away. Senior sister, don't forget about my spirit elixir. I'll go look for it later. The boy, looking at Qin Wudao's windy departing back, Hu Qianxue helplessly retracted her gaze, then looked at the person beside her and laughed cheekily. Then I'll go and practice first too. Father, hey, go ahead. Hu Yuxuan watched his daughter leave with some reluctance, only withdrawing his gaze after the other party entered the Hall of Enlightenment. Farewell, both of you. The last remaining Yunlinger also greeted a few people politely before drifting away, and in the turn of an instant, there were only 4 people left in this place. Let's go. You too. I'm sure the palace master has been waiting for a long time, troubled the 2 elders. With Zhang Liang Li Ming leading the way, the 4 of them flew all the way to the Enlightenment tea tree, and then they saw a figure standing there not knowing what it was tinkering with. Palace Master. The figure that heard the call slightly turned sideways to look this way, with an easygoing smile on his face. It was none other than the lord of the Wuji Palace here, the Tianxian Continent's Otaku Great Emperor Lin Xiao. Chapter 52 Heavenly Spirit Puppet. Back. After sweeping a few people, Lin Xiao raised his hand and pointed to the stone table beside him, signaling to sit down and talk, while Zhang Liang and Li Ming consciously left. After the 3 of them were seated, Zhou Meng, who was dressed in red, floated from afar with a few cups of hot tea, and after putting them down, she stood aside with her eyes lowered, living like a maid. And no matter how many times they saw this scene, Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan couldn't help but sigh. This kind of strong person who was ranked in the entire Tianxian continent was now respectfully serving tea to himself, a weak person of the heavenly respect realm. Needless to say, the experience kinda kept the two on the edge of their seats. Roar! Right at this moment, a beast roar exploded here as if it were a flat thunderstorm. The movements of the few people who were drinking tea lurched, and Lin Zhao's expression darkened as his sight was cast towards the sky. Under the watchful eyes of several people, a white tiger ran through the void, its back shaking with something it didn't know what it was holding. It was none other than Lin Zhao's tiger. Upon coming close enough to land, Tiger instantly shook off the object on his back with a shake, and several people fixed their eyes on a robust deer. But this deer at this time is really a bit miserable. The head of the lofty huge horns have long been broken. The tip is nowhere to be found. The neck has a few holes that are still bleeding. The size of that, at a glance, you can tell that it is the handiwork of a certain feline. Ow. The tiger that had put something down immediately came up to Lin Zhao, and with its own white fur just rubbed against the other party twice, and then it felt the back of its neck being pulled up, and the whole tiger immediately levitated. Tiger. Looking at the white tiger in front of him who wanted to struggle but didn't dare to move and was aggrieved, Lin Zhao grabbed the other party by the neck with his left hand, brought his face closer and said quietly, "Forgot what I told you. Don't mess around when you have guests. Thought about the consequences of making a mess for me? Ouch." At those words, the white tiger's robust body instantly trembled a bit, its huge head lifting up to look at Lin Zhao and barking rather meekly, trying to awaken that little bit of pity in the other party. But unfortunately, Lin Zhao wasn't impressed, and with a casual stroke of his empty right hand, blackened spatial cracks instantly appeared, from which beastly roars constantly emanated. "Go to the cave of 10,000 beasts and reflect." "Ow," Lin Zhao said with his left hand. He threw in the white tiger that started to struggle, and the mournful screams came to an abrupt end. Lin Zhao sat back down, his expression returning to his previous cloudy look, and smiled faintly at the two people who were staring at each other in front of him. "Sorry for the laugh. Let's move on." Yes, the two hurriedly sat upright, as if they hadn't seen what had just happened, and instead began to talk to each other about this relic exploration, which, naturally, included the discovery of the golden element fruit tree and the clash with the other three major forces. Palace Master. Looking at Lin Zhao who was quietly listening, Hu Yuxuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I have a feeling they're not going to stop. They were all the top forces of various domains, and they were usually the ones who bullied people, so how could they possibly stand it if they were bullied today? Not to mention that there was also the golden element fruit tree as a huge temptation here. This matter would definitely not end like this. It's okay." In response, Lin Zhao naturally thought about it, but didn't care. The smile on his face remained the same. "Don't pay any attention to some curmudgeons. You guys did a good job this time." "Yes, Palace Master." Upon hearing this, Hu Yuxuan instantly relaxed. Since his own Palace Master had said so, there was no need to worry anymore. Lin Palace Master. Right at this moment, Su Feng was suddenly opening his mouth, facing the gazes cast by the two men. He slowly stood up, and after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I would like to ask, I wonder if my domain lord's mansion, can I join your command and become a subsidiary force of the Wuji Palace?" When these words came out, Lin Zhao was also slightly stunned. He really didn't expect the other party to pull such a stunt on him, while Hu Yuxuan had a look of understanding, obviously anticipating this matter. "Want to become my Wuji Palace's affiliated force?" Looking at Su Feng in front of him, Lin Zhao stroked his chin and inquired, "Isn't it good to be a party domain lord? Why would you choose to become an its sect affiliate to bind yourself, to get stronger?" Without the slightest hesitation, Su Feng said bluntly. After seeing the power possessed by the Wuji Palace 3 times, Su Feng was keenly aware that it was only a matter of time before this power became known throughout the world. Although on the surface he was the lord of a domain, above 10,000 people within the East Prosperity domain, Su Feng was well aware that such a parochial life was not what he wanted. What he wants is to go farther on this cultivation avenue. God King, Great Sage, and even Quasi-Emperor. What he wanted to do was to stand on the top of the mountain, not stop halfway up the mountain, stopping at a small heavenly dignity realm like he was doing now. And the appearance of the Wuji Palace could be considered an unrivaled attraction to him. Su Feng knew very well that the opportunity for him to go further was definitely right here in front of him, in this Lin Palace Master. Getting stronger, Lin Zhao murmured and repeated out loud, looking at the figure standing on the end in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Not a bad reason. I agree." Ding! And as Lin Zhao's words fell, The system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the affiliated forces, rewarding the Divine King Realm Heavenly Spirit Puppet X1, and the True Sun Flame Origin X1 inch. Hearing the rewards handed down to him in his mind, Lin Xiao was stunned. Celestial Spirit Puppet, Sun True Flame Origin. What are all these things given? They look quite powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao subconsciously opened the system and tapped on both introductions to read them. Divine King Realm Heavenly Spirit Puppet, refined by a puppeteer and a variety of rare materials, unable to use divine powers and techniques, will not feel fatigue, and carries out 100% of its master's commands. The supreme masterpiece of the puppeteer, the perfect killing weapon, upgradable. After reading it, Lin Xiao's line of sight stopped at the last 3 words at the first moment, feeling a little surprised. Good guy, the original is a combat puppet, and still can grow. In that case the value of this thing can be still in the same realm of the God King realm powerhouses above. What Linger has obtained is the inheritance of the puppet way, so it's just the right time for her to take it over and study it. That what the upgrade conditions were Lin Xiao didn't know yet either, so it was just as well to leave it to Yun Linger to study. Studying high-level puppets would help a puppeteer like her a lot. Lin Xiao muttered as he raised his hand and tore out a spatial rift, raising his hand and throwing a small person into it, 100 meters away on a peak. In a cave, Yun Linger, who was drilling a puppet, looked somewhat puzzled to the side at the suddenly open spatial rift. Before she could react, a small person instantly flew out of it and fell into its palm, and immediately after that, the spatial rift was suddenly closed, leaving Yun Linger staring blankly at the puppet in her hand. Chapter 53, Undercurrents. Bone Spirit Mountain Range. 2 figures flew out from it, and the powerful aura emanating from their bodies caused the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests below to tremble and lie down on the ground, feeling the aura move away before returning to normal. What a surprise! Noticing the abnormality of the ferocious beasts in the mountain range below him, Hu Yuxuan looked to the side with a somewhat saddened expression and lamented. I can't believe you actually took that step. I wasn't expecting that. Su Feng responded with a smile, his body revealing a powerful and majestic aura from time to time, far above the ordinary Heavenly Father realm, God King realm. That's right, these were the 2 Hu Yuxuan Su Feng who had just come out of the Wuji Palace, with the help of Lin Xiao's Yuan Spirit Fruit as well as the Hall of Enlightenment. Su Feng's realm soared once more, directly breaking through the heavenly dignity shackles in a single bound to reach the realm of the Divine King. Until this moment, feeling the majestic spiritual energy surging within his body, Su Feng still felt very unreal. One must know that some time ago, his own self was still stuck in the 6th heavenly realm, unable to break through for a long time. But after successfully worshipping the Wuji Palace, a little gift from the other party casually allowed him to reach the God King realm that he had been daydreaming about for days and nights. So who else wouldn't be confused? And Hu Yuxuan's eyes as he looked at Su Feng also showed some yearning from time to time. It was false to say that one didn't envy. After all, as fellow heavenly dignitaries, who didn't have a dream of being a God King? However, Hu Yuxuan quickly adjusted his mindset, without any other reason, because he was not far from that realm, and a breakthrough, too, was just around the corner. But, Brother Su, seemingly thinking of something, Hu Yuxuan turned his head to the side, his expression became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, we have to be careful. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Su Feng's face tightened for a few moments, and his brows furrowed slightly. 3 major powers, what a trouble. In this relic exploration, the Wuji Palace along with their 2 affiliated forces were considered to have completely offended the 3 major forces. According to their understanding, the 3 major powers would definitely not let this go, and there was no telling when the retaliation would come. Although Lin Xiao didn't care much about the retaliation of these 3 forces, they, as people under his command, naturally couldn't just watch. While the 2 were deliberating, several major domains, including the East Prosperity Domain, were blowing up. Due to the fact that the emergence of this relic had alarmed the 4 major domains, countless forces were competing to go to look for opportunities, and among them, there was the appearance of an Earth-level top-grade spiritual root, and the matter of the top forces attacking and snatching it from each other was even more hotly debated. And in this event, the one that attracted the most attention was not the remaining 3 major forces, but a relatively unfamiliar name, Wuji Palace. And apart from the cultivators of the East Prosperity Domain, although the cultivators of the remaining 3 major domains had heard of this name, they were not impressed by it and subconsciously thought that this newly risen top power was nothing more than that as it reigned supreme in the East Prosperity Domain. But this time, the 2 God King powerhouses from the Wuji Palace had unexpectedly overpowered the God King powerhouses from their 3 top powers and captured the spiritual root golden element fruit tree. As soon as this matter spread out, it immediately shocked the jaws of the ground. No one thought that the recognized weakest East Prosperity domain would kill such a force out of nowhere to take the top spot, as many of the cultivators who had participated in the secret realm in the first place continued to make their voices heard. The reputation of the Wuji Palace spread wildly through the 4 domains for a while. Hey, have you heard about that newly promoted top-tier power Wuji Palace? You wouldn't even dare to believe it when I say it. Their clan site is actually in the Bone Spirit Mountain Range. What? Bone Spirit Mountain Range? Isn't that a forbidden land? With that heaven-killing bone dragon around, how could anyone possibly survive, let alone be a sect residence? It's true. My elder brother works as an official in the East Prosperity Domain Lord's Mansion. This matter is true. Absolutely true. Asterisk. North Sea region. Within the Green Cloud sect. In the magnificent hall. A roar instantly came out from it. And the disciples standing on the 2 sides outside the hall immediately shivered when they heard it. And when they looked at each other, they all saw the color of bitterness in each other's eyes. And inside the hall, several figures gathered together. The stout man at the head crushed the teacup in his hand and looked at Chen Zhe, who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him, his face so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip water. Gentlemen, it is Z who is incompetent. Chen Zhe lowered his head and sighed, failing to bring the golden element fruit tree back to the clan. I implore the patriarch to lower his sins and lock Zhe into the back of the mountain to face the wall. All right, get up. The Green Cloud Patriarch raised his hand and lightly waved it somewhat without any goodwill, using his spiritual energy to bring the other party up from the ground. After all, no matter what, the other party is also the clan's top-end combatant, his future heir. How could he possibly go about actually punishing him? Patriarch, this matter absolutely cannot be left alone. An elder stepped out with a stride and said in a deep voice, this Wuji Palace is simply bullying people too much. Not only did it make a move against our clan, but it even presumed to monopolize the Earth-rank spiritual roots. That's right, Patriarch. Now that the Northern Sea region is spreading the rumor that my Green Cloud sect is nothing more than that, this matter absolutely cannot be left at that. As someone spoke up, the surrounding chorus followed. You said one thing and he said another. The meaning was basically that the Qingyan sect couldn't just eat a dumb loss. Everyone was unified, including those normally modest elders. After all, this matter could be related to the Earth Order's spiritual roots. This kind of treasure that could change the situation of the clan, and even the entire domain. They could not tolerate it no matter what. Everyone's meaning is understood by this seat. The Green Cloud Patriarch looked around and said in a deep voice, the Qingyan sect, will definitely not let this matter go. Chen Zhe. Looking at Chen Zhe, who was bowing in front of him, Patriarch Qingyan carried his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, go contact the Dharma Zen Academy as well as the Star Moon sect. My Qingyan sect is willing to join them in sending troops to the East Prosperity Domain to conquer the Wuji Palace. Yes. Looking at Chen Zhe's back as he turned away, the Green Cloud Patriarch retracted his gaze, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. To be able to become the Green Cloud sect leader, he was naturally not stupid. The 2 elders from that Wuji Palace were both at the 4th level of the Divine King realm, and such strength explicitly appeared to have surpassed any of their forces in the Qingyan sect or the Dharma Zen Academy as well as the Star Moon sect. To strike against such a power, their single chance of victory was very small, and only by uniting the other 2 major powers could they be able to battle it out. As for the attribution of the golden element fruit tree at the back, he had even planned for this. When the time comes, we will use the clan's reserves to get the old ancestor to make a move. No matter what, we must keep that tree. In the Green Cloud sect, the other 2 forces seemed to be of the same mindset, and after a short liaison the 3 forces came together. 3 days later, a piece of news from the 3 major powers quickly caused a hot debate. That was that the top forces of the 3 major domains, including the Green Cloud sect, Dharma Zen Academy, and the Star Moon sect, would be marching to the East Prosperity Domain at the same time to crusade against the Wuji Palace. In response, Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan, who had long since learned of the news through undercover spies, did not dare to delay, allowing the Domain Lord's Mansion and the Qingqiu Fox clan to prepare for battle while transmitting information to Lin Xiao for instructions on the next task. Lin Xiao's response, however, was a big surprise to them. Chapter 54, The Great War will begin. What? Hu Yuxuan, some consternation looking at the hands of the envelope. Seems to think that he looked at the wrong, but also rereads seriously once again. But unfortunately, there was only one meaning expressed between the lines above, and that was for them to stay put and not need to go out against the 3 major forces. What does the palace master mean by this? Next to Su Feng received the envelope. From the expression you can see that he was a little puzzled, thinking for half a day and then stifled a sentence. Is the palace master relying on the Wuji Palace to crush those guys autonomously? They knew that the 3 major forces were no match for the Wuji Palace even if they added them up. But until Lin Xiao spoke up, As affiliated forces they naturally couldn't stand by and watch, which was why they were busy. However, the other party was now suddenly giving them such an order, and it looked like they were preparing for the Wuji Palace to solve the problem on their own. I suppose so. In any case, the two were relieved. After all, although their two forces were considered first-rate within the East Prosperity domain, there was still a considerable gap between them and the three major forces. If they really went up against the three major forces and didn't have the support of the Wuji Palace, they would definitely be no match. But now it's fine. Listening to the other side, they'll just watch and eat for the rest of the show. And at this moment, inside the Wuji Palace, which was in the middle of a hot debate, Lin Xiao was lying on the back of a white tiger, with a wooden grill placed in front of him, with flames jumping underneath. A piece of unknown meat was skewered on the center of the grill, slowly rotating under Bai Jie's control, and gusts of meat aroma continued to waft out with the breeze. Gulp! Smelling the aroma of meat, Lin Xiao immediately straightened up, his eyes staring straight at the golden-colored roasted meat in Bai Jie's hands, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Even the white tiger underneath him rolled over and sat up against Lin Xiao, and saliva had already begun to secrete from the slightly open tiger's mouth. Done, Palace Master. Feeling that it was almost time, Bai Jie raised her hand and handed out the wooden stick skewered with barbecued meat. Lin Xiao saw this and immediately raised his hand to take it, and after taking a bite, his expression instantly became satisfied. Sure enough, no matter what world you're in, your own love of barbecue never changes. Ouch! Seeing Lin Xiao feasting on the white tiger could be described as gluttonous, and saliva continuously flowed out of the open tiger's mouth. Want to eat? Lin Xiao, who saw this scene, glanced at Tiger, then raised his hand and tore out a spatial rift, throwing the last bite of roasted meat in his hand along with the wooden skewer all the way in. It's yours if you want it. Roar! Seeing the roasted meat flying into the spatial rift, the white tiger didn't hesitate for a second and dug in with a tiger pounce. It's finally clearing up. Lin Xiao, who saw this scene, was also relieved. The one he raised was obviously a white tiger, but he didn't know when it had become the same as Era, and day by day, he could be said to be quite energetic, and it was also very clingy to itself. Sometimes when Lin Xiao wanted to have a quiet session, he would throw the other person out for 1,000 or 800 miles and let it go to expend its energy. Page, a couple more skewers. Yes, Palace Master. During the waiting period, Lin Xiao, who had no more backrest, flashed to the hammock and lay down, a lazy voice coming out from it. How's Chou Meng? Off yet? Yes, Palace Master. Bai Jie, who had just racked the meat, gave a slight sideways glance and softly spoke. Elder Zhou has already set out and should have arrived by this time. Yeah, that's good. Lin Xiao inside the hammock stretched his waist for a long time and casually looked into the distance. Then he saw the door of the Hall of Enlightenment suddenly open and Qin Wudao walked out from it in large strides. The strength of his aura was even better than before. Master, Elder Bai. Aha! Hearing the shouts from below, Lin Xiao lazily responded, his entire body following the slight swaying of the hammock. Master! Qin Wudao leapt up and hovered in the air, scratching his head. Can Elder Zhou do it alone? Do you want me to help? Qin Wudao was also a little worried about Lin Xiao's behavior of sending only one person to deal with the three clans. Never saw that elder make a move, but thought then it would be similar to the two elders Zhang Liang and Li Ming, both of whom were at the Divine King realm, and such a strong person. The three great sects were not to say that they were all over the place, but they each had several of them. Relying on Zhou Meng alone, even if she was a high-ranking Divine King, was afraid that it would be hard enough. All right. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's narrowed eyes opened slightly and glanced at Qin Wudao before rolling his body over to the other side. You go, she still has to protect you. Honestly, stay in the clan and cultivate. Qin Wudao instantly felt like he was being stabbed in the heart, and just as he was about to say something else, Lin Xiao raised his hand and lightly waved it, and the former instantly fell back to the ground, his voice coming down from below. Forget about helping, but you can go and see it. It's good to see it for a long time. Eh? As soon as these words came out, Qin Wudao's eyes lit up and he turned around and rushed towards the mountain, and within a moment's time, he was pulling Yun Linger and Hu Qianxue, who appeared in the air and headed off into the distance. Finally, it's all gone. Looking at the back of several people leaving, Lin Xiao yawned and then withdrew his gaze, and when he raised his hand and waved it lightly, the meat skewers below that had been grilled by Bai Jie were swept up by the spiritual qi and eventually fell into his hand. After taking a bite, Lin Xiao's face also revealed a look of satisfaction, and he couldn't help but sigh out. That's life. In the Bone Spirit Mountain range, Qin Wudao's trio swept through the air and just happened to collide with the white tiger flying back. Hey, tiger? Seeing the white tiger, Hu Qianxue instantly pounced on it, rubbing the former's big head while pulling the other towards her direction. You've come back just in time to join us in the fun. No. Seemingly feeling that what she said was inappropriate, Hu Qianxue instantly shook her head. This kind of thing involving her own clan, saying that watching the fun seems a little bit not quite right. Whatever, come with US Tiger. Roar. The white tiger, however, let out a low growl, a touch of humanized reluctance on its face, seeing that it did not want to go, and Hu Qianxue didn't want to give up just like that, hugging the other's neck and began to persuade. Come on, master is resting. If you go back now and wake him up, it's over. Still want to enter the 10,000 Beasts cave? Ow. Seemingly thinking of something, the white tiger's figure stiffened slightly, and after hesitating for a moment it seemed as if it had decided on something, and resolutely turned around, putting the Wuji palace behind its back. Good. That's right. Hu Qianxue, who saw this scene, smiled with satisfaction. Then she rolled over onto the tiger, raised her hand and pointed to the distance, and shouted, "Charge, tiger!" Ow! Looking at the one man and one tiger that had already gone far away, Qin Wuno and Yunlinger exchanged a glance and let out a bitter smile before they mobilized their spiritual energy in unison to continue on their way, sighs sounding out almost simultaneously. Ugh! X2. Chapter 55, Soldiering to the Eastern Region. Mangdang Mountain Range. This place is located in the center of the 4 domains. Cultivators want to travel across the domains must pass through here. And with the constant flow of cultivators passing through, this place has also developed into a trade route, with a small town situated here to provide convenience for the incoming and outgoing cultivators. And at this moment, the small town of Mangdang could be described as lively, with countless cultivators looking up to the top of their heads, their faces filled with awe. And following their gaze, the view was instantly dominated by several huge halls. The ebony hall created from rare materials was hundreds of meters long, and the densely packed disciples stood on it, their disciple costumes hunting in the wind, and located at the highest point was a flag tied to it, with the large characters of the Qingyun sect clearly printed on it, swaying with the wind in the firmament. And in the face of such a scene, the people at the town underneath were naturally spared some heated discussion. Ooh, this is the Qingyun sect's worship. It looks so spectacular. Look, that one at the front of the boat should be the Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect, the God King realm powerhouse Chenzai. The Green Cloud sect actually sent him out. It seems like they are trying to snowball their shame. And in the face of the voices that came into his ears from underneath, Chenzai just grimaced coldly, and the aura emanating from his body was such that people unconsciously wanted to stay away. Wuji Palace. Looking in the direction of the East Prosperity Domain, Chenzai's brows narrowed slightly, glancing sideways at the cabin before withdrawing his gaze, a faint smile appearing on his face. This time, not only did he want to slay his shame, but he also wanted to take back the golden element fruit tree to the Green Cloud sect. And just then, several cries of alarm from below brought him back to his senses. Look, another warship is coming. That's Dharma Zen Center and the Star and Moon sect. Chenzai followed the sound and saw 2 warships at the end of the mountain range coming this way into the air, their flags surrounded by numerous figures hunting in the gale. And on the prows of the 2 warships, Monk Shishin and Master Xingyue stood against the wind, both followed by several figures behind them. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of 2 air-braking sounds behind him, Chenzai slightly side-eyed, the smile on his face tightened, slightly bowed, and respectfully said, Elder Chen, Elder Ouyang. Aha! Only 2 white-haired but immortal-looking old men appeared beside Chenzai, and whoever was seen around them bent their heads out of the way as a sign of respect. There was no other reason. Simply because these 2 old men were both the supreme elders of the Green Cloud sect, one of the underpinnings, and both of their strengths were above that of the patriarch. Sure enough, the elder known as Ouyang walked to the bow of the ship and stood still, looking at the ever-approaching warships and said in a faint voice, "Those old guys are here too." The spiritual root of the golden dollar fruit tree. Elder Chen stroked his long beard and walked to stand aside, saying quietly, "No one is going to just let it go." Not long after, as the 3 warships approached, several figures came to the bow and revealed themselves. On the side of the Dharma Zen Center were 2 drooping old monks, while on the side of the Star and Moon sect were a man and a woman. 2 old men. "It's been years, gentlemen." An old monk was the first to speak out, his old voice clearly reaching the ears of the crowd under the effect of spiritual power, and the rest of the few people also opened their mouths in response. "Ahahaha, it has indeed been a long time. Master Hollow, I didn't realize you old guys were still around." While several people conversed, Chenzai's 3 people stood aside without saying anything. It was not their turn to speak here now. Well, the small talk will come afterward. After some pleasantries, Elder Ouyang spoke in a deep voice. "Keep going. We'll be arriving at the East Prosperity Domain soon." In this regard, the crowd did not have any objections. After all, the purpose of their trip could not be accomplished yet, and it was not too late to chat on the way. And with the 3 warships in the air in unison, half of the town of Mangdang was instantly covered in shadows. Countless cultivators' gazes flickered after seeing this scene, and many of them even flew to follow after hesitating for a moment. The three great sects crusading against the Wuji Palace. This kind of matter involving the four great domains was considered to be the biggest bustle in these centuries. How many years could that guy have blown off such a rare war if he could have witnessed it? There were not a few cultivators in the four major domains who had this idea, and besides here, the rest of the directions were also constantly filled with cultivators calling for friends and coming this way, waiting to witness this battle of the ages. However, basically everyone was not optimistic about this battle and thought that the Wuji Palace was going to lose. After all, although the Wuji Palace was strong, the rest of the three sects were not weak either, and in the view of the crowd, although the battle regarding the golden element fruit tree and the relics reflected its power, it did not mean that it possessed the depth and strength to counteract the three sects. Now that the three clans have deployed most of their reserves, the God King realm powerhouses add up to a full count of 9. No matter who can't imagine how such a lineup can lose. After half a day had passed, the warship also arrived at the border of the East Prosperity Domain, and an iconic lofty peak instantly came into the eyes of the crowd. Mount Tai, located at the border of the East Prosperity Domain. Crossing it was tantamount to entering the East Prosperity Domain. To the East Prosperity Domain. Upon hearing the report from his men, the few people at the bow of the ship all looked up into the distance, their gazes subconsciously landing on Mount Tai. And that look made the crowd never take their eyes off it again. That's, Chen Zhe's eyes widened slightly, and following his vision, he saw a figure standing against the wind on the top of Mount Tai, his robes resembling a thin shirt lightly draped over his body, swaying with the wind. Look, there's someone on Tarzan. Not only them, even the many disciples as well as the distant onlookers of the cultivators were also aware of the abnormality. Their gazes were all directed towards Mount Tai, landing on the figure on top of the mountain. After seeing the other party's appearance, many people's expressions instantly became infatuated. Good, beautiful, a red robe with body, ink hair side draped, tangible long sword was its tight grip on the hand, as if the carving of the beautiful face at this time the positive expressionless gaze ahead. Who is this beauty? After a brief moment of disorientation, the crowd instantly became clamorous, their gazes casting towards that figure from time to time, their faces revealing scorching heat. But there were also people who calmed down whose eyes flickered, as if they had discovered something, and began to watch the show with a smile at the corner of their mouths. This man, the gazes of the few people at the head who had not received any influence all became solemn as they sensed an aura of an exclusive powerhouse in the other party. The strength of the other party was afraid to be above them. Elder Ouyang glanced at Chen Zhe beside him, and the comprehending other party immediately flew out of the bow of the ship into the air, clasped his fists at the figure on Mount Tai, and said in a deep voice, "Dare I ask what is the matter with this fellow Taoist stopping us here? Is it coming?" The woman murmured out, her gaze sweeping around before landing on Chen Zhe, her indifferent voice resounding throughout the room under the effect of her spiritual power. Wuji Palace, Zhou Meng. Chapter 56, The Power of a Sword. In front of Mount Tai, countless cultivators were scattered everywhere, looking at the beautiful figure on top of the mountain, and their expressions all became wonderful. What? After a short silence, the crowd erupted. The people from the Wuji Palace, are they waiting for the three clans here? It seems that this Wuji Palace is not prepared to avoid war. However, this Wuji Palace is a bit arrogant to send just one person. Not only the surrounding, even the disciples, elders and so on the three warships were also showing angry faces. Their lineup for this trip could be described as unprecedentedly powerful, with the three clans joining together to nearly send out 10 divine kings, dozens of heavenly dignitaries, hundreds of star monarchs, and even more transformation god transits. And in response to this, the crowd had thought that the Wuji Palace would either come out in full force or avoid its front line, but they hadn't expected that they would just send out one person to wait here at the borderline. This is also too despised, arrogant. What the disciples below thought of the several people at the bow of the ship could naturally associate with it. Chen Zhe was grimacing. Monk Shishin was even tightening his grip on the Zen staff in his hand. And even the several people who were the underpinnings of the three sects did not look particularly good. Someone from the Wuji Palace. Ouyang Jia's eyebrows narrowed slightly, and after a moment of silence, his right hand was raised, accompanied by the 3-foot green blade into his hand, and his tone became icy cold. Sending only one person. What a bold move. As the words fell, the exclusive pressure of the Divine King realm instantly erupted out, covering this area of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye, and the disciples on the warships were instantly stifled, feeling like it became difficult to breathe. Even if the other party didn't deliberately target them, it still made them feel some pressure. This old guy, has he broken through? Even those few old men who were the underpinnings of the clan each had a slight change of expression. Although each other were at the Divine King realm, They sensed from their scent that the other party's strength was even higher than theirs. High-ranking God King. And in the face of the pressure emanating from Ouyang Jie's deliberate targeting, Zhou Meng's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, only lifting his right hand, his 3-foot green blade aimed at the front with a slow stroke. Boom! As Zhou Meng's sword blade crossed, everyone suddenly felt a flash before their eyes, and when they looked again, a peculiar scene immediately followed, only to see that the sky-scattering woods under Mount Tai had at some point created an extremely long gully, sitting at a glance and not being able to see the end of it. Wherever it passed, grass and trees disappeared, and the soil tumbled on both sides, and from a high place, it was as if the entire East Prosperity domain was separated from the outside world. This, Zhou Meng's move also made the crowd unsure, and just as they were looking at each other, the other party was slowly opening his mouth. This is the bottom line, to cross it, is destruction. The clear and cold words resounded through this heaven and earth, and they were also clearly transmitted into the ears of the crowd, and the vault of heaven that was originally still a bit noisy instantly quieted down. Countless cultivators were in an uproar as they reacted. Good guy. Originally thought that the other side is to make peace. I did not expect that they directly draw the bottom line on the ground. Mad. Just too mad. The disciples and elders on the warship were all glaring angrily at Zhou Meng, itching to rush up and behead such an arrogant Zhou Meng right now. Not only those disciples, but even the several Taishan elders of the 3 sects who were the bottom of the hierarchy. Each of them were also gloomy. What a Wuji palace. Looking down at the figure on Mount Tai, a touch of anger also spread across Ouyang Jie's face. Originally, he had thought that the other party had come to negotiate peace, so he had exuded his mighty pressure in an attempt to give the other party a head start, not realizing that he had been turned against him, to strike out and draw a bottom line. This was also the first time for Ouyang Jie, who had cultivated for thousands of years, to be humiliated in such a way. Since that's the case, then there's no need for the Wuji Palace to exist. Ouyang Jie's figure instantly rushed out. In the blink of an eye his figure rushed across the bottom line. His spiritual energy catalyzed the long sword in his hand and instantly chopped it out. Boom! As Ouyang Jie struck out, a terrifying popping sound instantly rang out, and in full view of everyone, 100-meter-long sword chi cut through space and whistled towards Zhou Meng and the Taishan mountain underneath him, as if it was going to split the entire mountain range in two. Seek your own death. And in the face of the sword chi that spanned heaven and earth, Zhou Meng merely glanced at it before landing his gaze on Ouyang Jie, the green blade raised with it. Clang! Accompanied by a sword roar, the entire heaven and earth was suddenly darkened. A sword chi accompanied by surging sword intent cut through the sky, and the compelling cold light seemed to cut through space. Wherever the sword light passed through, space began to shake as visible to the naked eye, and a shattering sound rang out one after another. What? Ouyang Jie, who saw the scene, immediately changed his expression, but before he could react, the two sword chi collided in the air, and in the instant after the two collided, Ouyang Jie's sword chi didn't have the slightest resistance and was directly dispersed into aura, returning to heaven and earth. The remaining sword chi, on the other hand, was still carrying an unrivaled momentum towards Ouyang Jie, breaking through the air with a whistling sound. Not good. Feeling the sudden tingling sensation coming from his body, the reactive Ouyang Jie didn't dare to be slow. Along with the white light illuminating, several items instantly appeared in front of him. Earth Ancient Runes, Defensive Spirit Armor. The two top-grade divine weapons emitted dazzling white light under the urging of spiritual power, completely enveloping Ouyang Jie. Regarding Ouyang Jie's actions, Zhou Meng put away his sword and returned it to its sheath without even looking at it, and the expression on his face did not fluctuate in the slightest from the beginning to the end. And in the face of Ouyang Jie's several layers of defense, the sword light was also whistling, and in the face of the spiritual shield formed by the ancient talisman, as soon as the two came into contact, the spiritual shield instantly disintegrated in a burst of shattering sounds, and as the shield shattered, the sweaty hairs on Ouyang Jie's body instantly stood up. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but along with the flash of light in front of his eyes, the sharp pain coming from his waist instantly made his figure stiffen, and when Ouyang Jie braced himself and looked down, his eyes widened, only to see half of his body falling downward, and in the blink of an eye, he fell into the gully that Zhou Meng had scratched out earlier and disappeared. Good. Strong, Ouyang Jie muttered, feeling the spiritual energy that was continuously flowing out of his body. His face also quickly dimmed. The long sword on his right hand slipped down while his fingers trembled as he pointed at Zhou Meng, his eyes filled with shock. You are not a god king. As soon as Ouyang Jie's words left his mouth, a loud noise from behind him instantly resounded through the heavens and earth. Countless cultivators followed the sound and looked, only to see that the sword chi then chopped Ouyang Jie away before continuing to fly forward, finally landing in a mountain range, and the raging sword intent contained within it exploded. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations instantly swept through the surrounding area, in which the countless fragmented sword chi then scattered, forming a storm of sword chi that sliced the mountains and forests with the effort of a split second. Many of the cultivators who were close to each other saw this and hurriedly ran to the distance, not stopping until they were safe, and then they turned around in unison, looking at the scene in front of them with horrified faces that would make them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Chapter 57 3 Sect Submission. After an unknown amount of time, as the sword chi storm dissipated, the heaven and earth became quiet once again. The mountain ranges that had been affected by the storm of sword chi, on the other hand, had now become devastated. Countless grasses and trees turned into flying ash and dissipated, and the lofty mountains were hacked into various shapes, and at a glance it looked as if they had been bombarded by heavenly thunder. As for Ouyang Jia, it was even long ago that he did not know where he had been lifted off by the storm, and the sky above the bottom line drawn by Zhou Meng could be described as empty, as if no one had ever appeared. Gulp! Between heaven and earth, many cultivators were bulging their eyes, looking at the scene in front of them, constantly swallowing their saliva, which could be seen by the great emotional fluctuations within their hearts. A God King realm powerhouse made a move and was actually killed in seconds? And in this regard, the most deeply touched is a few ships on the cultivators, especially the disciples of the Green Cloud sect, is a stagnant look, as if they cannot believe the general. That wasn't some cat or dog, but their Qing Yun sect's supreme elder, Ouyang Jie, such a powerful person who had become famous hundreds or thousands of years ago. When he struck, they almost all thought that the battle was already clear and that the woman would be directly beheaded. Unexpectedly, it was all reversed, and the object to be killed in seconds became their side. Even Chen Zhe, who had always been a deep city man, was appalled at this moment as he looked at the figure in the distance that had withdrawn his sword, a look of horror on his face. Good, strong. After Zhou Meng struck out just now, he immediately felt a faint aura of death. And this is still in the target of this move is not their own premise. If they change into their own, Chen Zhe is sure that there is absolutely no chance of survival. Directly will be bombarded, even the dregs are not left. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe also involuntarily shivered. It wasn't just him, even the remaining few Divine King realms were the same. Monk Shishan even put away the Zen staff he had raised earlier behind his back as if nothing had happened. A thin layer of sweat already seeping out of his forehead. Out of your depth. Zhou Meng scanned the circle, and the cultivators whose sights collided with his had lowered their heads, fearing that they would be stared at by the other party. Zhou Meng's sword could be said to have completely shocked the three clans. Even the few supreme elders at the front were looking at each other at this time, and for a while, they were at a loss as to what to do. They had thought of many possibilities when they came, but there was absolutely no possibility of the Wuji Palace winning among them. But now this situation, the genus gave a few old guys who were mixed up in the cultivation world a whole lot of silence. The strongest of them, Ouyang Jie, had been instantly secured, and his cultivation of the seventh heaven of the God King realm had not even lasted a single move before he was beaten to ashes. So it was even more useless for them to go up. The woman in front of him, even if she wasn't in the Great Sage realm, she definitely wasn't far off. Otherwise Ouyang Jie definitely wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. When they thought of this, the several supreme elders instantly glanced at Chen Zhe and Monk Shishan beside them, as well as the several people from Xingyue Shiwei, who had been pitted by these few juniors this time. If this person in front of him was really in the Great Saint realm, then there was no need to fight this fight. The two were no longer on the same level of combat power. As far as these middle-ranked god kings of theirs were concerned, they could only battle high-ranked god kings, and it would be a complete daydream if they wanted to cross another level to strike across the Great Sage realm. And what made a few people feel most speechless was that throughout the Tianxian continent, the ones who possessed Great Sage realm powerhouses were invariably those continental holy lands or ancient lineages. Casually standing out one of them were all prestigious existences. And this great saint in front of me, including what the Wuji Palace a few people also heard for the first time, thought it was just the rise of emerging forces can be taken at will. Did not expect the results were unexpected. There is also the fact that the clan for the first time in hundreds of years to ask them to go out to the mountains to calm things down and ran into such a behemoth, really is considered to be bad luck. And there are so many pairs of eyes around them. They are neither on nor off. It can be said that they are in a dilemma. Just then, Zhou Meng suddenly flew up, and in the blink of an eye, he flew over the bottom line and came to the top of the warship before stopping. Zhou Meng's move could be said to have attracted the attention of countless people. All gazes gathered on his body, curious about the other party's next move. Make a choice. Zhou Meng looked down at the warship beneath him and said in a faint voice, "Will you submit to my Wuji Palace?" Or, although Zhou Meng did not finish, but the people understand each other's meaning. This is, persuading to surrender to come? And as soon as these words came out, the cultivators in the mountains immediately turned their eyes to the warships for a good show, as if they were looking forward to what choices they would make. the vast majority of the disciples, on the other hand, showed fear and whispered to the others around them, "Elder brother, that woman said we don't have to die if we submit." "Ooh, I don't want to die." "Nonsense, who wants to die? But we said it does not count. We can only look at a few elders. Never choose to submit." And aside from these weak words that favored submission, there was also a small group of disciples who held opposing views, and voices of defense instantly rang out. "What are you talking about? How can we, as disciples of the Dharma Zen Academy, submit? That's right, the time has come to sacrifice for the clan and prove our backbone. Come on, what you want to do for the clan is your business. I don't want to die here. I'm going to return to secularism today." Noisy voices resounded in all parts of several warships. In front of the life and death crisis, the disagreement between the two soon intensified. If not because of the elders on the side, I'm afraid that they would still have to fight. "Enough! Silence!" Right at this moment, a suddenly loud and cold voice instantly rang out, and as the crowd followed the voice, they saw Chunzei looking at them at this moment, and after seeing that it was the other party who opened their mouths, the disciples were also honest. They were also clear that this kind of thing that they said didn't count, and the ones who really made the decision were still the several elders in front of them. However, there were also some loyal disciples who had already clenched their weapons in secret, only waiting for the decision of the elders in front of them. They would sheath their long swords and kill that soul enemy. Under the eyes of everyone, Chenzei slowly stepped out and locked eyes with Zhou Meng in the air for a moment before averting his gaze, his mouth slowly opening. "Green Cloud Sect, willing to submit." As soon as these words came out, those disciples on the warships who had already prepared for a bloody battle were suddenly dumbfounded, and the weapons already raised in their hands began to slowly slide down. And besides a little bit of reluctance within them, there were also a few moments of gratitude. After all, can live that of course good, who do not want to die. Really, if the fight, the probability of them surviving is close to zero. Seeing the relieved look of the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect, the disciples of the Dharma Zen Academy and the Star Moon Sect were instantly anxious, and each of them twisted their heads to look at their own elders, desperately hoping that they would make a decision. This is still a hammer. People Qingyun Sect are submissive. They then fight is purely to send death. Chapter 58, A Good Harvest. Under the anxious gaze of their respective disciples, the elders of the Dharma Zen Academy and the Star Moon Sect also made their choices. Dharma Chakra, willing to submit. Star Moon Sect, willing to submit. Seeing Monk Shishan as well as Master Xingyue open their mouths with a hard face, the disciples of the two sects also let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Especially the Dharma Zen Garden is almost tears of joy. They know how explosive the temper of the head of the family. In case the real hot-headed reckless up, then they all have to follow the rest. And at this moment, Monk Shishan also loosened the Zen staff in his hand, the muscles on his body gradually relaxing, his face revealing an expression of a life after a robbery. Although he was hot-tempered, he wasn't stupid. Just now even the two Tai Shine elders of his own family had passed up a wink for him to open his mouth. So what else was he insisting on? And with the three clans submitting one after another, the tense atmosphere in the room immediately eased. The surrounding group of cultivators suddenly fell into an uproar after a moment of silence. Three clans, subjugated? Originally, everyone thought that this was a battle for the destruction of the Wuji Palace. And even on the way here there were quite a few people who had already begun to discuss about the belonging of that earth-rank spiritual root after the destruction of the Wuji Palace. No one expected this battle to end in such a way, not just the bystanders. Even the elders and disciples on the battleship were in a bit of a trance. I thought it was just a normal outing for a mission, but I didn't expect it to be a sudden change of pace. And at the place where Zhou Meng had stood earlier, three people and a tiger suddenly appeared, looking at the battlefield not far away in a daze. Good, strong. Looking at Zhou Meng's back with his feet on 10,000 people in the void, Qin Wudao held his stick and couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement while his gaze became hot. Both palms cut across the realm, and only one hand suppressed the three sects. Isn't that what he's after when he cultivates immortality? Even Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue looked at Zhou Meng with a look of adoration. Before they came, they were still worried about whether Zhou Meng would be able to do it alone. But after observing the entire battle just now, they realized that this normally taciturn elder turned out to be so strong. Ow! Looking at the trio's excited expressions, the white tiger yawned with some lack of interest. As a ferocious beast, it had an extremely strong sense of danger. In the entire Wuji Palace, other than Lin Xiao and the Bone Cultivator, this one in front of him was the most dangerous, and it usually wouldn't even come close to following him. And as this battle came to an end, the cultivators who had come from all directions began to disperse, each with an expression of intent on their faces. While the outcome was different, the process did not disappoint them. This kind of battle between truly strong people would help their cultivation greatly, not to mention the series of plots that would develop later. This trip could definitely be said to be worth it. As for the three clans, they immediately contacted their respective clans. The three hands who had thought something was going on at the front had just made contact when they were thunderstruck by a message. What? Qingyun sect residents. Su Chu, who is the leader of Qingyun sect, looked at the mirror in front of him, gazed at Chen Zai, and said in dismay, "You brought the Green Cloud sect and submitted?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Chen Zai let out a sarcastic smile, and after glancing at the two camps that were also sending out cries of alarm not far away, his heart immediately felt a lot better. At this time, Su Chu was staring at Chen Zai with wide open eyes, waiting for the latter to give himself a perfect explanation. After all, this result was, in truth, something he had not expected. Ahem. Chen Zai lightly coughed twice, and then he began to read out the previously prepared ventriloquism word by word. From their arrival at the East Prosperity Domain being stopped by Zhou Meng, to Ouyang Jie going into battle and then being killed in seconds, and finally their three clans submitting. Under Chen Zai's calm expression, Su Chu also reacted quickly, and then fell into silence. Nothing else, it's just that this is so outrageous. He had invited Ouyang Jie, the Supreme Elder, and had originally prepared for the other party to take the Golden Element Fruit Tree back to the Qingyun sect after destroying the Wuji Palace, but he did not expect to be killed by the other party in a single move. The Wuji Palace even had such a seemingly or simply a great Saint Realm powerhouse, and this level of power was a renowned existence in the entire Tianxian continent. Su Chu hadn't cared about the Wuji Palace at first, but now it seemed that he had definitely gone astray. This was definitely a powerful hidden sect, and for running into such a piece of steel plate, resulting in becoming a subordinate force of others, although Su Chu regretted it, but still quickly calmed down. After all, there are no pills of regret to eat under the sky. Just submit. Just as an extra leg to hold. It's being policed and restricted overhead, but it's better than being exterminated. According to Chen Zai's account, if that strong man went down with two swords, they were afraid that Qingyun sect would be razed to the ground. Another thing that makes Su Chu more upset is that Ouyang Jie, who was their Qingyun sect supreme elder, died, and his underpinnings instantly became a lot weaker. But soon, he didn't have the time to think about that much, since the three sects had already submitted. The few people who were at the top should have traveled to pay their respects to the upper sect. Therefore, after ending the communication, the three of them, who were a handful of people, moved to the East Prosperity Domain after arranging the matters of the sect, and at this time within the sect, Lin Xiao, who was resting his eyes in his hammock, suddenly opened his eyes, and the system tone in his head slowly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subjugating affiliated forces X3, rewarding Holy Spirit Pill X6. Heavenly Rank Upper Grade Avatar Heavenly Demon Transformation, Supreme Bone X2, Heavenly Rank Upper Grade Spiritual Root Bodhi Tree X1 inch. Hiss. When he heard the system voice ringing in his head, Lin Zhao's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked up, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Although it wasn't the first time, and 80% of the rewards were not usable by himself. To Lin Xiao, every time he received a system reward, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the rewards in the system's warehouse, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and calculated in his heart. Holy Spirit Pill, for the Great Sage Realm Breakthrough? Keep it for now and find someone to use it later. Heavenly Demon Transformation, a heavenly rank upper grade divine ability? This one seems to be something only Chen Xue can practice. As for bone cultivation, his body was a ferocious beast, he couldn't cultivate this. And the next two rewards caused Lin Xiao to give a slight sideways glance. Supreme Bone? Lin Xiao muttered and raised his hand. And in the next moment, two pieces of bones emitting golden light instantly appeared in his palm. Buzz! And with the appearance of the two bones, the surrounding spiritual energy instantly began to fluctuate, and the branches and leaves on the enlightenment tea tree began to shake under the force, making a clattering sound. Lin Xiao, who saw this divine scene, slightly raised his eyebrows, and with a slight lift of his palm he gripped the two bones into his hands, and a warm, jade-like feeling instantly passed into his hands. Ooh, good stuff. As a visitor from a different world, Lin Xiao had naturally heard of the great name of the Supreme Bone, only that what he did not expect was that he would have the day to actually witness and see it. Chapter 59 Heavenly Grade Bodhi. After playing with it for a moment, Lin Xiao put away the Supreme Bone. He could feel the strength of his body, and although he didn't know how to call it, these two Supreme Bones weren't even qualified to be part of him. This also confirmed what the system had said, that Lin Xiao's body was a one-of-a-kind existence even in this realm. As for the two Supreme Bones, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to use them. He couldn't lose them anyway, so he put them away first and gave them to his men one day. After putting down the issue of the Supreme Bone, Lin Xiao's line of sight shifted and eventually landed on the small tree within the system space. Upper heavenly rank spiritual roots? Lin Xiao surveyed it for a couple of moments before taking it out, sitting up and examining it left and right for a few moments before fixing his gaze on an open space not far away and lightly throwing his right hand out. As Lin Xiao made his move, a ball of green light instantly flew out and immediately disappeared into it after landing, followed by a sudden change. Boom! The ground began to tremble continuously, and with a roaring sound, several narrow cracks instantly appeared. And this great commotion immediately startled several people who were practicing in various parts of the sect. In an instant, several figures appeared under the empty enlightenment tea tree, and the person at the head was none other than the bone cultivator, Palace Master. Several people first greeted Lin Xiao before setting their eyes on the distance, only to see a large tree breaking out of the ground and growing against the wind, and in the blink of an eye it was already several feet tall. It was even quite a bit taller than the enlightenment tea tree that a few people were standing in at the moment, and it was on par with the golden element fruit tree that had just been brought back from the ruins 2 days ago. This tree didn't have the same rich and peculiar fragrance as the enlightenment tea tree, but the fresh and light scent that it gave off also lifted the spirits of the several people not far away. Seeing this, several people immediately began to look at each other. Even the bone cultivator who had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years had a confused look on his face. He could naturally tell that the tree in front of him was extraordinary, and the grade was definitely heaven grade as well, but the exact species, even he didn't recognize it. Looking at the confused looks of several people, Lin Xiao sat up and laughed. Have you ever heard of the heavenly rank upper grade spiritual root, the Bodhi tree? At those words, the bone cultivator first stared blankly, then seemed to remember something, and his expression changed. Surviving in the desolate ancient period of the very best spiritual roots. According to records, the last plant also died out 90,000 years ago. I did not expect. Speaking of this, Bone Cultivator couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with emotion. Palace Master, I'm surprised you still have it here. Although Bone Repair was a bit surprised at first, he quickly got over it. After all, they were still holding the Enlightenment Tea Tree, which also belonged to the extreme spiritual roots in the same bit, over their heads and several top-grade spiritual veins under their feet. Not far away, the 10,000 Beasts Cave was a secret realm with fierce beasts of the Quasi-Emperor and even Great Emperor realms that were used for practicing. When you think about it this way, a linden tree does seem like no big deal. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, his perverted eyesight keenly spotting the numerous fruit-like objects on the trees. Bodhi seeds? Curious, Lin Xiao raised his hand and waved it lightly, and several Bodhi seeds were instantly plucked from the air and floated towards several people. Bai Jie. Yes, Palace Master. Bai Jie, who had received a sign from Lin Xiao's eyes, immediately understood the other party's meaning and disappeared in place with Bodhi. A few moments later, several people were seated, while on the stone table in front of them was a plate of fruits cut into small pieces, precisely the Bodhi seeds that had been cut and processed, and next to them were several cups of hot tea. Lin Xiao took the lead in picking up a piece and dropping it into his mouth, then it slid down his throat as soon as it slipped in his mouth. Lin Xiao blinked his eyes twice. What the hell? It seems like he ate it too fast and didn't get much flavor out of it. Boom! Right at this moment, the movement coming from beside him caused Lin Xiao to slightly side-eye him, and then he saw that the several people present, except for the bone cultivator, had all broken through, and their auras began to climb around them. Zhang Liangli Ming, who was also at the fourth heavenly realm of the Divine King realm, had all broken 3 realms in a row and stepped into the 7th heavenly realm. As for Bai Jie, she had been stuck in the 9th heaven of the Divine King realm for some time, and although she would break through in no time if she went on step by step, under the effect of the Bodhi seed, the shackles leading to the Great Sage realm could be said to be broken in a single stroke. Buzz! Along with Bai Jie stepping into the Great Sage realm, the dense fog of aura around him instantly fluctuated violently, as if it were a cloud constantly reversing under the waves of aura. And the efficacy of the Bodhi seed didn't stop there. After consolidating the realm, Bai Jie continued to run the Void Bible, continuously transforming the rest of the remaining spiritual energy in her body, using it to impact the next shackle. Under the impact of the massive amount of spiritual energy, the obstacles that stood across the front were instantly shattered, and Bai Jie's originally stopped aura began to continue to climb. Great Sage Realm Second Sky. As for Bone Cultivator, he raised his hot tea and sipped it with a bashful face. Although the Bodhi seed was good, it helped, but not much, to him, who was already at the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor. After all, at his realm, in addition to bitter cultivation, sensing the great Tao was also an aspect, so usually as long as idle, Bone Repair will soak in the Enlightenment Hall enlightenment, from time to go to the 10,000 Beasts Caves to break through the actual battle, and occasionally Lin Xiao sit down and drink tea. The day can be said to be full and cozy, and just as several people were drinking tea and eating fruits, In the sky above the Bone Spirit mountain range, along with the appearance of a spatial crack, a dozen figures strolled out from it. The person at the head was dressed in a red robe and looked at the crowd behind him with a bland expression. It was Zhou Meng, who Qianxue climbed up from the white tiger, and her entire body was instantly energized. Come back. Alright, senior sister. Let's hurry back first. Qin Wudao rubbed his long stick inside as he looked at Zhou Meng's back not far away. Today's harvest is not small. I feel like I can close the door and prepare for a breakthrough once I return to the clan. Yun Linger, who was stroking the white tiger's fur as she walked, sidled her face, guffawed, and softly said, "Me too." As a 9-star genius recognized by the system, Yun Linger's talent was the kind that was picked out of a million cultivators even if placed in the entire Tianxian continent. It was only when placed together with Hu Qianxue, who was also a genius, as well as Qin Wudao that it didn't stand out as much. On this trip, all three of them, except Tiger, had benefited greatly, and just as a few people were talking, the people from the three clans not far away had frozen in place and looked at each other. This is the Bone Spirit mountain range? Su Chu's rough face was filled with consternation at this moment, as if in disbelief, constantly surveying his surroundings, and sensing the rich aura in the space. His entire being was instantly confused. When he was young, he had also come to this place a few times to practice, and although the level of aura was good, it was far less exaggerated than now. Within this mountain range the spiritual chi that was so dense that it almost turned into mist could be said to be everywhere at a glance. Su Chu simply couldn't dare to imagine how refreshing it would be if he were to cultivate in such a place. Compared to this, their three clans' proud residences were as different as if their spiritual chi had dried up. Chapter 60 Aura Transforming Liquid. Alright, gentlemen. Looking at the line of people looking around in front of him, Zhou Meng slowly spoke out. Come with me. Upon hearing this, the people of the three clans didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, and one by one hurriedly answered and followed. As the crowd continued to go deeper and deeper, it wasn't long before a tall mountain gate came into view. It was carved with beautifully detailed beast patterns, with an ancient and mysterious aura emanating from it, while at the very top, three large characters were revealed. Wuji Palace. Chen Zhe muttered out, then seemed to remember something, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Worthy of being a hidden sect with a great sage realm powerhouse, just the mountain gate in front of him was evident. Compared to this, their Qianyun sect's mountain gate was as good as trash. There was no comparison at all. It wasn't just him, even the rest of the people from the two clans did the same, and one by one, as they looked at each other, they were even more in awe of the Wuji Palace, and by the time he entered the sect, the aura in the air was visible to the naked eye as it raised another notch, and at a glance, there was aura that had transformed into clouds and floated everywhere, and in these clouds of aura, there are constantly drops of water falling down, and when they land, they dissipate into aura, and after a few moments, they condense in one place again. The few people who had just regained their senses from the magnificent mountain gate of the Wuji Palace were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them again. Aura transformation liquid? An exclamation suddenly rang out, and a few people looked around, only to see a middle-aged woman in Star Moon Sect's robes, who looked like a woman of style, constantly surveying the surroundings. The previous Master Star Moon, on the other hand, was standing beside her, looking at the other party with some surprise, as if she did not expect it to have such a big reaction. This old woman was no one else but the contemporary master of the Star Moon sect, Tang Yu, God King Realm 5th Heavenly Realm, one of the top powerhouses of the Xining domain, and at this moment, this sect master, just as if he had never seen the world, his sight wandered everywhere, the astonishment on his face for a long time, and his mouth muttered and whispered, truly unprecedented. As a God King Realm powerhouse, Tang Yu also boasted of her extensive knowledge, and did not know how many strange stories she had seen or encountered. But this scene in front of her actually silenced her. She has been alive for thousands of years, but she has also seen the aura into fog. On that is also by chance in the central region to participate in the event of a holy place to see. And the concentration of aura in front of her had already reached the point of transforming into liquid, almost condensing into a solid body. How could this not make her feel alarmed? It wasn't just her, even the few people around her did the same, and one by one, they couldn't help but sigh out while looking around. The old monk standing in front of Monk Shishin, that is, Master Ishio, who was the presiding officer, was looking at those rich spiritual chi at that moment, and then recalling the two Xian-rank spiritual veins that his own family was usually so proud of. He couldn't help but bitterly laugh out loud. It really is a hidden great clan, with such a dense spiritual chi. Just how advanced was the spiritual vein buried beneath the Wuji Palace? Compared to this, their Dharma Zen Academy's Xian-rank spirit vein was simply not even trash, not even comparable at all. As for the unseen appearance of the three sect executives, The corners of Yun Linger's mouth involuntarily lifted up as the three of them looked at each other. One must know that when the three of them first entered the Wuji Palace, they were even more surprised than these people, and at that time, when they thought of being able to cultivate in this kind of environment, the happiness was simply bursting at the seams. Thinking of this, three people also can't help but be grateful. If it wasn't for being taken in by their own master, then the current them, afraid that they are still in the ferrying realm hard to cultivate, which was like now, all of them were at the god transformation realm, and even the star sovereigns that used to be out of reach were now close at hand, and while sighing, all of them converted to walking, following Zhou Ming forward, and before long, several giant trees appeared at the end of their sight. That's Chen Zhe and the others, who were constantly surveying the surroundings, locked onto it at the first opportunity and recognized it after gazing at it for a few moments. The golden dollar fruit tree, that umbrella-like canopy and high-falling fruit. What was it if it wasn't the earth-rank spirit root that they had fought over in the ruins some time ago? However, soon after, Chen Zhe's gaze shifted away from it, and then turned to the tree, his expression changing slightly. That's not only him, even the rest of the people's attention was all attracted to one place. Following the crowd's line of sight, they only saw that under another tree that did not bear fruit next to the golden element fruit tree, a stone table was set up, and several figures were sitting opposite each other, not knowing what they were talking about. Seemingly noticing the gazes of the crowd, several people who were in the middle of a conversation looked back this way one after another, and then got up at the same time and came to stand aside, with only one figure still sitting in its original position. Well, it's all back. A gentle voice slowly rang out, and the people of the three clans couldn't help but look at the voice. And then a young face with a smile at the corner of its mouth came into view, and just in the moment of looking at each other, the hairs of sweat on the people's bodies instantly stood up. Those black eyes seemed to contain a heart-stopping power within them, making them feel as if their souls had been frozen, and that they would die at any moment. Meh. After glancing at the crowd of people who were standing still, Lin Xiao retracted his gaze and the smile on his face grew more and more intense, and as it removed its gaze, the line of people then felt their bodies return to normal, and when they looked at each other, they all saw the horror as well as the fear in each other's eyes. Just a single look made them, who were at the Divine King realm, nearly collapse, and even a great sage realm powerhouse would never be able to do so, and by this point, the crowd had some guesses in mind. With such strength, this, I'm afraid, is the person they want to see on this trip. Soon, Zhou Meng's few people confirmed their suspicions. Palace Master. Zhou Meng directly saluted before and after she came near. Her cold face was full of respect at this time, and she was a different person from her previous coldness. Master, X 3-inch. Ow. At the same time as several people saluted, Tiger also took a few steps to the stone table, and after skillfully lying on the ground he began to rub up against the back of Lin Zhao's hand. Seeing this scene in front of them, a look of realization appeared on the faces of all the people in the group. This one in front of him was indeed that mysterious Wuji Palace Master. And right at this moment, Dang Yu was suddenly stepping forward and saluted Lin Xiao right out of the blue. Star Moon Sect Master Tang Yu, Neat Lord Palace Master. The others didn't react until then. Chen Zhe and the others from the Qing Yin sect showed admiration on their faces, while the rest of the two sects couldn't help but curse out in secret after seeing this scene. This woman is so fine. She reacts so damn fast. Thinking about it, the rest of the two clan hands also rushed to follow. Su Chu, as well as the host Isho is also lightspeed kneeling. Green Cloud Sect Patriarch Su Chu, Neat Lord Palace Master. Dharma Zen Academy Presiding Officer Isho, Neat Lord Palace Master. And seeing the three hands saluting, the several elders following behind them also followed without the slightest hesitation. And for a while, the sound of greetings could be said to be endless. None of them wanted to be targeted by the big man in front of them for something as minor as a missed greeting. Chapter 61 Gathering at Wuji. Inside the Wuji Palace, underneath the Senkaku tree, facing the large number of figures kneeling and saluting in front of him, Lin Xiao glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze, leisurely lifting his teacup to take a sip and did not speak. And in the absence of a response from the other side of the crowd naturally do not dare to get up. The head of a few handful of sideways glance at each other, faces showing a touch of bitterness, although their three sects surrendered, but not voluntarily, but the initiative to attack people were defeated before yielding. This situation, people can smile to welcome that is strange, but fortunately, they weren't allowed to worry for long before a bashful voice followed. Get up. Yes, the people of the three sects who heard these words were immediately like amnesties, and hurriedly got up and stood. All of them with their heads lowered, not daring to meet Lin Xiao's eyes. Green Cloud Sect, Dharma Zen Academy, Star and Moon Sect. Lin Xiao stroked the white tiger under his command. His eyes slowly swept over the crowd, but his flat voice was laced with a slight warning. This seat is not to blame for what happened before. Upon hearing this, The crowd also clearly all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that this palace master in front of them had a pretty good personality, and this hurdle looked like it should have been passed. Just as Lin Xiao was about to say something else, he looked up to the sky as if he had discovered something. Here we go too. As Lin Xiao's words had just fallen, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. None of those present were weak, and their terrifying eyesight allowed them to easily see the visitor. Hu Qianshue's face was ecstatic, and the people of the three clans also had a strange look on their faces. It was only because these two were no one else. It was none other than the patriarch of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Hu Yuxuan, as well as the domain lord, Su Feng. In the blink of an eye, two silhouettes flashed in front of them, and then they landed beside the people of the three clans in full view of everyone, bending down and saluting Lin Xiao, Palace Master, X2 inch, aha. And when faced with the two who had been taken under his wing first, Lin Xiao's expression obviously softened considerably as he smiled and nodded slightly. Just in time. This was considered to be all here, and these people in front of them represented all the affiliated forces under their Wuji Palace. All the people from his own Wuji Palace were also present, so taking this opportunity to have a meeting could not be better. This mountain range has been struck by me with multiple spirit veins. Looking at the crowd in front of him who were shuffling around, Lin Xiao held his teacup and said in a faint voice, "All of you will relocate your clan here." As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, the crowd immediately looked at each other in disbelief, and only Hu Yuxuan as well as Su Feng answered out loud, overflowing with joy. Lin Xiao's proposal could be considered beneficial to them in many ways. It was important to know that of the affiliated forces currently under the Wuji Palace, their two families were the worst in terms of strength, with the Divine King realm currently consisting of just Su Feng, and there were pitifully few celestial exalted realm powerhouses. The same affiliated forces, the two are naturally not willing to lag behind, will move their own forces into the Bone Spirit Mountain range. With the richness of the spiritual qi here to the fog, cultivation is not to say that a day 1,000 miles that is almost the same. A few others, on the other hand, were a bit hesitant. It is not true to say that they are used to staying in the original realm, but the main reason is that they are very uneasy about this place. Palace Master. Su Chu arched his hand and deliberated for a moment before carefully opening his mouth. There's no problem with the Qingyan sect if we relocate the sect. It's just that my subordinate is a little worried that if we do this, won't we disturb the one in the Bone Spirit Mountain range? Su Chu had just finished speaking, and the crowd beside him immediately revealed a look of approval. They would have loved to cultivate in such a rich aura, but that was only possible if they were alive. It was well known that the Bone Spirit Mountain range was one of the 5 forbidden places in the Tianxian continent, and the ruler was the Bone Dragon. Although he didn't know what tactics the Wuji Palace had used to place the sect in the Bone Spirit Mountain range, the three sects didn't quite dare to just move over here with a big grin until they asked for clarification. And after hearing Su Chu's query, the group behind him, including Lin Xiao, were instantly happy. But Qin Wudao, who was holding the stick, couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then hurriedly held it in. Next to Hu Qianxue, who was holding Yunlinger and giggling, Lin Xiao also looked at the expressionless bone cultivator next to him with a happy face and joked, "Grand Elder, this matter, what do you think?" Palace Master is joking. The corner of Bone Cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. How could he not expect that he was standing here in a good place doing nothing, and the topic of conversation could be on his head? After teasing Bone Cultivator, Lin Xiao then turned his head to look at the crowd of people who were staring at each other in disbelief and raised an eyebrow. "Well, the one has promised." Hey! When these words came out, the crowd froze. Monk Shishin subconsciously scratched his bald head that couldn't even stand up to a flea, and then as if he thought of something, he violently raised his head to look ahead, and immediately happened to collide with Bone Cultivator's casual glance. The two have just looked at each other. The other side of the cold gaze instantly let Jishin Monk's circumference trembled. Hastily avert his gaze at the same time the pupil is also for a tremble. It wasn't just him, the rest of the people's faces instantly became brilliant after they reacted. No, it won't. Looking at the crowd that stood still and stagnant on the side, Su Feng and Hu Yuxuan glanced at each other and both saw the laughter in each other's eyes. Thinking about it, when they were discovering this, they were behaving exactly the same way as these people in front of them. Thinking of this, the two of them also unconsciously looked towards the figure standing quietly behind Lin Xiao not far away, with some emotion on their faces. I've known this for a long time, but every time I look back I still feel how unbelievable this event was. The Bone Dragon Emperor, who was considered a top-tier powerhouse when looking at this continent, was actually the Grand Elder of the Wuji Palace. If this matter were to spread out, the Bone Cultivator would definitely be on fire in the Tianxian continent. However, looking at Bone Shou's face that was getting darker and darker, the crowd still had the good sense to stop the idea of sharing gossip. If you really want to share it out in this situation, then you're going to be destroyed by the other side in a minute. And there's plenty of hilarity to go around. So why get killed for it? And after all the biggest concerns were dispelled, the people of the three clans no longer hesitated and expressed their support for the clan's relocation with both hands and feet. Quasi-emperor? That's a quasi-emperor. If such a strong person was only a party elder of the Wuji Palace, then how strong was Lin Xiao, who was the palace master? They got themselves excited just guessing. With such a thigh as a backer, they weren't saying that they were walking horizontally in the Tianxian continent, but they were almost there, which was not much better than being the bosses in the realm before them. And as the meeting ended, the group set off again. Compared to the apprehension at this time they could not wait to go back and move the clan over to hug their thighs. And at the same time, as the previous battle between the Wuji Palace and the three sects came to an end, the unexpected outcome of the war was also beyond countless people's expectations, and the fame of the Wuji Palace was spreading at an extremely terrifying speed in the Tianxian continent. Chapter 62, Rise to Fame. In the Xining domain, within the cultivation field amongst a small family. Hey, have you heard everything? A disciple came close to his two best friends and said excitedly, the results of the battle between the three great sects and the Wuji Palace are out. Che, what can come of it? One of the youths stopped cultivating and said disdainfully, it must be the three major forces that win, that whatsoever Wuji Palace, it must have been destroyed. Meh. At those words, the disciple who came over instantly rolled his eyes and sneered, exterminate the hell out of it. That Wuji Palace only sent out one strong person to block the three clans' allied forces. When these words came out, the surrounding disciples all stopped practicing and turned their heads to look at them, their faces showing astonishment. And the young man who had questioned earlier was even more wide-eyed and shouted out of breath. What? How is that possible? Why not? Noticing the many gazes cast around him, the disciple who came over showed a great deal of acceptance, subconsciously puffing out his chest and grunting. I heard from my cousin who came back from the scene that strong man from the Wuji Palace drew the mountain as a boundary, and crossing it would only result in death. A divine king realm elder from the Green Cloud sect made a move, and as a result, that Wuji Palace powerhouse killed him with just one move, destroying several mountains with just the aftermath of the battle. Hiss. Once this word came out, the presence of a piece of the sound of sucking cool air, a group of young people look at each other with a look of surprise. At the same time, the look has also become fervent. One man stops three clans. That's a cool move. It wasn't just here in the Xining domain. Sounds such as these resounded in various places in the Tianxian continent. Knowing that the Green Cloud sect and the other three sects were all top-tier forces in their respective realms, coupled with the appearance of the Earth-ranked upper-grade spiritual root golden element fruit tree, this expedition to the East Prosperity domain to crusade against the Wuji Palace had already attracted a large number of gazes. The large and small forces of the Tianxian continent's major realms were more or less concerned about this, but the vast majority of them were still on the side of the three sects and were not optimistic about the Wuji Palace. And as the results came in, it could have dropped countless jaws. The Wuji Palace had only deployed one person to stop the three clans outside of the East Prosperity domain, and the high-level God King realm powerhouse, Ouyang Jie, had been killed in a single strike. The rumor of this situation instantly attracted the attention of many of those truly great family forces, the vast majority of which came from the central domain, and with this battle, it was basically already possible to lock that there was a great Saint realm powerhouse sitting within the Wuji Palace. And although it wasn't the top of the line when looking at the entire Tianxian continent, it definitely ranked up there as well. Instead, such a power came out of nowhere, and forces of all sizes would more or less pay attention to it. This, coupled with the fact that the Wuji Palace's residence was located within the Bone Spirit Mountain range, had caused the large and small forces to place an even higher level of importance on it. This also led to the fact that the Wuji Palace, which was originally only known within a few surrounding domains, became famous in one fell swoop because of this battle with the three sects. Not to say that it was famous all over the world, but it was also known by the vast majority of cultivators, and entered the eyes of the various forces of the Tianxian continent. Countless bright and dark scouts poured out from all parts of the Tianxian continent, heading towards the East Prosperity domain, wanting to further unveil the mystery of the Wuji Palace. And all of this, Lin Xiao was nowhere to know. At this moment, he was standing on top of the mountain where he had been when he awakened from his slumber, looking out at the bright moon in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking about. Master! Just then, Hu Qianshue's pretty face appeared in front of its eyes, holding a skewer of meat in her hand and looking curiously at her own master. What are you doing? Nothing. Lin Xiao, who came back to his senses, shook his head slightly. Then he raised his hand and waved it lightly. Hu Qianshue suddenly felt a flash in front of her eyes. Her hand was then empty. She subconsciously looked up. Her expression instantly became annoyed. Master, you, and as if Lin Xiao didn't see it, He couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction after lifting his hand and biting off a piece of meat at the top of the stick that had been roasted until it was golden brown and emitting a rich aroma. Well, Baijia's handiwork has improved again. Although the people of this world cultivated immortality for all and took longevity as their lifelong pursuit, they had also built and accomplished quite a lot in other areas over an unknown number of thousands of years. A creature like a high-ranking beast is a delicious dish if you just process it. For example, the meat skewer that Lin Xiao was eating in his hands at this moment was from a ferocious beast called the thundering deer. The strength of these beasts is generally above the transformation spirit realm, and the strongest ones can reach up to the star sovereign realm, so the flavor is naturally more delicious and tasty. Like Lin Xiao right now, he was somewhat addicted to eating, not to say a head a day, but almost. Really, Hu Qianxue looked somewhat helplessly at the jerking Lin Xiao in front of her. When she first worshipped the other party as her teacher, she had thought that this master would be very serious. Who knew that after a period of time she realized that the strong aura on the other party was crumbling. It was fine in front of outsiders, but when it was just the few of them left, the entirety of this master teacher of his own family was in high spirits, riding the white tiger over the mountains and up and down the hills. He seemed to be interested in everything, as if he was recognizing the world for the first time. Hu Qianxue and Yunlinger as well as Qin Wudao were sometimes thinking that this master teacher of their own, 80% was sleeping for too long. That's why he was so active. After a few thousand years it should be fine. But while there was some regret over the shattered impression of their master's mastery, several people preferred each other as they were now, than those high and mighty, their master. More so, humane? Nah, master. Hu Qianxue came to sit beside Lin Xiao, the fox ears on top of her head moving, her red eyes blinking as she looked at the other party in curiosity. How many years have you been asleep? When these words came out, Lin Xiao also froze for a moment, and after swallowing the meat in his mouth again he rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking out. I think it's 100,000 years without any surprises. Hey! Although Hu Qianxue had long thought that her own master's years of slumber would not be few, when this number came out, it still made her unconsciously open her mouth wide. 100,000 years. That was how many eras ago? It seems like it's only been a few decades since he cultivated immortality. Surprisingly, not even a fraction of his own master's slumber. The history of their Qingqiu Fox clan could only be traced back to 30,000 years ago, sleeping for 100,000 years. And this topic also made Lin Xiao fall into memories, and when he thought about it now, he was still very emotional as well. How could he not expect that he had just crossed over to this world to usher in his first mission, and that after a sleep he was standing at the top of this world, directly invincible in the world? Whenever he thought back to when he was asleep, Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise the system in his head twice. Like now, there aren't many systems that are so conscious of helping their hosts get stronger and then just enjoy life. If the system could be anthropomorphized, Lin Xiao was ready to give his body in return. And just as Lin Xiao was masturbating, the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind was what lifted his spirits. Ding! Chapter 63, 3 Lights Divine Water. Ding! The main quest has been released. Please pay attention to the host. Lin Xiao responded with it after freezing for a moment. System, check the main quest. Ding! Main quest, fame in the domains. Since the host wants to lead the Wuji Palace to become the strongest clan, it naturally cannot be limited to the domain of East Prosperity. Please make the Wuji Palace's name known by more than 60% of Tianqian continent within a year. Successful mission, reward 10,000 clan points. 3 Lights Divine Water. Mission failure, castration of the host. The system said that the last sentence immediately let Lin Xiao face a black color. This system is afraid of what is a big disease. Why always give some strange punishment? Afraid of their own laziness does not work, is it? But after spitting out a few sentences, Lin Xiao then turned his attention to the mission. No matter what, the mission still had to be completed. He didn't want to become a eunuch emperor. Let the Wuji Palace be known by more than 70% of Tianqian continent. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and muttered, and while surveying it, he raised his hand and tapped it, and a small line of words immediately appeared before his eyes. Mission progress, 39/70ths. 39%? After seeing this data, Lin Xiao was also a bit surprised. Originally thought that this mission would be very troublesome. He was just now pondering whether he should go out and make some big noise to complete the mission. But now it looks as if it won't be necessary. As for why the numbers were so high, Lin Xiao quickly associated them with the 3 sects that had been subjugated. Although they were suppressed by Zhou Meng alone, these 3 clans were also top-tier forces when placed in their respective realms, and their influence naturally went without saying. So it's not so surprising that there's the progress that's being made. Lin Xiao was also happy to do so. It just so happened that he was too lazy to move, and by the looks of it, it wouldn't take long for this task to be completed. As expected of Lin Xiao, In the next period of time, with the fermentation of time, the spread of the battle of the three clans coupled with the fact that several affiliated clans under his command began to relocate their quarters, the popularity of the Wuji Palace was also growing. Inside the Wuji Palace, inside the main hall, Lin Xiao had one hand propped up on his chin, his eyesight dead set on the system interface in front of him, looking at the numbers on it in a daze. Ding! The main quest Fame of the Realms is complete, rewarding 10,000 clan points, and the 3 lights divine water has been distributed. The series of voices ringing in his head instantly revitalized Lin Xiao's spirit, and he subconsciously raised his head. And then he saw that the numbers on the system had reached 70/70ths. It's finally done. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was excited and relieved at the same time. Although the system gave him ample time to complete the task, but that task punishment always looked unusually awkward to him. And now that the task was completed, his lifted heart was also released. 10,000 clan points. Looking at the long string of numbers in the system store, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. So many clan points, he could spend another wave in the system store. However, before that, Lin Xiao still shifted his attention to the 3 lights divine water, and with his right hand raised, a purifying bottle instantly appeared in his hand. After gently shaking it, Lin Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "Seems a little low." Lin Xiao had thought that according to the system's generosity, how to drop also send himself 2 large pools, but now this amount, afraid to save 2 people are gone. However, spiteful as he was, Lin Xiao still put it away with satisfaction. This is a good thing. Living and dying, a proper life-saving elixir. Less is less. Anyway, it is a white whoring system, Lin Xiao thought as he tapped on the system store. And just within 2 pages he saw a familiar item. 3 lights divine water. Looking at the selling price below, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually widened. Priced at 2188 clan points? Lin Xiao remembered clearly that even if his own prime white jade pillar was an extreme imperial armament, it was only priced at 1,688 sect points. As for the 3 light divine water, although Lin Xiao knew that it was precious, the price still gave him a thunderbolt. Originally, I thought the system was too stingy, but now it seems that it is simply not too generous. I'm sorry, brother Tetsuko. After silently apologizing to the system, Lin Xiao continued to browse the store. This, and this. Lin Xiao spent frantically while shattering his thoughts, and he didn't know how long it took before he exited the system store with satisfaction. Soothing. To Lin Xiao, this crazy shopping feeling was really great, and now he finally understood somewhat the behavior of women who like to shop. Looking at the only 3 digits of clan points left, Lin Xiao silently closed the page. His perception then opened, and then his eyes instantly lit up. Found it. Lin Xiao raised his hand and a spatial rift instantly appeared in front of him. He reached in and yanked, and a creature instantly appeared in his hand. The hapless tiger head with the stocky body was none other than Tiger. Ow! Looking at Lin Xiao in front of him, Tiger blinked his big eyes, not understanding how he, who had just been chasing the hunt, had run here. Tiger, open your mouth. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. One hand loosened the back of the other party's fateful neck. The other palm pressed on his forehead, and he slowly opened his mouth. System, use the White Tiger bloodline. Ding! White Tiger bloodline used successfully. As the sound of the system rang in his ears, the body of the tiger in front of him stiffened, and his tiger face instantly became somewhat grim. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, the sound instantly spread out of the great hall and within the Wuji Palace. The silhouettes located in various places looked up in the direction of the grand hall, seemingly wondering what was happening, and at this moment, all of the dense fog of spiritual chi in the great hall suddenly fluctuated violently, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a vortex of spiritual energy, centered on Tiger Z, which was continuously inhaled into his body. Seeing this, Lin Xiao then sat down and watched the scene in front of him with interest, but not a moment later, under Lin Xiao's gaze, the tiger stopped roaring, his huge body fell to the ground, and while his big head was lowered, the tiger's eyes were also slowly closed. Hey, asleep? Lin Xiao, who saw this scene, froze and couldn't help but flash closer to observe. Although the tiger had fallen into a deep sleep, its size was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the aura on its body was also growing. Lin Xiao did not disturb. With a single step his figure disappeared in place, and for a while, the only thing left in the hall was a faint white light emanating from the tiger lying there. At the entrance of the cave of 10,000 beasts, a figure strolled out from it, holding a stick in his hand, with a number of wounds on his robes, looking rather wretched. It was none other than Qin Wudao. Dead rabbit, really can run. Roar! Qin Wudao muttered and was just about to find a place to heal his wounds, but a tiger's roar instantly startled him up from the ground and he looked up in the direction of the grand hall with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Screaming so loud? Is Tiger in heat? Chapter 64, Heavenly Grade Pill Furnace. What's the point of standing here? Hearing the voice coming from his side, Qin Wudao subconsciously twisted his head and rushed out after seeing the familiar face. Master. Okay, heal first. Lin Xiao casually threw out an elixir, and Qin Wudao didn't push after receiving it and smiled sarcastically before sitting on the ground to recover. In no time, Qin Wudao popped back up. All the injuries on his body recovered. Only some blood stuck to his robes, but it was harmless. Tell me about it. Looking at the other party who had recovered his spirit, Lin Xiao leaned against the tree and raised an eyebrow. How many floors of the cave of 10,000 beasts have been fought? 367 floors up. Speaking of this, Qin Wudao was instantly energized, slinging his stick over his shoulder and grinning. To him, the cave of 10,000 beasts was simply paradise, with an endless variety of ferocious beasts, and the fight was simply as painful as it could be. The perfection of the realm of transformation. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and pointed his right hand not far away. A point of light suddenly flew out and disappeared into the rock wall. Buzz! And the instant the point of light didn't enter, a circle of spatial ripples spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and immediately afterward, a hole that seemed to be a rift in space and time appeared on top of the rock wall. The shimmering white surface leads nowhere. This is... Qin Wudao also froze at the sight, and before he could open his mouth to inquire, Lin Xiao's lazy voice rang out with him. This is a small secret realm called the Five Thunder Pool. It can polish your body and improve the strength of your flesh. Go and experience it. 5 thunder pools? Yes. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's eyes lit up as he rushed into the secret realm with his stick. If his own master had said so, it must be a good place, and it just so happened that he had already perfected his transformation spirit. So let's take this opportunity to break through. After seeing Qin Wudao's figure disappear, Lin Xiao then turned around and slowly walked to the stone chair under the enlightenment tea tree and sat down. A red dress flashed to the side. It is Zhou Meng, hand carrying a tray. Within the teacups tea leaves spirit fruit, methodically placed on top of the stone table. The movement was so skillful that it wasn't the first time. Palace Master. At the same time, Bone Cultivator and Zhang Liang stepped into the air, and after landing, Zhang Liang was just about to say something when Lin Xiao waved his hand to stop them, signaling the two to sit down first. Seeing this, the two could only take their seats and watch Zhou Meng make tea for the three of them before Zhang Liang continued. Palace Master. All of our Wuji Palace's affiliated forces have been relocated. Oh, finally. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows. His senses subconsciously spread out, and in an instant, the entire scene of the Bone Spirit Mountain range appeared in his mind. And among them, there were 5 ranges that revealed large crowds of people spread out beyond the Bone Spirit Mountain range. Precisely those affiliated forces under the Wuji Palace. It had been almost a month since they submitted, and to be able to relocate the clan in such a short period of time, it seemed that these guys were still on board. Right, Palace Master. Zhang Liang arched his hand and said in a deep voice, there is one more thing. Qingyun Sect Patriarch Su Chu, Dharma Zen Academy Presiding Officer Ishio, and Star and Moon Sect Master Tang Yu are all inquiring about my Wuji Palace's intention to recruit disciples these days, and listening to them they seem to want to have their juniors enter my Wuji Palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's hand that was serving tea gave a start, and his face showed some surprise, as if he did not expect such a thing to happen, but soon Lin Xiao was relieved. This was normal. After all, everyone wanted to find a better future for their offspring. The Wuji Palace that they were affiliated with was naturally the best choice. Recruiting disciples? Lin Xiao rubbed the handle of his teacup with a thoughtful expression on his face. From the creation of the Wuji Palace until now there had also been a period of time. It seemed like it was really time to recruit some disciples, or else the strongest sect with only a few dozen people would always feel strange when it was spread out. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao did not hesitate anymore and directly answered. Bakken. The clan is indeed a bit cold. Lin Xiao said as he turned his gaze to the two and nodded. This matter will be left in the hands of the two of you. Yes, X2. The two men responded with respectful voices. Then Zhang Liang seemed to think of something and spoke out. Palace Master, since we need to recruit disciples, then you see when the selection will begin and how the recruitment criteria should be set more appropriately. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before giving his response. Set up 2 months later. Recruitment standards. Regardless of cultivation talent, as long as the heart and character is still good can become my Wuji Palace children. In Lin Zhao's opinion, he didn't really value the so-called talent cultivation and these things, which could be made up for in other ways later in life, and character was what he valued. Hey, Master, are we going to recruit disciples? Right at this moment, Hu Qianxue descended from the sky. Hearing what Lin Xiao said her eyes instantly lit up with curiosity. Aha! Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Then he raised his right hand. and an object instantly appeared in his palm, which instantly attracted the attention of several people. Only a small purple-colored tripod was spinning in Lin Zhao's hands, with dense ancient patterns on its surface, which looked quite mysterious. Didn't you break through the 5th grade alchemist? Looking at the color of delight that gradually appeared on the other party's face, Lin Zhao lifted his hand and flew it out to hover in front of the former, laughing lightly. Consider this alchemy furnace as a gift to you from your master. Although it's only a middle grade of the heavenly rank, it should be enough for now. Thank you, master. Caressing the small tripod in her hand, Hu Qianxue was also unconsciously giggling, and the fox ears on top of her head were constantly twisting, so it could be seen that she was very excited at this time. Some time ago, when she saw the sudden extra heavenly demon puppet of the God King realm protecting Yunlinger's side, Hu Qianxue was very happy for the other party, but to say that she wasn't envious would naturally be a lie. Now that it was better, with the heavenly rank middle grade alchemy furnace, Hu Qianxue knew very well that even if she was promoted to a 9th grade alchemist it would be enough, and the bone cultivator sitting on the side couldn't help but smack his lips after seeing this scene. Heavenly rank alchemy furnace. Looking at the entire Tianxian continent there are a few. Even those 9th grade alchemists are treating this thing as if it were their lifeblood, and yet, the self-palace master casually gave it to a disciple who was but a 5th grade alchemist. This simply couldn't even be described as generous. Right at this moment, several people here seemed to be aware of something, and all of them tilted their heads to look, and several lines of sight eventually landed on the top of the mountain on top of that large hall. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the rich spiritual chi around the hall stirred up at the same moment, and the spiritual mist within 100 meters from the perspective of several people seemed to be transformed into a huge vortex, with the hall as the center, and madly surged into it. Oh, done yet. Lin Zhao, who saw this scene, was instantly energized and put down his teacup while sizing it up with interest. Not long after, the spirit mist suddenly stopped pouring in, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the hall, its feet stepping on the void, opening its huge mouth while holding its head high. Roar! Chapter 65, The Realms Shake. Thunderous roars exploded in the sky above the Wuji Palace, and several figures flashed out from their respective caves, staring at the figure in the void with a dumbfounded expression. What's the situation? What's wrong with this tiger today? He's so excited about breaking through a few levels of the realm. Why didn't I see him like this before? In full view of everyone, the white tiger was just about to roar 2 more times, when a voice ringing in its ears caused its figure to freeze. Okay, keep it down. Following the sound, after seeing Lin Zhao and Bone Cultivator and the others on the ground watching themselves, the white tiger instantly wilted, hurriedly shutting up and descending, and immediately after landing, he rolled on his back in front of the stone table, rubbing up Lin Zhao's trouser leg as if pleasing him. It's not bad, it really does suit you. Lin Zhao glanced twice before nodding in satisfaction. Now the tiger than before can be said to have undergone a considerable change. The size than before a full circle, the body of the fur more and more smooth and translucent, sharp teeth and claws flashing with a sense and cold light. Wow, tiger, how have you gotten so big? Hu Qianxue leaned down and covered her mouth as she looked at the white tiger with some surprise, while the latter didn't really want to take care of her, twisting her head arrogantly to the side and directly ignoring the other party. Cut. Seeing this, Hu Qianxue also let out a light hum, and after she got up, she looked at Lin Zhao and curiously said, Master, what good food did you give him again? Everyone in the Wuji Palace knew that Lin Zhao always liked to feed some heavenly materials to the white tiger from time to time, which led to the latter breaking through the realm as if he was drinking cold water. The way it was now, 80% of it had nothing to do with his master. Not much. Lin Zhao propped his chin on one hand and lazily said, This guy's bloodline is a bit refuted, so I've just purified it a bit. Earlier, within the system store, Lin Zhao had been looking to upgrade his own tiger after seeing the list of bloodlines, although he couldn't see whether the white tiger's bloodline was pure or not. After staying in the Bone Spirit Mountain range for so many years, he could probably tell that this guy's bloodline was definitely not good enough to talk about after all the times he had encountered him at the harmonized spirit realm. So naturally, Lin Zhao didn't mind spending a little bit of money to level up his pets after he had more money on hand. After all, this thing, how to say, is also one of the face. He Hall Party Great Emperor raised, but the bloodline is not pure white tiger. Say out all, let people laugh. Now it seems that the effect of this white tiger bloodline is not bad. The kingly aura is even more than before. His own 788 clan points of white tiger bloodline is not spent in vain. Master. Just then, Hu Qianxue bowed and saluted, solemnly saying, If there's nothing else, I'll go back to practicing first. Even if she was gifted, a sense of urgency rose in her heart after hearing about the matters that the Wuji Palace would be recruiting disciples. As Lin Zhao's second disciple, she must be one of the disciples' role models in the future. in which case she couldn't afford to slack off any longer. Otherwise, if she was surpassed by any one of her peers, she, Miss Hu, would not want to lose face. Looking at Hu Qianshue's departing figure, Lin Xiao also revealed a pleased smile. I didn't realize that there was such a benefit to recruiting disciples. It's also good to use this to motivate a few disciples. People, there is competition to make progress. And after receiving Lin Xiao's approval, Bone Cultivator and Zhang Liang did not slow down and got up, ready to leave to busy themselves with matters related to recruiting disciples. Looking at the backs of the two men as they left, Lin Xiao raised his hand and drank the scalding hot tea in his cup in one go, and the smile on his face became intense. 2 days later, a piece of news from the East Prosperity Domain instantly spread across the Tianxian continent. Within the Northern Sea region, in a small city, a cultivator grabbed the companion beside him and said excitedly, "Hey, have you heard? That Wuji Palace seems to be recruiting disciples." Cut. At those words, the other party rolled his eyes in disdain. "You what broken news ah? My elder brother yesterday has already packed up things to set off. This is afraid to be almost out of the Northern Sea area. You only know now. There's a hammer for running that fast." The cultivator who had opened his mouth earlier grunted lightly and sneered back. "People will only start recruiting disciples in 2 months. What's the point of going so early? Besides, as far as your elder brother's cultivation of spirit royal perfection is concerned, I'll catch up with him in a minute." Conversations such as these resounded throughout the Tianxian continent, and the reputation of the Wuji Palace was still known by many cultivators after all this time. Upon learning that the Wuji Palace wanted to recruit disciples without looking at cultivation talent, but only at heart, countless cultivators were immediately moved to call for friends and travel to the East Prosperity Domain with the intention of joining the Wuji Palace, especially those scattered cultivators, such a sect with a great sage realm powerhouse in attendance. If they could join, even if they only became outer disciples, it would be enough to shine and shelter themselves. For a while, the entire East Prosperity Domain was buzzing with the Wuji Palace, and there were cultivators from other domains everywhere. At the same time, the 5 major powers such as the Qingqiu Fox clan were also in the midst of intensive preparations, gathering the outstanding sons and daughters of their respective clans or families together and exhorting them in a serious manner. Compared to the cultivators who had caught wind of the situation, they who were affiliated forces of the Wuji Palace knew more. What great saint realm! Even that quasi-imperial realm Bone Dragon Emperor was an elder of the Wuji Palace, and a cultivation environment that was so dense that it was close to turning into liquid. There were only a handful of forces in the entire Tianxian continent that had this kind of heritage. In order to allow their own offspring to successfully worship the Wuji Palace, Hu Yuxian, Su Feng, Su Chu and a host of other sect masters and elders are all making heavy promises. Various rich rewards were heard in the eyes of the children of the various clans, and each one of them was like chicken blood, actively preparing for the Wuji Palace's disciple examination. Under the expectations of countless cultivators, 2 months passed by in a hurry. Bone Spirit Mountain Range Periphery. This originally deserted place at the moment is crowded. A glance everywhere is a cultivator. The number of fear is tens of thousands of people. And these people were all cultivators from all over the Tianxian continent who had heard about it. And they had one and only one purpose, and that was to stand out amongst all of them and join the Wuji Palace. Among these people, there were children of large families followed by strong family members, and there were also scattered cultivators who drifted here alone. There were even quite a few cultivators who had animal features on their bodies, either a tail behind them or a pair of ears on their heads, and this kind was affiliated with the demon race. And the number of people so much, the movement is naturally less. The voice of discussion and conversation resounded everywhere, adding up to make this side of heaven and earth are becoming lively. The ferocious beasts that were originally wandering around the periphery of the ancient Spirit Mountain range chose to stay away after seeing so many people, not to mention approaching. Although it was the first time for all of them to see so much prey, the terrifying aura emanating from a number of them made them hold back their hunting instincts. With a little bit of spiritual intelligence, they also knew that these prey were not something that a little karami of their level could move. Chapter 66, The Start of the Examination. In the sea of people outside the Bone Spirit Mountain range, the teenager standing at the top of the towering mountain withdrew his gaze, and a touch of surprise appeared on his fair and handsome face. So many people. Normal, Your Highness. A white-haired, white-robed old man stood beside him, looking at the young man who kept surveying the surroundings with a kind smile on his face, and said in a warm voice, with the strength that this Wuji Palace revealed to the outside world some time ago, it's only normal that the opening of the mountain and the acceptance of disciples would have this kind of pomp and circumstance. Those present had basically rushed here after hearing about Zhou Meng's thwarting of the 3 clans some time ago, even the 2 of them. Also, the teenager nodded with approval, then seemed to remember something and looked at the old man beside him. Curious, by the way, Elder Chen, Rumor has it that this Wuji Palace has a powerhouse above the Great Sage Realm. I wonder if it's true or not. That, I can't say for the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man surnamed Chen also smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked in the direction of the Bone Spirit Mountain range and hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. This matter can't be concluded yet. This Wuji Palace dares to choose the clan's residence within the Bone Spirit Mountain range, so there must still be some underlying strength. The old man's words were not an unjustified speculation. After all, not everyone dared to set up a sect within a forbidden land like the Bone Spirit Mountain range. The other 4 forbidden places in Tianqian continent were within 1,000 miles, but there was not a single power. This Wuji Palace dared to place the clan under the Bone Dragon's eyes and still left the latter without making a move, so it could already be indicative of the problem. When he thought of this, the old man recalled a great battle that had occurred in the Bone Spirit Mountain range half a year ago, when his own self had felt those 2 terrifying auras even as he passed through the East Prosperity Domain. Afterwards, I heard that it was a battle between a bone dragon and a mysterious strong man, and there was no news about the victory or defeat. And shortly after that battle, this Wuji Palace had risen to prominence at an extremely fast pace, and in the old man's opinion, these 2 events, there might be some connection. Wuji Palace? After listening to the old man's explanation, the teenager once again cast his gaze towards the Bone Spirit Mountain range, his sight as if he had already seen the atmospheric mountain gate through the mountains, his face revealing a touch of longing. Since he had come here, his goal was naturally the same as everyone else's, to join the Wuji Palace, and then cultivate the divine skills to prove the supreme way. Ooh, so many people are coming. A voice coming from his ear made the teenager come back to his senses, subconsciously twisting his head to look, and then he realized that not far away from him, an Xian-robed youth was standing in the air, carrying a stick on his shoulder, looking down with interest. Seemingly noticing the teenager's gaze, the youth twisted his head to look over and grinned. Yo, Junior, what's up? Hello, the teenager subconsciously responded. And then, a figure in front of him which made him react, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to whisper. Elder Chen. That's right, the one who blocked in front of the teenager was the old man surnamed Chen by his side, only to see that at this time, the other party's face was no longer as kind as before, holding a long sword in his hand, looking at the youth in front of him, and said seriously, "Who is your honor and what can I do for you?" As Elder Chen spoke, the pressure on his body erupted out with him, instantly causing the surrounding crowd to look at him sideways. The 6th sky of heavenly dignity realm. Ahem, don't misunderstand. Senior. Seeing the other party draw a sword on himself, the stick-wielding youth hurriedly raised his hand and helplessly laughed. I'm also here to attend this event, and I just happened to run into you guys. With that, the youth put away his long stick, made a one-handed salute, and said with a straight face, "My name is Qin Wudao, meet the 2 of you." Seeing the other party like this, the old man then relaxed his guard, and raised his hand to return the salute as he withdrew his sword and spoke out. Greetings little friend, we are from the Desert North Imperial Dynasty, and after seeing that the 2 parties didn't fight, the surrounding cultivators who were watching felt bored and stopped paying attention to this side, only intentionally or unintentionally glancing at this side to mark down a few people. Hey, I've heard that. Qin Wudao thought for a moment before seemingly remembering something and said indistinctly, the desolate North Imperial Dynasty of the Tianqi domain, right? Exactly. Just then, the teenager poked his body out from beside the old man and said with some curiosity, that one. May I ask if you're also here for the Wuji Palace examination? Me? Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao touched his nose and nodded with a somewhat odd expression on his face. In a sense. Sort of. At those words, the teenager immediately brightened up, and was just about to say something else, when the commotion coming from not far away was what attracted the attention of several people. Look, the Green Cloud sect has appeared. There's also the Qingqiu Fox clan, and the Dharma Zen Academy is also here, accompanied by loud cries of alarm. Several forces stepped into the air from within the ancient Spirit Mountain range, and they were none other than the 5 affiliated forces of the Wuji Palace. At the head of the group were Hu Yuxuan, Su Chu, and the others, with the descendants of the clans behind them, drawing countless gasps as soon as they appeared on the scene. Look, East Prosperity Domain Lord Su Feng, Qingqiu Fox clan chief Hu Yuxuan. It's rumored that these 2 have also broken through to the Divine King realm. Although these 2 have broken through to the Divine King realm, they are still quite a bit worse than the other 3, especially Patriarch Su Chu of the Green Cloud sect, who could have broken through to the 6th sky of the Divine King realm as early as a year ago. In the air, originally on the surface is still light-hearted Hu Yuxuan and Su Feng after hearing this face suddenly a black. Not far away Su Chu heard his slightly seemingly intentional raised eyebrows. Although they were all affiliated forces of the Wuji Palace, he, Su Chu, was still the strongest among the 5 hands. So what? The strength is even stronger now, is not still giving Wuji Palace honestly as an affiliate. I heard that some time ago that elder who was killed in seconds by a strong person from Wuji Palace was from Chungyin sect. As soon as these words came out, Su Chu's originally upturned corners of his mouth froze, and then 2 lines of sight seemed to want to kill people as if they were scanning through the crowd. He meow. They Qin Yunzong so much black history, how to just pick this. Besides, the old Sun Strong and give the Wuji Palace as a subsidiary force has what to do, which is not long-eyed and is Qin Yunzong over the bad. Of course, this was just a small episode. As the 2 figures appeared in the air, the attention of those present all moved away from the 5 major powers and turned to the pale sky. That's only to see that in the empty blue sky, 2 figures stood in the air, and the powerful pressure emanating from their bodies instantly enveloped this piece of heaven and earth. Hiss! The pressure of the great sage realm swept through the crowd, and the originally noisy heaven and earth instantly quieted down. Countless people barely holding on while looking at the 2 figures in the air with horrified expressions on their faces. The strongest person from the Wuji Palace came out. A few moments later, when the heaven and earth were completely quiet, the 2 people in the air dispersed their mighty pressure, and their plaintive voices spread out in this place under the effect of spiritual power. First of all, welcome to all of you. My Wuji Palace's examination begins immediately. Chapter 67, The Illusion of the Milky Way. The indifferent voice spread between heaven and earth, and when the crowd reacted, their gazes instantly became eager. This contest, is it finally going to start? The teenager subconsciously clenched his fists and looked at the 2 in the air with a burning gaze. He was determined to win this examination, and there were few who had the same goal as him. All of them were eager to try. This seat, Wuji Palace Inner Gate Elder Zhou Meng. In full view of everyone, Zhou Meng looked around the circle and indifferently said, "The examination begins immediately. Participants come forward." As soon as these words came out, the crowd of cultivators did not dare to be slow, and the participants walked out under the urging of their respective companions or elders, coming to stand in the open space in front of the 2 Zhou Mengs, while the rest of the entourage consciously backed up to make room. "Ooh, it's starting." Hearing the voice coming from his ears, the teenager looked back and happened to collide with Qin Wudao's gaze with a smiling expression. "I'll leave you to it, so cheer up, Junior." Qin Wudao waved his hand to the 2 of them smilingly, and then his figure became illusory, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only his voice to resonate in the area. "I hope to see you inside the Wunderkind Palace." Eh? The teenager looked at the place where Qin Wudao disappeared with some confusion. What is the situation? What kind of divine ability is this? Illusion? Well, Your Highness, you should go quickly first. Oh, good. The teenager only reacted under the reminder of Elder Chen next to him, and at this moment, he couldn't think about that much and hurriedly flew out and rushed to the open space. Looking at the departing back of his own highness, Elder Chen retracted his gaze and his eyes once again fell to the place where Qin Wudao had previously disappeared, his expression becoming grave. That guy, who the hell is he? As a heavenly exalted realm powerhouse, his perception ability naturally needed no introduction, but just now, he was only discovered after the other party had touched the near front and still opened his mouth. Although the other party only had a star sovereign realm cultivation, this means of concealing himself was not simple. The only thing that gave Chen Lao peace of mind was that the other party was currently not showing any malice towards them. Otherwise, he would have definitely left the other party here today. Above the dome of the sky, looking down at the cultivators that had already gathered below, Zhou Meng slowly opened his mouth. This first level, this seat will pull you all into the illusionary realm, and those who pass, even if they fail the second level of the test, they can directly enter my Wuji Palace as an outer disciple. As soon as these words came out, the crowd fell into an uproar, especially the participants at the bottom, who were all agitated. What? There's such a good thing? Ahahaha. It seems that I've come to the right place this time. Isn't it just an illusion? Come on. I'm in for this Wuji Palace. Looking at the excited participants around him, the teenager was not overwhelmed by the good news that seemed to be in his favor. There were a few who, like him, remained calm, all with a question floating in their minds. Through that is to enter the infinite palace. This illusion, I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Ha! And looking at the excited crowd below, the corner of Zhou Meng's mouth raised slightly. Then he turned his head to look at Bai Jia, who was beside him, and said softly, "Let's get started then." Aha! Bai Jia nodded slightly. Then her jade hand flipped lightly, and a dim yellow light lit up from her palm. Countless cultivators were all in a trance after seeing it. Elder Chen, who was standing at the top of the mountain watching, immediately broke out into a cold sweat after waking up, and his expression became horrified as he lowered his head. I just looked at the eye and almost sank into it. If this person is willing, I'm afraid that in a minute we'll be able to pull all the people present into the illusion. What a scary ability. Not only him, even the 5 masters who were standing in various places, Hu Yuxuan, Su Chu and others, also reacted only after a brief trance, and each of them could not help but shiver, and looked at the 2 people in the air with a trace of more awe in their eyes. The methods of a great Saint Realm powerhouse were truly as terrifying as they were, but it was good that this one was on the same side as them. Bai Jia, who was in the air at this time, did not pay attention to the others, and after seeing that the participants below were all gazing at her, she raised her palm lightly and softly said, "A yellowish dream," accompanied by a gentle voice. The dim yellow light instantly transformed into a layer of yellowish veil visible to the naked eye falling in the air, enveloping the participants in all of them. In the blink of an eye, the participants all dropped their hands, lost the gleam in their eyes, and looked ahead expressionlessly. Okay, Bai Jia spoke slowly, her raised palm slowly lowered, but the dim light on it still shone brightly. So powerful. Elder White, a figure slowly emerged beside the 2, looking down at the participants caught in the illusion below and tutang. Illusion, that's a great ability. Looking at Qin Wudao, who had fully emerged from the void, Bai Jia lightly hummed after glancing at the other party flatly, and her right hand, which was glittering with light, slowly lifted up. What? You want to try it too? Qin Wudao's gaze was suddenly in a trance when it came into contact with that glow, and after reacting, he immediately took 2 steps back and smiled sarcastically. Forget it, you should keep it for the new disciples. I'll just go to the 10,000 Beast Cave. To Qin Wudao, the last thing he wanted to face was someone who could use illusions. Every time he sparred with his second senior sister, his opponent threw over an illusion from time to time to interrupt his attack. It could be said that it was quite difficult. As for the surroundings, looking at the figure that stood next to Zhou Meng Baijie and talked and laughed, countless cultivators stared wide-eyed with the same doubt in their minds. Who was that young man from the Star Sovereign Realm? And why was he standing beside the 2 Wuji Palace elders? Among them, Elder Chen was the most shocked. Looking at Qin Wudao and recalling what the other party had said earlier, he instantly seemed to have grasped something. Hoping to see His Highness within the Wuji Palace, that meant that the other party should be someone within the Wuji Palace, and it is rumored that the Wuji Palace master received 3 disciples. Chinold, although I do not know the specific name of a few people, but he guessed that the young man in front of him, afraid that is one of those, and among the forces that came here, there were not a few well-informed people, especially those who had seen Qin Wudao fight in that martial arts competition in the East Prosperity domain back then, and even more quickly recognized him, and after recognizing it, it immediately caused another gasp of surprise. After all, the other party at that time had only just broken through to the fairy realm, so this aura has obviously broken through to the Star Sovereign Realm. During this period of time but just a few months, the other party but even across 2 big realms. High on drugs are not so fast, right? Hu Yuxuan and Su Feng also looked at each other after seeing this scene, and then slowly shook their heads with bitter smiles. Sometimes the gap between people is really not that big. The ones who were the same opponents as Qin Wudao in the martial arts competition in the beginning were precisely the descendants of their 2 clans, and right now, all of their descendants were still in the transition realm and were participating in the examination down below, and Qin Wudao had already left his former rivals far behind, and was already an appraiser when they met again. I have to say, people can be so much more than people. Chapter 68, The Wu Family's Choi Chan. While a group of people outside the Bone Spirit Mountain Range were quietly waiting for the results of the competition, inside the Wuji Palace, Lin Xiao was sitting with Bone Cultivator in front of a stone table, with a copper mirror placed on the table, and in the mirror, the examination site outside the Bone Spirit Mountain Range was revealed. This time, the cultivators who came to participate in the Wuji Palace's examination, excluding the accompanying cultivators, were almost 40,000 people, with cultivation levels ranging from foundation establishment to transitional joy. And this time as the Wuji Palace's first apprentice assessment, Lin Xiao naturally attach importance to, but lazy move he directly in the system store to change out a mirror used to live broadcast. Bone repair. Lin Xiao twisted his head to the side as he picked up his teacup and asked with interest, "How many people do you think will pass the examination this time?" Well, at those words, Bone Repair looked again at the staring participants within the glasses and deliberated for a moment before speaking slowly. "I think it's just about 1,000 people. This illusionary avatar of Elder Bai, even if he didn't go all out, it's not that good. 1,000 or so?" Lin Xiao blew away the hot air wafting up from the cup, his gaze sweeping over a few figures through the mirror, the corners of his mouth hooking up slightly. "We'll see." And at this time the scene can be described as a silence. The onlookers of the cultivators are a little nervous looking at the people in the field, and from time to time and the people beside them whispered 2 sentences. Hu Yuxuan and Su Chu and the other 5 great sect masters were also on the verge of not being able to sit still, their gazes constantly glancing back and forth at their respective juniors. A quarter of an hour had passed since the start of the examination, and there was still no one who had broken free from the illusionary realm. Although several people had confidence in their juniors, the anxious wait was simply breathtaking. It's so slow. The airborne Qin Wudao yawned somewhat boredly. His gaze was just about to be withdrawn after sweeping below twice, when he seemed to have discovered something and raised an eyebrow. Looks like someone's coming out. At those words, Bai Jie and the two subconsciously followed each other's gazes, and their wandering eyes quickly locked onto a teenager, only to see his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his body slightly trembling, his godless eyes appearing to focus under the three people's gaze, and then his pupils fiercely widened for a split second before the whole person suddenly looked as if he had drilled out of the water, his body half bent, somewhat sharply gasping for air, and this scene could be said to be quite conspicuous in the quiet crowd. The cultivators and the onlookers were instantly attracted to it, and murmurs instantly rang out. Oh, someone finally got through. Looks so young. Which power is this? Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Right. This is that crown prince of the Desert North Imperial Dynasty. Yun Xiao. Right. This statement caused an outcry. The people present had basically more or less heard of the name of the Desert North Imperial Dynasty, one of the top forces of the Tianqi domain, which also had a divine king realm sitting within it. I remember. It said that this Your Highness Yun Xiao is a heavenly prodigy, having broken through to the transition realm at such a young age, and is expected to be a divine king in the future. I really didn't expect that this crown prince would come here as well. Compared to the others, Elder Chen, who was standing alone at the top of the mountain, had a pleased smile on his face as he looked at the figure that had risen to its feet, and couldn't help but applaud it in his heart. Well done, Your Highness. In the middle of the field, Yun Xiao, who seemed to be aware of the situation, looked up, and after exchanging smiles with the old man outside the field, he retracted his gaze, and a voice resounded in his ears. That's good speed, kid. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao, who felt somewhat familiar, subconsciously raised his head, and then he saw two Wuji Palace elders standing with a deja vu figure, which was none other than Qin Wudao, who had previously struck up a conversation with himself. Don't jeopardize the test. Qin Wudao was just about to say something else, but next to him, Zhou Meng flatly spat out a few words, which carried a warning implication that instantly made the former shut his mouth. Before Yun Xiao could react to what the current situation was, Bai Jie's voice rang in his ears. You have passed this level of examination. Wait aside first. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao did not dare to be slow and flashed out of the crowd under the gaze of thousands of eyes and waited in an open space. But before he could stabilize his stance, the cultivators and the onlookers suddenly let out another shocked cry. Look! Someone else has come out of the illusion. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao froze for a moment before raising his head, and then immediately felt a flash in front of his eyes, and after fixing his eyes to look, he realized that not far away there was already an additional beautiful shadow. The visitor was a young girl who looked not much different from him in age, dressed in purple robes, with a hint of redness on her tender and green face, and at this moment, she was huffing and puffing. The most attractive thing was the long hair behind it that seemed to fall down like a black waterfall, directly and completely covering his hips, which showed how long his hair was. And at the same time, along with the other party's departure, the onlooker cultivators continued to talk. What a pretty little girl. And whose family is this? Ooh, I remember. Isn't this the precious granddaughter of the poison heavenly father of the witch family of the desolate river domain? Witch Kai-chan. Wait, since Wu Kai-chan is here, then poison heavenly father. The crowd that heard this instantly began to scan their surroundings, and soon gathered their eyes on a mountaintop that was leaning forward. One could only see a tall old man standing with his hands hanging down, not caring about the gazes cast in all directions, only gazing at Witch Kai-chan in the open space outside the arena, a touch of pride on his face. Poison venerable? Qin Wudao touched his nose and smacked his lips. I didn't expect this one to bring his granddaughter to my Wuji palace. Poison heavenly father. Although Qin Wudao has not seen but is also heard of. It is the God King realm 4 days strong. Heavenly father is only a superficial name. It's led by the Wu family as the top power of the desolate river domain. As for the comments of the onlooker cultivators, Yun Xiao was deaf to them and just looked at the other party with some fervor. Seemingly sensing something, the young girl looked up. The long hair behind her immediately swayed with her movements, and her soulful eyes gazed through her hair at the teenager who was staring at her. And it was only after colliding with the other party's gaze that Yun Xiao reacted and somewhat awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. Hello. Wu Kai-chan didn't respond. She just tilted her head and changed her position to continue looking at the other party. That cute expression instantly made the teenager's face red. Her sight subconsciously moved away to look at the ground. Hello. A moment later, it seems that the young girl who has observed enough is also slowly opening her mouth, and her soft voice immediately makes Yun Xiao blush. The three of them in the air. Qin Wudao, retracted their gazes with odd expressions. What was the situation? Weren't they holding an examination? Why did this atmosphere suddenly become off? Of course, this was just a small episode in the examination. As the two people who walked out of the illusionary realm started, the next was also a constant stream of cultivators who walked out of the illusionary realm and returned to reality. The number of those who passed the test began to grow with the naked eye. Chapter 69, 3000 Outer Doors. As time passed, more and more cultivators walked out. 1 hour later, looking at the cultivators who remained in the field and did not break free from the illusion, Bai Jia raised her hand and lightly waved it, and the dim yellow light in her hand dispersed with it. Accompanied by Bai Jia's movements, the cultivators underneath were suddenly shaken, followed by focus appearing in their godless pupils, looking around somewhat blankly, as if they still didn't understand what was happening. Time. Zhou took a step forward and looked at the confused cultivators at his feet, his flat voice spreading throughout the room. You guys, you're out. What? As soon as these words came out, those cultivators also reacted after freezing for a moment, and the vast majority of their expressions instantly turned gray, hanging their heads in shame and leaving this place, with only a small portion of them looking unconvinced. No, this is the end. I'm in the transition realm. That's it. It's not fair. And in the face of this small number of people, the rest of the people are showing a look of looking at a little cute expression. The Bai Jia trio in the air even directly ignored them. This kind of brainless goods could cultivate to the transition realm. The inclusiveness of this heaven and earth was really strong enough. In the face of this group of clamoring guys, do not have to Bai Jia and other people shot, surrounded by the 5 major forces of people in their respective hands under the eyes of the eye signal to swarm up, in the blink of an eye all the effort to take down. And after this smaller interlude, Zhou then dropped his gaze on the disciples who had passed the examination, and after the first round of examination, originally there are tens of thousands of cultivators at this time has been 1 out of 10. A rough look, only about 3,000 people, and in the face of these people, Zhou tone was significantly milder. First of all, congratulations on becoming my Wuji Palace's outer disciples, and for the next test, if you pass then you can once again be promoted into inner disciples. Once these words came out, the expressions of the people who had originally breathed a sigh of relief once again became grave. The previous Huangliang illusion had already allowed them to see the difficulty of this test, and since the next test would determine whether they could be promoted again, the joy of just becoming an outer disciple was immediately washed away quite a bit. Inner disciples? At the very front of the group, Yin Xiao gazed at a few people above his head, his mouth murmuring in a small voice, his hands subconsciously clenching into fists. As the prince of a dynasty, his goal has never been just that tiny outer disciple, this inner disciple. He Yin Xiao will be sure. As for Witch Kaichan next to her, listening to Zhou words, her delicate little face did not have the slightest expression, but a touch of seriousness flashed through her eyes. It wasn't just these two. There were also such things as the descendants of the 5 great powers who were also acting eager to try. Their expectations of themselves had never been some outer disciple. Even if they weren't accepted by that palace master as a personal disciple, at least they would have to mix it up with an inner disciple. And after taking in everyone's reactions, Zhou, who had withdrawn his gaze, didn't dilly-dally and raised his hand to fling out a talisman painted with lines. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the talisman that was about to fall to the ground began to burn, followed by a 2-meter-high spatial rift, from which bursts of beastly roars emanated. The cultivators who saw the scene were all confused for a moment, and then Zhou voice rang in their ears. This passageway can send you into a secret realm of my Wuji Palace to fight with ferocious beasts of the same realm, and those who pass the 5th level will be inner disciples. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the cultivators underneath lit up as they automatically ignored the ferocious beasts of the same realm that the other party had mentioned earlier, leaving only the last 4 words, inner disciple, please. Just then, someone among the cultivators seemed to have remembered something and exclaimed, what if it goes beyond 5 layers and reaches 10? Reaching the 10th floor? As soon as these words came out, Zhou and Bai Jia glanced at each other before looking at each other with lowered eyebrows and shaking their heads. That's impossible. As soon as Zhou words fell, Qin Wudao next to him seemed to have received some news and laughed lightly. Now for the good news. If someone can reach the 10th floor, they will be accepted by the palace master as a personal disciple, alongside me. What? The moment these words came out, the onlookers cultivators immediately stirred up. The disciples participating in the examination were originally calm, but after hearing this news they couldn't sit still, and one by one, their breathing became ragged. As long as one exceeds the 10th floor, one will be accepted as a disciple by that palace master. What's the difference between this and a step to heaven? Especially those descendants of the 5 powers. From their own elders they knew quite a lot. That the world-famous Bone Dragon was a hallowed quasi-emperor was only the Grand Elder of the Wuji Palace. How strong that palace master was they could already imagine. Worshipping under such a strong person, the immortal path could no longer even be described as straight. Hu Yuxian, Su Chu and others are already frantically making eyes at their respective juniors, conveying only one meaning, that is, must succeed. Whoosh! And just then, Yun Xiao had already scurried out, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the door, followed closely by Wu Kaichan. Cultivators who saw this scene also did not dare to delay. One by one leaped up with a burst of air-breaking sound, rushed into the door, afraid of lagging behind others. In the blink of an eye, all 3,000 cultivators entered the door, and the three of them became empty at their feet, leaving only a space rift standing still. TSK, 10 layers to become my senior brother. This difficulty is too low. Qin Wudao hugged his stick and muttered as he looked at the spatial portal with some resentment. How about setting up a 20-story? You know that when he first broke through the barrier directly from the 305th floor to the 327th before stopping, the whole thing was killing mad, and after hearing Qin Wudao's mutterings, the corners of the two women's mouths couldn't help but twitch at once. This guy, he really thinks perverts like him are everywhere. It should be known that even when the ancient soldiers were assembled at that time, Yunlinger and Hu Qianxue, who had outstanding talent, had only all passed 7 levels when they first entered the 10,000 Demon Cave, not to mention the others. And the ferocious beasts basically had the upper hand against human cultivators of the same rank. Passing the 5th level was to cross the ranks to defeat a ferocious beast above one's cultivation level, a requirement that could be said to be harsh already. What was the concept of passing the 10th floor of the 10,000 Beasts Cave? The equivalent of having to fight against ferocious beasts across 2 small realms. If any of these challengers could manage to fight across 2 small realms on their own, they weren't even geniuses, they were heck of a heavenly pride. As for those like Qin Wudao, who had passed more than 20 levels in a row and fought across 3 or 4 minor realms, they were pure demons, and one couldn't find a few in the entire Tianxian continent. In addition to his own terrifying talent, the high-grade equipment and gung-fu aptitude on his body were also an integral part. Chapter 70 Completion of the Examination. Inside the cave of 10,000 beasts, Yun Xiao was half kneeling on the ground, his lance erected in front of his body to support his body, a pair of arms trembling slightly, the corners of his mouth stained with the slightest trace of blood, but the corners of his mouth were raised upwards. Poof! Following its gaze, a behemoth instantly came into view, its body bruised and battered, lying on the ground already lifeless. The 6th level, the teenager muttered out, looking at the clean white passageway that appeared in front of him, and braced himself to walk into it, ready to face the next battle. Although he had already reached the standard for inner disciples, the ambition in his heart made him not want to stop there, and after walking into the white light, the teenager Yin Xiao subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes lit up, and his entire body froze in place. The surroundings were not the dark gladiatorial arena he had expected. Instead it was the clearing he had been standing in before entering, and after a quick look around, a familiar rift in space suddenly appeared in front of him. The other cultivators who had entered with him, including Witch Color Cicada, were all meditating not far away, each with injuries that looked no lighter than his. Transition Realm 4th Heaven crosses the border to kill Running Thunder Scarlet and crosses the 6th floor. Zhou Meng dropped his form from the air and looked at the teenager in front of him, a rare flash of appreciation appearing on his expressionless face. Very nice. Your name is Cloudy, isn't it? Yes. Yun Xiao has met Elder Zhou. After bracing himself to finish his salute, Yun Xiao twisted his head to look at the still open spatial passageway and hesitantly said, "Dare I ask Elder Zhou why I didn't start the 7th level of the examination? Your body is at its limit." Qin Wudao fell from the air and lazily made a sound. "Against the next layer of ferocious beasts, you don't have any chance of winning, and as for fighting your way to the 10th layer to become my senior brother, don't think about it for now. No chance of winning?" Hearing this, Yun Xiao also fell silent. He was clear that the other party had not said anything wrong. The current self had already exhausted the spiritual energy in his body just by passing the 6th layer, and to continue was just a waste of time. Okay. Just then, an object flew in front of his eyes, causing Yun Xiao to subconsciously catch it, spreading it out in his palm, and a pill instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Lifting his head, he then noticed Qin Wudao standing in front of him, looking at himself urgently. "Don't think about anything else. Heal first. Thanks." Seeing this, Yun Xiao could only take back his doubts first, swallowing the elixir and then sitting on the ground. The injuries on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time it stood up again, the injuries on its body had already healed as much as possible. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy in his body, Yun Xiao could not help but sigh. How many grades of pills is this? What a strong medicinal effect. And it wasn't just him, Even the others had recovered from their injuries and got up, and as for their doubts, Qin Wudao, who was on the side, quickly gave an answer. This is a 5th grade water spirit pill. It's more than enough to heal your injuries. 5 pints? As soon as these words came out, Yun Xiao and the others who had eaten the pills couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and even the crowd of onlookers outside the arena couldn't help but smack their lips. Magnificent. Just too magnificent. The people present more or less all had some understanding of the water spirit pill, the topmost healing pill within the 5th product, corresponding to that used by the transformation spirit realm. Like Yun Xiao, Wu Kai Cicada and other big clan children are not never eaten this thing, but a breath at the same time to take out more than 3,000 to give them these but cultivate the meditative, transmigration disciples healing, can be said to be quite rich and generous. The second level of the test is over. Bai Jie's figure leisurely fell from the air and said in a warm voice after looking around. This time, there are 11 people who passed the examination and successfully promoted to the inner sect. Hiss! The moment these words came out, the scene immediately resounded with a sound of sucking in cool air. Without any other reason, it was really that this ratio was too low. The cultivators who passed the first hurdle were more than 3,000, but after the second hurdle only 11 people won. It took almost 300 people to get one person to pass, which showed how difficult this second level was. And like Su Chu, Su Feng and others are all a little regret looking at the field. The 11 disciples who were selected for the inner door this time, their 5 major clans basically all had only one person selected. Only the pair of twin sisters from the Star Moon sect entered at the same time. The others were all other foreign power children. As for the casual cultivators, it was even one without one. On top of the mountain, Hu Yuxuan looked at Hu Kong who passed the examination in the field with a pleased face and laughed. That boy. Well done. Compared to several other forces, one of the inner disciples was a Fox clan descendant. Hu Yuxuan was already satisfied. After all, in terms of heritage, Qingqiu Fox clan is considered to be the weakest among the 5 affiliated forces, and Hu Yuxuan, who was clear about the talent of his own offspring, did not put too much pressure on them, and now there is one person who can become an inner disciple. He is already satisfied. Anyway, my own daughter has long been accepted by the palace master as a personal disciple. And although she is a second disciple, her cultivation has always remained ahead even among the 3. The other day is a breakthrough to the Star Sovereign realm. As a father, Hu Yuxian and it's happy at the same time is also a bit saddened. His own cultivation for hundreds of years to reach the realm of Star Lord, and his own daughter after joining the Wuji Palace. Less than a year's effort to cross 3 major realms straight into the Star Lord. Directly let Hu Yuxian produced self-doubt. In the end is his own too waste or his daughter too genius. According to this momentum, afraid that it will not take much time, he will have to rely on his daughter to protect. At this moment, all the people in the room had their eyes on Zhou Meng and Bai Jie in front of them, waiting for the two to open their mouths. The Wuji Palace's current apprentice test is over. After Bai Jie and Zhou Meng flashed to midair and put away the spatial talismans below, their voices clearly reached the ears of everyone present. All of you Wuji Palace disciples, follow me back to the palace. Yes. Neat voices now resounded through the heavens and earth as thousands of people flew up amidst the envious and jealous expressions of the surrounding cultivators, following the two as they began to delve deeper into the Bone Spirit mountain range. Soon, thousands of figures were far away under the gaze of thousands of gazes, and soon they were hidden in the mountain range and disappeared. Phew! Elder Chen turned around and stepped into the air after witnessing Yun Xiao enter the mountain. Now that Yun Xiao had successfully joined the Wuji Palace and become an inner disciple, he now had to be busy spreading the good news back. The 5 powers also exchanged pleasantries before leaving with their respective men and horses. Ugh! No more fun to watch. Let's go go go. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not a bad trip to meet a legendary great sage realm powerhouse. The remaining onlooker cultivators also started to turn around and leave one by one after seeing this scene, occasionally looking back in the direction of the Bone Spirit mountain range to lament 2 more times. To see such a top clan open a mountain and accept disciples with one's own eyes, even if one could not join, but when he went back, he would still be considered to have bragging capital. Chapter 71, Entering the Wuji. Inside the Wuji Palace, the originally empty and quiet quarters have suddenly become lively today. Hiss, is this our clan? This is aura transforming into mist? The 3,000 disciples who had just been brought into the sect were as if they had never seen the world at this moment, staring dumbfounded at everything in front of them. They had never imagined that they would one day be able to see such a rich aura. What grade is the spirit vein buried under their clan? Ah! And looking at the spirit mist that roamed the mountains in front of him, Hu Kong's mouth opened slightly as he muttered, Sister Qian Xue, it turns out that she has been practicing in such an environment all along. As he spoke, Hu Kong all felt his pores open uncontrollably, as if it were arid land. frantically absorbing the spirit mist in this air. Feeling the change in his body, Wukong immediately changed his expression, and then hurriedly sat down on the ground, as if the aura on his body had reached some sort of threshold, and after reaching the apex, it continued to grow. Click! With a sound that only Wukong himself could hear, the shackles within his body shattered with a loud bang, and the aura on his body began to climb once again. Sixth heaven of the transition realm. It wasn't just him, the rest of the disciples did the same, sitting down on the spot and then starting to break through. As if the spirit mist in the sky had found a vent, it madly surged towards this area and finally injected itself into the bodies of those disciples. The cultivation site where they used to be compared to now was a complete world of difference. Being in such an environment, the gongfu in their body would passively start absorbing into their body even if they didn't run it. The trio walking in front stopped their steps. Qin Wudao had a dog's tail grass in his mouth that he had casually plucked from somewhere and looked at it for a couple of moments before yawning a bit bored. Not fun. 2 elders? I'll go first. For Qin Wudao. After playing for a day, he didn't really have much interest in watching a group of juniors break through right now. He might as well go to the 10,000 Beasts cave to pass 2 more levels if he had this time. Wudao, where are you going? And right at that moment, a voice from his ear caused Qin Wudao to stop his stance as he twisted his head to look and scratched his head. Senior sister. Nothing. I'm going to go to the 10,000 Beasts cave to cultivate. Oh, so, upon hearing this, Hu Qianxue nodded before focusing her attention on the large group of breakthrough figures and curiously said, "Is this our newest disciple? So many people? Senior sister. That's more." Qin Wudao, who was just about to leave, couldn't help but roll his eyes and spit. It's been few and far between, alright. This examination can be said to be a true 10-1, even if it is compared to a clan of the same level. The latter's inner disciples are afraid to be more than the Wuji Palace's outer disciples. And just as a few people were talking, the 3,000 disciples had also finished breaking through one after another. Everyone's aura was much stronger than before, basically breaking through a layer of the realm. And within that time, Qin Wudao had long since slipped away, while the fox-eared beauty Hu Qianxue, who stood beside the 2 by Jia, instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Other than Wukong, who had a look of delight on his face, the rest of them froze for a moment, the same question popping up in their minds. Who is this beautiful woman? Greetings, masters and sisters. And in the face of thousands of gazes, Hu Qianxue also raised her hand graciously and greeted the crowd with a smile on her face. Before the crowd could react, Bai Jie's voice followed. This is the palace master's personal disciple. Hu Qianxue, you and the others should address her as senior sister. Greetings, senior sister. Upon hearing this, the crowd didn't dare to be slow, the confusion in their eyes turning into awe as they respectfully greeted the person in front of them. That palace master's personal disciple. That status was definitely not comparable to them, the outer and inner sects. So Yun Xiao and the other 3,000 disciples, all of them honestly called up senior sister. Hu Qianxue's smile also became brighter and brighter, obviously very receptive to this senior sister from the crowd. Within the previous Wuji Palace, only one Qin Wudao was younger than her who would call her senior sister, and everyone else was older than herself. Now it was good. His own seniority had directly jumped from the penultimate to the positive 8th. And after this little episode of breakthrough, the crowd continued to move forward and soon ran into Bone Cultivator, Zhang Liang Li Ming and the other 3 on a hillside. Grand Elder. Aha. Bone Cultivator nodded slightly and spoke out. All the disciples are here, right? Yes. Bai Jia arched his hand and said in a deep voice. In this examination, 3,253 outer disciples were collected, of which 11 passed the 10,000 Beast Cave examination and were directly promoted to inner disciples. I know. The Bone Cultivator who had heard the report took 2 steps forward and slowly spoke under the gaze of many eyes. First of all, let me introduce myself. This seat, Grand Elder Bone Cultivation of the Wuji Palace. When these words came out, the disciples who were still a bit puzzled about the other party's identity suddenly stared with wide eyes and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Their voices were louder than when they asked by Jie Zhomeng. Greetings, Great Elder, Grand Elder Ah. The entire clan in the most high-powered position. Non-capable people cannot live. Didn't see that even Zhou Meng Bai Jie and other great Saint Realm level powerhouses were consciously standing behind each other. This alone was already enough for the disciples to reverie. And Bone Xiu didn't care what these people were thinking. He just continued to speak in a deep voice. All outer disciples can open their own cave dwellings in the designated locations of the 4 peaks. And inner disciples will stay in the middle peak. Bone Cultivator said, raised his hand and waved lightly. Countless points of light suddenly flew out from his hand. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes. A storage ring floated in front of them. In here are your disciples' costumes and gong methods, so you can refer to them on your own when you return. which there is also my Wuji Palace door rules. I hope you know. Keep in mind. Remember not to offend. Or, Bone Cultivator's tone of voice with a strong warning. A group of disciples naturally also will be all serious. Note down. Always keep in mind those red lines. Not ready to cross the minefield one step. There is another point. That is, respectively by Zhou Meng by Jie, Zhang Liang Li Ming and other 4 people in charge of the southeast, northwest and 4 peaks. The outer disciples can choose to join. As for the inner disciples, they stayed in the middle peak, which was under the control of the Grand Elder Bone Cultivation. When Bone Cultivator finished his speech, the many disciples immediately dispersed and followed the several elders towards the 4 peaks, preparing to open up their own cave. Otherwise tonight, they were afraid that they wouldn't even have a place to rest. For a while, the originally quiet Wuji Palace residents immediately became lively. Everywhere can see the figure of busy conversation. The original cold atmosphere instantly swept away. Well, above the main hall, sitting on the eaves, Lin Xiao leaned his back against the white tiger and sipped a mouthful of hot tea. His eyes instantly narrowed in comfort as he murmured, "That's more like a normal plan now, don't you think, Tiger?" Chapter 72 Outdoor Training. And just as the first batch of disciples were ushered in within the Wuji Palace, the matter of this examination was also spread out along with the cultivators from all sides. That super high elimination rate caused many forces to smack their lips when they saw it. Some appreciated it, but others expressed disdain for such behavior. But no matter what, through this examination, the reputation of the Wuji Palace spread further, being hotly debated while also being known by more cultivators. And with such talk, 3 days rushed by. Inside the Wuji Palace, a mournful scream suddenly rang out, resounding through the sky while instantly attracting quite a bit of attention. The passing disciples were all curious to look, and then they saw a figure fall to the ground, the whole person bent like a shrimp, his body constantly trembling. And after seeing the face of the other party, the few male disciples around immediately came close to help him up and spoke out. "Is everything alright? Senior brother Qin, what's wrong with you?" That's right. The one who fell on the ground and convulsed was none other than Qin Wudao. At this time, his face was no longer as jumpy as before. It was full of pain, and his speech became intermittent. "No, it's fine. Got ate by a dead kangaroo." As soon as these words came out, the disciples' expressions froze, and as they looked at Qin Wudao's clenched legs they finally reacted. The male disciples' expressions immediately became odd, and the female disciples also turned red. Kangaroo, one of the more peculiar ferocious beasts on the Tianxian continent. As for where the peculiarity was, it was mainly in the little kangaroo in the other party's nursery bag. While the kangaroos are attacking, the wallabies will also step in to assist in the attack, and it's intriguing to see what their favorite part of the attack is. Therefore, these years, the kangaroo clan can be said to be everyone in Tianxian continent. All forces, regardless of men and women, good and bad, are not much good to this clan, basically see to kill. This also led to the fact that there were very few kangaroos left on the Xian continent at that time, but he didn't expect there to be any in the cave of 10,000 beasts, and by the looks of it, senior brother Qin Wudao has even been hit. And after noticing the strange gazes of a group of senior brothers and sisters, Qin Wudao immediately blushed, and after releasing the 2 people next to him, he forced himself to endure the pain and took a step, and the whole person immediately disappeared in place. The remaining disciples also began to look at each other. After recalling Qin Wudao's previous painful appearance, the male disciples each looked odd while the female disciples covered their mouths and left with a smile. And at this time, Qin Wudao was already inside his own cave. Recalling the earlier scene, his face immediately revealed a look of lifelessness. This was the end. As a hallowed Wuji Palace master's personal heir, he had been kicked in the lifeblood by a ferocious beast, and he was even seen. When this matter spreads out, his image of a great senior brother among the disciples would, I'm afraid, completely collapse. After lying motionless on the reclining couch for a while, Qin Wudao seemed to have thought of something, and his body suddenly sprang up and rushed out of the cave, breaking into the air in the distance. When he stopped walking, he had already appeared within the main hall, and Lin Xiao was sitting on the first seat with a somewhat odd expression. So, looking at the disciple in front of him, Lin Xiao slowly spoke. "You're going out on an adventure?" "Yes, master." Qin Wudao was no longer his usual jumpy self and nodded with a serious expression. "You said last time that reading 10,000 scrolls of books is better than traveling 10,000 miles, and I think it makes sense. And there are no major events in the palace nowadays, so I would like to take this opportunity to go out and have some experience." At that moment, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. When he is good to fool not just lost people want to go out to avoid the wind, but also pull a line of 10,000 scrolls of books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles of road. His own words can be remembered to use here. This kid brain turn is also fast enough. And Qin Wudao didn't know that his mind had been seen through. He thought for half a day in the cave before realizing that he only had two choices. The first was to shut down and not go out to meet people, but this was obviously impossible. And the second was to go out and practice so that the disciples would forget about it. After thinking about it, Qin Wudao came to find Lin Xiao at the first opportunity. The current Wuji Palace itself couldn't stay for a minute. "You boy. Invincible." Silently spitting out a sentence. Lin Xiao finally agreed. "It's good to get out and see what's going on. It's not good to stay behind closed doors." "Thank you, Master." After seeing Lin Xiao agree to this, Qin Wudao was instantly relieved. Then he turned around and left, his speed a few points faster than when he came. That was a pretty fast run. As Qin Wudao's back disappeared into the hall, Lin Xiao retracted his gaze and muttered. In regards to Qin Wudao being out in the world practicing alone, Lin Xiao wasn't worried. After all, the equipment that he had given that kid on his body was quite a lot, and the top and bottom of it added up to be better than what the average Heavenly Exaltation Realm powerhouse used. Not to mention that he himself was also at the Star Sovereign Realm. Being invincible within the same realm wasn't something to brag about. Of course, the main point was that Lin Xiao was confident enough in his own strength. From the time he crossed over to the present, he was also considered to be completely familiar with his already invincible body. Something like the rumors in the cultivator world of his feet crushing mountains and rivers and lifting his hands to destroy stars were child's play to him. And while Lin Xiao knew that other great emperors could easily do the same, he didn't know where his limits were since he hadn't specifically crossed paths. As for giving it a try with his full strength, looking at the spatial fragments that he casually pinched off in front of him, Lin Xiao was also somewhat helpless. In his current situation, if he were to go all out, this realm was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand his power. As for perception, Lin Xiao realized that he didn't seem to have tried where his limits in this area were so far. Curious, Lin Xiao released his senses, and the Bone Spirit Mountain range and the countless living beings that he usually habitually shrouded suddenly appeared in his mind. The disciples scattered around within the Wuji Palace, Hu Qianchue within the Hall of Enlightenment, Yun Linger cultivating within the cave, and Qin Wudao sweeping outwards in the sky above the Wuji Palace. Inside the cave, the bone cultivator who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. Seemingly sensing something, he jerked his head up to look at a spot and muttered out of his mouth, "Palace Master's great imperial will. What's going on?" And Lin Xiao didn't stop, but continued to expand outwards, and in the blink of an eye, the entire East Prosperity domain was covered by it. But even at this level, Lin Xiao realized that he seemed to be able to continue watching. Could it be further? Lin Xiao muttered as he continued to expand his range. Today he would like to see where his limit is. Or, is there no limit? Under Lin Xiao's control, the map in his mind was expanding at a rapid pace. The Northern Sea area, the Western Ning domain, the Southern Sky domain. Through his senses, Lin Xiao saw countless mountains and rivers, cities and caves, and countless cultivators spread throughout. Instead of stopping, he chose to continue expanding, and in an instant's effort, an azure blue color appeared in his perception, and Lin Xiao's expression froze. Is this ocean? Chapter 73. Rushing to the central region, the Sea of Phantom Blue. Within the Undersea Palace, a stunningly beautiful-looking woman was currently lazily lying on the bed, her eyes closed as she rested. The red robe wore its body, wrapping that fiery figure within. Buzz! Suddenly, an invisible fluctuation suddenly appeared and covered the entire palace, and the woman who was resting suddenly opened her eyes and looked up into the sky, her expression instantly becoming grave. The Great Emperor's will? Who is it? Whoosh! The woman instantly flashed from her bed to stand on the ground, raising her hands to the air in a salute, and uttering a voice. Dare I ask? I don't know which great emperor is here, and is it something that he is looking for me? The woman's words fell, but there was no response coming from the air, which made its mood start to sink ever lower, and in its mind, it was already thinking about what it had done, how it had attracted a great emperor. But the more you think about the woman, the more puzzled. Their own these tens of thousands of years is to stay in the Sea of Phantom Blue as their own boss, in addition to a few deadly rivals, as if there is no grudges with Huot. But then again, it couldn't be that one of his nemesis had called out the great emperor behind him to clean up his act, could it? But he himself was only a quasi-emperor, and looking for a great emperor to kill his door was too much to think of himself. And while the woman was rambling, at this time, 10 million miles away, Lin Xiao, who was lying inside the Wuji Palace, had an odd expression. Such a large sea, plus there was also a quasi-imperial realm's sixth heavenly maiden. I'm afraid that this wasn't the Sea of Illusory Blue that Bone Cultivator had told himself was one of the 5 forbidden places in Tianxian continent, right? I didn't think I'd find myself here by mistake. And in the face of the woman's question, Lin Xiao ignored it and continued to expand his great emperor's will, and before long, a vast continent completely surfaced in his mind. Well, not at the limit yet. Lin Xiao, who had noticed this, couldn't help but feel emotional as well. This system is really conscientious. Said invincible is really all around invincible. The great emperor's will has enveloped the entire Tianqian continent, yet it has not yet come to an end. And this makes him very satisfied. Just as Lin Xiao spread his will, the entire Tianqian continent was startled as a result. In the middle domain, in the back of a family's mountain, a black-robed old man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure disappeared in a flash. And when he reappeared, the whole person had appeared high above the sky, with a serious look on his face, muttering, "Great Imperial Will, who is it?" Not only here, such images appeared in all parts of Tianqian continent. Of course, most of them were in the central region. As long as their strength reached the level of quasi-emperor, all of them felt the will of the great emperor appearing in the sky. That powerful aura caused even those who stood at the top of the pyramid of Tianqian continent to feel some pressure. And at that moment, that will was coming and going quickly. The crowd only felt a lightness on their bodies, and the surroundings were restored to their original state. This scene also caused a group of paragon emperors to freeze, and the black-robed old man even frowned. What does this mean? Suddenly revealing his great emperor's will to inform others of his existence, and then withdrawing it without saying a word. Could it be hinting at something to them? All of the top powers of the Tianqian continent returned to their residences with this query in mind, and began to ponder over this issue. This great emperor's hand was 80% hinting at something to them, and it was the only reasonable explanation at the moment. Otherwise it couldn't be any great emperor who was idly bored and exuded the will of a great emperor to tease them. How could it be? And after roughly figuring out his situation, Lin Xiao directly withdrew his senses. As for the large number of people who had been startled out of the blue, he noticed but didn't pay any attention to it. Well, another beautiful day is about to come down, Lin Xiao muttered as he stood up from his seat and yawned as he walked outside. Sleepy, sleepy. On the other hand, on the other side of the sea of illusory blue, feeling the will of the great emperor that had suddenly withdrawn, as well as a dozen or so other familiar auras, the woman was also a bit confused for a moment. What's going on? Blowing them all out and then running off without saying a word. What is this great emperor doing? Master. And just then, a blue-haired woman strolled into the hall, looked at the dazed woman, and spoke out. Ha! The woman who heard the other voices then reacted, then subconsciously coughed lightly twice. Ahem. Ruobing, is there something you want from master? Lan Ruobing looked at her own master with some doubt, but she didn't look deeper and continued softly. The Central Region Dan Palace will soon be hosting an alchemy conference. I want to go and participate. Master, the alchemy conference? At that, the woman thought for a moment before agreeing. Go if you want to, and don't forget to come back with a championship. Yes. Watching her beloved disciple walk out of the door joyfully, the softness on the woman's face instantly turned into seriousness, and after looking halfway up into the sky she waved her hand in a somewhat annoyed manner. Forget about it, love, who is who it. Anyway, look at the current situation. Today this great emperor does not belong to any party forces. As for its purpose, anyway, cannot guess that, do not want to. But, seemingly thinking of something, the woman sat down on the bed and recalled the rest of the figures that had appeared earlier, her expression turning puzzled. Where did that bonesaw guy die? That guy is not the most favorite hilarious it. Today even that has always been aloof Nine Suns quasi-emperor popped out. But that guy did not even a little breath revealed. Even if it is asleep should be awakened, right? Could it be? Something's wrong? The woman's expression changed at the thought, but she clearly remembered that when she last felt that guy's aura half a year ago, the other party was confronting a great emperor, and she herself had lost a precious ancient weapon at that time in order to join in the fun. And look at the situation now. That bone repair guy. I'm afraid he wasn't killed, right? While on the woman's side, while she was rambling, on the other side, Qin Wudao, who was far away in the East Prosperity Domain, was at that moment just coming out of the Bone Spirit Mountain range, stepping on his sword as he sped through the air with a long stick behind his back. As for why he didn't step on a stick, although by common sense a stick could be stepped on as well, for Qin Wudao, a stick was fine for combat. And to say that this aspect of transportation, the sword is indeed the ceiling in this aspect of the face value, Qin Wudao is naturally not exempt. Ooh, finally out again. Feeling the surrounding aura that had obviously become empty and thinned out, Qin Wudao's entire body relaxed. The aura is too dense is actually not good. He inhaled that thing every day has long been enough, and now for a change to absorb the fresh air. It is also good. Wow. Well, that's you. Qin Wudao stopped his stance. His eyes kept moving over the Tianqian continent in his hands, and then it didn't take long before he stopped at a place, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The Middle Kingdom. Chapter 74, Lan Ruobing. After choosing his destination, Qin Wudao also said that he would leave. walking and playing along the way, not rushing to catch up. Anyway, he didn't say exactly when he was going back this time out, so 2 more days of fun would be like a vacation for himself. In this way Qin Wudao traveled along the way, and after crossing several realms, he finally arrived at the central domain, and as he continued to go deeper and deeper into it, the spiritual energy around him also became significantly thicker. The reason why the central domain had become the centerpiece of the Tianxian continent, aside from its geographical location, a large portion of the reason had to be attributed to the spirit veins below. There was once a cultivator who had explored the bottom of the central domain and then discovered that there were 4 heavenly grade spirit veins. As for the 4 largest top-level forces in the central domain, their residences were all on top of the spirit vein and occupied the source. Suppression in name only. But for what? Those who know understand. What a low concentration. While facing this kind of aura concentration, Qin Wudao was indifferent to it. All they could see within the Wuji Palace compound was spirit mist, and that was all that was naturally formed. Some days ago, the Wuji Palace also gave the disciples of the cave set up a polygraphic array. The spirit fog in the house after further compression has been able to turn into a spiritual liquid. That cultivation efficiency is naturally needless to say. From the time the new disciples entered the palace in just 3 days, some of the gifted disciples such as Yin Xiao as well as Wu Kaichan had already begun to make their second breakthroughs. Those who were able to pass the 2 levels of the Wuji Palace's examination might have a slight lack of cultivation, but their heart and talent were over the top. Decent talent coupled with that cultivation environment of the Wuji Palace, as well as the open 10,000 Beasts Cave and other sect facilities, it was normal for a short period of time to skyrocket. This spiritual chi in the central domain that was considered dense compared to other places was considered quite humble to Qin Wudao, who was used to cultivating within the Wuji Palace. And after another period of rushing, a city finally appeared at the end of Qin Wudao's line of sight, the destination of his trip, Dan City. On the way to the road he heard a lot of people say that this place will soon be held what alchemy conference. Although he is repair talisman together, but it does not affect him to come to join in the fun. After honestly queuing up and paying 10 extreme spirit crystals to enter the city, Qin Wudao strolled along the bustling avenue, strolling down a street, watching the action and discovering quite a few masters at the same time. As the first domain of Tianxian continent, it was naturally as strong as clouds, and this Dan City was also one of the major cities within it. Plus this period of time was accompanied by the alchemy conference. That was naturally lively. Just by strolling around for a while, Qin Wudao saw a dozen or so harmonized god realms, and like him, he saw 3 or 2-star sovereign realms. Cultivation of meditation. The ferry is even full of streets, even the roadside begging a few beggars. Have the royal spirit realm of cultivation really let Qin Wudao grew a lot of insight, and after half a day of strolling around Qin Wudao turned into a restaurant. Naturally he had to treat himself after all these days of eating and sleeping in the wind. Dude! And after ordering a table of drinks and dishes, Qin Wudao called out to stop the junior who was ready to leave and spoke out. The alchemy conference? Has it begun? It hasn't started yet, the fellow explained with a professional smile on his face. Please don't worry, this conference won't officially start until tomorrow. If you want to sign up, it's still not too late to rush there now. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao nodded slightly, then raised his hand and threw out an extreme spirit stone, which landed precisely in the other party's hand. And after taking a good look at what was in his hands, the fellow's tone of voice was more than a little enthusiastic. Thank you, young master. I hereby wish you the best of luck in advance. Thanks. Although he knew that he had been misunderstood by the other party as a participant in the alchemy conference, Qin Wudao didn't care about it, but instead lifted the teacup on the table and muttered, "One more day to go, then I've come at a good time." After a nice full meal, Qin Wudao didn't go out to hang around anymore and directly opened a guest room upstairs and stayed there. And the next day, he set off for the competition site after he had gotten his strength up. And today's Dan City could be said to be even more lively than yesterday's. Along with the convening of the alchemy conference, the gazes of all the forces in the central region were all directed here, looking forward to who would stand out from the thousands of pill-refining geniuses. And that one person will be the true pride of heaven. Every champion of the Dan Pill Conference had been famous in the history of Tianxian continent, and as long as they didn't fall in the middle of the process and grew up smoothly, they would leave a colorful mark on the history of the future. Qin Wudao went up the street and then followed the surging crowd towards the competition venue. As for the competition location of this alchemy conference, due to the site limitations, the organizers had placed it in an area outside the city, using this land as the competition venue. When Qin Wudao arrived, his eyes were instantly occupied by a raging crowd, as if he couldn't see the edge of the ocean at a glance. The clamor was everywhere, and the huge waves of sound dispersed in all directions, which could be clearly heard even from dozens of miles away. Tisk! Qin Wudao detached himself from the crowd and flashed to a position with a more open view and stood still. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but smack his lips. What a hoot! Following Qin Wudao's perspective, there was a wide-hanging square in the center surrounded by the crowd in the distance, which was thousands of feet wide at a glance. Many stone platforms were suspended around the square, their surfaces emitting a faint white light. Looking quite strange, and listening to the chatter of the people around him, Qin Wudao also quickly learned that the left and right sides of this stone platform were the seats for the participants of the alchemy conference who had persevered to the end. Such a prominent position is designed to give the truly powerful participants the feeling of being in the limelight. And this alchemy conference was extremely grand, so it was naturally impossible for anyone to come and participate. And there are two more requirements to get a real entry spot to the tournament. The first was that only alchemists of the 5th grade and above could participate. And the second was that one had to enter a piece of the secret realm and meet the conditions before they could compete. Worthy of the Dan Palace. And in this regard, Qin Wudao also secretly nodded his head. The people who can go through these two levels of examination, directly eliminating the indiscriminate generation. The remaining people are absolutely all guys with real skills. Dang! Right at this moment, along with a clear bell sound spreading out, the clamor between heaven and earth was immediately silenced. Qin Wudao looked up at the same time as everyone else, and uncountable gazes all landed on top of the stone platform on the west side of the square. Under the eyes of everyone, the space above the stone platform began to distort, and immediately afterward, dozens of figures slowly emerged from it, and the powerful aura emanating from each one of them made all the people present tremble inwardly. After Qin Wudao looked around, he then landed his gaze on the person in the very center, his expression becoming grave. It was an old man with white hair and white robes. His beard and hair were white, and he looked extraordinary. Although Qin Wudao had never seen the other party, the small noises around him made him quickly know the other party. Look, the principals of the Dan Palace are all here. That one is the Dan Hall Master Qiangzi, right? It's the first time I've seen the real person after all. Akiyoko? The surrounding murmurs allowed him to quickly understand the other party. Dan Hall Master, Great Sage Realm Perfection Cultivation, just one step short of the Quasi-Emperor realm. At the same time, this Red Yangzi was also the current #1 alchemist in the entire Tianxian continent, the goal that countless alchemists had been chasing for their entire lives. Dan Palace under his leadership, even if you look at the entire central region, is also considered a giant. Just wait for his promotion to the Quasi-Emperor. The 4 top forces in the central region. I'm afraid to add another one. Old man Qiangzi. In front of everyone's eyes, the old man took 2 steps forward in the void, his gentle voice ringing in everyone's ears. On behalf of the Dan Palace, I would like to welcome all of you and all the alchemists. And in order not to waste any time, the alchemy conference will begin immediately. In the face of Red Yangzi's long list of voices, no one present made a sound. All stood still and listened to the other party explaining the rules that they had long been familiar with. As always, all participants will enter the Dan realm, and will only be able to pass the level after collecting their respective required herbs within. The Dan realm, on the other hand, was the secret realm mentioned earlier, within which, after generations of the Dan Palace's creation, its interior had been transformed into a natural medicinal herb garden, with countless rare and precious medicinal herbs hidden within it. To an alchemist, this kind of place was no different from heaven. Almost. After looking up at the color of the sky as well as the crowd below as well as the impatient crowd, Red Yangzi also stopped at the right time and said aloud, "Next, participants are invited to come forward for a grade check." And this, naturally, was to select the 5th grade alchemist. In order to prevent someone from fishing in troubled waters, the Dan Palace had planted a 2-meter-high illusory stone mirror in the center of the square. It was said that only those whose mental strength was up to par could break free from it, and if they didn't have the mental strength that a 5th grade alchemist should have, then they would be addicted to it. Through this means, the front really eliminated a few people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and the ones in the back also beat a retreat after seeing this scene. And after that, the people in the queue were basically passed even though there were fewer of them. As for this level, Qin Wudao felt tasteless. He came over mainly to see the alchemy competition, and was really not interested in these tests in front of him. Just when Qin Wudao was bored, an unintentional glance made his gaze stop above the square. At this moment, there was a long line in front of the square, all of which were alchemists waiting to be tested. But a figure at the front of the line, standing in front of the stone mirror, attracted many gazes. This is a female cultivator, looks but double 10 years of age. Beautiful white greasy face appeared in the stone mirror. Moon-white robe with the upper body. A gentle and intellectual temperament emanated. Under the gaze of the crowd, the woman's expression regained its vigor. Then she came to the side of the registration desk, raised her hand to light up a badge with 6 stars, and spoke out. 6th grade alchemist, Lan Ruobing. What? The moment these words came out, It instantly set off a furor on the field. Countless people's expressions instantly became dismayed after reacting to it, and the murmurs were even louder. Did I hear it right? 6th grade alchemist? How is that possible? How is it impossible? Look at the person's badge. It is indeed a 6th grade. TSK, such a young 6th grade alchemist. First time I've seen one. And in the face of the outcry from the stage, Lan Ruobing didn't pay any attention to it, and only spoke out politely to the frozen elders in front of him. Excuse me, may I enter? Ah, that'll do. The reactive elder hurriedly registered the information and then asked tentatively, Girl, I wonder if you've ever joined. Excuse me, this senior. Seeing the other party's meaning, Lan Ruobing had an apologetic smile on her face. I already have a clan. Hey, okay. Upon hearing this, the elder did not say anything else. The other party had already refused. It would be impolite for him to say anything else. But think about it, can be so young to reach the realm of the 6th grade alchemist? To say that there is no force behind the support of that horrible amount of resources for its cultivation is also impossible. On the high platform, the faces of the many-seated Dan Palace executives all showed astonishment, while Red Yangzi stroked his long beard and muttered out, 6th grade alchemist, Heaven's Dignity realm cultivation. Which family's heir is this girl child from? As a powerhouse just one step away from being promoted to quasi-emperor, he naturally saw the other party's hidden cultivation at a glance. The 5th sky of the heavenly exaltation realm, together with the identity of that 6th grade alchemist, to say that this is a casual cultivator. Little cutie, don't even believe it. Some of the people present who were slightly quick-witted had already labeled this outstanding-looking woman as one not to be messed with. Oh, a 6th grade alchemist, even higher than second senior sister. Qin Wudao muttered. He remembered that the natural sister had just broken through to a 5th grade alchemist not long ago. He had thought that the other party was already considered the most powerful amongst his peers. He didn't expect that another one would pop up here now. However, speaking of which, it seems that his own senior sister doesn't know about this alchemy conference. I should have known that when I left. I would have called her up to come out and play together as well. Just as Qin Wudao was lost in thought, several more cries of alarm rang out around him. Wow! Another 5th grade beautiful alchemist. Whose family is this? Oh, still has fox ears. Or a beautiful alchemist of the demon race. I like to watch this conference. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao subconsciously rose his line of sight, and upon seeing the figure that had turned around in front of the stone mirror, his eyes suddenly opened and his mouth was wide open, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Am I under an illusion? Qin Wudao murmured, while at this moment on the stage, the elder in charge of registration was looking at the person in front of him in some surprise, and then he heard the latter take out a badge, and a sweet voice slowly rang out with it. Hu Qianxue, 5th grade alchemist. Qin Wudao, who heard that familiar voice and name, immediately covered his face. Well, it's really that one. And with the other party registering and then turning around to reveal her true face, it is not that second senior sister of Qin Wudao, Hu Qianxue. Looking at Hu Qianxue, who was standing beside Lan Ruobing, Qin Wudao opened his mouth and his expression instantly became somewhat skeptical of life. Is this mouth of his own enlightened? Casually muttered. Far away from the edge of the sky suddenly appeared. He remembered very clearly that when he first left, the other party was clearly still cultivating within the cave. After pondering for half a day, Qin Wudao still hadn't figured out where exactly this senior sister of his had popped out from. Chapter 75, competing on the same stage. Senior Qin. Hey! Just as Qin Wudao was ruminating, a voice from behind him was what made him subconsciously respond. Only after a few moments did he react to the fact that besides the crowd of disciples from the Wuji Palace, who else was calling himself senior brother? Holding his doubts, Qin Wudao turned around, and then the expression on his face instantly became as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you here? Following Qin Wudao's gaze, a petite figure instantly came into view, with a small childish face. It was one of the new inner disciples that Wuji Palace had taken in some time ago, Wu Kaichan. Instead, Qin Wudao's question caused this little girl to freeze as well, and then she looked at him with some hesitation and spoke out. I came with senior sister Hu to attend the alchemy conference. Senior brother Qinyu. As an alchemist, it was normal for him to appear here, while it seemed strange for Qin Wudao, who majored in talismans, to appear here to ask her rhetorically. Qin Wudao, who had reacted to this point, touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, and then after looking at his own senior sister on the stage, he happened to collide with the other party's smiling gaze. Qin Wudao's eyes widened slightly. He didn't see any expression of surprise on Hu Qianxue's expression. Instead, he smiled and waved his palm at himself as if he was supposed to be here. This scene instantly gave Qin Wudao a whole lot of confusion. He had run so far to watch a lively event, and he was able to be caught in the act. Which sister? Qin Wudao turned around, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. What the hell is going on? Upon hearing this, which Kai-chan was also at a loss as to how to respond, and pondered for a moment before hesitantly saying, Senior brother Qin, I don't know what you're referring to. 2 days ago senior sister said that she wanted to come here for the alchemy conference, and I wanted to come to take a look so I came with senior sister. When she said this, Wu Kai-chan seemed to have thought of something, and after pausing for a moment she then looked at Qin Wudao again, with an extra flash of scarlet on her face. Everyone in the sect was saying that you were in seclusion to recuperate. I didn't expect to see you here. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's face instantly darkened, and a bad memory instantly sprang up in his mind. He meowed. He has hidden to the central region, but still can hear someone to reveal his short. It seems that we have to play outside for 2 more days. This clan is afraid that it is not good to go back for a while. And just as the two of them were chatting, the testing on the stage was almost over, and dozens of people were standing in the center of the square, which was even a bit empty at a glance. Whoosh! Just then, Red Yangzi flashed to high altitude once again and said in a loud voice, The selection is over. All participants, please enter the Dan realm. Red Yangzi waved his right hand as he spoke, and the entire plaza was suddenly followed by a tremor. In full view of everyone, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, and arcane fluctuations spread out from it. These are the herbs that you need to collect once you enter. Red Yangzi waved his hand again, and countless points of light scattered down, finally falling into each person's hand with precision. Only by collecting all the medicinal herbs on it will you be considered to have successfully passed this level. Swish! When Red Yangzi finished speaking, dozens of figures rushed out at the same time, almost successively disappearing into the passageway, and Qin Wudao, who was outside the arena, clearly saw that his senior sister even looked at his side and winked before entering. Although Qin Wudao was puzzled, he couldn't ask for the time being now that his own senior sister had entered the Dan realm. As for Wu Kai-chan, this little girl, a question 3 do not know. His own senior sister heart is also big enough. Put such a little girl or outside their own competition. After spitting, Qin Wudao naturally couldn't watch the little girl run around and could only let her follow him first. And when all the contestants entered the Dan world, the scene immediately became boring. Every session of the alchemy conference will be the most boring part of this session. This level also has a time requirement. That is, the participants must find the medicinal herbs they need within 2 days in the huge Dan world, and rush to a meeting place before they are considered to have passed. So there were quite a few cultivators on the scene who were familiar with this rule had already turned away, ready to wait for the Dan realm to open up in a couple of days before coming over to continue watching the match. Qin Wudao and the two of them were the same. There was no point in them staying here anyway, and the environment was simple, so they might as well go back to lying on their beds and practicing comfortably. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and with the sound of a bell ringing once again, thousands of cultivators were instantly energized, and their eyes were all cast towards the square, and along with the sound of the bell falling, an elder dropped down from the high platform, lifting his hand and lightly waving it in the same manner as Red Yangzi's earlier move, and spatial cracks accompanied by strange fluctuations reappeared. Immediately after that, it didn't take long for figures to come out from it one after another, many of them carrying some injuries on their bodies and showing obvious vigilance towards the people around them. It seemed that this trip to the Dan realm had caused no less than a handful of conflicts. Out! Which Kai-chan, whose eyes were locked on the spatial rift, suddenly saw her eyes light up, and then she looked at Qin Wudao beside her, excitedly saying, Look, senior brother Qin, senior sister who has come out. Yes, yes, Qin Wudao echoed while looking towards the square, and then he saw that Hu Qianxue was standing not far away from the spatial rift, looking the same as before he went in, and nothing had gone wrong. However, what attracted Qin Wudao's attention the most was that the woman called Lan Ruobing was standing beside Hu Qianxue at this moment. The two were very close, not knowing what they were chatting about, and the smile on her face never disappeared. The Dan realm examination is over. As everyone stepped out of the spatial rift, Red Yangzi once again appeared in the sky, looking at Hu Qianxue and the others in the square, and said aloud, First of all, congratulations to those of you who are standing here, and the next round is the most important one for you. Speaking of this, Red Yangzi smiled faintly and raised his hand to point at those stone platforms suspended in the air. Now, please go ahead and stand toward the stage where you will perform, and hopefully, here, you will shine. A new generation of alchemy masters in Tianqian continent will be born amongst you. Oh, a few short sentences, but completely ignited the crowd below that had been in a doldrums for a few days. All of them boiled over, gazing at that square with a fervent face, and Qin Wudao, who saw the scene, couldn't help but smack his lips. There were more than tens of thousands of cultivators gathered here at this time. The pomp and circumstance of so many people gathering together could only be seen in a place like the central domain. the contestants on the stage at that moment, on the other hand, flew up into the firmament after hearing Red Yangzi's words, selecting a stone platform to stand on and look down on the crowd from above. This stone platform was not large, only about 3 or 4 feet, but it was enough for these alchemists to perform. Hu Qianxue didn't go to grab the stone platform in the center with the others, but instead landed in a secluded spot on the edge just like Lan Ruobing. Anyway, alchemy relies on strength, not position. The hour has come. Red Yangzi's expression became serious at some point as well, and he said in a deep voice after scanning the circle, "Gentlemen, please raise the tripod." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Red Yangzi's words fell, the sound of countless heavy objects falling to the ground resounded continuously, and all sorts of tripod furnaces were taken out by the crowd and landed in front of them. Along with these cauldrons falling to the ground, the crowd underneath also let out an uproar. This was the first time they had seen so many high-quality cauldrons appearing at the same time. And after summoning the cauldron, the alchemists then raised their hands and waved lightly again. Countless flames of different colors instantly lit up in their respective hands, and the manipulators fell into the cauldron. And from afar, half of the sky was illuminated by these rays of light, which were very dazzling. And there were a few such as Hu Qianxue who didn't summon it with her bare hands, but raised her hand and injected her spiritual energy into the Dan furnace, and along with a muffled sound, the originally pitch-black interior suddenly brightened up, and after summoning the flames, most of the alchemists immediately took out the medicinal ingredients and started to refine the pills. Long before the competition started they had already figured out what they were going to do, so now their movements could be said to be more skillful than one another. As for Hu Qianxue, she did not start at the first moment, but closed her eyes and began to organize the thoughts in her mind. Among the participants of this alchemy conference, with only a 5th grade alchemist, she couldn't talk about being the weakest, but she could only be said to be middle of the pack, and if she wanted to obtain victory or a top ranking, then she could only go by the sword. And this time, what she was preparing to refine was a top grade 6 elixir called Flesh and Bone Enhancement Dan. Only by refining this would she have the capital to compete with those grade 6 alchemists to win the title. In addition to her, next to the blue Ruobing has already begun to alchemize, raised his hand and waved lightly, all kinds of medicinal materials on the side of the suspension, under the control of the spiritual power successively into the furnace, followed by the sudden emergence of the flames burned until it became a liquid form. And along with the blue Ruobing side of the hands, a subtle fluctuations instantly transmitted from the surrounding several alchemists' furnace, scared a few people who are refining rush to strengthen the control, which avoids the inside of the medicinal herbs destroyed. This scene also quickly attracted the attention of the crowd, and they all turned their gazes towards Lan Ruobing, and then realized the peculiarities of the other party's flames, only to see that the flame was not the normal red color, but instead gave a slightly transparent feeling, as if the form did not exist in this world, swaying in the Dan furnace, looking rather strange. This is, returning to his seat, Akiyoko's gaze narrowed slightly, with only the transparent shaped flame in his eyes, and muttered, "Unseen foreign fire? Interesting girl child." And in the crowd, Qin Wudao, who was leaning against the wall, suddenly stood up straight and looked at the flame with interest. This is the foreign fire? The foreign fire, a strange power on the Tianxian continent. The variety of types and the wide range of subdivided down the words can be said to be countless. There were those that were naturally formed between heaven and earth, and there were also those that cultivators or demonic beasts and the like had later on sacrificed in some way. For all people, the foreign fire was a very good merit weapon, and for alchemists, two of their favorite equipment was the alchemy furnace, and the other was the foreign fire. But the fire, this thing, can be encountered but cannot be sought, especially the innate fire, basically all hidden in the mountains and rivers, after the formation of the word is too demanding, so holders of the fire can be said to be few and far between. Boom! And just as the crowd gathered their gazes on Lan Ruobing, a few booms suddenly exploded in the center of the field. The crowd followed the sound and then they saw that not far from Lan Ruobing, which was also beside Hu Qianxue, a youth with a shady face was in the process of refining pills, while the several alchemists around him were looking at him with shocked and angry faces, and a blood-red flame held in that youth's hand could be said to be quite conspicuous, and a few words instantly appeared in the minds of the crowd. Another foreign fire? Blood spirit demon fire? Red Yangzi muttered. As a master alchemist he naturally saw the origin of this fire at a glance. The blood spirit demon flame, like its name, was an acquired foreign fire that needed to be fused together with a large amount of ferocious beast essence blood before it could take shape. And although this kind of fire is not as good as the fire of the innate, it is still a lot stronger than normal flames. And in the face of the thousands of gazes projected at him, the corners of the youth's mouth rose, looking like he was enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. "Hey, kid!" Right at this moment, A shouting sound was what made him subconsciously turn his head, and then he realized that Hu Qianxue was looking at himself with an unkind face. What do you mean? Looking for trouble? Just now, Hu Qianxue was preparing to start alchemy, and a herb had just been thrown into the furnace, and just as she was adjusting the temperature of the flame, the guy next to her was controlling the foreign fire to suppress their flame. Hu Qianxue lost control of the flame in a moment of carelessness, and by the time she reacted, the herb had already turned into ashes, as had several others around her. And in the face of this similar provocative behavior, Hu Qianxue naturally would not tolerate it, which is why she voiced her questioning, "Where's the guy?" And in the face of Hu Qianxue's questioning, the youth's expression directly went cold and his tone became gloomy. "Daring to talk to me, Wang Lin, like this? Do you think you've lived too long? And when she heard the other parties bellowing curses, Hu Qianxue was instantly on fire, and was just about to say something, when the murmurs from the side came into her ears. "Wang Lin, why does it feel a bit familiar? What kind of memory do you have? Isn't this the unruly second son of that Wang family? I didn't expect this guy to come too." And after hearing this, Hu Qianxue instantly understood the identity of the other party. The Wang family, one of the four top forces in the central domain, guarding a spirit vein. Its inheritance is hundreds of thousands of years old, and there are quasi-emperor realm powerhouses within the clan, a veritable behemoth. And since the one in front of him was the second son of the Wang family, it was normal to be so arrogant. After all, even if he looked at the entire Tianxian continent, there weren't many people who dared to mess with this identity. But coincidentally, Hu Qianxue is one of them, so it's someone from the Wang family. And in response, Hu Qianxue just laughed coldly and disdainfully. "So what? Your Wang family name scares others, but not me. So what if it was the Wang family?" The one standing behind Hu Qianxue was the Wuji Palace, and the three words Wuji Palace represented, but that master of his own, and that master teacher of his own had said more than once that we don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. They, the Wuji Palace children, all the forces in the entire Tianxian continent, were not subject to anyone's anger. 76. Outbreak of conflict. And Hu Qianxue's strong response could be considered beyond the expectations of everyone present. Lan Ruobing, who was prepared to open his mouth to help Hu Qianxue say a few words, also flashed a strange color in his eyes after seeing this scene, and did not say anything after pondering for a moment. Interesting. Sitting Red Yangzi after seeing this scene is also more measured. Hu Qianxue 2 eyes. Dare to know Wang Lin, Wang's second son of the family, still choose to stiff each other. This little girl. Afraid also not simple. The Wang family, what a cat and dog. On the other hand, Qin Wudao, who was under the stage, muttered a couple of words, and the surrounding cultivators who heard this immediately left its 5-meter range and looked at the former with another ghost-like gaze. "Brother, you don't want to die. You even dare to curse the Wang family. Fuss." Qin Wudao rolled his eyes, and then he leaned against the wall and continued to watch the situation in the arena. And Wu Kaichan, who was following beside him, also had a calm and collected look on her face. For them, if they compare strength with others or than not, but if compared to the backstage, Wuji Palace is definitely a piece of steel plate. Tianxian continent, who touches who die kind. What? And at this time in the field, in hearing the other side dared to refute themselves, reacted Wang Lin, expression suddenly grim as if it could drip water. The hands of the blood-red flame fluctuations of the more and more raging, the eyes dead stare at Hu Qianxue, a long time before his face reveals a touch of morbid smile. "You're good, and when the match is over, I'm going to make your life hell. Life is worse than death?" And in the face of the threat, Hu Qianxue glanced at the other party before retracting her gaze and snickering. "Your elders are afraid they won't be able to do that when they come." Boom! As soon as these words came out, the blood spirit demon flame around Wang Lin instantly sprang up, raising a 4 to 5 feet high curtain of fire, illuminating the sky as if it was about to surge towards Hu Qianxue at any moment. But soon, Wang Lin, who seemed to have thought of something, dispersed the fire curtain and looked at Hu Qianxue with a murderous face before withdrawing his gaze, leaving only one sentence. "I hope you'll be able to keep your mouth as hard later." This is in the scene of the alchemy conference, where hands will be disqualified 100%, and will also be at war with the Dan Palace. Wang Lin did not forget what he came to do. Meh. To this kind of threat, Hu Qianxue turned her head and threw it to the back of her mind. Now was not the time for her to clean up the other party. It would not be too late to deal with it after the match. And after two people this mess, the scene of the atmosphere immediately rose to a new height. On this situation and so on after the game more lively to see. And just at this time, a movement from a place immediately attracted the attention of the crowd once again. Follow the sound to see a handsome young man is refining the Dan. The hands of the purple flame can be described as conspicuous exception. A foreign fire, another foreign fire, as one of the topmost events in the entire Tianxian continent. The Alchemy Conference, every time it was held, there would be so many 1 or 2 holders of foreign flames, and this year, it was considered to be the most numerous one. The appearance of the 3 holders of foreign flames had pushed the atmosphere of this alchemy conference to a climax. Hu Qianshuo in the field skillfully fed the herbs into the furnace one by one, although she didn't have the so-called foreign fire. In this aspect of the Dan furnace, she was definitely second to none. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough technology, you need equipment. With the help of the heavenly grade Dan furnace, Hu Qianshuo's speed was obviously much faster than the others. Just when everyone else was still refining the herbs, she was already coalescing them together to form the prototype of the elixir. This scene, too, was quickly noticed. This is, the pupils of Red Yangzi, who was sitting on the first seat, suddenly dilated, and his expression, which had been smiling from the beginning of the alchemy conference until now, finally fluctuated. The celestial stove, and the presence of good vision of the people naturally not only Red Yangzi has a person, is in the alchemy of blue ruobing. Wang Lin and others in the attention of this scene is also very quickly associated with this point. Lan Ruobing looked at the other party with some surprise. No wonder she dared to provoke the Wang family. This little sister of hers that she had just known for a few days was not simple. As for Wang Lin, he was surprised for a moment before averting his gaze again, a sinister look on his face. Regardless of the other party's power, since they dared to insult their Wang family, it was useless for anyone to come. If the force behind the other party is strong, can it be stronger than their Wang family? With the passage of time, the scene has also become quiet. All the people present cannot care about the noise. The eyes are all staring at those busy figures in the air, and from time to time and next to the people whispering 2 sentences, they were suppressing their cheers, waiting for the champions to emerge and give them to each other. Alchemy was originally a time-consuming matter, so 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, there were also quite a few people who had refined pills, but basically they were all low-ranked pills that couldn't be ranked by name, not to mention competing for the championship, but just accompanying the runners for those who were the real participants. The gazes of the vast majority of the people in the arena did not stay on these people either, as their eyes were basically gathered on the several holders of foreign flames as well as a few other veteran alchemists. They knew that these people were the excitement of the entire alchemy conference. Now there were only 7 people left on the field, and interestingly enough, other than Hu Qianshuo, the rest were all 6th grade alchemists. For this little girl to be able to hold out until now was also beyond many people's expectations, but the vast majority of people still didn't think too highly of the other party. Phew, Hu Qianshuo softly exclaimed. The pretty face is no longer the usual playful smile, but a steady wave of the hand control in front of the alchemy furnace that constantly jumping flames. An elixir is wrapped in which is gradually shaped. At this moment, she had already reached the last and at the same time the most crucial step of alchemy, compressing all the pure medicinal power refined from the many medicinal ingredients together. Only if this step was successful could the Dan be formed. The others have basically all reached this stage. Their eyes are only left with the alchemy furnace in front of them. Their sights are all focused on the pills inside, carefully controlling the leaping flames. Boom! Right at this moment, a muffled sound instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Following the sound, they saw that the youth holding the purple fire in his hand had already become a Dan at this time. The furnace opened and a pill slowly emerged. The rich fragrance of the pill instantly permeated out, and the surrounding cultivators who smelled it instantly felt their spirits lifted. This is... The elder in charge of monitoring the pills nodded slightly in Shi Yangzi's direction after glancing at the youth in surprise and said in a deep voice, "Strong Spirit Essence Soul Pill, top grade 6. Done." As soon as these words came out, another gasp rang out from those present, but there were also quite a few people who shook their heads, simply because of the Strong Spirit Essence Soul Dan. Although there is a 6th grade level, but want to rely on this to win the championship, I'm afraid it is impossible. The first 3 families are still some hope. The youth retrieved the furnace and looked at the several people who were still concocting pills and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Although he himself was also known as an alchemy genius, he was nothing compared to these people in front of him. The few people who were still in the middle of alchemy stopped paying attention after glancing at them, and it wasn't long before a few more people became pills one after another, and for a while the air was filled with the aroma of pills, and the pills that these few people refined were all floating up and down at the 6th grade level, bottom of the list to say the least. But the top 3 awards were also unattached to them. At this point in the field, Hu Qianshuo, Lan Ruobing, and Wang Lin were left. Now that the alchemy conference had reached its most critical point, the few people left behind today could basically lock up the top 3 spots, only that they didn't know who the champion was yet. Boom! Right at this moment, along with 2 booms, Hu Qianshuo's and Wang Lin's Dan furnaces opened their lids almost simultaneously. and 2 pills that emitted a strange fragrance slowly floated out from them. The crowd of nervous watchers below immediately felt their minds were cleared after smelling the fragrance of this Dan. This is... The elder in charge of the audit was the first to come in front of Wang Lin, and after carefully inspecting him, a slightly surprised voice slowly sounded. Bone strengthening and blood regeneration pill. 6th grade peak. Success. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, there were quite a few sounds of sucking in cool air. Although the crowd had already known that the players who could hold out until now were not weak, they still couldn't help but marvel at them after seeing them. Although the second son of the Wang family was not good in terms of character, his talent in this aspect of alchemy was really good. To be able to refine a 6th grade peak pill, one was afraid that he was not far from being a 7th order alchemist. After hearing the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Wang Lin's face also revealed a touch of smugness, and his gaze swept over Hu Qianxue, who was not far away with her face as normal, and he laughed out coldly, posturing. In his opinion, Hu Qianxue was only with a 5th grade alchemist, and even with the help of a heavenly ranked furnace, it was impossible to refine an even more powerful elixir than himself. And there were not a few people present who thought like Wang Lin, and none of them were too optimistic about this little girl who was only 2 heavens in the star sovereign realm. Poof. And Hu Qianxue didn't pay any attention to the other party's taunts. She just pushed the elixir towards the elder floating in front of her. The original calm face of the elder in the sea Hu Qianxue's pill's expression suddenly changed slightly. Come close to the front of the carefully measured for a moment before once again straighten the body. In front of the eyes of the crowd slowly opened his mouth. Bone corrupting spirit pill. Top of the 6th grade. Done. What? As soon as these words came out, the crowd below became clamorous after a moment of silence, and the vast majority of them looked at Hu Qianxue with astonished faces, especially Wang Lin, whose eyes were almost glazed over. Impossible. She's a 5th grade. How could she possibly refine this kind of elixir? Why not? Upon hearing this, Hu Qianxue disliked it on the spot, lifting her hand and weighing the smaller Dan furnace in her palm. She coldly grunted. Short-sighted fellow. Have you ever used a heavenly rank spirit furnace you? As soon as these words came out, the countless alchemists present immediately felt like they had been stabbed in the heart. This little girl, even Red Yangzi, who was seated on the stage, twitched the corners of his mouth. Even if it was their Dan palace, there were only a total of 3 heavenly rank spirit furnaces, and the entire Tianxian continent didn't even have a double palmful of spirit furnaces of this rank for fear. Hu Qianxue's light words instantly and unintentionally hurt an unknown number of alchemists. You, and at this time in the field of Wang Lin is instantly red-eyed, gritted his teeth and looked at Hu Qianxue, for a time also do not know how to refute. Although he himself was the young master of the Wang family, one of the 2nd generation with the hardest backgrounds in the entire Tianxian continent, a heavenly ranked Dan furnace was not something he could afford to use. Their family's only one heavenly rank lower grade Dan furnace in the hands of his great-grandfather. Day by day baby in what? Their own future to reach the 9th grade alchemist may be able to have the qualification to use. And at this moment, what he had in his hand was only a lower grade earth ranked Dan furnace. There was really no comparison to the other party's heaven rank. Wang Lin how did not expect. In the aspect of resources he even had a day to be compared to his peers. Okay. Right at this moment, the elder in charge of monitoring blocked in front of the two and said in a faint voice, "Keep quiet, don't affect the other participants in the alchemy." Poof. As soon as these words came out, Wang Lin could only suppress them even if he was annoyed, glancing at Hu Qianxue before turning around to put away the Dan furnace, grimacing and no longer speaking. Hu Qianxue is glancing at each other after sitting on the stone platform began to replenish the previous alchemy consumed spiritual energy. No accident. Later 80% there will be a vicious battle to fight it. Ooh. And at this moment, under the stage, looking at the pills suspended in front of Hu Qianxue, Qin Wudao's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. Bone-rotting spirit pill. Not bad. Senior sister. Qin Wudao was not at all surprised that Hu Qianxue was able to refine this level of pills across the ranks. Since the furnace is divided into levels, the heavenly level is naturally not a decoration, and there are many features within it that can help the alchemist better go into the Dan. Hu Qianxue was able to rely on the 5th grade to refine a 6th grade top grade elixir. In addition to part of her own strength, there was also part of her luck coupled with the addition of this heavenly ranked elixir furnace. And these are conditions that are clearly not present in others. As the two of them became pills, everyone, after marveling for a while, focused their attention on the only figure in the arena, with a look of anticipation on their faces. This last one. What will be the elixir? As time passed, a quarter of an hour passed in a flash, and just when the crowd's spirits were a bit slack, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The roar in the ears instantly exploded in everyone's ears. Following the sound, the crowd only then realized that the azure sky above their heads did not know when it had already been cloudy. Black. Looking at the mood of the people feel a little depressed. Bursts of thunder from which came out. This is, after freezing for a moment, the pupils of those present who had some insight suddenly shrank and exclaimed in shock. Dan thunder all appeared. Dan lay. Is only the 7th grade and above pills will appear the situation. And now this situation this thing appeared. Represents what naturally self-evident. What? As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people who had the hindsight also reacted. And all of them looked towards Lan Ruobing in the field. And then they realized that the other party had already opened their eyes at some point. And the lid of the alchemy furnace in front of them had already slowly opened. And a dragon's eye-sized elixir slowly floated out from it. Boom! Before the crowd could react, the thunder in the air rushed out of the clouds to strike down at the square stone platform with a swift momentum. By the time the crowd reacted, Lan Ruobing, including the entire stone platform, had already been enveloped by thunder, and the blinding white light instantly lit up, illuminating the shocked faces below. Chapter 77. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the crowd, looking at the stone platform that had been struck by thunder, Qin Wudao couldn't help but smack his lips. This refining a Dan has to be struck by lightning. I don't know if I can break this thing up. In Qin Wudao's opinion, the power of this thunder was enough to catch even if a heavenly exalted realm came. So it was true that no matter how many grades these alchemists or talisman masters of theirs were, they were still linked to their cultivation. Otherwise, even if you are more talented, after half a day of refining the Dan was killed by lightning, then refining a hammer. And at this time on the stage, the splitting down of the lightning suddenly collapsed. The white light is also followed by the dimming down. The crowd is also able to see the situation inside, only to see that the stone platform where Lan Ruobing was located was completely wrapped by a light blue shield, with layers of ripples rippling across it. And through this shield one could see that a white elixir the size of a dragon's eye was floating in front of Lan Ruobing. And along with the lifting of the shield, a rich fragrance far superior to that of a 6th grade elixir emanated out. 7th grade pills, and at the same time as smelling this Dan fragrance, Hu Qianxue understood that she had lost. Although the heavenly ranked Dan furnace is powerful, but also only play a supporting role, ultimately depends on the alchemist himself. But although the loss, but Hu Qianxue quickly clean up the mood. Lose, next time to win back is. A moment of success or failure cannot represent anything. And compared to Hu Qianxue, Wang Lin was looking at Lan Ruobing's direction with a gloomy face, his fists clenched tightly, and from this state, it could be seen that he was very unconvinced. Ice skin and bone pill. The elder in charge of the inspection flashed to the front of the stone platform and spoke aloud once he ensured that there were no problems. 7th order medium, done. And as Lan Ruobing's elixir took shape, the dark clouds that had shrouded the square dispersed, and the sun shone down once again, causing the temperature at the scene to rise back up quite a bit. Phew! The seated Red Yangtze got up and flew into the air, looking at the many gazes that were thrown his way, his voice slowly resounding. The Dan thunder has dispersed. Now please, all participants, take out the pills you have refined. As Red Yangtze opened his mouth, the participants who were resting on their respective stone platforms hurriedly got up and used their spiritual energy to float their respective pills up to hover in the air. With so many high-grade pills appearing together, the fragrance of pills in this heaven and earth suddenly became even more intense. And when these pills were gathered together, the gap was immediately apparent. The few padded 5th grade pills shrank in the corner, and both the luster and the fragrance of the pills were more than a notch below the other pills, the 6 products of the elixir, but also under the middle and upper as a division. At a glance although they are in a grade, but a subtle look at the difference can be seen. The most conspicuous ones at this level were Hu Qianxue's bone-corrupting spirit pill and Wang Lin's bone-strengthening blood pill. Further up, there was Lan Ruobing's ice muscle and jade bone pill, which, as the only 7th grade pill to appear in this alchemy conference, was naturally evaluated by Qiangzi as a well-deserved first. Further down the line, when it was Hu Qianxue's turn as well as Wang Lin's pills, Red Yangtze also made his decision very easily. The bone-rotting elixir was second, and the bone-strengthening and blood-breeding elixir was third. What? After hearing Red Yangtze's ranking, Wang Lin could no longer suppress his anger and questioned the other party on the spot. Senior Red Yangtze, this? No? In the face of Wang Lin's questioning, Red Yangtze only glanced at the other party lightly, and with a single sentence, he made the angry other party mute on the spot. Go back and ask your great-grandfather to hear if I'm right. These words instantly caused Wang Lin to fall into silence, and although he looked angry, he didn't contradict Red Yangtze as he did before. As the number 1 ranked alchemist in the entire Tianxian continent today, Red Yangtze's status could be considered significant, although the other party hadn't yet broken through to Quasi-Emperor. But by relying on himself to befriend all the major powers, he didn't know how many people had received favors from the other party. When this one day advances to Quasi-Emperor all at once and further advances his attainments in alchemy, then even if that Quasi-Emperor ancestor of his own family came, not to mention him, Wang Lin would have to give the other party 3 points. After Wang Lin stopped, the alchemy conference continued, and after the rankings were arranged, it was naturally the awarding of prizes. As a champion, Red Yangzi lifted his hand and waved it, and an ancient-looking parchment scroll was gripped into his hand, and then floated in the direction of Lan Ruobing, hovering in front of the latter. This is a volume of soul cultivation methods passed down from the ancient times. Thank you, Elder. Lan Ruobing politely thanked him as he took it in, and it was clear from his expression that he wasn't very interested in the reward. In this regard, Qi Yangzi even noticed can only pretend not to see. From the spatial ring took out a Dan furnace in the palm, looking at Hu Qianxue, coughing lightly. Ahem, girly girl, this is yours. The second place reward wasn't bad either. A top-grade Earth-ranked alchemy furnace. But recalling the heaven-ranked furnace that the other party had taken out earlier, Qi Yangzi was instantly embarrassed to take it out. Thank you, Elder. Hu Qianxue also responded politely. She came here simply to participate in the competition, wanting to compete with her peers. As for the rewards, that was again secondary. As for the last remaining Wang Lin, the 3 7th-grade Dan formulas given by Red Yangzi were even more like nothing to him. It's not like their Wang family doesn't have this thing. The 8th-grade Dan formula has several, just that he can't refine it. And after awarding the prizes, Red Yangzi hurriedly announced the end of this conference before turning around and leaving quickly. There was no way. It was really a bit embarrassing. Their Dan palace gave the top 3 rewards, people could not even look at one of them. Even if Red Yangzi had already cultivated tens of thousands of years of immortality, he still felt that his face was a bit untenable. And as the alchemy conference ended, the crowds that had been watching for several days began to disperse, each with a satisfied look on their faces, seeing that this conference had not disappointed them. Yo, been waiting a long time. Hu Qianxue floated down from the air, and then pushed the alchemy furnace that Red Yangzi had given earlier towards Wu Kaichan. Nah, a gift from sister. Ha! Looking at the Dan furnace that suddenly appeared in her hand, which Kaichan hurriedly waved her hand after freezing for a few moments, a touch of eagerness appearing on her small face. I can't take this. Senior sister. Okay. Before Wu Kaichan could finish speaking, Qin Wudao, who was on the side, pushed the Dan furnace back in front of the other party and raised an eyebrow. Take it if senior sister gives it to you. What's the point of being polite when you're a member of your own family? This, looking at the Dan furnace that was constantly hovering up and down in front of her and the two men's affirmative expressions, Wu Kaichan hesitated for a moment before accepting it, then lowered her head and whispered, Thank you, senior sister. You're welcome. Hu Qianxue affectionately touched the other party's head, and just then, a ghostly voice followed. Hey, sister. Hu Qianxue subconsciously twisted her head to look. Qin Wudao was looking at himself expressionlessly. It's time for an explanation? Watch out. At that, just when Hu Qianxue wanted to say something, the Qin Wudao in front of him suddenly changed color. The whole person instantly rushed out at the same time his body flashed with golden light, and a shadow emerged behind him. Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength. Brilliant golden light instantly lit up in this place, and an airwave accompanied by a violent impact instantly spread out in all directions, rolling up smoke and dust on the ground. Quite a few cultivators who hadn't left yet instantly turned their heads and looked towards the land where the smoke and dust were stirring with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Who's fighting just after the alchemy conference? Many people had these doubts, and among them there were also smart people who seemed to have thought of something, and after pulling the people around them to stop, they were ready to see another hilarious scene. And as the smoke cleared, what was happening within it came into view, only to see Hu Qianxue's periphery rise up a layer of shield to wrap him and Wu Kaichan within. The original smile of the pretty face at this time has been cooled down, and in a place dozens of meters away from it, Wang Lin was holding a longsword and maintaining a sword-swinging posture towards the front, and not far from the opposite side, a young man holding a stick and standing, behind a giant elephant shadow stepping on the void roaring noiselessly. Looks quite strange. Star Sovereign Realm Third Sky? Wang Lin put away his sword at the same time his expression became surprised. He did not expect the other party was 3 realms lower than himself to be able to block his own attack. It looked quite easy. However, after a moment of surprise Wang Lin's expression returned to gloomy, glancing at Hu Qianxue next to him before landing his eyes on Qin Wudao and coldly saying, Looking for death. Kid, mind your own business. Oh, that's not good. The lethargy on Qin Wudao's face faded, and he danced a club flower with the long stick in his hand as he said in a faint voice, How can I let you hurt my senior sister and brother? As Qin Wudao spoke, the divine elephant behind him once again roared up to the sky, its own light falling on the former, causing his entire body to become golden, and paired with his handsome face, the sense of atmosphere was instantly drawn out. Inside the shield, Witch Kai-chan, who saw this scene, instantly had both eyes glowing. Elder brother. So handsome. Not only Witch Kai-chan, even the surrounding female cultivators who were eating melons were also covering their mouths, obviously being handsome by Qin Wudao's wave. Even Hu Qianxue, who had dispersed her shield, had the corners of her mouth twitch twice after seeing this scene. The male cultivators, on the other hand, looked at Qin Wudao with a displeased expression and cursed. This kid is so pretentious. Seek death. Wang Lin saw the situation as even more angry, just ready to once again come on a few swords to cut the other party to death. But the body shape suddenly lurched. Seems to think of something. Voice. What did you say? That woman is your senior sister? Kid, dare to name your clan to hear it. Meh. Qin Wudao laughed coldly as Hu Qianxue, who had walked to its side, raised her head and said in a cold voice, listen up, we're from the East Prosperity Domain, Wuji Palace. Hu Qianxue's flat voice spread throughout the room, and those who heard it were first stunned, but after reacting, a flash of realization immediately appeared on their faces. East Prosperity Domain Wuji Palace. I remember. It's the hidden sect that opened its mountain to accept disciples some time ago. Right. I heard that there are great Saint Realm powerhouses sitting in the town. Yes. I remember that this sect's residence still seems to be within that Bone Spirit mountain range. The 3 words of the onlookers spoke all the information of the Wuji Palace, which was evident of the wide spread of those few pieces of information some time ago. On the stone platform in the air, the Red Yangtze who hadn't left yet and a group of people from the Dan Palace were standing there watching the show. And when they heard Hu Qianshue's words they immediately started discussing. The leader of the group, Red Yangtze, was standing with his hands down looking down, not knowing what he was thinking. Wuji Palace? Hearing the comments of the people next to him, Wang Lin muttered before suddenly snorting out a laugh. So arrogant I thought it was some powerful character. But it turns out to be a second-rate clan. As soon as these words came out, Qin Wudao instantly narrowed his eyes, his long stick crossed in front of his body, and his expression became cold. Kid, with such a foul mouth, looking for death? Hu Qianxue raised her right hand and put her long sword into her palm, and even Wu Kai-chan was staring at Wang Lin with an unkind face. Ha, wanna fight? Wang Lin, who saw this, smiled disdainfully, then suddenly spoke out to his side. Elder Wang, Elder Lin, young master. As Wang Lin's words fell, 2 figures immediately flashed suddenly from the air to the near front and stood on either side of the former, their powerful auras making them impossible to ignore. The vast majority of the people present could not see through the realm of the two, and only a small number of people had flickering gazes, as if they could see something. Looking down at the 2 old men who had suddenly appeared beside Wang Lin, Red Yangtze snorted lightly. A Divine King Realm Guard. Those old guys are also generous enough. A Divine King Realm powerhouse, no matter where it was placed, could be called a powerhouse? Even in the middle region where there were as many powerful people as there were clouds, it was still an existence that was treated like a guest of honor by all the forces. Now that the 2 God King powerhouses had turned into personal bodyguards, it had to be said that only a top-tier power like the Wang family could have this kind of handiwork. And at this moment in the field, looking at the 2 old men across from him who looked like they didn't know how much stronger than Wang Lin, Qin Wudao let out a light tsk. Meow. Can't see through the realm. Can't seem to beat it. Qin Wudao silently put one of his hands behind his back as he spoke, and just as he was about to inject spiritual energy to set it on fire, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait! The voice that suddenly rang out instantly made the tense atmosphere present stagnate. Everyone subconsciously looked at the voice, and then saw a person fall from the sky to the center of the 2 parties to stand, the blue hair behind the head fluttering. It was Blue Ruobing. And after seeing the face of the visitor, everyone was stunned. No one expected that the other party would suddenly jump out at this juncture. What was she going to do? Blue Ruobing? Wang Lin's brows furrowed as he pointed his long sword at the other party and said in a sinister voice, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't mind your own business or watch out, I'll clean up even you." Lan Ruobing glanced at Wang Lin and slowly spoke under the other party's sinister gaze. Wang Lin, others are afraid of your Wang family, but I'm not. Ha, think you can come mess with me just because you won a championship? Wang Lin sneered and raised his sword to point at the other party with a ferocious face. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? On what grounds? Upon hearing this, a sneer appeared on Lan Ruobing's face as her spatial ring lit up and a token instantly appeared on her right hand. The token was azure in color, with 2 large characters on its surface, and along with the injection of spiritual energy, it instantly coalesced and took shape in the air, clearly visible to everyone present. Sea of Illusion. Chapter 78, The Illusory Blue Empress. Sea of Illusion. Looking at the 2 big words on the empty sky dome, Wang Lin seemed to have remembered something after looking at it twice. His pupils gradually dilated, and his originally ferocious expression became stiff. What is the meaning of this illusory sea? It seems like I haven't heard of this power. No, I think I've heard that somewhere. Why does it sound so familiar? The surrounding melon-eating cultivators or a lot of people still do not know what happened. There are also a small number of people look at that face suspended in the air flickering light token in disbelief. If I remember correctly, this is the illusory sea order. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people immediately seemed to understand something after they froze for a moment, and their expressions instantly became shocked. Phantom Sea Order, I remember that thing represents the Phantom Blue Sea. As soon as these few words came out, a chorus of voices sucking in cool air resounded in the room, and they all knew very well what these few words stood for. The Sea of Illusory Blue, one of the 5 forbidden places in Tianxian continent. The dominant person here was the Illusory Blue Empress, a powerful person ranked in the entire Tianxian continent, and the name Sea of Illusory Blue was also derived from it. Lan Ruobing actually came from there, so no wonder she didn't fear Wang Lin. When they thought of this, the expressions of the people looking at Wang Lin suddenly became gloating. Let this young master be arrogant again. Now it's good. Finally kicked the iron plate, right? Whoosh! Right at this moment, several air-breaking sounds rang out. The crowd followed the sounds and then saw Red Yangzi and the rest of the several Dan Palace executives coming up in the air and finally stopping not far from Lan Ruobing. Girl! Red Yangzi stared solemnly at Lan Ruobing and remained silent for a moment before speaking. What's your relationship with that one? Greetings, Elder. Lan Ruobing bowed slightly and said in an unassuming manner. What you're talking about, I believe, is the family master. As soon as these words came out, a flash of realization appeared on Red Yangzi's face. No wonder. When he was on stage earlier, he had eliminated the alchemy masters in the entire Tianxian continent who had the ability to cultivate such geniuses, but he just didn't expect that he had guessed all wrong. That Empress of the Sea of Illusory Blue, although she wasn't an alchemist, it wouldn't be difficult for her to cultivate such a genius with her abilities, and after answering Qiangzi's question, Lan Ruobing then once again dropped her gaze on Wang Lin, who had an iron expression, and said in a faint voice, well, am I qualified now? Wang Lin at this moment especially wanted to break out in curses as usual, but now he didn't dare, and he had just heard the conversation between the other party and Red Yangzi. The entire Sea of Illusory Blue can be called that by the Red Yangzi. I'm afraid that only the Illusory Blue female emperor. This woman is the latter's disciple. This kind of identity then compared to him is a lot higher. He was fond of causing trouble but was not stupid. Now if he fought hard with the other side, that would be the same as making their Wang family and the Sea of Illusory Blue feud. Although their Wang family wasn't afraid of the Sea of Illusory Blue either. If they made that empress remember because of it, then Wang Lin was sure that he would absolutely have to be dragged by his family to the ancestral hall or the back of the mountain to be beaten to death. In this way, the grudge with those few Wuji Palace guys is nothing. Today first, when there is time in the future, they will retaliate back his. When he thought of this, Wang Lin turned his head to look at the 3 of them, Qin Wudao, and said in a cold voice, count yourselves lucky today. Hurry up and get out of the central region, and don't let this young master see you again in the future. After saying that, Wang Lin turned around and prepared to leave. The gazes of those people around him annoyed him, but he couldn't get mad because of the situation with Qiangzi and Lan Ruobing present. Right now he just wanted to get out of here and find a chance to clean up those guys. Ooh, looks like there's no hustle. Looks like. The onlookers also shook their heads with some regret when they saw this. Wang Lin, the young master, had begun to put out harsh words, so this matter would come to an end if there were no surprises. Just as the crowd was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. Stand still. Wang Lin, who had turned around, subconsciously sidestepped, and after seeing that it was Hu Qianshui who spoke, he coldly said, why, don't you get lost? Do you really want to die here? Cynthia. At the sight of the other party opening her mouth again, Lan Ruobing frowned slightly. She was trying to help this friend that she hadn't known for long, and it would be better to end peacefully like this now. If the other party couldn't see the situation anymore, then Lan Ruobing felt that he had looked away. Thank you, Sister Wakabing. Hu Qianxue nodded slightly to show her appreciation. Then she dropped her gaze on Wang Lin and her gaze became icy cold. But this time, it was that guy who made the first move and spoke out against my Wuji Palace. This matter, it won't be let go just like that. Sister Ruobing, you're not going to let us return to the clan with such a disgrace, are you? It wouldn't have mattered if the matter had only involved themselves. Then it would have been fine to leave it at that. And the other party not only struck out at them, but also insulted the Wuji Palace in front of them. Then they couldn't tolerate it. When going out, other things aside, the face of one's own clan must not be lost. If this matter were to be spread out like this, the people of the world would definitely think that they Wuji Palace, were afraid of the Wang family, and would then receive repercussions both in terms of prestige and other aspects. At that time, they were afraid that they wouldn't have the face to return to the Bone Spirit Mountain range to see their own master. Upon hearing this, Lan Ruobing fell silent. The intelligent her naturally understood what the other party meant, and after opening her mouth she ultimately didn't say anything, only letting out a sigh. I know. She didn't understand but respected the other's choice. It won't just go away? As soon as these words came out, Wang Lin immediately felt as if he had heard some kind of joke, turning around to face a few people once again and snickering, "Out of your depth." As he said that, Wang Lin's expression became hideous and his tone became increasingly gloomy. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you here?" He, Wang Lin, was originally a murderous master, and had stopped several times earlier to worry about Dan Yangzi and Lan Ruobing, who were not far away. He was prepared to find someone to settle the Wuji Palace afterward. But at Hu Qianxue and the others constantly hitting back at himself, his patience had reached its limit, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost overflowing. "Trying to kill us." Qin Wudao walked to stand beside Hu Qianxue. His right hand behind his back came out. The talisman between his palms was engulfed in flames, slightly illuminating the corners of the youth's open and closed mouth. "You're afraid you're not good enough." Buzz. As Qin Wudao's words fell, the talisman that had immediately burned out immediately shot up into the sky, emitting a peculiar fluctuation outwards a few meters from the ground. In full view of everyone, a spatial passageway took shape in an instant, its shimmering surface leading to nowhere within. "Disciples welcome Elder. X 3-inch. In this quiet heaven and earth, the shouts of the three men clearly reached everyone's ears. "Elder?" Under the gaze of the crowd, two figures strolled out from it, their beautiful figures instantly brightening everyone's eyes. The person on the left was dressed in a red robe. The person on the right was dressed in a white robe. The same colorful appearance made all the men present lose their minds slightly. It was Zhou Meng, by Jia. Two people. These two. And the moment he saw the two of them, the pupils of the red Yangzi in midair instantly shrunk, and a look of astonishment appeared on his pale face. He sensed an aura of the same level in these two, which meant that all of them were at the Great Sage realm. And the most crucial thing is that the woman on the left who was wearing a red robe had a strong breath that was not much weaker than his own. At least it was a high-level Great Sage realm. Thinking of this, Red Yangzi instantly couldn't help but smack his lips as he glanced at Qin Wudao's trio who had straightened up underneath. A few star sovereign realm disciples summoned this level of powerhouse to help out at the drop of a hat. This Wuji Palace's depths, I'm afraid it's deeper than one would think. Most importantly, such high-ranking great saints were only elders, and that palace master, who was rumored to be incredibly mysterious, was afraid that even if he wasn't a quasi-emperor, he wasn't far off in Red Yangzi's opinion. Or perhaps the other party was a paragon emperor. Otherwise how could they live with that bone dragon emperor? When he thought of this, Red Yangzi immediately glanced at Lan Ruobing and Wang Lin, who were not far away beside him, and his expression became odd. This time, the Wang family, I'm afraid that they've really kicked the can down the road. At this time, Wang Lin did not know what Red Yangzi was thinking. After seeing Zhou Meng two people he immediately laughed out coldly, undisguised sneer. "Ha, think you can be protected by just calling in two people? Elder Wang, Elder Lin. Settle them." "Yes, young master." The two old men who received the order immediately rushed out. One of them rushed straight towards the two Zhou Mengs, while the other rushed towards the three Qin Wudao, looking like they were ready to take down the several people in one go. "Poof." Seeing this, Bai Jia snorted coldly, and her raised right hand instantly emitted a dim yellow halo, and those present who saw it, regardless of their cultivation level, including Red Yangzi, were all in a trance, a yellowish dream, accompanied by Bai Jia's gentle voice. The two people who had already rushed close to each other instantly stopped in their tracks, their gazes becoming dull. The well-condensed spiritual energy in their hands directly slapped towards their chests. Boom! A muffled sound instantly brought everyone back to their senses, and following the sound, they then saw an unbelievable scene, only to see that the two God King realm powerhouses maintained the same posture. Their right hands all plunged into their chests like sharp blades, looking expressionlessly ahead, while their auras began to rapidly decline. What? This scene immediately let a lot of people wide-eyed. Almost everyone had thought that it was the Wuji Palace group was taken down. Did not expect that those two God King realm powerhouses were directly suicided by that yellow light. What kind of operation was this? Thinking of this, looking at the yellow light still shining on Bai Jia's hand, the crowd felt a pang of fear. Fortunately it was not aimed at them, or else the bodies on the ground now. I'm afraid there will be more than two. Wang Lin even stayed in place, maintaining that sword-wielding posture, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Put! As the sound of the two bodies collapsing to the ground came, Wang Lin finally snapped out of his stupor and his expression twisted as he looked at the two bodies whose vitality was continuously draining away. Asshole! You seek death. How could Wang Lin not have expected that the two men could be their Wang family's supply elders? And for a hallowed god king realm powerhouse to die like this was tantamount to a naked provocation for their Wang family? Noisy. Looking at the roaring Wang Lin, Zhou Meng glanced at the other party, and the pressure of the high-level great sage realm on his body instantly radiated out. And the former turned around in an instant and felt a huge force coming from his body, and the entire person was instantly pressed down to the ground, unable to move. Hiss. Zhou Meng this hand is even more instantly let the surrounding people sucked a breath of cool air. One face with awe. Even the discussion sound is also a lot smaller, for fear of rippling to their own. Ka-ching! As Wang Lin fell to the ground, a jade pendant hanging from his chest instantly lit up with a shimmering light, which then turned into a thin shield that covered Wang Lin in it, completely isolating Zhou Meng's pressure. A protective spirit treasure? Seeing this scene, Zhou Meng's gaze flashed and he muttered while raising his right hand. Then he aimed a false grip in Wang Lin's direction, and the spiritual energy around the latter immediately seemed to be controlled as if it was transformed into a giant palm of spiritual energy that pinched the shroud into his hands. Ka-ching! Along with Zhou Meng's exertion, the shield produced by the jade pendant made a clicking sound in the giant palm, which made one's scalp numb when listening to it, fearing that it would be shattered in a matter of moments. The smile on Wang Lin's face, who had just climbed up from the ground, froze upon seeing this scene, and then he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How is this possible? Wang Lin can be more clear than anyone else about the strength of this shield in front of him. This jade pendant is what his father gave himself to save his life. Non-great sage realm powerhouses can't break it. Even when facing a great saint realm powerhouse, they could still support it for a moment and a half. But now why did it feel brittle as if it would break at any time? In the face of the clicking sound that kept pouring into his ears, Wang Lin, who truly felt the crisis of death, didn't dare to slow down and took out a jade slip from his waist at the fastest speed in his life and crushed it. Buzz! As the jade slip shattered, a spatial fluctuation that was the same as the talisman that Qin Wudao had used earlier followed, and a spatial portal slowly appeared. Under the gaze of the crowd, a middle-aged man strolled out from it, his majestic face frowning as he noticed the situation around him. Unbridled, accompanied by a low drink, the people present immediately felt a trance, and those with low cultivation were instantly bleeding from their 7 orifices. And within the field, the man drank lowly while raising his hand and clenching his fist, locking onto Zhou Meng, who struck out in the air with a single glance, and then fiercely blasted out. Accompanied by the other party's action, the flow of aura between heaven and earth was immediately stagnant, and then coalesced together at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, a huge fist that looked like a mountain spanned across the sky, aiming at Zhou Meng, who was not far away, and pushed horizontally. Interesting. After seeing the other side, Zhou Meng's expressionless eyes were flooded with a layer of waves, dispersing the huge palm of spiritual energy not far away after a long sword suddenly appeared in its hands, aimed at the shadow of the mountain falling overhead, cleaving down in the air. Accompanied by Zhou Meng's sword blade, the surrounding aura instantly surged crazily. A huge sword chi that was not inferior to the opposite giant fist instantly took shape, with the majestic sword intent emanating from within it flying towards the front, rolling up a path of smoke and dust. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the distance between the two attacks kept getting closer and closer, and when they touched each other, the terrifying energy contained within them instantly erupted. Boom! Chapter 79 Great Sage's Siege. Along with the two attacks colliding into one place, the aftershocks emanating from them immediately made the heaven and earth shake. Several of the surrounding mountains were destroyed the instant they were affected by the wave, turning into countless pieces of debris flying in the sky. Not far away, the square that was previously used for the competition was even more spread with seams and then collapsed in an instant. Watching the Red Yangzi's heart ache for a while. This square was the venue for several of their Dan Palace's alchemy conferences. It had existed for more than tens of thousands of years, and now that it was just gone, how could he not be heartbroken? However, the current him could only hold up his shield and wait helplessly for the two to finish their pair of waves. He would like to interrupt the two, but the strength of the two is not much worse than his own. This is also a full force. If he will interfere, absolutely cannot be good. So he can only watch this. Their Dan Palace territory is constantly destroyed. The powerful energy raged for a while before gradually dispersing, and the heavens and earth were quiet again this time. Many of the cultivators who had managed to survive under Dan Yangzi's protection couldn't help but gulp at the sight of the scene in front of them at once, lost in thought as they looked at this part of the world in front of them. Compared to the green hills and majestic mountains before, the heavens and earth at this moment could be described as devastated. At a glance, there is no place intact in front of the eyes, and the surrounding peaks have disappeared at some point, leaving only one big pit left in place. Grasses and trees tumble. Pits everywhere. At a glance, there are only two figures still standing in the air, relative to each other. The two streams of pressure in the air constantly exchanging blows. But again, no winners and losers. Gollum. Qin Wudao poked his head out from behind by Jiat. Even he couldn't help but gulp after seeing this scene. Is this the encounter between Great Saint Realm powerhouses? Although they had seen Zhou Meng strike back when they were at the border of the East Prosperity Domain, their opponents weren't even on the same level as the latter and were directly seconded, so they couldn't see particularly much. This time was different. Two people who were considered top-tier powerhouses even in the Great Sage Realm and had already begun to touch the threshold of a quasi-emperor went all out. Witnessing this feeling of heaven and earth collapsing with their own eyes was still quite a big touch for them. So strong. Lan Ruobing withdrew the shield around her and looked at the two men standing in the air, a palpitating expression also appearing on her face. Fortunately, she had the ancient treasure gifted by her master with her to protect her body, or else with the aftermath of the wave of powerful collisions just now, she would have died a horrible death in this heavenly realm. I'm afraid. So strong. In the firmament, looking at the red-robed woman standing with a sword on the opposite side, Wang Zhan's face revealed a flash of surprise. He had thought that the other party but a low-ranking great saint will be suppressed by their own in one fell swoop. I did not expect this exchange down. The two were evenly divided. This red-clothed sword-wielding woman. Which sex strongest? Lin. Wang Zhan twisted his head to look at Wang Lin behind him and frowned. What's going on? Father. Wang Lin, who was awakened by this call from the other party, immediately took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and pointed across the room, and said in a hateful voice, "These people all come from some Wuji palace. Elder Wang and Elder Lin were killed by them in order to protect me. These people, they simply don't have my Wang family in their sights. I shucks." As soon as Wang Lin's words fell, Qin Wudao, who couldn't listen any longer, immediately began to spray angrily. Vertical sun diluted as a son of a great clan. So to move right and wrong, inverting black and white, Qin Mao cultivation so far, never seen so, brazen people. Qin Wudao's words instantly caused Wang Lin to be cursed and confused, and after he reacted, his eyes instantly turned red and he roared, "Kid, what did you say?" As the top batch of immortal second generation in the entire Tianxian continent, Wang Lin had never been scolded by someone who disliked his face so much when he grew up. At this moment, the killing intent in his eyes towards Qin Wudao was already almost overflowing, and the spiritual energy injected into the sword in his hand was just about to strike when the person beside him raised his hand to stop him. "Put it away." Hearing the other party open his mouth, Wang Lin's body stiffened for a moment before he still took his sword back and answered in a low voice, no longer as wild as before. Only after watching his son stop saying anything did Wang Zhan retract his gaze, his sight sweeping towards the other party, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wuji Palace? He had also paid some attention to this sect that had been hotly debated by the crowd some time ago. However, the more reason he paid attention to the Wuji Palace was simply because the other party's residence was in the Bone Spirit Mountain range. Otherwise, the mere news of a great sage realm powerhouse wouldn't have qualified him to pay too much attention. For this reason, he also specially sent scouts to the Bone Spirit Mountain range to probe the depths of this Wuji Palace. I didn't realize that it had only been a few days since the scouts hadn't returned, and that their Wang family was on a collision course with this Wuji Palace. Other things aside, just based on the red-clothed woman in front of him, who was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the great sage realm with himself, it was enough to make Wang Zhan square up to this Wuji Palace in front of him. There was also the white-clothed woman on the ground, and Wang Zhan perceived that although the other party was quite a bit weaker than the red-clothed woman in the air, the middle-ranked great sage was definitely not running away. And at the same time as the two confronted each other above, the cultivators below who were being protected by Red Yangtze could not help but gasp out in amazement after coming back to their senses. So strong? Is this a battle between great sage realm powerhouses? It's truly terrifying as hell. Wang War, the head of the Wang family, I didn't expect him to even come. Can you not come? If you don't come, you'll lose your son. Speaking of which, this elder of the Wuji Palace is so strong that he was able to fight with the Wang warrior family head without losing. What did I say? Those who can put their quarters inside the Forbidden Land, can they do it without some strength? Listening to the discussion below, Wang Zhan's face was expressionless, but a flash of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Elder? A high-ranking great saint of the same level as himself in that whatsoever Wuji Palace was actually just such a rank, and he had originally thought that the other party was that whatsoever mysterious palace master that was rumored to be prevalent outside, and this is also the most surprising place for Wang Zhan. This kind of strong person are just elders. Can manage the other party in charge of such a powerful clan, basically can already be sure that the other party with the same as their own ancestor, is also a bit of quasi-imperial realm powerhouse. It seemed that the rumors circulating outside that this power was a hidden sect were 80% true. When he thought of this, Wang Zhan instantly turned sideways and crossed his eyes at Wang Lin, his face finally fluctuating with more than a touch of gloom. This son is really, the more you look at the more annoying. Cultivation talent is average even so, but also like to cause trouble. These years this old father has not less to wipe each other's ass. And those small things are even so. Now not only folded 2 God King realm elders, but also provoked such a with their Wang family a level of power. He now simply hate to slap each other to death. Thrown back to his mother's womb, back to the furnace to rebuild. Dad. Wang Lin, who had been given such a cross look by his own old man, immediately winced, and his speech became unsteady. Oof. As for Wang Zhan, he did not continue to pay attention to his own son, and after retracting his gaze, he looked towards Qi Yangzi, who was not far away, and nodded his head slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Senior Red Yangzi, long time no see. It's been a long time, Family Master Wang." Red Yangzi nodded expressionlessly. No one else would be able to laugh if their own territory was destroyed like this. "Elder, please don't worry." Seemingly seeing what the other party was thinking, Wang Zhan hurriedly opened his mouth. "After understanding this matter, my Wang family will repair this place for the Dan Palace, keeping it as normal as before. At this time, this surrounding area of theirs could be the territory of the Dan Palace, and it was unreasonable for him to fight here no matter how. That would be best." Upon hearing this, Red Yangzi was silent for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement. After all, the place has been destroyed. The other party, and apologize for a good attitude, is also willing to pay compensation. Can only stop. There is nothing to pursue. Phew. After seeing Qiangzi nodding his head, Wang Zhan also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to cross paths with the Dan Palace again, even because of such a small matter. Although it was said that it would cost a lot of resources to recreate that square, but his Wang family was a top family with deep roots anyways, so this much could still be taken out. And it was only after the issue of the Dan Palace was resolved that Wang Zhan looked at Zhou Meng once again and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, this seat Wang War, you and others out to kill my Wang family's 2 envoys. This matter you Wuji Palace, can give my Wang family a statement." Ridiculous. In the face of Wang Zhan's questioning, Zhou Meng raised her eyes slightly and said in a faint voice, "I already know the causes and consequences of this matter. It is clear that your sinful son made a move on my clan's disciples and insulted my Wuji Palace in the first place. In this broad daylight, the Wang family master is confusing things and hitting a rake in the backward direction. Do you think that my Wuji Palace is good at bullying?" At those words, Wang Zhan's face instantly turned cold. Calling his son a sinful son in front of him, the other party obviously did not put him in his eyes. And immediately after that, what the other party said made him even more furious. "Master Wang." Zhou Meng landed his gaze on Wang Lin, who was behind Wang Zhan, and said in a faint voice, "Let your sinful son kneel down and admit his mistake, and this matter will end here, and I, Wuji Palace, will not pursue it any further." Hiss. Zhou Meng had just finished saying this, and a sound of sucking in cool air resounded underneath. A crowd of onlooker cultivators did not expect things to develop in such a way. The toughness of the Wuji Palace simply far exceeded their expectations. What? And after hearing Zhou Meng's words, Wang Zhan's face remained expressionless, while Wang Lin, who stood behind him, immediately revealed a flash of fear on his face after seeing the look of his own old man's narrowed eyes, and his entire body subconsciously took 2 steps backward. He knew that his dad was furious. Wang War really did not expect their side of the dead. The other side instead want his son to kneel down to apologize. This is no longer in the provocation of their Wang family. This is the face of their Wang family thrown on the ground, crazy trampling. TSK, what a Wuji Palace. And at this moment in the firmament, 10,000 miles above the sky, several figures emitting a terrifying aura stood here. And one of them, a middle-aged man who stood on a flying sword, looked down below with a marvelous expression on his face. Talking to Wang Zhan like that, "I'm afraid this won't end well today." Not far beside him, a man stood with his feet in the void, with a stocky figure, his arms crossed his chest, and he lightly hummed. This matter he Wang family deserved. The offspring arbitrary, do elders do not clean up, always someone to help him clean up. Family Master Lin has a good point. This time it was a female voice that rang out. Following the sound, a beautiful woman in a red brocade robe stepped into the air from a distance, and the two who saw each other greeted each other. Fellow Taoist Lu is also here. Greetings to the 2 fellow Taoists. After the greetings, the attention of several people went back to the bottom, and the man stepping on the sword raised his hand and rubbed his chin as he spoke out. "Speaking of which, do you 2 fellow Taoists know the origin of this Wuji Palace?" "I don't know." The red-robed woman shook her head slightly and said softly, "I only heard something about it some time ago, and originally thought it was a rumor, but now it seems that it is not unfounded." "Bone and Spirit Mountains." The burly man narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a faint voice, To be able to establish a clan within that Bone Dragon Emperor's Bone Spirit Mountain range, it's not enough to have the strength of a great saint realm. X2. Upon hearing this, the other two both nodded with a look of recognition, and then they looked down with interest. No matter what, today was considered to be a lively event, and it was just through the Wang family to find out whether the strength of this Wuji palace was the same as what they had expected. And at this moment, down below, Red Yangtze vaguely raised his head to look at the top of his head, and when he detected several powerful auras coming from above, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in the bottom of his heart. This was great. Basically all of them were here. Their Dan Palace. How long had it been since it had been this lively? And naturally, the two who were facing each other in the air at this moment had also discovered those several prying eyes, but they had no time to pay attention to the latter. Solving the current matter was more important. What a Wuji palace. Wang Zhan looked at Zhou Meng with cold eyes and said slowly while raising his right hand, "Don't forget, you guys, this is in the central region." Whoosh! Along with Wang Zhan's words, several figures instantly appeared in the surroundings, encircling Zhou Meng and the others, each emitting an aura that was far superior to that of a heavenly dignity and had already entered the great sage. Wuji Palace. An old man closest to Wang Zhan lifted his hand to hold a long knife that appeared out of thin air and said in a cold voice, "Since you dared to kill someone from my Wang family, you should be prepared to suffer death." As the old man spoke, his body's aura erupted, and he was actually on par with Bai Jie, who was not far away, and had also stepped into the middle order Great Sage realm. Previously, the two Divine King realm elders' soul tags within the clan had suddenly shattered, coupled with the sudden disappearance of the aura of the family head, Wang Zhan, as well as the pair of waves that had attracted countless gazes afterward. They had reacted even if they were slow to do so. Plus, the Dan domain and the Wang clan's domains were originally adjacent to each other, so with the speed of a Great Sage realm powerhouse it wouldn't take more than a few moments for them to arrive. Although the ones who arrived this time were not all the Great Saint realm powerhouses of the Wang clan, in the opinion of the Wang warriors, it was completely enough to clean up these few people from the Wuji palace, and at the same time those figures appeared at the same time. The onlookers of the cultivators and the Red Yangtze Blue Ruobing and others immediately began to retreat. What a joke! This look at the Wang family are moving real, and then look on they are definitely going to be affected. 5 great sacred realms? After looking around, Zhou Meng withdrew his gaze. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest, as if this was 5 Tsukiji around him. Hiss! This one family doesn't talk about martial virtues. Qin Wudao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Then he turned his head to look at Bai Jie in front of him and carefully said, "So what, Elder Bai? Should we shake people?" Chapter 80, The Prospective Emperor's Personal Visit. Shaker? Bai Jie glanced at Qin Wudao and was just about to say something when a voice instantly rang out. "Ka Qing." The 3 people, including Wu Kai-chan, were all stunned, and then subconsciously turned their heads to look, and then realized that Hu Qianxue had already crushed a jade slip in her hand. What's wrong? Noticing the gazes of several people, Hu Qianxue blinked and spread her hands. "Didn't we say we were going to shake the man? Shook it." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao immediately gave his own senior sister a thumbs up. The efficiency of this errand could not be bettered, and just as the two of them were talking, another spatial portal appeared with it, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Above the celestial dome, the 3 people who were watching the battle also glanced at each other after seeing this scene, and they all saw the puzzled look in each other's eyes. This is an expert? Below, Wang Lin, who had already run to the far side to take refuge, was looking at the spatial portal that had appeared in the field with a disdainful expression. So what if they called someone? They would be sending them to their deaths if they came. With a lineup of 5 great sage realms, it would be useless for anyone to come, unless the one who came was a paragon emperor. As for whether or not the Wuji Palace had any paragon emperors, Wang Lin, who was already immersed in the joy of revenge, directly and subconsciously ignored it. In his opinion, the East Prosperity Domain was such a poor countryside that having a few great sage realms would be heavenly. Where would another quasi-emperor realm pop up? Oh yeah, the Bone Dragon Emperor within the Bone Spirit Mountain range was considered one. As for whether or not these Star Sovereign realm guys like Qin Wudao could call him here, how could that be possible? Under the eyes of all, a man with a hard face walked out slowly from it, looked around for a moment and then dropped his eyes on Bai Jie, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on? You're finally here, Grand Elder." Seeing the other party, Qin Wudao immediately rushed closer, raising his hand and pointing at Wang Zhan and the others, indignantly starting to accuse. "These people from the Wang family provoked us for no reason. After knowing our identity, not only did they move against us while intensifying their insults against the clan, and now they're also preparing to fight the few with the many. You have to do it for us." Aha! Next to her, which Kai-chan was also constantly nodding her little head, her pretty face filled with seriousness as she agreed with Qin Wudao. Elder brother is right. Looking at the two people in front of him, who Chanshu, a corner of the eye slightly twitching a little, obviously said are the truth. But why buy this kid by the roadless said, always feel where it seems strange. And at this moment, Bone Cultivator was also looking at Qin Wudao with a black line on his face, his eyes falling on top of the latter pulling on the corner of his coat. This kid, you're pampering both of them. Bone Cultivator flashed into the air with an instantaneous body, feeling the aura coming from all directions, and muttered, so hilarious. In his perception, apart from the few people surrounding them who had surrounded them, there were also several people hidden in the air, and quite a number of others peering this way through the air. Grand Elder, Zhou Meng bowed slightly, a touch of apology dripping from her tone. Please, no. Bone Cultivator shook his head slightly, and after scanning the circle, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Elder Zhou, go protect those little ones with Elder Bai. Here, leave it to me. Aha. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meng did not hesitate in the slightest and directly flashed to the ground, giving up his position to the other party. And since the conversation between the two was not transmitted, it was also heard clearly by those who were present. Grand Elder? After Wang Zhan looked Bone Cultivator up and down, his expression immediately became grave, because he realized that he couldn't even see through the other party's cultivation, which meant that the other party's strength was 9 times out of 10 above his own, and his realm is the 9th heaven of the Great Sage Realm. Higher than him, the Great Sage Realm consummation. Of course, there may also be a higher order of existence. However, very quickly, Wang Zhan erased this thought from his mind. How could it be possible? This Grand Elder should be the cultivation of the perfection of the Great Sage Realm without any surprises. As for the Quasi-Emperor, he didn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. The Wang family? Bone Cultivator's gaze swept over several people one by one, and finally landed on Wang Zhan and said in a faint voice, Kid, who is Wang Tang to you? At those words, Wang Zhan froze, and before he could say anything, the elder beside him had already shouted out in a low voice, Unbridled, how dare you call our old ancestors by their names? Looking for death. This person lifted the long knife in his hand and swung it out as he spoke. Several condensed sharp knife chi glowing with white light instantly flew out, and the countless knife wands contained within flew past the ground. Whistling. Mei, looking at the roiling sword chi flying towards him, Bone Cultivator raised his eyebrows slightly, and the surrounding spiritual chi automatically gathered behind him to coalesce into a huge wing of spiritual energy, and then gently flapped it against the front seemingly at random. Buzz. Along with the Bone Cultivator's action, space was instantly flooded with ripples, followed by a gale that instantly took shape, roaring with fury as it rolled forward, roaring out with a sky of dust, instantly engulfing the other party's roiling saber chi and continuing to whistling towards it, coming close in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed drastically, but before he could do anything, the raging winds engulfed him, and his screams were muffled by the whistling. When the gale left the field and blew towards the sky, that Wang clan elder along with his sword disappeared as if it had never come. The closest Wang Zhan had flashed to the distance at the first time, and his originally expressionless face could be described as horrified at this moment. Just now, he was thinking about what the other party said, but he didn't expect the people around him to make a sudden move, and by the time he reacted, the people had already been blown away. As for saving him from the storm, Wang Zhan thought that he couldn't do it. Just now he clearly perceived in that gale that he would definitely die if he dared to go in and save someone. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan's gaze subconsciously cast to the opposite side, then subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and 2 words instantly appeared in his mind. Quasi-Emperor. To make him feel the threat of death with just one move. Even a powerhouse at the perfection of the Great Sage Realm couldn't do it. Only a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse could. And at the thought of this title, Wang Zhan felt his throat a little dry. He really didn't expect that this Grand Elder of the Wuji Palace was really a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse. However, what makes Wang Zhan wonder is that Tianxian continent's prospective emperors are so basically known. Who is this one in front of him? He doesn't seem to have any impression at all. And so on. Wang Zhan suddenly remembered that the other party had asked about himself earlier, and that meant that the other party knew his own old ancestor. If he guessed correctly, this person in front of him must be a strong person from the period of his own old ancestor. When he thought of this, Wang Zhan couldn't help but curse. Come on, it's the old undead again. And Bone Cultivator instantly subdued the entire scene with this strike. Even those prying figures in the air were a bit fidgety. Hiss. Quasi-Emperor Ah. The sword-stomping man sucked in a breath of cool air and muttered, This Wuji Palace, it's hiding so deeply. The burly man nodded his head slightly, and his face became grave. It seems that this clan has been underestimated, but I am curious as to who this paragon is, and how I have never seen or heard any messages before. Strange indeed. The sword-stomping man echoed while looking towards the silent red-robed woman on the side and spoke out. Fellow Daoist, what do you think? Strange? The red-robed woman who heard the shout seemed to have remembered something, and after looking down below she withdrew her gaze and said quietly, it's not unfamiliar, is it? Don't the two fellow Daoists feel that the aura on this one is déjà vu? When these words came out, both of them were first stunned, and then both of them carefully felt each other's aura and then immediately seemed to have discovered something, and when they looked at each other, their expressions immediately became wonderful. If the two Daoists think as I do. The corners of the sword-stomping man's mouth twitched as he slowly said, this one. I'm afraid he's the one from the Bone Spirit Mountain Range. Although the three had not seen the Bone Cultivator in his human form, the other party had only not long ago exploded his body's aura because he had fought with a great emperor. Although they didn't completely memorize it, they also had some impression. Plus once the people around them reminded them, as well as the point that the other party came from the Bone Spirit Mountain Range, it was easy to associate it. And after the association, the three of them immediately felt that the matter was too outrageous. That rumored Bone Dragon Emperor had actually joined a sect, and it was still only a second-in-command position like Grand Elder. How strong was that handful? The mysterious palace master of the Wuji Palace, quasi-emperor perfection? Or, regardless of how a few people in the air guessed wildly, at this moment in the arena Wang Zhan looked at the opposite Bone Cultivator, and his brain was already running at super high speed. The sudden appearance of a quasi-emperor had directly shattered his plans, and the clan elder was currently alive or dead, so how else would he have time to think about the familiarity of the aura on the other party when these problems were added up? Daring to take out a sword against this seat, audacious, Bone Cultivator dispersed the giant wings behind his back, his gaze directly ignoring the rest of the Wang clan's few people, his eyes landing on the silent Wang Zhuan, and he said in a faint voice, kid, dumb, is this how Wang Tang teaches his juniors? Upon hearing this, just when Wang Zhan wanted to say something, a voice was suddenly ringing in his ears. Bone Cultivator, it's not your turn to lecture my Wang Tang's offspring. The old voice echoed in this piece of heaven and earth, and the crowd subconsciously looked at the voice, and immediately realized that a figure had suddenly appeared in front of Wang Zhan at some point. This was an old man dressed in black robes, looking crane-haired and energetic, although not very tall. Wang Zhan and a few others saw the other party then hurriedly bowed down and saluted. We have met the old ancestor. The old man was no other than one of the battle forces standing at the top of the pyramid in this Xin continent at the moment. Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang clan, the seventh sky of the quasi-emperor realm. In the entire Tianxian continent, one of the brightly colored battle force ceilings. Whatever. Wang Tang lightly glanced at these juniors before looking across the room and said in a deep voice, Bone Cultivator, after not seeing you for hundreds of years, I didn't expect you to even give up your face. You've even begun to oppress your juniors. Meh. Upon hearing this, Bone Cultivator snorted and looked at Wang Zhan and the others before saying in a faint voice, you stubborn juniors dare to make a move. This seat is just helping you with a small punishment. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Wang Tang, including Wang Zhan, and a few other members of the Wang clan immediately darkened. It's not true that they were the first to strike, but it's okay for you to slap someone to reincarnation in one move. It's a meow little punishment? Bonesaw, what do you mean? Wang Tang lightly lifted his right hand, and with a buzzing sound, the long sword engraved with ancient and simple Dao patterns fell into his hand, and his body was surging with sword intent. Coming to the central region to spread your wildness. Aren't you afraid that I'll chip away at your Bone Spirit Mountain Range? Along with his words, the pressure of a quasi-emperor's seventh heavenly body immediately stirred out, instantly enveloping this area of heaven and earth. In addition to the Wang family's own people present, all feel a sinking of the body. Onlookers, the cultivation of deep people just feel uncomfortable. The cultivation of weak people have fallen to the ground. By the side of the people rushed to the distance, trying to escape from the heavy pressure of this side of heaven and earth. Hiss, this old fellow, his cultivation has refined again. In the firmament, the sword-stomping man shook his body with some discomfort and looked at the figure below and smacked his lips. This aura, I'm afraid that it's not far from another layer, worthy of being the first genius of the Wang clan throughout the ages. This Bone Dragon Emperor is afraid that he's going to suffer. The burly man frowned slightly to carry the sweeping pressure down. Although this thing could already be considered negligible to a powerhouse of their level and didn't really affect the fight, this feeling of being suppressed wasn't very comfortable. That old ancestor of my holy land once said that Bone Dragon Emperor seemed to be at the sixth heavenly realm of a quasi-emperor. The red-robed woman shook her head slightly after looking down. Between their words, the three of them didn't think much of the Bone Cultivator. Even if they were at the same quasi-emperor realm, there was still a difference between the strong and the weak. The old ancestors of each of their families had spoken of the highs and lows of battle power amongst the paragon emperors of today's Xin continent at the current time. Bone Cultivation Emperor, Quasi-Emperor 6th Heavenly Cultivation, only one step away from advancing to the realm of high-ranked Quasi-Emperor, but has been at this barrier for a long time. As for Wang Tang, with a Quasi-Emperor 7th Heavenly Cultivation, he had advanced into this heavy heaven for tens of thousands of years, and looking at this current situation, he was not far away from the 8th Heavenly Cultivation. Moreover, this person also holds a quasi-imperial weapon swirling heavenly sword in his hand. The strength of his battle power can be ranked among the top 5 even in the entire Tianxian continent. That's why the two were now on opposite sides, and that's why they didn't look favorably on Bone Cultivator. After all, even if it is an ordinary realm, want to cross the border in war is not easy, let alone now two people are quasi-empire. This realm has almost stood in this side of the world at the apex of the gap between each heavens as a heaven and earth changes. Unless the Bone Cultivator had already broken through and was at the same 7th heaven, then there was still a few chances of winning. Chip away at this seat's Bone Spirit Mountain range, and at this time within the field, the Bone Cultivator who was looking at the opposite side from afar withdrew his gaze, and behind him, a pair of sky-shadowing bone wings instantly broke out of his clothes, and his cold voice slowly sounded, "You deserve it." Along with Bone Cultivator's words, the bone wings behind him instantly extended and swung outward, and a domineering pressure instantly erupted. Buzz! Wang Tang's pressure was instantly suppressed after a few moments of stalemate, and all of them felt a lightness in their bodies, but before they could catch their breath, the next moment they were loaded with an even more powerful pressure. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tang's mighty pressure was broken, leaving only the mighty pressure that came later to dominate this part of the heavens and earth to run rampant and overbearing. Feeling the obviously stronger pressure on their bodies, the three people in the air looked at each other with a look of shock on their faces. Is this the 6th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm? Chapter 81. Golem. The sword-stomping man lowered his head somewhat stiffly, looking at the figure emanating infinite pressure in the firmament, and slowly opened his mouth. This Bone Dragon Emperor seems to have made a breakthrough. More than that, the red-robed woman's eyes swept back and forth between the Bone Cultivators in the field and Wang Tang as she spoke quietly. This pressure, although it's not comparable to that old ancestor of my holy land, it's still similar. As soon as these words came out, the remaining two fell into silence. They all knew exactly what these words meant. That old ancestor within the other side's holy land was named Jiugong, but he was one of the battle ceilings of today's Xian continent, with a quasi-emperor great circle cultivation, and was only one step away from breaking through to the great emperor, wielding the quasi-imperial weapon Blazing Sun Bao. He was known as the first person under the great emperor, and it was a little bit worse than that 9-palace ancestor, almost the cultivation level of around the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, and it was because of that a few people were confused. Wasn't this Bone Dragon Emperor said to be stuck in the 6th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm for a few thousand years? How did he quietly break through, and also break through several heavens in a single breath? Could it be that they hadn't listened to their own ancestor in the first place and had heard 6 as 9? Not only here, but at this moment, those who had the ability to spy on this place from all over the Tianxian continent could not help but stare in disbelief and even exclaim in shock upon seeing this scene. On the ground, is standing in the red Yangtze side of the blue Ruobing is quietly holding the robe within a conch, mouth slightly open and closed but no sound came out, and at this time, 10 million miles away in the sea of illusory blue, inside the undersea palace, the existence known to the world as the illusory blue empress was at this time sitting on a clamshell with her eyes closed in meditation. Buzz! Suddenly, a conch placed beside it suddenly vibrated, and the woman slowly opened her eyes and frowned as she picked it up. What's going on? Did that girl run into any trouble? The woman murmured while gently tapping on the conch, which instantly stopped vibrating, and Lan Ruobing's voice came out from it. Master, I've seen someone you know. Look quickly. After hearing Lan Ruobing's words, the woman froze. Didn't this girl go to the central region to participate in some alchemy conference? How come she even ran into my acquaintances? Besides, my acquaintance, who is it? Holding such doubts, Lan Ruobing casually fetched a copper mirror not far away, and looking at the ancient patterns, she immediately seemed to remember something, and a touch of indignation immediately appeared on her pretty face. My Qiankuan realm. Every time she saw this copper mirror she would remember the Qiankuan mirror that had shattered half a year ago, because she had used it to remotely watch the matter between that bone cultivator guy and the great emperor, resulting in it being shattered by the backlash. The great emperor she couldn't afford to mess with, so naturally this matter could only be counted on the bone cultivator. That ING guy, the woman muttered while lifting her hand and waving it lightly. The mirror surface instantly rippled with her movements, and what was originally a woman's magnificent face inside instantly turned into a top-down perspective, in which longing silhouettes appeared, and the vast majority of these people were on the ground, while several figures stood alone above the void, the end being conspicuous. The The woman was originally still a little lazy look in the mirror after seeing a sudden change of expression. Beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Some consternation will be the mirror again to their side to come together. This is bone cultivation? Exclaims instantly resounded within the palace. The woman had long since ceased her previous casualness and looked at the bronze mirror seriously, her gaze quickly locking onto a few familiar figures. Dan Yangzi of the Dan Palace. Wang Tong, the oldest ancestor of the Wang clan. And finally, she saw her precious disciple standing not far from Dan Yangzi. And while snooping around, she finally noticed something was wrong. Bone cultivator guy. How to fight with Wang Tong, that old undead. But the woman who had originally furrowed her brows had a look of astonishment on her face when she saw the bone cultivator had Wang Tong suppressed. What's the situation? This guy broke through. How else could he suppress Wang Tang? The more the woman thought about it, the more annoyed she felt, so she directly threw the bronze mirror away with her hand, followed by waving her hand and tearing open a spatial channel, into which her entire body instantly disappeared. Whatever, it's no fun to watch it here. Might as well go to the scene. And then there's the fact that there are so many people there. What if his precious disciple gets hurt? The main reason, of course, was that so many acquaintances were there that it would be a good idea to go over and hang out just to pass the time. And at this moment, Bone Xiao did not know that there was an acquaintance rushing towards his side. At this moment, he gently stretched his bone wings, looked at the silent Wang Tang on the opposite side, raised his eyebrows and smiled. What? Wang Tong, aren't you going to chip away at this seat's bone spirit mountain range? You, Wang Tong, who heard the other party's mocking intent, was instantly furious and was just about to retort, but after sensing the other party's aura that was clearly stronger than his own by more than 1 grade, his entire aura instantly weakened by 3 points. Although he didn't know exactly how the other party managed to make the leap in just half a year. But that didn't matter right now. He had messed with the other party before suddenly realizing that he couldn't beat them anymore. And now how to end it was the most important thing. How do you want it? Wang Tang gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. His tone at this time was no longer as tough as it was earlier. And the situation at this time had been reversed in 2 episodes when the other party revealed his cultivation. That descendant of yours insulted my Wuji palace, right? Bone cultivator sideways glanced to the side. Far outside the battlefield watching Wang Lin and see the scene suddenly pupil shrinkage, turn his head just ready to run. In front of the eyes suddenly a splash, and then appeared. People have come to the center of the battlefield. Wang Lin turned his head once more, and then immediately after seeing the face of the bone cultivator, he was scared out of his wits, and just when he wanted to escape from here, he was pressed to the ground by a spiritual force exerted on his body. Ah! The squeezing sensation coming from his back made Wang Lin unable to stop himself from screaming out. He felt like all his bones were going to be crushed, and he could only frantically cry out to the sky. Father, old ancestor, save me. Ah, Liner. And after seeing this scene, Wang Zhan's eyes were instantly red. No matter how the other party was, he was ultimately his own son. Hearing Wang Lin's agonizing screams, Wang Zhan fiercely turned his head to look at Wang Tang and said in an urgent voice, Elder ancestor, bone repair. Wang Tang's face was already hard to see at this point, and he angrily said, You, Wuji Palace, do you really want to go to war with my Wang family? Poof. Facing Wang Tang's threat, Bone Cultivator raised his eyes to look at the other party and said in a faint voice, So what? This word out. The sky and the ground are all sucking a breath of cool air. Good guy. This Bone Dragon Emperor turned out to be so strong. Really is a bit of steps are not given And just as a few people were talking, Wang Lin had no sound at this time. Not dead, but just passed out from the living pain. Before he fainted, the thought of regret rose in his mind for the first time. Chapter 82 Empress Blue Heart. Good. Seeing the miserable state of his own juniors as well as the unrelenting Bone Cultivator, Wang Tang grimly lifted his sword up, sword intent surging from his body. Wang Tang is also high-minded and proud of the Lord. Previously the talk has been equivalent to soften. Did not expect the other side even a step are not given. In that case, there is no need to talk about it. He, Wang Tang, could die in battle, but he would never go stooping down to beg. Stop it, both of you. At the time when the two sides were at cross swords, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd looked at the voice, and then saw Red Yangzi rising up in the air, and finally stood in the middle of the two men. Wang Tang, who had already raised his sword, also gave a start to his movements after seeing the other party, and then he sank his face and shouted in a low voice, Red Yangzi, step aside, this matter has nothing to do with you. When these words came out, Red Yangzi's face immediately darkened. He meowed, You're saying it lightly. This is not in your Wang family boundaries, of course nothing. Earlier light is a great saint realm of two people shot to destroy a large area of the territory below. and now replaced with the body of two people quasi-imperial shot. Really want to let them fight. The feat of this piece of territory is afraid to be abolished. Although he was annoyed, Red Yangzi said patiently, "Before we start the fight, would you please listen to me first?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tang put his sword down after a moment of silence. The other party was the number one alchemist in Tianxian continent. Face still had to be given, and besides there was no harm in listening. Phew. After seeing the other party put down his sword, Red Yangzi was also relieved, and then organized his words before continuing to speak. This matter boils down to nothing more than a child's scuffle. In my opinion, let's leave it at that. What do you two think? Red Yangzi said as he turned his head to look at Bone Cultivator, his eyes constantly sweeping between the latter and Wang Lin at his feet. Meh. The Bone Cultivator, who understood the other party's meaning, also cooperated by dispersing the pressure. And with a wave of his hand, Wang Lin appeared above Wang Zhan's head and began to descend. Liner. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhan hurriedly dashed forward to drag him carefully. Looking at his own son's miserable appearance, the generation of quasi-emperor's body began to tremble with anger. The current Wang Lin was still alive, but he was also dying. Almost all the bones in his body were broken, and his blood was flowing out as if he didn't need any money. If it goes on like this with no one in charge, I'm afraid it won't last much longer. At this time, Wang Zhan couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly took out healing pills from his storage ring and started to save the person. And only after Wang Lin's breath stabilized a little and started to recover did he breathe a sigh of relief. And then he looked at the Bone Cultivator across the street with an indignant gaze. At this time, his hatred for Bone Cultivator had surpassed everyone else's, and if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat the other party, he couldn't wait to rush up and torture the other party to death right now. The Bone Cultivator, who noticed the other party's gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a faint voice, "Don't look at this seed with that look in your eyes, boy, or I won't mind making you father and son a downfall." At those words, Wang Zhan instantly winced and lowered his head to stop saying anything. That strength that even his own ancestor was afraid of made him have no doubt that the other party could do it. And at the sight of the scene, Wang Tang immediately tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand again. But after half a day had passed, he ultimately did not raise it again. No matter what, Red Yangzi opening his mouth, and this move of the other party was barely considered to be giving steps. And their Wang family stepping down was the best option at the moment. Bone Cultivator, this seat will not just let it go. Wang Tang coldly put down a sentence, and then the whole person disappeared in the same place. The remaining several great sage realms, including Wang Zhan, also reacted after freezing for a few moments, and after glancing at the Wuji Palace line full of hostility, they turned around and left. "Gee, put a hard word in?" And at this moment, underneath, Qin Wudao muttered. His voice was not lowered, and many people around him had expressions that instantly became odd upon hearing it. Putting in a hard word. Although this happened everywhere, when it appeared on a quasi-imperial realm powerhouse, how could it feel so strange? "Gee, I didn't expect that." In the firmament, the sword-stomping man smacked his lips slightly and laughed softly after looking at the direction the Wang family had left. That old ancestor Wang Tang would even have a day where he would let out a hard word and admit defeat. Well, a rare sight indeed. The burly man laughed and agreed. In their circle, Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang family, was known to be overbearing, and both of their ancestors had suffered losses at the hands of the former due to their weaker strength than the other. Now that it was better, seeing the other party suffer defeat, they instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Wuji Palace. Instead, the few words of the brocade-robed woman caused the two to subconsciously look over, and then they saw that the other party was just staring at the line of Wuji Palace below, not knowing what she was thinking about, and only after a few moments did she slowly open her mouth. "Looks like we'll have to redefine this clan." Aha! The smiles on their faces dispersed, and when they looked at each other, they both saw the color of gravity in each other's eyes. This time, not only did they see the Wang family suffer, but it also allowed them to see the true strength of this Wuji Palace. Not only were there high-ranking great saint realms such as theirs, but even the Grand Elder had a powerful battle force such as the Bone Dragon Emperor. These alone were already enough to separate themselves from their top forces with tens of thousands of years of inheritance. Not to mention, that mysterious palace master of the other party had not shown his face so far, and what his strength was unknown so far. The three of them had already decided that they would increase their intelligence efforts when they returned, and that this clan must be taken seriously. The man stepping on the sword yawned, and the long sword under his foot slowly turned to the other side. Okay, no more hilarity. Back to, just as the man was about to leave, a sudden spatial crack appeared on the field but suddenly attracted his attention. The remaining two people naturally also noticed this scene. The original steps already taken were quickly withdrawn again, and then looked at each other. Like, there's hilarity to be seen? And in the field at this moment, in the sky where there were only bone cultivators, The appearance of a spatial rift could be said to be quite conspicuous. The cultivators who were originally all ready to leave immediately slowed down after seeing this scene and began to look around curiously. The bone cultivator, who was originally ready to land, frowned after sensing faintly for a moment after noticing the sudden appearance of a spatial rift in front of him. What's that doing here? Under the eyes of everyone, a beautiful figure slowly stepped out from it, and with the appearance of the other party, this side of heaven and earth were all brightened up. Blue robes on the body, 3,000 green silk hanging behind the head, beautiful face plus noble and elegant temperament, instantly let the whole field into silence. Is it over? After the woman looked around, her gaze finally landed on the bone cultivator not far away, her willow eyebrows lightly raised. It's been a long time, Bonesaw. Why are you here? Bone cultivator stared expressionlessly at his opponent, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Blue Heart, Chapter 83, Blue Heart's Surprise. Blue Heart? The three people in the air who were originally ready to leave stopped in their tracks, and the red-robed woman murmured, seemingly remembering something, her beautiful eyes slightly widening. Wait, this is that phantom blue empress, isn't it? Ordinary cultivators naturally didn't know, while they, the power holders of the major powers, naturally knew something that the others didn't know. For example, the secret stories of major powerhouses and such, and the real name of the phantom blue empress was one of them. It should be her all right. The sword-stomping man rubbed his chin, and his expression became puzzled. But why is this one here too? This was what they were puzzled about. What was this Empress Lord suddenly doing in their central domain instead of staying properly in her own territory? The sea of illusory blue? It couldn't be for the spectacle. A few people shook their heads just as the thought popped into their heads. How could it be? This great power was said to usually live in deep seclusion, basically staying within his own sea of illusory blue. How could he run so far because of watching the fun? And at this time the two people in the field didn't know what the rest of the people were thinking. Of course, even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Why? Blueheart wrapped her arms around her chest and grunted coldly. Do I have to tell you where this seed appears? Whatever. At those words, Bone Cultivator's frown grew tighter and tighter as he impatiently left a sentence before turning around and descending. Great Elder. Bone Cultivator had just landed on the ground, and Qin Wudao immediately came over, looking at him with both eyes glowing. Handsome. You are so handsome today. Bone Cultivator looked at Qin Wudao somewhat helplessly, then looked around before speaking. Is it all right? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay, Grand Elder. A few people shook their heads one after another. Don't look at this tossing and turning for most of the day, and then a great saint out in quasi-imperial confrontation. The other onlookers of the cultivators were injured quite a lot. As for them, from the Baijie Zhou Meng came out, a few people began to surround them, and even a little bruise on his body. The cleanliness of the clothes can be said to be quite conspicuous in this crowd. That's good. After seeing that all the people were intact, Bone Cultivator was also relieved. The first time he went out on a mission. Other things aside, if any of these children were injured, then he would be disgraced as a Grand Elder. Master. And right at this moment, the voice coming from the side made a few people subconsciously turn their heads to look, and then they saw that Lan Xin was standing not far away, and a figure in front of her bowed and saluted, and it was none other than Lan Ruobing. Lan Xin looked Lan Ruobing up and down, confirming that it was intact before sighing in relief. This is the only precious disciple he has. It would be bad if he got hurt. Nah, sister. Qin Wudao, who was standing next to him, seemed to have thought of something and looked at Hu Qianxue on the side and curiously said, Who did you say that person was? A friend of the Grand Elder? Hearing this, Hu Qianxue looked at her senior brother with dissatisfaction and lectured. I told you to read more in general, but you didn't listen. With that, Hu Qianxue deliberately lowered her voice. If Sister Bing addresses her master, then this should also be someone from the Sea of Illusory Blue without a doubt. And it can be seen from the way the Grand Elder and the other party spoke just now that they should be rivals. And in the entire Sea of Illusory Blue, who can be considered a rival by our Grand Elder? Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao blurted out after thinking for a moment. Phantom Blue Empress. Great. Lan Ruobing nodded in satisfaction, a look of relief on her face. Bone Repair, some speechless, looked at the direction of the two. These two little guys, what do you mean? Is it think the voice is very low I will not hear, or think I even hear is nothing? But, Bone Cultivator looked at Hu Qianxue somewhat oddly. This girl, based on so many details, will recognize a person's identity. Observation is quite meticulous. Snap, snap. Just at this moment, two clear drum barrier sounds made several people subconsciously turn their heads to look, and then they realized that Lan Ruobing's master and disciple were walking this way, and the one who was applauding was none other than Lan Xin, who at this moment was looking at Hu Qianxue with a smile on her face. Well said, little girl. Thanks. At those words, Hu Qianxue also had a pretty red face. Just now she said that she was too high, and all of a sudden she forgot that the two parties who were eating melons were there. Bone repair. And after praising Hu Qianxue, Lan Ruobing turned his gaze to Bone Cultivator and raised his eyebrows. So that Wuji Palace was founded by you. It can be. Recruiting so many geniuses without saying a word. As a quasi-emperor, she glanced at the Bone Age qualifications of Qin Wudao and the others. To be able to have this kind of cultivation at such an age. Apart from that little girl, the remaining two people's strong talents were above her own disciple, Lan Ruobing. As for the matter of bone cultivation establishing a clan, Blue Heart was also very puzzled. Having dealt with this guy for tens of thousands of years, she was naturally clear about how withdrawn this guy's character was. All day long he just knew to bury his head in bitter cultivation. Now it was coldly setting up a clan and opening a mountain to accept disciples, and she wondered if the other party's temperament had changed drastically because of the breakthrough. I didn't set up the Wuji Palace, but our palace master set it up single-handedly, and I'm just serving in it. And in the face of Blue Heart's words, Bone Cultivator slightly shook his head in denial, while also explaining one more sentence. This immediately made the Blue Heart, including the Wuji Palace, feel new and strange. It was rare and uncommon enough to see the ever-silent Bone Cultivator suddenly say so many words. Palace Master? After Blue Heart repeated it, the color of doubt on her face increased, and she was silent for a moment before saying with some disbelief, Hey, dead dragon, don't frame this seat. I don't know about the others. Are you Bone Cultivator, the Lord of Condescension? With the bone repair dealt with tens of thousands of years, the Blue Heart but know this guy's heart is how high. This infinite years do not know how many forces to its olive branch. The other side are disdainful. Now how could he join the clan and say it with such a natural tone and expression? Believe it or not, at those words, Bone Cultivator didn't have the intention to continue explaining, and directly twisted his head to no longer pay attention to the other party. And the angry Blue Heart instantly wanted to make a move. And right at this moment, seemingly sensing something, Blue Heart looked up to the firmament, and her originally smiling expression suddenly went cold, and then she slowly opened her mouth. Is the hilarity of this seat good? The voice is not big, but in this world all the people's ears exploded. Originally there are still some in the distance to watch the show. Onlookers Cultivators suddenly on the ear bleeding, and then the fastest speed in his life to leave here. The head does not bring back a mount. And the three who were still in the air at that moment hurriedly bowed and saluted upon hearing each other's voices. Don't be surprised, Senior. X 3-inch. Immediately after saying that, the three of them disappeared into rainbow light, each going in one direction, and in the blink of an eye they disappeared in Blue Heart's gaze. Chapter 84, Doubt of Life. Only after sensing that there was no one outside of the several miles around did Blue Heart retract her gaze, and then she looked at Bone Cultivator as if nothing had happened. A touch of eagerness on her absolutely beautiful face. Hey, dead dragon. Breakthrough? Dead dragon. Qin Wudao and Hu Qianxue and the others' expressions then became odd. It always felt strange to suddenly hear their own grand elder being called like this. Why? Bone Cultivator raised an eyebrow after glancing at the other party. Want to fight? Upon hearing this, Blue Heart didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly answered. Come on. Ha! Upon hearing this, the corner of Bone Cultivator's mouth raised imperceptibly. Then he looked towards Bai Jie, Zhou Meng and nodded. Elder Bai. Elder Zhou, please take the children back first. I'll be right back. Aha. Upon hearing this, the two of them also nodded their heads. The matter had been resolved just now, and the rest of the way back was uneventful if nothing unexpected happened. With the two of them around, the Great Saint Realm powerhouses could not pose much of a threat without coming in a handful of times. Can not, and then a quasi-imperial realm powerhouse to find them trouble. Even then, they shook the summoning jade slip and summoning talisman used by the people can still keep it. Encountered to fight but directly use on the line. Of course, the possibility of the above thing happening is almost zero. After all, quasi-emperors in the entire Tianxian continent are so many. Usually basically stay in their respective territories to cultivate, even if they are so bored that they come out for a break. And how can they happen to run into a few people? After Bone Cultivator finished his explanation, the entire person instantly transformed into a rainbow light and rushed up into the sky, his voice echoing in the same place, the usual place. Running backwards than before. Blue Heart smiled before also rushing up into the sky, also leaving a voice in its place. Ruobing, take care of yourself. Master will go and return. Looking at the two people who suddenly disappeared, the crowd instantly fell into silence, and Blue Ruobing looked at each other for a moment before the latter walked to stand in the team of a few people on her own, and saw that a few people were not moving after wondering. Hey, aren't you guys leaving? A few people are a little confused to look at the team suddenly more Blue Ruobing. You are not the Sea of Phantom Blue, and is not our Wuji Palace. What is this to do? Go back with us. After a moment of silence, Hu Qianxue, who had a good relationship with the other party, took the lead. Sister Ruobing, this is, back to our sea of phantom blue. Facing Hu Qianxue's question, Lan Ruobing raised her hand to point to the east and spoke out. Qianxue, our sea of illusory blue is the most eastern part of the Tianqian continent, and it's not that far away from your east prosperity domain, so we're on our way. It's just as well that when my master has finished sparring with your grand elder in a while, it will be easier to find me when I return. When these words came out, several people's faces then revealed a color of understanding. Hu Qianxue even slapped her forehead, directly careless. Originally, she remembered this too, but just now, she didn't know what happened. But her mind suddenly went blank. Right at this moment, a weak voice slowly rang out, and the crowd subconsciously turned their heads to look, and then they saw Qin Wudao holding his hand up, smiling sarcastically. Elder Bai, Elder Zhou, the vacation that master teacher gave me hasn't expired yet said. When these words came out, the crowd immediately understood the meaning of the other party. Not enough to play. Want to break away from the army and then go out to the wild chanting. No, X2. And after reacting, the two Zhoumengs bluntly rejected the other party's request. Today that a mess is considered to completely let the Wuji Palace into the eyes of the world. So on top of the wind and waves, will certainly be interested in people to stare at. There is also that the Wang family will definitely not let this matter rest. On this strength of Qin Wudao running out into the wild by himself, I'm afraid that he will be taken down without even having the chance to shake people. Well, seeing that his request was rejected, Qin Wudao instantly became downcast, and the expression on his face instantly turned gray. He originally wanted to travel outside a March May and then go back. I did not expect just in the middle of the region to stroll around, not yet to a month to go back. The image of one's own magnificent senior brother. Therefore, on the way back Qin Wudao was all wilted, while the other three women came together to chatter non-stop. Chatting from cultivation to magic treasures, from magic treasures to alchemy, from alchemy to their respective masters. By the end of the conversation, even the two elders, by Jia Zhou Meng, were also involved, leaving only Qin Wudao to follow the group with a lifeless face. Half a day later, the group had just left the central region when Bone Cultivator and Blue Heart stepped into the air. Master, looking at Blue Heart who landed beside him, Blue Ruobing greeted him and then seemed to have discovered something and was puzzled. You guys, that's the end of the fight? At a glance, the robes on the two men didn't look the slightest bit tattered, and the breath of their own master was unusually smooth, which looked, how it didn't look like they had fought. And after hearing Lan Ruobing's words, Lan Xian instantly had a dark expression and said quietly, adults' business, children stay out of it. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from her own master's body, Lan Ruobing wisely chose not to continue asking, but it seemed like she had just heard what was going on with the gnashing of teeth in her own master's tone. Grand Elder, you're back. And after seeing the Bone Cultivator land on the ground, Hu Qianxue instantly couldn't help but ask out loud, how's that for a win or a loss? That goes without saying. As soon as Hu Qianxue's words fell, next to her, Qin Wudao had already directly raised his thumbs and raised his eyebrows. Don't even look at who our great elder is, that's for sure. Qin Wudao was just about to say something, but after noticing the death glare cast by Blue Heart not far away, it came to an abrupt end. The whole person quickly flashed behind Bone Cultivator, and of course his thumbs were still up. Boy, you talk a lot. Lan Xian opened her mouth morosely. Her delicate face was unusually terrifying to Qin Wudao at this moment. Okay. Bone Cultivator stepped forward to block the other party's view and laughed lightly. Blue Heart, childish talk. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao, who was behind him, also nodded his head frantically. To these two who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he, who had just entered the immortal path for a few decades, was not a child. And what adult would get angry with a child? Blue Heart turned his head aside after giving Bone Xiu a hard look, and everyone present felt the other party's constantly fluctuating emotions. As for Bone Cultivator, a rare smile appeared on his face. Even that always iceberg face looked mild at this time. And seeing this scene, why wouldn't those present know what the outcome would be? One by one, the people from the Wuji Palace gave a thumbs up. As for Lan Ruobing's side, he was shivering as he followed his own master. Feeling the low pressure of Lan Xin, it was also saddening to see a group of people with two completely different atmospheres. Chapter 85, The Perfect Match. There was no splitting up of the two teams since they were going back the same route. Although Blue Heart wasn't really happy to rush along with other people, especially her arch-rival Bone Cultivator, she still acquiesced after hesitating for a moment after seeing Blue Ruobing chatting vigorously with Hu Qianxue and Wu Kaichan. The situation of the Sea of Phantom Blue was similar to that of the Bone Spirit Mountain range of the Bone Cultivator, except for the marine spirits. Basically, they are the master and disciple. and then there is no one else to talk to, so it can be said that it is quite boring and lonely. Blue Heart is indifferent. In the sea of phantom Blue House for tens of thousands of years has long been accustomed to. However, Lan Ruobing was young in the end, and because of her strength as well as Blue Heart's concerns, she hadn't been out of the sea of illusory blue much since she could remember. Even if she knew better, the yearning for the outside world that occasionally flowed out of her after cultivation was evident to Blue Heart. The reason why she was released this time. One is that the Blue Heart in order to let their own baby disciple to relax a little. The second is that the cultivation of the other party has already let her can slightly rest assured. Tianzuan realm although still cannot walk horizontally in this continent, but coupled with their own to give a bunch of protective treasure. Self-protection is still not much of a problem. Now, it was almost time to go back again, and it wouldn't hurt to let her relax for a couple more days. Of course, apart from this matter, there was another reason why she was curious about Bone Cultivator's surging strength. Hey, dead dragon! Blue Heart, who was walking at the front, raised her hand to use her spiritual power to lay down a soundproof boundary, and then she turned her head to look at Bone Cultivator, who had a bashful face, and raised an eyebrow. 9 heavens of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Tell me, how on earth did you do it? Earlier when she was still in the sea of illusory blue, she had seen the scene of Bone Cultivator suppressing Wang Tang and had thought that the other party had only just broken through as well, which was why she had dared to issue a battle invitation. Unexpectedly, this fellow, Bone Cultivator, quietly gave her a fright, and the cultivation of the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm was simply crushing when he hit her. The two just fought a few moves and then stopped. Well, mainly the Blue Heart side did not want to fight. The gap is so big, then lose the end of the fight hammer. She originally thought that after she broke through to the 7th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm she would be able to hang on to the Bone Cultivators who hadn't broken through yet, but she didn't expect reality to play a big joke on her. Not only did this Bone Cultivation fellow break through, but he also broke through 3 heavens in a row. She clearly remembered that half a year ago the other party was still in the 6th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Nope. Wait. Before Bone Cultivator could even open his mouth, Blue Heart seemed to have remembered something, and after pondering for a few moments he continued to look up at the former and slowly said, "It can't be. It has something to do with you joining this what's-his-name palace master of the Wuji Palace, right?" At those words, the corner of Bone Cultivator's mouth suddenly twitched imperceptibly. This woman. He meowed that he hadn't said anything. How could he associate it with this? And at this moment, Blue Heart immediately seemed to be certain of something after seeing Bone Cultivator's silence, his azure-colored pupils staring calmly at the other party, waiting for him to open his mouth. To say that the Bone Cultivator relied on cultivation alone, Blue Heart didn't believe it 100 times. The only explanation was that something had happened in this half year, or the other party had some kind of strange encounter. And looking back, Bone Repair hadn't heard much from her in the past 6 months, and she'd thought the other party had cooled off. Today, in addition to the Bone Cultivator's sudden appearance and display of strength, Blue Heart also found out one thing. That is, the other party joined some kind of Wuji Palace and is still one of the Great Elders. This made Blue Heart notice something was wrong. With the arrogance of the other party, how could they easily stoop to the level of others? That is, the other party gave too much benefit. After seeing Bone Cultivator's current realm, Blue Heart also guessed a few points that it was 80% the work of that mysterious Wuji Palace master. She didn't know how the other person did it, but it was the only way she could think of that a bone repairer would give someone a henchman. Bone Cultivator remained silent, and for the first time, he realized that his nemesis of many years had a talent for this. Without saying a word himself, he had guessed the matter, and although there were still some discrepancies in the details, he could already be said to be very close to the truth of the matter. Women! What a pain in the ass! And just as the two people in front of them were chatting soundproof, Hu Qianxue and the others who were following behind them were already gossiping. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at the two figures walking side by side in front of her, Hu Qianxue pulled Lan Ruobing and Wu Kaichan closer and whispered, "What do you say? These two, aren't they quite a match? Shu, keep it down." Lan Ruobing hurriedly interrupted the other party in a low voice, and then raised his head to look in front of his eyes to find that the two did not turn around before he lowered his head again and said in a mysterious manner, "Sure enough, Qianxue, you can see it too, can't you? I also feel that they are so well matched." Which Kaichan looked at the two people in front of her with an afterthought before lowering her head to continue engaging in the conversation. Her small face flushed, a touch of excitement flowing out of her tone. "Really, hey?" By Jia and Zhou Meng, who were originally walking well in front of them, had an odd expression on their faces when they heard this, and their gazes subconsciously fell on the two people in front of them. At a glance, the two men were wearing a green and a blue robe. In terms of height, visually, Bonxiu was taller than Blue Heart by so many 3 or 4 centimeters this way, but just such a difference in height. It looked unusually equal instead. Identity-wise both of them were also quasi-emperors on one side, a numbered powerhouse in this part of heaven and earth. Although they couldn't see the two's front faces, they could already imagine what a perfect scene it would be just by associating it in their minds. After Bai Jia and Zhou Meng glanced at each other, a heartfelt smile appeared on both of their faces. They both read the other's meaning. These two, what a perfect match. The three women behind them, however, were chatting more and more, not noticing an extra figure behind them. Wakobing, Lan Ruobing, who was originally chatting feverishly, suddenly felt a luxuriant jade hand on her shoulder, and following the voice, she saw that her master had appeared behind her at some point, and the other hand was on Hu Qianshue's shoulder, looking at them with a smile on her face. Little fox, Lan Xin gently touched Hu Qianshue's fox ears, and the latter immediately felt her body stiffen. The other party's face that was originally beautiful in her opinion now seemed to be a bit horrible. What are you talking about? This seat wants to hear it too. Feeling the other party's slowly squeezing palm on her shoulder, Hu Qianxue looked up at Bone Cultivator and smiled sarcastically. Great, great elder. And Bone Xiu didn't pay any attention to her, glancing over here before turning around and taking a step out, his entire body instantly appearing 100 meters away. Alas! Seeing this scene, Qin Wudao looked at the two in pity before rushing to pull Wu Kaichan to run to follow beside Bai Jia and the two, sighing secretly in his heart. Chatting about people's gossip in front of two paragon emperors and not transmitting their voices is still too young. Though, the transmissions aren't much use as all. Chapter 86, Tai Chi Across the Sky. In the next few days, under Blue Heart's concern as well as Bone Cultivator's ignorance, Hu Qianshue's few people could be said to be tormented enough. Either they were sealed off and thrown thousands of miles away to make them run back, or they meddled and interfered with their dreams while they slept and rested. Add up to live nearly 100,000 years of bone cultivation plus Blue Heart, hand torture method that can be more to go. Every day can play a little new tricks, and Bai Jia and Zhou Meng on this is to choose to ignore, just as the experience on these children also good. Anyway, as long as not endangering the life of what is good to say. When they saw the Bone Spirit Mountain range, Hu Qianshue's several people were on the verge of crying. Only Blue Ruobing's eyes were lifeless. They were liberated, but they were finished. And after approaching the Bone Spirit Mountain range, Lan Xian's expression changed immediately, looking at the aura in front of her that was as thick as diluted mist, and was surprised. This aura concentration is not bad. Where did you go to find heaven-rank spirit veins and get a few? Her sea of illusory blue also had 2 heavenly-grade spirit veins, and apart from one that was autonomously bred by the earth veins below, the other was one that she had taken great pains to move out from a small secret realm. It was also these 2 heaven-grade spirit veins that made the originally barren aura of her sea of illusory blue abundant, and she had built the undersea palace she lived in the thickest part of it, and the aura here was thick enough to rival the outskirts of her own palace, which was what surprised her the most. To know that this was still only the outer perimeter of the Bone Spirit Mountain range that had such a dense aura. How dense should the inner circle be? Although by the time they reached their realm, aura had almost always been of little help. It didn't affect Blueheart's curiosity. I didn't find it. And in the face of this question, Bone Repair gave her a rare look before explaining. This is what the palace master sought out and struck 9 heavenly ranked spirit veins in this place with great magical powers. What? Bone Cultivator had just finished speaking when Blueheart's astonished voice followed, and the Paramount Emperor, who was speaking for a while, was a bit unsteady. 9 bars? After seeing Bone Cultivator nodding to himself very seriously, Lan Xin was instantly a little confused. What was the situation? Were heavenly ranked spirit veins also worthless now? Currently the entire Tianxian continent was known to have no more than a double palmful of heavenly ranked spiritual veins. The other party this suddenly took out more spiritual veins than the major powers combined, instantly making Blueheart a little skeptical of life. Buzz! Right at this moment, a spatial fluctuation instantly interrupted Blueheart's thoughts, and she subconsciously looked up. And then she saw an unforgettable scene, only to see that in the direction of the inner circle of the Bone Spirit Mountain range, the sea of spiritual chi in the air were all agitated at this time, and then under the traction of some invisible force, they rotated in the air like flowing water. This is not just Blueheart. The rest of the people, including the Bone Cultivator, raised their heads and looked at the strange scene in front of them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aura in the air slowly formed a circle at the end of its continuous rotation, and in the center, there was an aura bending to split the circle in 2 from the middle. At a glance, there was only a small area with aura in the center of the circle on the left, while the rest of the place was blank. The place on the right was missing a small piece of aura in a relative place, while the rest of the place was completely covered by aura. From a distance, it looked like this pattern was hanging above the Bone Spirit Mountain range, slowly rotating, which was quite strange. Examining this never-before-seen pattern, whether it was Blueheart or Bone Cultivator, Their expressions all became grave. They all felt a strange power from the circular pattern. Although it looked soft to the extreme without any killing power, they all felt a threat to their lives from it. Bone repair. Blueheart twisted his head, his tone a little puzzled. This can't be something that Palace Master of your Wuji Palace came up with, right? I don't know. Although Bone Cultivator said he didn't know, he could tell from his expression that he had basically affirmed Blueheart's guess. The entire Bone Spirit mountain range that had the ability to make this commotion was afraid that it would be the selfsame Palace Master. I just didn't know what this was doing. Cultivating divine abilities? Tisk. Blueheart looked at the slowly rotating pattern. Emotionally worthy of a great emperor's means. After these few days of passage, with Blueheart's intelligence, he had long guessed Lin Zhao's identity. After all, half a year ago, the battle between Lin Zhao and the Bone Cultivator had attracted the vast majority of attention on the Tianxian continent at the time. Bone Cultivator joins the Wuji Palace after fighting a mysterious great emperor and has an additional mysterious palace master at his head to help him improve his cultivation. The slightest connection of these few things basically made it possible to identify the other party. Alright, in that case, then this seat will take its leave first. Lan Xian flew up and back casually summoning Lan Ruobing, who hadn't reacted yet, to the side, and then nodded slightly at Bone Cultivator. Let's go, dead dragon, and fight again someday. Although the pattern in the air is mild on the surface, but the Blueheart is still a little scrupulous. After all, it is a great emperor means, or away from the good. And then do not go for fear that a moment wanna go cannot go. Aha! After watching the Blueheart Master and Disciple transform into rainbow light and go far away, the corners of Bone Cultivator's mouth lifted slightly, and only after a long time did he retract his gaze. And then he realized that several people were looking at him with a strange gaze. The Great Elder, Qin Wudao, had just said a few words when Bone Cultivator came over with a look and he immediately shut up, smiled twice before skillfully flashing behind by Jia and the two of them to block himself. Okay, back to the clan. Bone Cultivator continued on without looking back after saying that, while the remaining few people all revealed a meaningful smile between their eyes. Those who get it get it. When the few people accelerated their speed and returned to the sect, the disciples guarding the entrance also greeted one after another after seeing so many people. The ones who would be sent to guard the door were all outer disciples, so even the youngest in the team, Wu Choi-chan, was greeted as Wu's sister because she was an inner disciple. And after entering the sect, the first thing Qin Wudao did was turn into a rainbow light and head straight to the cave. Upon returning, he immediately turned on the various formations within the cave at the same time shutting them down. Early in the way back, Qin Wudao has already made up his mind. This time back first closed his a year and a half say, who comes are useless. But before he could enter a meditative state, he was grabbed out of the cave by Hu Qianxue, who had fallen from the sky. It's not a good habit to just come back and not pay respects to your master. Just like that, Qin Wudao's retreat plan was announced to be over before it even started. The cave residence of several people was originally located in the middle peak, and after some forward movement, they soon arrived before the big hall at the top of the mountain. At this time here, but there is a figure standing in front of the main hall constantly flashing, rolling and lifting hands, traveling like running water. At the top of his head, a pattern shaped like a big sun shone with a faint soft light, glowing. Chapter 87, Tai Chi Fist. This is the Bone Cultivator who had just arrived at the top of the mountain. Qin Wudao and the others looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. It was only after several minutes of this that Lin Zhao's dancing figure stopped, and the great sun pattern above his head stopped rotating, and then it once again transformed into a spiritual qi that dispersed in the surroundings. Phew! Lin Zhao let out a long breath. His gaze then looked at the few people outside the field, a familiar smile on his face as he said in a warm voice, back, greetings, Palace Master, Master. Okay. Lin Zhao casually helped the crowd up and looked around before his gaze fell on Qin Wudao and the others, raising an eyebrow. Go out once and make a lot of noise. Hey. Words, Hu Qianxue and Qin Wudao can only accompany the smile. This matter but should say not to say really make quite a big deal. The clash between a few of their star sovereign realms had involved divine kings, great saints, and in the end, there were also quasi-emperors who came out to fight over it, and the entire central region was shaken by it. Although they couldn't be blamed for this, they were somewhat jointly responsible from the source, and when it ended up being such a big deal, although Bone Cultivator and the others didn't say anything, they were still a bit apprehensive after all. It's good that people are okay. Looking at the several people's cautious appearance, Lin Zhao also waved his hand with some amusement. It's not like he cares about that. If there's a problem, solve it, as long as his own people aren't aggrieved. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, the two of them instantly regained their spirits again, and Qin Wudao came closer, heatedly laughing. Nah, Master, were you cultivating some divine ability just now? it feels so powerful. What? At those words, Lin Xiao twisted his head and glanced at the other party, lazily saying, "Want to learn? Think, think, think." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao immediately nodded his head uncontrollably. The smile on his face was simply as bright as it could be. The fist method that his own master, the great emperor, is learning is definitely not bad. The divine elephant prison suppressing strength that he taught himself last time, he has only practiced it to a small extent now, and the strength of his physical body has already far exceeded that of the other people in the Star Sovereign realm. At a glance, this fist technique was no worse than the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, so it was a waste of time not to learn it. "Master, what is the name of this fist technique?" And at this time, Hu Qianxue, who was standing on the side, asked a question. Although she was not interested in learning boxing, the visionary pattern that appeared on the side of the sky just now made her a little curious. The punch. Lin Xiao lightly crossed his hands in front of him and set up a starting stance, smiling faintly. "The name is Taiji." That's right. This was exactly the Taijiquan that could be found everywhere in his previous life. And Lin Xiao, as a contemporary university student, had naturally learned it systematically. These 2 days he was idle and bored, then began to study the Taijiquan practiced in his previous life. Good thing sleeping for 100,000 years did not make him become demented. The memory of his previous life not only retained but also became clearer. And while fighting, Lin Xiao also had to be careful to restrain himself, or else his casual strike might have combed the Bone Spirit Mountain range and even the entire East Prosperity domain with a medium score. As for the vision of the Taiji pattern on top of his head, it was something he made purely for the sake of being handsome, and listening to the cries of astonishment that kept coming from his own disciples down the mountain, Lin Xiao felt that it was still quite flattering. So, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the bone cultivator not far away and nodded and smiled. "Great elder, want to come and learn?" Upon hearing this, Bone Cultivator also froze for a moment, as if he didn't expect that there was still a share for himself, and after reacting, he nodded after hesitating for a moment. "Good. Thank you, Palace Master, for your guidance." It wasn't like Bone Cultivator wasn't interested in the Taijiquan practiced by Lin Xiao, he was just too embarrassed to ask out loud. After all, such things as divine powers could generally only be taught between master and disciple, and it would be a bit presumptuous for him, a grand elder, to try to learn the fist without someone's consent. As for the remaining Zhou Meng by Jie, she was not really interested in this boxing technique, and after greeting Lin Xiao, she turned around with Hu Qianxue and left. On the top of the mountain for a while, only 3 people were left there tossing and turning. This time, Lin Xiao didn't show off any more visions, but instead taught the two seriously. The set of Taijiquan taught by Lin Xiao had a total of 24 styles, and there weren't many of them, coupled with the fact that the two of them were extremely quick to understand. They were basically able to fight proficiently after being taught by Lin Xiao once. Very good. After watching the 2 men finish their set, Lin Xiao nodded slightly and admonished as he lowered his palms. "Playing 2 more sets when you have nothing to do is good for cultivation. Feel it, master." Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Qin Wudao shouted, "I feel so hot in my body now, and my meridians are running so much smoother." Nice. Bone Cultivator nodded slightly, his face showing surprise as he closed his style. This boxing technique of the Palace Master is really not bad, that's for sure. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled on the surface, but inwardly, he was secretly relieved. Before teaching he didn't know if it had any effect on cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. As for hitting the vision earlier entirely because that was his own hit. In his current condition, even hitting a set of radio gymnastics was destroying the sky. It seems to be working pretty well now. Right, old bones. Right at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have remembered something and turned his head to look at the other party, nodding. "The one who came back with you today is a paragon from the Sea of Illusory Blue?" With Lin Zhao's sharp mental power, Blue Heart caught his attention just after he entered the East Prosperity domain, and after feeling it carefully he realized that the other party was the very same Quasi-Emperor's aura that he had felt in the Sea of Illusory Blue back then. Exactly, Palace Master. Well, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, his expression becoming odd as he teased, "Old bones, do you want a Taoist couple or not? Ha!" As soon as these words came out, the Bone Cultivator immediately froze in place. Even Qin Wudao, who was not far away and was ready to flash away, stumbled on his feet, and then he stopped his body, dodged in a flash and hid behind a tree, and listened to this explosive news with both eyes glowing. And just as he had stabilized himself, he saw his own master raise his hand slightly in this direction, and his entire self instantly transformed into a meteor and flew out, heading down the mountain. Ah! The mournful scream resounded across the mountain top, and the disciples passing by below immediately looked up after hearing this sound, and when they looked at each other, all of their faces revealed a look of uncertainty and astonishment. That's a familiar voice. It seems to be Senior Brother Qin. At this moment, the two people on top of the mountain did not pay attention to Qin Wudao's flight path, as Lin Xiao looked at Bone Cultivator with interest, waiting for the other party's reply. You're joking, Palace Master. And after reacting, Bone Cultivator let out a bitter smile and arched his hand. I have been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, and I am only interested in seeking to prove the great Tao. As for such things as children's love, speaking here, Bone Repair paused for a moment before continuing. Not intended. True or false? While the expression on Lin Xiao's face was clearly disbelieving, he was just about to say something else when the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head.